Walking there by himself would be a waste of time, and Chen Mobai didn't know the way. He was curious to experience the teleportation array, but the cost of 10 spirit stones was simply too high. So, he was left with the option of joining a caravan, which would only cost 1 spirit stone, albeit taking 5 days on the road. Southstream Market was managed by 4 prominent cultivator families: the Liu family, the Wu family, the Lu family, and finally, the Luo family that tamed the spirit camels. It was possible for Foundation establishment cultivators to fly for long periods, but those were the pillars of their families. It would be too demeaning for them to transport goods. Hence, spirit camels were raised, which could grow up to rank 2, having great endurance, capable of traveling 100 miles a day, carrying a load of 1,000 pounds, and running for 7 days and nights. Rest. Leveraging this skill, the Luo family had the majority of the logistics business in Southstream Market. Due to the unique environment of Yan Mangzi, spirit rice could not be cultivated there, so goods had to be brought in from the major markets in the surrounding Yun country regularly. In addition to their own spirit rice, the Luo family also transported the Liu family's spirit fish, the Wu family's spirit wood, and the Lu family's spiritual medicine. They charged for transporting people to Yan Mangzi as well. After paying a deposit, Chen Mobai received a ticket. Checking the time on it, he noticed it was for 3 days after. Could it be that He Kun was also traveling with this caravan? To be sure, Chen Mobai inquired with the receptionist, who remembered He Kun as he had purchased tickets for 6 people in one go, qualifying him as a major customer. Upon confirming that He Kun was on the same trip as him, Chen Mobai frowned and decided, for safety's sake, to cancel his ticket, earning a glare from the Luo family member. But it was 1 spirit stone, and Chen Mobai was not planning to join the caravan anymore, so he definitely wanted it back. After retrieving his deposit, he stopped wasting time as there was only 1 month left until the entrance examination at the Taoist Academy. He had to master the cold ice technique within this month. After begrudgingly paying spirit stones and waiting for nearly an hour to gather a group of 10 people, he stepped into the teleportation array located within the market. This was a small teleportation array set up by the 5 Elements sect. However, it was taken over by the Divine Wood sect during an internal strife 50 years ago. After several conflicts, the 2 factions finally reached a compromise. While the teleportation array was formerly owned by the 5 Elements sect, half of the income from each teleport was shared with the Divine Wood sect. Chen Mobai reluctantly paid 10 spirit stones, waited nearly an hour, until a group of 10 people were ready. As silver light flashed, he noticed something strange. The teleportation felt similar to when Turtle Treasure transferred him from Earth to Tianhe realm. Was Turtle Treasure a mobile teleportation array? As soon as Chen Mobai felt he had discovered something crucial, his eyes brightened, and they had arrived at the market of Yan Mangzi. The person in charge counted the numbers, finding that all 10 were present, and marked a check on a list. Chen Mobai stepped out of the teleportation array, along with most of the group, and found himself on an island. Surrounding the island was a vast body of water, filled with abundant mist. He took a breath, and felt the surrounding spiritual energy was at least intermediate grade rank 1. He couldn't help but nod in approval. Walking around the island, he noticed that the size of this market was comparable to the Southstream market. However, he had been prepared for this. Lu Shu had told him that due to the many islands and large lakes of Yan Mangzi, there were many markets spread across various islands. These markets collectively were referred to as the Yan Mangzi market. The island they teleported to was one of the footholds in this area for Yun country's cultivators. The deeper one ventured, the more prosperous the markets became. The heart of Yan Mangzi was the main base of the water vein of the five-element sect, Wind-Rain Retreat. However, this was also where the most intense battles occurred. If not for the suppression of the seven factions, the rank 3 demonic beasts would have long broken out and ravaged the eastern wilderness. Not planning to linger, and following Lu Shu's instruction, Chen Mobai found a ship branded with the Liu family's symbol at the dock to head to the largest nearby island and Green Light Island market. Managed Divine Wood Sect. Rows of neatly organized wooden houses stood on top off spirit fields on the island. This was one of the stopover places for the cultivators in Yan Mangzi, where the Divine Wood Sect offered protection. Moreover, the island was a blessed land with a rank 2 high-grade spirit vein providing a good place and train. After asking for the price, Chen Mobai found that places with abundant spiritual energy costed as much as 10 spirit stones a month. Being financially constrained, he'd only rent a cave dwelling in the area with the least spiritual energy. The person in charge was not bothered. After cheerfully collecting 1 spirit stone, he led Chen Mobai to the lowest and most depressed part of the island. Fellow Taoist, this place only gets flooded when it rains. The spiritual energy here is decent enough, he instructed. Chen Mobai sensed the spiritual energy around him and found it to be at upper grade rank 1, which was slightly comforting. After the person in charge left, he activated the formation of the cave dwelling, and a green light appeared on a stone at the entrance, indicating that the dwelling was occupied and protected by the Wood Sect. The dwelling was a single-story wooden house with a bed, a table, and 3 stools. It was indeed quite simple. He ventured out and noticed that about half of the dwellings here were occupied. Just that dwellings around him were unoccupied due to the unfavorable location, but was better for him. He preferred tranquility. After tidying up with the cleaning technique, Chen Mobai left to explore the market on Green Light Island. Due to heavy footfall, there were more items available here compared to South Stream Market. The prices, however, were higher. Chen Mobai inquired about dark water and hit the jackpot when he found it being sold in the spiritual medicine shop operated by Divine Wood Sect. However, it was priced at 15 spirit stones, which he could not afford. It seemed that before refining his magic duel skills, he had to earn money first. He had to return his old trade, setting up a stall. Things were different here. There was no need to pay a vendor fee to the Divine Wood Sect. He just had to stake a claim on an available spot. Chen Mobai placed the mat he brought from South Stream Market in a corner and displayed a stack of talismans on it. At first, he feared the situation would be similar to South Stream Market, where people wouldn't recognize the quality of the talismans. However, he soon discovered that the cultivators here were different. As they frequently battled with demonic beasts, talismans were in high demand. Almost every cultivator could distinguish the quality of talismans. As Chen Mobai's talismans were of excellent quality, it didn't take long for him to sell half the low-rank talismans he brought from the Wood Spiritual Talisman store, while all the mid-rank talismans were sold off. Even the only rank 1 high-rank Resurrection talisman was bought by a rank 9 cultivator in exchange for 3 spirit stones. With 13 spirit stones and 2 10,000 coin gold tickets in hand, he immediately went to the Divine Wood Sect's spiritual medicine store and purchased a purified vial of dark water. Inside the wooden house, Chen Mobai looked at the black water on the table that he bought with all his savings, and he couldn't help but be filled with many thoughts. If it wasn't for an urgent need, he would never have spent so much spirit stone. He hoped the effect would satisfy him. He opened the bottle. A refreshing mist rose up. Looking inside, although it was called black water, it was very clear and had a faint medicinal fragrance. The Divine Wood Sect, after all, was a Malur sect in the eastern wilderness, so the quality of what they sold was guaranteed. Chen Mobai used the water-controlling technique, and the black water in the bottle started to turn into a thin thread, like a string of necklaces falling into the palm of his hand. After a conversation with Lu Shu, he understood the origin of the black water cultivation. It's one of the 7 key cultivation techniques of the 5-element water vein that can be cultivated up to the golden core realm. Although it's not the most powerful technique in the water vein, it is one of the most famous water attribute cultivation techniques in the eastern wilderness. The core of this technique lies in the refinement of the black water, the subsequent advancement of spells, and even the refinement of the magic artifact is all about the continuous advancement of this black water. Chen Mobai naturally had no intention of changing his cultivation to this technique, but he found the construction of its spell system quite interesting. In the Tianhe realm, due to the collapse of rituals and chaotic order, cultivators often engage in magic duels. So, the most important aspect of their cultivation techniques lies in the breakthrough of realms and the construction of a system for all techniques and magic artifacts that can enhance combat abilities. This black water cultivation is a typical Tianhe realm technique. It uses water controlling technique as a basis, followed by the core black water. Once black water is refined, there is the defensive water elemental shield, followed by the offensive cold ice technique, and finally, the rank 3 Ren Water Thunder method. All spells are based this black water. Chen Mobai began to use the water elemental shield. The black water in his palm scattered and floated up to the middle of the room according to his will, forming a water wall as thin as a cicada's wings. Compared with the basic spell of the Immortal Sect, the spiritual force shield, this water elemental shield is more flexible. The spiritual force shield releases all of one's spiritual power at once, forming a defense shield without any dead angles on the whole body. But the drawback of this spell is also quite obvious. After using it, the whole body's spiritual power is exhausted, and it's very wasteful. This is a defensive spell that the Immortal Sect requires everyone to cultivate, so that it can save one's life in case of accidents like car crashes. The pros and cons of the spiritual force shield are very obvious. The water elemental shield, however, is different. It manipulates this bottle of black water. As long as one's mind is in motion and you can see the way of the opponent's attack, you can place all the defensive power on the path of the opponent's attack in advance. If the spiritual force shield is a foolproof, full-body defense, the water elemental shield is a predictive defense, and the latter's consumption of spiritual power is only 1% of the former's. In other words, if he wants to use the water elemental shield, Chen Mobai still needs to improve his magic duel skills. He took out his needle box, ready to test the defensive power of the water elemental shield. Luckily, he had developed the divine sense, and he could easily multitask. With a swoosh, the yellow flying needle, repelled by the magnetism of the needle box, shot out like a bullet, forming a stream of light piercing the water elemental shield set up by Chen Mobai in front wood house pillar. The faint semi-transparent water wall, under the sharp attack of the flying needle, acted like elastic gelatin, being pierced into the sharp shape of the needle. But under the constant infusion of his spiritual power, it didn't break at all. Instead, it caught the flying needle within the water wall. Ding dong. After the magnetism on the flying needle was exhausted, it lost all momentum and fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Chen Mobai looked at the intact water wall, which only deformed into the shape of a needle tip, and nodded in satisfaction. Now, with the needle box for offense and the water elemental shield for defense, he should not in much danger moving around the edge of the cloud. Dream Marsh. Thinking of this, he tried the defensive limit of the water elemental shield, and also tested the offensive limit of the needle box. After the late stage of key cultivation, this magic artifact was easy for him to control completely. Half an hour later, Chen Mobai, who had the feel of the power of the needle box and water elemental shield, put away both things. The 12 flying needles scattered around the wooden house, like baby swallows returning to the nest, plunged back into the box under the pull of the needle's magnetism. Under the control of the water-controlling technique, the black water returned into the jade vial, like a string of water bead necklaces. According to Liu Yunpei's cultivation notes, this black water also has usage limitations. After the water elemental shield has been used hundreds of times, the elixir spiritual energy refined into it would be overly consumed, and it needed to be refined and extracted again. Otherwise, it would become unreliable. After calming his breath for a while and recovering his consumed spiritual, Chen Mobai started to cultivate the cold ice technique. This spell also needs black water. It uses the water-controlling technique to transform black water into any shape you need, concentrates own spiritual power into an ice breath, freezing black water. It can be made into an ice wall for defense, an ice blade for attack, or an ice arrow for shooting. It's very versatile. However, this spell consumes even more black water than the water elemental shield. After freezing and melting 20 times, the black water needs to be remixed. Chen Mobai just bought this bottle of black water, and he felt a bit distressed using it to practice the cold ice technique. But in order to improve his magic duel skills, this spell had to be mastered. If it comes to the worst, he would work harder and later sell some spirit talismans he made himself. Following Liu Yunpei's cultivation notes, he raised the spiritual power from his dantian and started the Qigong practice at his 12 Lu connecting points. With a stream of air spouted from his mouth and fell on the black water that was condensed into a stick shape by the water-controlling technique in front of him. Then, there was no reaction. Failed. Chen Mobai sighed. He felt he really didn't have any talent for spells. He had been practicing this ice breath since he broke through to the 7th layer of key cultivation, but it had never been successful. Not to mention condensing water into ice, he hadn't even seen a trace of frost appearing. And he also blamed the fact that the spell records in the Tianyi realm were not detailed enough. If it was like the teachers at the Earth Elemental Planet School, who not only drew diagram and, when spells, matched the human body's meridian spiritual power flow lines, and even made more detailed video explanations, wouldn't he be able to practice this cold ice technique? At this moment, the alarm on his mobile phone rang. It reminded Chen Mobai that it was time to go home. He turned off the alarm. He clicked City Return in the wooden house at Cloud Dream Marsh King Light Island. I need to buy more talismans. Fortunately, I have some money now. It's just a pity I didn't get that Shuan Purple Fire talisman last time. The Pure Yang Academy is too stingy. They only released 100. Back in his room, Chen Mobai mumbled to himself while he began to wash up and change his clothes. It's the farewell dinner with his classmates today. After changing from his traditional attire to his usual casual clothes, Chen Mobai picked up his phone and prepared to step out. As he walked, he was simultaneously shopping for spirit talismans on his phone. Fortunately, his divine sense was so finely honed that he didn't need to be worried about bumping into things. He once again found himself shopping at the Wood Spiritual Talisman store. After selling his Spirit Ascension powder to teacher Chan Sai's sister, he had acquired a fortune of completely legal money. He swept through buying the talismans he had coveted before but had been too poor to purchase. He bought out all the rank 1 lower grade and intermediate grade talismans, spending a total of 11,600 good deed points. Afterwards, he bought 2 wooden house talismans. He was planning to go to Yan Mangzi to fight demonic beasts for practice, and might not be able to return to Green Light Island. If he had to sleep on a deserted island, at least with these talismans, he wouldn't have to endure the wind and rain. He bought 5 resurrection talismans, which could replenish spiritual power and remove negative effects. Each of these was worth 2 spirit stones at the South Stream market, according to Lu Shu's estimation, but would sell for 3 at Yan Mangzi. Here was 500 good deed points, which meant the profit rate could be as high as 60 times by ignoring exchange rates. It was a gold mine just waiting to explode. Regrettably, the store only had 5 in stock. Also, there was the soldier transforming talisman he had noticed before. Although it was most potent in a place with abundant vegetation, Chen Mobai knew that Yan Mangzi had plenty of aquatic plants as well. Unfortunately, the shop only had 3 of these talismans in stock, far too few. After a series of purchases, he had practically bought out the Wood Spiritual Talisman store. Only the insignificant Wood Spiritual Talisman and the rank 2 Yi Wood Divine Thunder Talisman, which acted as the centerpiece of the store, were left. Although he had been liberal with his spending, he seemed to have startled the shopkeeper, who promptly sent him a message through the back-end portal of Xianmen website. Dear customer, are you going through a hard time emotionally and need retail therapy? We would like to remind you, although our talismans will undoubtedly provide a satisfactory experience after use, they cannot cure a gloomy mood, you know. What the heck was this? Chen Mobai simply shot back with a response. Your talismans are of good quality. They are very popular back home. I'm stocking up in bulk to sell back there. Dear customer, thank you so much. With your purchases, I have earned enough to pay this year's university tuition fees for my younger siblings. I will individually package your goods and send them with express delivery right away. This shopkeeper was not bad, crisp, and efficient. Chen Mobai thought as such while he started browsing the upcoming talismans and magic artifacts the various flagship stores on the Xianmen website would be releasing in the next month. After he set the calendar reminders for the 18th and 26th of the month to buy the 3 gems for foundation establishment, he checked again for talismans which could be similar to the Xuanyang purple flower talisman. Unfortunately, talismans with offensive abilities were not appreciated in Xianmen. The only one available was the golden luminous sword talisman, which Shanghai Xuegong would put on sale on the 15th. However, this talisman had attained an upper grade rank 2. With 3 uses, its price could compete with one of the foundation establishment 3 gems. Chen Mobai initially thought he was rich. On seeing this, however, he thought he was still poor. Helpless, he could only return to the Wood's Spiritual Talisman store, grit his teeth, and purchase their Yi Wood Divine Thunder Talisman. Customer. The shopkeeper sent another message through the back-end portal. The Yi Wood Divine Thunder Talisman had been listed for 2 years, and only 1 piece had been sold. Chen Mobai was the second customer to purchase it. This one talisman cost 50,000 good deed points, which was more expensive than buying out all rank 1 talismans. The shopkeeper was concerned that Chen Mobai might have bought it by mistake and specifically sought confirmation from him via the portal. "Can you ship it along with the other talismans I bought earlier?" Chen asked. There are many stores selling talismans on the Xianmen website. The local ones in Dangxia City that offer free shipping can be counted on one's fingers. Chen Mobai was a sentimental person. The talismans from this wood spiritual talisman store were quite good, so he didn't feel the need to browse other shops. "Dear customer, I'm extremely grateful for your generous orders. I'd like to reciprocate your patronage by gifting you a 3-bedroom wooden house talisman." The shopkeeper wasn't bad, quite thoughtful indeed. While Chen Mobai thought this, he typed another message. "I already bought 2 wooden house talismans. A single room is enough when used outdoors. A 3-bedroom one would be a waste. I saw that your wood spiritual talisman has been listed for over 2 years without selling a single piece. How about sending me this talisman as a gift instead?" The shopkeeper replied with a full stop, seemingly speechless. While Chen Mobai was secretly chastising the shopkeeper for his stinginess, the shopkeeper sent another message. Okay. This shopkeeper was indeed decent. He was good at dealing with unexpected requests. After happily completing his purchases, Chen Mobai found himself at a hot pot restaurant. As he walked in, he saw many classmates already seated in groups. As soon as he stepped in, Lu Hongsheng immediately waved him over. Seated around Lu were the beautiful girls who sat in front and behind him in class, along with several friends he was usually close to, all of who were there. They were all friends of Lu Hongsheng. Old Chen heard from the class president that Yan Bingxuan will also be coming today. As soon as he sat down, Chen Mobai heard a surprising piece of news. "Didn't she quit school already?" "She did, but we still maintain the bond of being old classmates," the class president called her. Initially, she declined, but for some reason, she stated last night that she would be coming. Lu Hongsheng quietly narrated the secret he'd gotten from the class president. Chen Mobai remembered that Yan Bingxuan was refining her ice spirit root. Wouldn't that make her the perfect person to consult about his issues with the cold ice technique? Suddenly, Yan Bingxuan, the school beauty, walked in. After a quick look around the room, as if wondering where to sit, the class president, Mo Simin, greeted her and led her to a table of girls. "See, she was coming?" Lu Hongsheng indicated Yan Bingxuan, who had just sat down, feeling triumphant as if to flaunt that his information was correct. Ignoring him, Chen Mobai opened the class chat, found Yan Bingxuan's avatar, directly sent her a private message, editing the difficulty he had with his cold ice technique into words and sending it. Then, down his phone. After a while, Yan Bingxuan looked up, and their gazes met. Chen Mobai nodded his head, indicating it was him. "My written expression is limited, so I can't use words to explain it to you. After we finish eating, if you have time, one can provide you with a physical experience of my ice spirit power." Upon seeing her reply, Chen Mobai strongly felt the warmth of friendships between classmates. Just then, another group of youthful boys and girls entered the restaurant. From inquiring, they learned that they were high school seniors who had just finished their college entrance exams and were here for a farewell meal. "Wow, old Chen, look, she is so pretty." Watching Xianmen website, Chen Mobai was finally drawn away by a holler from Lu Hongsheng. He looked up at the entrance and saw something surprising. What a coincidence! King Nu, who had just walked through the door, had removed her mask and hat. Her stunning beauty attracted everyone's attention in the room. Seeing Chen Mobai, she hesitated for a moment and then walked over to greet him. Feeling the sharp gazes around him, Chen Mobai started to feel restless. Well, it's quite a coincidence. Your class also came here for the farewell dinner. At these words, the king women burst into laughter. Let's talk after eating. I am heading upstairs. The students from the number 1 high school of Xiamen had reserved private rooms on the second floor. The king women intended to turn around and go upstairs after greeting Chen Mobai. I've arranged to meet someone after I finish eating. I'm a bit busy, let's arrange some other time. Recalling his arrangement with Yan Bingxuan to discuss the cold ice technique, Chen Mobai rejected King Women's invitation to talk after eating. His response left everyone in the room stunned, including King Women. She understood Chen Mobai's personality. Casual in his words, when dealing with things he didn't really care about, so she could only shrug helplessly. All right then, call me when you're free. Chen Mobai had broken through to the 7th level of Qi cultivation, so the rank 1 intermediate grade Qi replenishing, spirit water, was ineffective for him. Therefore lately, King Women had been refining the upper grade version. But due to lack of experience, she failed many times. However, yesterday she had been lucky and made a successful batch with the assistance of spiritual extract. So, she wanted to celebrate at a fish restaurant with her supplicant. In fact, she wished to taste the fish Chen Mobai had brought from the water mansion, as its taste was something hard to forget. Okay. Invite you later. Chen Mobai thought he would be preoccupied with practicing the cold ice technique and honing his magic duel skills in Yan Mangzi in the upcoming period, or selling items to earn spirit stones. So he might not have the spare time to return to the water mansion. That's why postponed meeting the king women. Hiss. The irritating remarks made Lu Hongsheng gasp. He stared wide-eyed at Chen Mobai in disbelief, like he was meeting him for the first time, repeatedly glancing back and forth between king women and Chen Mobai. Not only him, the adolescent boys and girls from the number 1 high school of Xiamen, who came along with king women, also clenched their fists involuntarily, staring coldly at Chen Mobai, who was playing with his phone after finishing his conversation. King women, is he your friend? An elegant boy came over. Dressed in white Chinese-style clothes and holding a sharp posture, he appeared extraordinary. Oh, he's my... At this point, king women, she had chosen an inappropriate time to greet Chen Mobai. If she said he was her supplicant, it could lead to misunderstandings. But referring to him just as a friend could seem insincere. For a moment, she didn't know how to introduce him. Well, we're friends with a very good relationship. At this point, Chen Mobai spoke up to diffuse the awkwardness. He looked up from his phone and met eyes with the elegant boy. Nice to meet you. I am Gong Xiangyu, the class president and a comrade of women. As he finished his introduction, Chen Mobai's classmates couldn't help but turn their gazes towards him. This name was famous in high schools all over Red Sandstone City. As a top-ranked student and a super genius in the 9th level of Qi cultivation, he was adjudged the most promising candidate to enter any of the 4 Taoist academies in the last decade. A real path. Wait. King women. However, at this moment, Pu Jiangzu, the pretty girl sitting next to Chen Mobai, blurted out when she picked out a more critical name. She widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at the gorgeous girl standing before her. At her outcry, over half of the remaining classmates came back to their senses. King women? Do you all know her? Not everyone knew the name of a heavenly spiritual root. Lu Hongsheng was a little confused, thinking that Chen Mobai's girlfriend was somebody everyone in the class knew already. Blockhead, she is the heavenly spiritual root beneficiary who got a direct offer to Jumang Daoist Academy. Yu Shu, who was sitting next to Lu Hongsheng, couldn't help but give him a nudge and told him about King Women's background. All the rest who didn't know about King Women, as one. All eyes turned towards the girl, standing in front of Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai. Since Gong Xiangyu did make the introduction, Chen Mobai stood up. Under the gaze of all his classmates, he shook hands with the elegant boy. Hope to see you in the entrance exam for the Taoist academies, Gong Xiangyu said, slightly prickly. Chen replied. And then they returned respective tasks. King Women put her hands together and looked at Chen Mobai apologetically, then followed her classmates upstairs. When they left, a stir arose among the remaining people in the class. Damn, Chen, you kept us in the dark big time. Lu Hongsheng was the first to speak, accusing Chen Mobai of hiding such big news as getting a girlfriend from him, a friend of 3 years. We're just close friends, it hasn't progressed to that point yet. Chen Mobai immediately rebutted. His relationship with King Women was indeed just at the level of friendship. People like Lu Hongsheng, who created a ruckus, caused once jovial friends to feel awkward. Chen Mobai had a good partnership with King Women and wouldn't want it to be misunderstood. His true words, however, found no believers. All his classmates looked at him with envy and jealousy, thinking that Chen Mobai was showing off subtly. Thus, this farewell dinner began with the eyes of everyone filled with envy towards Chen Mobai. In the end, he could take it no longer and left early after paying his share to the class monitor. I also have something to do. I'll be leaving first. After Chen Mobai left, Yan Bingxuan also stood up to leave. But the other classmates didn't connect her with Chen Mobai. After all, they thought that with a heavenly spiritual root like King Women in his life now, Chen Mobai wouldn't bother with other girls. About the trouble. At the exit of the hot pot restaurant, Chen Mobai greeted Yan Bingxuan with some embarrassment. It's okay, I didn't really want to attend this kind of occasion anyway. My teacher told me to experience these emotions before going to the Nature Studies Academy. He said that they provide a valuable, emotional foundation for the future. That's why I bothered coming here. Yan Bingxuan nodded carelessly, pointed to a milk tea shop across the road, and suggested going there to chat in detail. Let's change the place. In case classmates see us two sitting together, there'll be more rumors. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment and said something that surprised Yan Bingxuan. You're afraid it will reach the ears of that heavenly spiritual root girl. Not at all, you misunderstood. I am worried about affecting your reputation. Chen Bai laughed it off. Yan Bingxuan agreed sideways at his joke. Both of them left the hot pot restaurant together. From the second-floor private room, Gong Xiangyu, who happened to be opening a window, saw all this. A description of Chen Mobai came to his mind. Scum, did you feel it? Inside a cafe, Yan Bingxuan withdrew the finger she had used to take Chen Mobai's pulse. He was shivering, quickly picking up the steaming coffee on the table and downing it in one gulp. Then, exhaled deeply. Is this your ice spirit power? Chen Mobai lifted his hand, looking at the veins on his wrist that were faintly turning green. The right arm was still numb with cold. He couldn't help but study the nearly transparent, fair-skinned beauty before him. Was she constantly circulating this ice spirit power within her meridians without feeling cold? The frost condensation technique, a spiritual root enhancement method, will strengthen the meridians. Yan Bingxuan noticed the puzzlement in Chen Mobai's eyes and calmly answered his question. Among the 3 essentials for foundation establishment, the function of the vein protection pill is to protect the meridians from being torn apart under the impact of powerful spiritual power. As for me, I cultivate the frost condensation technique to purify and transform my spiritual root into an ice spirit root. Although it wastes many years, it allows my meridians to withstand the impact of liquefied spiritual power at the foundation establishment level without the need for a vein protection pill. Chen Mobai had not known this. In other words, even though the technique for enhancing spiritual roots causes a cultivator to lie low for 10 to 20 years in the early stage, it also lays a solid foundation for advancing to higher in the future. Do the other spiritual root techniques also have this effect? Yan Bingxuan nodded and shook her head. Most of them do. Generally, the technique needed to transform into different spiritual roots need to strengthen the meridians. The rest of the heavenly spiritual roots don't require this function much because they are single attribute roots, and the body naturally possesses the 5 elements. Heavenly spiritual roots, truly blessed. Chen Mobai sighed. According to the statistics of the Imperial Medical Academy, as long as cultivators with different spiritual roots practice corresponding cultivation techniques, they basically have a sure chance of achieving foundation establishment. However, if they want to achieve core formation, it still requires opportunity and personal aptitude. Even if those with heavenly spiritual roots do nothing but sit in their cave dwelling and cultivate all day, they still have a 50% chance of reaching core formation. Combined with the assistance of golden elixir spiritual medicine from the immortal world, heavenly spiritual roots have a 60 to 70% chance of reaching core formation. When it comes to the stage of nascent soul formation, heavenly spiritual roots are actually less advantageous than ordinary spiritual root cultivators. Progress step by step. This is probably because they have it too easy in the early stages, lacking in tempering, and thus, they tend to succumb during the heart demon tribulation. Doesn't this mean I'll never be able to master the art of Isa? If Chen Mobai were to practice this technique, he would first need to strengthen his meridians. Where would he get the time for that? See. Yan Bingxuan picked up her own mobile phone. Read the full text of the Art of Ice that Chen Mobai had sent her, and seriously compared it with her own Xuan Bingju, speculating on the ice breath, written in a very vague manner, and explaining her understanding. However, her ability to express in words was indeed average, and Chen Mobai did not quite understand. Let me give you a practical demonstration. Yan Bingxuan saw that there was a cultivation gym right across from the coffee shop, and suggested going there as it was a suitable place to personally demonstrate the art of ice to him. Let's go. Chen Mobai immediately packed 2 cups of scorching hot latte, hoping to avoid the feeling of his arm becoming stiff from the cold when he experienced the ice spirit power again. In the cultivation gym, under Yan Bingxuan's guidance, he booked a spells chamber for 2 hours. As someone who never visited such places, Chen Mobai felt it a bit pricey when he saw the bill of 138 good deed points. The spells chamber is a standalone room designed specifically for spell practice, with targets on all 4 walls and sturdy prohibitions set up, making it hard to destruct. Yan Bingxuan walked in and adeptly put on her protective gear. She then opened a bottle of complimentary mineral water provided in the room and sprayed it into the air. Whoosh! With a light breath from Yan Bingxuan, Chen Mobai standing beside her felt a chill running down his spine. He couldn't help but circulate his spiritual power to warm up. Crack! At that moment, the sound of water freezing could be heard. Under the gaze of Chen Mobai's wide eyes, Yan Bingxuan lightly flicked her hand. The water she had thrown into the air turned into a circle of ice spikes at her breath and fell clinking around them. They perfectly formed a circle of 2 meters in diameter, with an icy landscape of ups and downs. You got it just by watching once? Chen Mobai felt disheartened. He had been practicing this art of ice for almost half a month now, and yet had made no progress. Meanwhile, Yan Bingxuan, who had only seen it today and hadn't even practiced, seemingly mastered it at once and even succeeded on the first try. This is not your art of ice, it's the Xuan Bingju that I practice, but the principle is the same. Yan Bingxuan's words made Chen Mobai feel slightly better. Otherwise, the little confidence he had built up after struggling to break through to the 7th layer of key cultivation would have been destroyed. What I just performed was the 10 changes technique from your art of ice's ice breath. Now I will execute it with my own Xuan Bingju. Watch carefully. At this point, Yan Bingxuan opened another bottle of mineral water over her head. As the water splattered everywhere, it was as if it was in an extremely cold cave at several tens of degrees below zero. It instantly froze into the shape of a large ice flower. Chen Mobai reached out to touch it, but with a ping-pong sound, Yan Bingxuan to step back, and the ice flower fell onto the floor, breaking into hundreds of ice pieces. Did you notice the difference? Yes, the execution is much faster when you use the Xuan Bingju. The art of ice has an additional process of breathing out. Chen Mobai had been observing Yan Bingxuan's movements with his divine sense all the while. Keeping his full concentration, he naturally noticed the difference in the 2 instances of executing the Xuan Bingju. The Xuan Bingju's complementary 10 changes technique is to give water 1,000 variations, and then shape it into various forms using ice, which is the same as the core of your art of ice. The only difference is that I have already completed the refinement of the ice spirit power inside my body. My spiritual power can shape the flowing water the moment it touches it. Your art of ice tries to mimic the ice spirit power, but your body, dantian, and meridians cannot withstand the coldness of the ice spirit power. Therefore, you need to convert the 5-element spiritual power into ice spirit power at the 12-fold pavilion. However, your 12-fold pavilion also cannot withstand the ice spirit power. Therefore, you have to breathe out this ice breath at the delicate moment of becoming and not becoming. In this way, you can complete the conversion into ice spirit power at the very moment you exhale. This wouldn't harm your body, and you will be able to shape water using normal spiritual power. This technique is quite interesting. It almost exactly mirrors the intention of my transformation of gold water spiritual roots into ice spirit roots. However, the creator must have only used it for magic duels, which narrows its scope. After Yan Bingxuan finished speaking, Chen Mobai sincerely thanked her. Indeed, a word from a mentor is worth a month's study. Her practical demonstration and unreserved sharing of her understanding completely enlightened Chen Mobai, who was previously confused about the ice breath. After Yan Bingxuan finished demonstrating the spell, she casually took a cup of coffee and left. Chen Mobai walked her to the door of the cultivation gymnasium, and thinking the 2 hours shouldn't be wasted, he returned to the spell's chamber. Following her instructional points, he started practicing the cold ice technique. Thanks to Yan Bingxuan's transferred spiritual power and personal experience, he had figured out how to transform his 5 elements cultivation spiritual power into ice spirit power. The only issue now was to capture that split second when the ice spirit power takes form. Even though he understood the trick, it would still require continuous and tireless practice to be able to spit out an ice breath at the exact moment when it has or hasn't formed. Releasing it too quickly would result in frostbite to the 12-story building. Releasing it too slowly wouldn't produce the intended freezing effect. After more than an hour of hard practice, Chen Mobai returned home, feeling his throat raspy and hoarse, almost unable to speak a word. He bought a dozen bottles of pear syrup from a big pharmacy on the way home, and once home, drank half a bottle with warm water. By the next day, his throat finally felt a bit better. Stepping out, he indeed found a huge package waiting for him. The shopkeeper of the Wood Spiritual Talisman store had sent it via express delivery within the same city. Upon opening it, Chen Mobai saw 400 or 500 talismans sorted by various types and meticulously placed in clear plastic boxes. He couldn't help but admire the shopkeeper's careful handling. He placed the lower and intermediate grade talismans in his backpack, then carefully put the 11 rank 1 high-grade talismans in the inner chest pocket of his retro-styled costume. Finally, Chen Mobai turned his attention to the only talisman sealed in plastic. Rank 2 lower grade, Yi Wood Divine Thunder Talisman. Just this talisman alone cost him 50,000 good deed points, the most expensive thing he has ever bought since becoming rich. He opened the user guide that the shopkeeper had included as a gift, carefully reading every word. The way the Yi Wood Divine Thunder Talisman was activated was no different from ordinary talismans. It just consumed a little more spiritual power for key practitioners. The shopkeeper had done some experiments, revealing that a rank 7 key practitioner firing up this talisman would approximately drain nearly half of their inner spiritual power. Chen Mobai already knew this, as it was mentioned in the product description. Just to be on the safe side, he also bought 5 resurrection talismans, so he wouldn't have to worry about running out of spiritual power during a magic duel and become vulnerable. After carefully putting the plastic-sealed Yi Divine Thunder Talisman in his sleeve pocket, Chen Mobai's sense of security greatly improved. He called his mother, telling her that he had got a monthly pass at the cultivation gymnasium, and that he would be spending a lot of time there training in spells with other progressive students. Tang Panchui knew that the Taoist Academy's entrance exam this year was a magic duel. Naturally, she strongly supported her son's decision and transferred 1,000 good deed points to him, telling him not to keep a tight on this. Chen Mobai promptly refused, knowing that the family was currently on a tight budget. He told his mother that the gym membership covered food and lodging as well as bathing, and there was no need for additional good deed points expenditure. With everything ready, he teleported himself to the Tianhe realm along with his backpack full of talismans and spiritual medicine. As the silvery light flickered, Chen Mobai opened his eyes to see the familiar wooden walls surrounding him, and he let out a relief sigh. As expected, the turtle treasure operated just as he had previously tested. Teleporting would anchor to the last departure point. Although the rules were simple, this was the first time Chen Mobai had teleported back from a crowded place. He was a little nervous, afraid he might attract attention. Chen Mobai stepped outside to look around and found that he was still the only resident in this inexpensive low-lying Feng treasure land. His worries were eased. In the following days, Chen Mobai practiced the cold ice technique, sold charms on Green Light Island, and inquired about which monsters in the Yan Mangzi were best suited for him to practice combat. Thanks to the cultivator's appraisal abilities for charms here, his business was thriving. Rank 1 lower grade talismans, which are sold for 200 gold in the South Stream market, could be sold for 300 here. Rank 1 intermediate grade green arrow and wood armor talismans could also be sold for 2 gold here. As for higher grade talismans of rank 1, he temporarily had no intention of selling them. After all, Doing too good of a business had already attracted some attention from his peers in the market. He planned to first grow his business in the lower and mid-level market. These talismans were traded with gold, which most of the well-connected key practitioners hardly bothered earning due to their small profit margins. While running his stand, Chen Mobai wrote down the name and price of each talisman on a piece of cloth and placed it in front of him as he sat on a small wooden stool. When customers came to ask for the price, he simply pointed at the cloth and then gestured at his own throat, coughing twice, indicating that he had lost his voice due to an injured throat. In this way, he drank pear syrup to treat his frozen throat, while reading the book Chronicle of Dragon Suppression in Yan Mangzi River by the true monarch of origin that Lu Shu had given him. This tiny book was specially made to kill time. It was about the last cultivator in Tianhe realm who ascended to the upper realm in the last 10,000 years. True monarch of the origin, who reached perfection in the process of spirit transformation. The calendar of the immortal cultivation world in the Tianhe realm is currently based on the era of the origin. The year when the true monarch of the origin ascended was taken as the first year of the era of the origin, which exactly 64.78 years from now. Before this true monarch, the Yan Mangzi was not the thousands of water ponds as it is now, but continuous mountains, which were known as Yan Mangzi River. Nearly a rank 6 spiritual land. Back then, a rank 5 monster, a yellow dragon, occupied the Yan Mangzi River. This monster not only possessed the bloodline of the real dragon, but was also of the deity transformation level. Even deity transcending cultivators of the same realm would often be defeated by it. While practicing cultivation, the true monarch of the origin once practiced in Yan Mangzi River. He witnessed the human beings here being enslaved and abused by the monsters, became enraged, and fought back, but was heavily wounded and lucky enough to fall into the ruins left by the ancient cultivators. Found it a great opportunity. 1,000 years later, after achieving perfection of spirit transmutation, the true monarch of the origin single-handedly charged into the Yan Mangzi River before his ascendance. After slaying 18 rank 4th Renaissance soul-level monsters, he engaged in a 7-day and night battle with the yellow dragon monster, which shattered the Yan Mangzi River into thousands of water ponds. He then exhausted a great amount of elemental energy to use a heaven-defying immortal technique to subdue this rank 5 monster, and finally rode the dragon to ascend. The small book Lu Shu gave to Chen Mobai narrated this story. Having finished reading it, Chen Mobai was left with one thought. He absolutely could not let Tianhe realm know about the existence of the Earth element star. Although several deity transcending ancestors had emerged in the history of Earth's element star, none of them had a detailed record of ascending. At most, they reached the pinnacle of their cultivation and went to explore the boundless vast starry sky. In comparison, although there were 2 deity transcending ancestors in the school of immortal cultivation, the overall strength of school of immortal cultivation might not be as good as Tianhe realm. Unfortunately, the market lacked books introducing the immortal cultivation world outside of the eastern wilderness. It was said that only the 7 major sects and large trade unions had such books. Chen Mobai could only lament that the transmission of information in this world was far too backward. If this were the Earth's elemental star, he could know how high the sky was, how thick the Earth was, and how many territorial areas there were in the school of immortal cultivation with a click of his fingers inside the wooden cabin. Chen Mobai flicked the bowl in his hand, and the clear water inside immediately spilled out. Then he exhaled, and a stream of air, which glowed white the moment it left his mouth, came out. Crack! The sound of freezing water echoed in his ears. Chen Mobai watched the frozen droplets in front of him, swallowing back the pain in his throat, and reached out to catch the ice flower he had so painstakingly formed. The icy touch made his palm turn red, but his mood was unprecedentedly joyful. After 7 days, he'd finally mastered the cold ice technique. Actually, he had already succeeded once 3 days ago. But it wasn't until now that he could succeed 100% of the time, and fully control the subtle moment of the forming, and not forming ice breath. He crushed the ice flower in his hand, and then laughed happily. He had never felt such a sense of achievement as when mastering the cold technique. After laughing, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. It was caused by his excessive use of his divine sense over the past few days, constantly monitoring the process of refining the ice breath through his 12 floors. Chen Mobai didn't forcibly rally his spirits. He finished the last bottle of pear syrup on the table and went to sleep on the wooden bed. When he woke up, it was already the next afternoon. However, after a thorough rest, Chen Mobai felt in better shape than ever before. Not just his divine sense, but also his ki cultivation at the 7th level had improved. He pulled his backpack from under the pillow, opened it, and saw the 25 spirit stones inside glowing brilliantly, making him smile. Over the course of 7 days, Chen Mobai had virtually sold out all the low and mid-grade charms he had sourced from Yuanxing while practicing the cold ice technique. He had converted all the gold he earned into these spirit stones at the silver shop opened by the Shenmue sect on Green Light Island. In addition to these 25 spirit stones, the backpack also contained 30 medium and low-grade charms that he had kept for himself. After all, he was about to leave Green Light Island to go and hone his magic duel skills with demonic beasts. He couldn't afford to be extravagant and use only rank 1 top-grade charms in battle. After checking his equipment again, Chen Mobai meditated cross-legged on the bed until dawn, got up, left his wooden cabin, and headed to the dock. Since it was his first time in a magical duel against a demonic beast, he had no experience himself, so he wisely signed up for a group. Whilst selling charms, he also learned about the situation on Green Light Island, and found out that the Divine Wood Sect has a sect mission to help new disciples adapt to Yan Mangzi. Those senior disciples who accept this mission, in order to maximize their benefits during a trip, would take along new loose cultivators while leading the new disciples for practice. Chen Mobai always played it safe and cautious. Upon getting this news, he even thoroughly compared those senior disciples of the Divine Wood Sect who were specialized in such tasks, and decided on one with a medium reputation. "Brother Kiwi Hao, I'm late." Chen Mobai thought he was early, but the disciple of the Divine Wood Sect was even earlier. You're not late. Qi Hao is a man of few words. He stands tall and thin on a spirit boat, his eyes are bright, and he's dressed in a black robe. This spirit boat is also a magic artifact, which can travel hundreds of miles with just 1 spirit stone. It's not slow, could save the spiritual power of a key practitioner while hurrying on a journey. Apart from Chen Mobai, there is also a delicate-looking young man, wearing the Shenmue sect uniform, sitting in the spirit boat. He is looking down at a roll of maps. This must be the new disciple Qi Hao is taking along this time. After greeting Qi Hao, Chen Mobai paid a fee of 2 spirit stones. Qi swiftly clicked them, then pointed to a spot on the left side of the spirit boat and handed Chen Mobai a similar map. "This is the demonic beast we're hunting today, the black armored turtle. This beast's strength lies mainly in its defense, and it doesn't have many offensive abilities. It's ideal for new loose cultivators and disciples like you." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded in agreement and began to look at the carefully prepared map. After a while, 2 more loose cultivators arrived. They seemed to be siblings, looking somewhat alike. The man was named Ba Jiang and the woman Ba Xing. After they handed over the spirit stones, the team was complete. Qi Hao immediately activated the spirit boat, and with a quiet hiss, they left the harbor of Green Light Island. Fellow travelers, please take care. Bai Jiang was a simple-looking youth from a cultivator family in Ba country. He had a bit of a reputation in his hometown, and with his younger sister, he had already reached the 6th level of cultivation at a young age. A rare talent indeed. This time, he set out with his sister to seek means of advancing to the later stages of QJ cultivation, and to gain experience in the Holy Land, Yan Mangzi, in the Eastern Wilderness. The delicate disciple from the Divine Wood Sect didn't seem to want to mingle, keeping his gaze down on the map without saying a word. Chen Mobai immediately picked up the conversation thread. After exchanging a few niceties, the awkward silence that would have followed Ba Jiang was avoided. Everyone was relatively quiet, including the team leader, Qi Hao. The spirit boat became silent quite soon. They reached the island, where the black armored turtles resided. There are a total of 7. I'll deal with the strongest 2. You, Disciple Z, pick 1 to practice with, and the remaining 4 can be handled by you 3. I'll intervene if there's any danger. After Qi Hao withdrew the spirit boat, the 5 people landed on the shore. 2 large turtles lying on the beach poked out their heads, their crimson eyes staring coldly at the team. The other 5 are in the water. Off you go. While Qi Hao was speaking, he clutched a talisman and injected it with spiritual power. Instantly, 2 large fireballs soared into the air, smashing into the 2 large turtles. The elegant disciple from the Divine Wood Sect, although not talkative, reacted very swiftly. Upon tapping his waist, a green wooden sword flew out. It cut towards a black armored turtle that had just emerged from the water with a cold glint. Chen Mobai noticed this young man named Si seemed less proficient than himself. However, he quickly focused his attention on the 4 black armored turtles that surfaced from the water. Bai Jiang and Ba Xing, cunning as they were, each picked 1 to confront, leaving Chen Mobai to face 2 alone. Murmuring a curse in his heart, Chen Mobai hadn't actually come with the expectation of a leisurely experience. He wasn't in a hurry to call for Qi Hao's help either. First, he took a handful of talismans. Then, he opened his divine sense. The bottle tip in his sleeve opened, and the dark water shield activated. The spiritual power from his dantian surged to the 12th layer, and his cold ice technique began to stir. By evening, when they returned to Green Light Island, Chen Mobai bid farewell to the group disembarking from the spirit boat. The young disciple surnamed Tsi, with his head down as usual, didn't even say goodbye. Tying the bodies of the 7 black-armored turtles with a wooden talisman, he left with Qi Hao. The spoils from the hunt were for both of them, forming part of a mission for the Divine Wood Sect. Qi Hao must have made quite a sum of spirit stones and sect contributions from this trip. Ba Jiang wanted to invite Chen Mobai for a drink, seemingly wanting to befriend him. But seeing as Chen Mobai was eager to find another Divine Wood Sect group to join, he politely declined. In the following 10 days, Chen Mobai alternated between resting and joining groups. Gradually, he progressed from his nil clumsiness, hasty use of talismans, and slow spells to a much more proficient state of magic use. Above the lagoon, large black birds opened their gaping mouths, spewing out gushes of wind that transformed into an onslaught of arrows. Chen Mobai immediately crouched in the spirit boat, activating 2 rank 1 lower-grade wooden shield charms he held in his hands. 2 green protective shells appeared, encapsulating his upper body. Accompanied by persistent thuds, the first wooden shield charm quickly expended its energy, The second one didn't last much longer. However, at this point, the major onslaught of wind arrows had been blocked. Breaking past the 2 layers of wood escape defense, only 3 arrows remained, heading towards Chen Mobai's head. His water elemental shield sprung into action, forming 3 water ripples that blocked the forward path of the wind arrows. "Are you guys ready yet?" Chen Mobai pulled out another 2 talismans from his pocket while asking this to his companions behind him. "We're ready." The voice of Kui Hao rang out, immediately followed by a burst of scorching heat from behind Chen Mobai. A streak of crimson sword light shot up into the sky, swooping across the dozen or so large blackbirds above the lagoon. Quack! Accompanied by shrieks of the birds, the leading bird was cleaved in 2 by Kuiaho's crimson sword light. The remaining birds scattered in all directions without a leader, however. Some were quickly slaughtered by Ba Jiang and the others who were lying in wait. The meat of these black plague birds is not tasty and won't fetch a good price. Market. Ki Hao looked at the talisman in his hand that was turning into ashes, then glanced at the bird corpses floating on the lagoon, a pained expression on his face. This rank 1 top grade, Crimson Flame Sword talisman was worth 8 spirit stones. Leading newbies had resulted in a loss this time. However, he didn't dare to complain. After all, such business often balances between profit and loss. There are people who buy bird feathers, and they can sell for some gold. Seeing the expression on Kuiho's face, Ba Xing, who was perceptive, quickly chimed in. No sooner had her words left her mouth than a fellow disciple by the name of Shi gave her a stem look. He was the one expected to do the job of plucking feathers. "No need, it's not worth the time." However, Ki Hao quickly accepted the situation. Once again, he brought out a spirit stone and placed it inside the spirit boat, motioning for Chen Mobai and the others to leave. The black plague birds always moved in groups, with the largest ones reportedly as high as rank 2. Having now killed a group, some of which had escaped, they feared that several groups may return to take vengeance. Drawing on his rich experience, Kui Ao promptly made the team leave the area after their actions. Before they left, Ki Hao insisted that they remove and toss away the jackets stained with birds' blood. It was by these scents that black plague birds tracked down their enemies. Sure enough, shortly after their departure, a dark cloud of black birds arrived, circling non-stop around the area where they had killed the birds and ditched their jackets, causing gusty winds. "I didn't expect this to attract the king of these birds. We can't come to this place anymore." Ki Hao used a long-distance viewing talisman to observe the situation, and strong, vicious spiritual machine that far surpassed his own. He frowned and marked an X on his map over this location. "We were fortunate to have senior brother Qi leading us. Otherwise, we would never have been able to escape from these black plague birds." After taking a pill to restore his spiritual power, Ba Jiang stood up and thanked Ki Hao. Each one takes what he needs. But Ki Ha simply shook his head. He had chosen this location as a team leader. Having experienced different times before, this location was swarmed by some water serpent bull demonic beasts at the most, which was an excellent place for newbies and loose cultivators to practice. Today, however, it was unexpectedly filled with a large flock of black plague birds, including a rank 2 king bird close by. The Divine Wood Sect's newbie guidance task usually lasted a month. Chen Mobai had joined several teams before, however. He found Ki Hao to be the most reliable, and thus decided to team up again. The Ba siblings also did the same. This was their 3rd expedition as a 5-member team, and they had grown quite familiar with one another. "Tomorrow, let's go hunt some black-armored turtles." Ki Hao spoke again, He was merely at the key cultivation 9th level. Despite his self-confidence for competing in a magic duel with the same level, because of his years of experience in hunting demonic beasts in Yan Mangzi, facing a ranked 2 Bird King which was equivalent to an establishment foundation level would be impossible to win, even if there were 10 of him. He was leading newbies. It was certainly not a suicide mission. Therefore, he saw that this area was no longer safe and changed the plan promptly. Brother Kui, I might need to isolate myself, some talismans in the next few days. Chen Mobai suddenly spoke up. He indicated that he had gained much from these few days along with Kui Hao, but he had run out of spirit stones, and thus couldn't afford to continue teaming up. The Bus siblings were taken aback. Although they weren't short on spirit stones at the moment, they didn't find the location where the black-armored turtles were hunted appealing after one experience. They also sought an excuse, and decided not to team up anymore. Ki Hao heard this, and didn't show any signs of anger. Looking at your talismans, they are all inclined towards the wood attribute. Do you plan to join our Divine Wood Sect? The disciple named Si, who had always ignored them, suddenly asked. I'd plan to do so. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Your name is Ken Gishian, right? I'll remember you. Disciple Si lifted his head, gave Chen Mobai a serious look, and nodded, as though giving approval. With your talent, it should be no problem for you to join our Divine Wood Sect. Maybe you'll be my fellow disciples in the future. It's good to get acquainted earlier. The words of Kui Hao surprised the Ba siblings. They knew the requirements of Divine Wood Sect for recruiting loose cultivators. One shouldn't be older than 30 years old, and must be at least Kui cultivation's 7th level. Although they had teamed up several times in the past few days, Chen Mobai had never disclosed his realm. They had thought he was at the maximum of the Key cultivation 6th level, just like themselves. However, his conduct in blocking the Black Plague birds today had revealed his true realm to Kui Hao. Without the development of the divine sense, it would be impossible to evolve from a person who was flustered while fighting a black-armored turtle to someone who handled it with such ease today. Brother Chen, I never imagined that you were a talisman maker. No wonder you have an endless supply of talismans. Some of them we siblings never even seen before. Learning about Chen Mobai's realm, Ba Jiang became even more courteous towards him. Oh, not at all. I'm just interested in this field. After landing on the island, Ki Hao and his junior disciple left early. Chen Mobai exchanged a few pleasantries with the Ba siblings, gently declined their invitation to a meal, and returned to his wooden house. Without realizing it, I have been here for 20 days. Chen Mobai looked at the ordinary ink-colored robe he had bought on Green Light Island and couldn't help but be moved. His ancient-style suit had worn out in battle a long time ago. Although life in the Tianhe realm was hard, he became addicted to the daily feeling of self-improvement. If it weren't for today being the day of the college entrance examination results, he would have almost forgotten to return to Earth. Chen Mobai, 345 points. After struggling to check his score for quite a while, the rare visitor Chen Xinglan burst into laughter. Son, with this score you're sure to secure a place in one of the top 10 academies. Blessed by our ancestors, I am going back to my hometown tomorrow to burn incense for them. The elated Tang Panchui couldn't help but shed a few tears. Neither in the history of the Chen family nor her family had anyone managed to secure admission into the top 10 academies. Chen Mobai's score was heralding an entirely unprecedented honor for both families. Returning to her hometown, she can hold her head high with confidence. It's a pity, 5 more points would have been even better. In reality, Chen Mobai initially expected score was around 330 points. He got lucky on the last major question on the formation paper and gained an extra 15 points. However, it's in human nature to be insatiable. Once the chance of admission to the top 10 academies set in, he found himself wishing that the 4 great Taoist academies would expand their enrollment and lower the admission score threshold. All right. Son, have you decided which academy you want to go to? Chen Singlan, ecstatically brandishing the printed score sheet, started inquiring about Chen Mobai's plans. I'm thinking about the Purying Academy or the Primordial Elemental Academy, since these two don't have any particular requirements for the spiritual root aptitude, and they have the heritage of the original soul technique. Great ambition, you truly are my son. After hearing this, Chen Singlan couldn't help but pat Chen Mobai's shoulder, grinning broadly. However, these 2 academies get the most applications each year. There's a chance that the cutoff scores might be higher. Upon hearing about Chen Mobai's high score of 345 points that evening, his uncle's family came over to celebrate and stayed for dinner. Unfortunately, Chen Balan couldn't make it, as she was in a crucial stage of excavating a ruin. She could only congratulate him through a video call. Don't worry. My son's score is nearing the threshold for the 4 great Taoist academies. Even if the cutoff scores for the Primordial Elemental Academy and Pure Yang Academy are higher, they'll surely admit him. Chen Singlan had checked the previous cutoff scores for these 2 academies, which were generally above 340. With this year's expanded intake, Chen Mobai's score could be said to have safely secured his admission. Brother, you're so amazing. Wang Xining looked at him with admiring eyes. Chen Mobai, usually quite composed, couldn't hold back the joy in his heart under his sister's gaze. That night, for the first time in his life, Chen Mobai felt a profound sense of fulfillment. He did not use the nourishing, forge God technique to dissolve his various emotions. Surrounded by the proud faces of his parents, the praises from his uncle and his wife, and the admiration in his sister's eyes, he reveled in his triumph. When he woke up the next day, he found that his divine consciousness had increased by nearly half. In his contemplative state, the seed that had just begun to germinate sprouted another shoot, gradually reaching the same level as the green Polonia seedling he nurtured in the water mansion. According to the testing of the nourishing thought forge God technique, his divine consciousness was nearing the level of an 8th level key cultivation. When the contemplation seedling blossoms its first flower, it would represent the divine consciousness of a fully cultivated key. When the flower bears fruit, it represents the breakthrough of the divine consciousness from key cultivation. After finishing his morning routine, he sent a message to King Nu, planning to meet in the afternoon, and then headed to school. As soon as he entered the classroom, he sensed something was off. Why were all the classmates' eyes on him? The boys looked at him with admiration, while the girls regarded him with disdain. Could it be residual effects from the incident with King Nu last time? It shouldn't be. He had explained himself quite clearly. Old Chen, how have I treated you normally? As soon as he sat down, Lu Hongsheng rushed over to the water cooler to fetch a cup of water for him, then looked at him with admiring eyes. Get the point? Chen Mobai took the water and drank, knowing that his desk mate couldn't keep a secret. How? You two timing. Fft. Chen Mobai couldn't hold it in and spat out all the water he had just sipped. Seeing that the back of the lovely Yu Shu's dress at the front desk was about to get wet, all the magic skills he had practiced in Yan Mangzi came in handy. With a single hand, he performed the water-controlling technique, drawing the droplets back into the cup. That was a smooth move. The classmates at the neighboring table couldn't help but widen their eyes and clap in amazement. What's going on? Who is tarnishing my good name? Chen Mobai turned red in the face and shouted at Lu Hongsheng. Didn't you leave early from our farewell dinner that day? Then Yan Bingxuan followed you out. We didn't really notice at first. But later, when Gong Xiangyu took their classmates downstairs, he casually mentioned to King Nu that he saw you leaving with Yan Bingxuan upstairs. Isn't that stirring up trouble? You should have seen the faces of our class, and their class at that time. It was simply splendid. But don't worry, the expression of your heavenly spiritual girlfriend was okay. She didn't look like she wanted to die or anything, but she has been frowning these past few days. She didn't bother you, right? After listening to this, Chen Mobai was more furious than ever. Nonsense. I've said so many times that King Nu and I are just friends, and as for Yan Bingxuan, we maintain an entirely platonic schoolmates friendship. How can you imagine that? I am two-timing. At this point, even the nourishing, thought-forge God technique couldn't calm the turbulent emotions in Chen Mobai's heart. I get it, but I still want to learn from you about how to develop that kind of pure friendship with classmates. Lu Hongsheng was clearly clueless. Chen Mobai clenched his fists and managed to calm down after a while. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? I wanted to verify this with you, but you were not answering your phone these days. That's right, for the past 20 days, Chen Mobai had been in Yan Mangzi honing skills and Lu Hongsheng's phone signal couldn't reach there. Well, I wonder if Yan Bingxuan knows about this. I should apologize to her later. As Chen Mobai muttered to himself, the two beauties in front of him also turned back around. They evaluated him anew with the same gaze they might use on a scum. I heard that the class monitor called Yan Bingxuan when he found out. Pu Jiangzu stated, and Chen Mobai promptly looked at her. Yan Bingxuan said, "So it seems that this has affected my reputation." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai heaved a sigh of exasperation. If it was going to be like this, he should have stayed in the milk tea shop across the street with peace of mind. Chen. Not a few boys from his class gathered around him. Chen Mobai, who usually didn't attract many eyes, at this moment became a master in everyone's mind. Song Zheng sat at his desk, his eyes also on Chen Mobai. But what he saw was not merely the spectacular water control technique, but more substantial underlying elements. Impressive. Knock. Knock. At this moment, the homeroom teacher knocked on the door, and all the boys around Chen Mobai returned to their seats. When Chai Deyun entered, his gaze fell on Chen Mobai as well. But when Chen Mobai thought the teacher was also going to bring up all the gossip, he showed a gratified smile instead and clapped his hands. Chen Mobai, congratulations! You got 345 points in the college entrance examination, #1 in the whole school! He's actually the first in the entire school. Upon hearing Chai Deyun's words, Chen Mobai was taken aback for a moment. He knew that his score could rank among the top in the school, but he never expected it to take the first place outright. All he could say was that he guessed right on the last big question, which gained him a significant amount of points. After Chai Deyun finished speaking, all the classmates in the room opened their mouths wide in disbelief. In their impression, Chen Mobai was just an ordinary classmate who didn't like to talk much usually. It was only recently that he showed his talent in that area. But many people looked at him with doubtful eyes. After all, it was too astonishing and somewhat hard to accept. What realm are you in now? Lu Hongsheng asked puzzledly, recalling the scene when Chen Mobai and Song Zheng walked together that day. Key cultivation's 7th layer. Chen Mobai answered truthfully. He had always been straightforward on Dai Yuan Star. As soon as he said this, the skeptical eyes that were originally cast on him changed to understanding. Key cultivation 7th layer achieved divine sense. No wonder he managed to make a name for himself in such a short time. Did you already know? Song Zheng's tablemate quietly asked him. The latter subconsciously nodded, but still thinking about the water-controlling technique Chen Mobai demonstrated effortlessly earlier. This is the first of good news today. After Chai Di-yun announced that Chen Mobai was first in the entire school, he returned to the podium, feeling invigorated, and started enthusiastically encouraging the students to learn from Chen Mobai. However, halfway through his speech, he realized that after today, his students would be going their separate ways. They would no longer study here. Teacher, is there any other good news? At this point, the class monitor raised his hand to ask, interrupting Chai. Lament. The admission scores for the top 10 academies have already been released this year. After answering, Chai Di-yun turned on the projector and displayed the admission scores of the top 10 academies on the large screen. As expected, the Primordial Elemental Academy and Pure Yang Academy have the highest scores. Even with expanded admission this year, they still require at least 340 points to pass. However, Chen Mobai has no problem at all. He can choose either of these two academies, as long as he can pass the upcoming Magic Duel entrance exam. What score did you get? The screen of Song Zheng's mobile phone lit up. It was Chen Mobai asking his score. 3 points. Impressive, you got it right on the spot. Seeing this message, Song Zheng didn't know how to respond. He wasn't used to this kind of relaxed atmosphere and tone of conversation. Did you do intensive training these days? I noticed your spell casting skills are much more proficient than before. Indeed, their high school did have practical classes. However, during their classes' spell practice lessons, Song Zheng always took the spotlight. He had observed the techniques of other people in the class. Although he had no impression of Chen Mobai, it meant that he found him quite ordinary, not worth noticing. Just 20 days after the college entrance examination. Could he improve so much? Yes, I attended a closed secret training camp and benefited a lot. Chen Mobai's answer intrigued Song Zheng greatly. Although he was very confident about his magic talent and had learned a powerful spell under the guidance of Old Man day before yesterday, he still wanted to improve further. Seeing Chen Mobai's earth-shattering changes, he also wanted to participate in the training. The training camp has already ended. I'll invite you the next time. There was no way Chen Mobai could bring Song Zheng to the Tianhe realm, so he had to avoid the question for now. And now, for the last piece of good news. At this point, Chai Di-yun at the podium shifted his gaze to Chen Mobai and Song Zheng, who were sneakily communicating via mobile. They instantly perceived his stare and looked up. The school has decided to establish a special training class to help eligible students score well on the entrance exam and bring honor to the school. We'll gather the best teachers who will teach you their magic dueling expertise. Upon hearing this, all eyes in the class went to the three of them. In their class, apart from Chen Mobai and Song Zheng, only the class president Mo scored 328, which, thanks to the increased intake of the top 10 institutes, allows her to apply for the 2 institutes with the lowest score requirements. You surely didn't join the training class early, did you? After hearing this, Song Zheng asked Chen Mobai with a puzzled look, to which the latter immediately responded with a no face. He had just casually mentioned it, not expecting the school to actually form a training class and gather all the top students for training. This won't do. It would obstruct his monster hunting and leveling in the Tianhe realm. It's not that Chen Mobai looked down on the teachers at school, but when it comes to dueling experience, Qi Hao from the Divine Wood Sect could probably defeat all the teachers at the 5th high school of Xiamen on his own. Okay, fill in your preference forms now, everyone else. Chen Mobai and the other two shouldn't for now. The principal will use your preferences as reference when the training class is established. Chai Diyun handed out the preference forms. Chen Mobai and Song Zheng glanced at each other and had no choice but to sit and watch others filling in their forms. Old Chen, do you think I can get into Chixia and Cinnabarate Institute? Lu Hongsheng asked, looking distraught. His performance was not good, with a score of just 310. Last year, the admission scores for these two local institutes were 315 for Cinnabarate, slightly higher, and 312 for Chixia. No wonder Lu Hongsheng was so tom. As for this, Chen Mobai didn't say much. After all, it was a decision that would affect his life. It was better to let his deskmate make it himself. At this point, the beauties from the front and back desks came over, indirectly revealing their scores and preferences to Chen Mobai, hoping for his advice. Chen Mobai just shrugged, indicating his inability to help. However, this didn't stop them from starting a lively, chattering discussion around him. He had to admit, being surrounded by a group of pretty girls in their prime, right front and back was quite nice. Let's leave first, we shouldn't waste time here. Just then, Song Zheng came over abruptly and said this sentence to Chen Mobai. The others in the class froze upon hearing it. When had Song ever hung out with them? Even more shocking, he had taken the initiative to invite Chen Mobai to leave together. Was this the circle of key cultivation's 7th layer students? But why was Song Zheng always at odds with Yan Bingxuan? Teacher, can we go over there in advance? Chen Mobai, being the good student he was, raised his hand to ask Chai Diyun. The latter nodded, giving them the location of the training class. Let's go. After saying these two words, Song Zheng cocked his head, indicating to Chen Mobai, who was still sitting. Chen Mobai said goodbye to the students around him, then stood up to leave with Song Zheng. Is our class president coming with us? As they left the classroom, Chen Mobai seemed to remember something. He looked at Mo Simin, who was sitting at his desk, looking hesitant. She wanted to go with them. She was afraid Song Zheng would mind. Yeah. When Chen Mobai's gaze turned to her, Mo Simin seemed to be brought out of the shadows into the light. She nodded quickly, then rushed to join them. Let me tell you, Yan Bingxuan will also attend this training class. Once Mo Simin arrived at Chen Mobai's right side, setting a person's distance from Song Zheng on the left, she regained her usual vivacity and shared a piece of news that they didn't know. Didn't she drop out? Why is she back? Before Chen Mobai could speak, Song Zheng was already unable to hold back. I don't know either. Chen Mobai, you're close with her. Why don't you ask her directly when the time comes? Mo Simin shook her head. As the class president, she knew about the training camp a long time ago, but without knowing her grades, she wasn't sure that she could apply for the top 10 academies, so she didn't announce anything. She and Yan Bingxuan got along well. They were desk mates in their senior year. Even after Yan Bingxuan dropped out, they still kept in touch regularly. Classroom 203. Chen Mobai looked at the numbers and confirmed the location which Chai Diyun mentioned, then walked in first. The room, empty. Just pick a seat. Chen Mobai naturally chose the seat in the back row by the window. It had the best view, and it was inconspicuous. Song Zheng nodded and sat in the row in front of him. Mo Simin hesitated before joining Chen Mobai at the window. Soon after, two boys arrived. Oh, it's you. One of them apparently knew Song Zheng and casually raised his hand to greet him, and Song Zheng responded. They are Xu Yuan and Shi Yuanqing from Class 1. Xu Yuan is at the 7th level of key cultivation like you, while Shi Yuanqing is at the 8th level and is considered the top student of the 5th high school. Mo Simin immediately leaned over to Chen Mobai, and explained to him about the two new students. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai took a closer look at them. Xu Yuan was the lazy youth, whereas Shi Yuanqing was a bit immature and followed quietly behind Xu Yuan. They both chose to sit in the farthest corner from them. Soon after, two beautiful girls walked into the room. One was tall and slim, the other was petite and cute. Mo Simin introduced them as Cao Yaling and Shi Jingjing from Class 2. Both were at the 8th level of key cultivation, and were known as the school's beauties. They were the only prospective 8th level key cultivators among the current crop of students in the 5th high school, which also includes Shi Yuanqing. How did you guys do? I didn't perform my best this time. I can't get into the Taiyuan Academy anymore. Shi Jingjing seemed very close with the two boys from Class 1. She naturally walked to them and sat down in front of them and asked, "Not bad. I scored 342 points, and he scored 343 3 points. It's impossible for us to get into the 4 Taoist academies, but we can still choose freely from the 10 academies." Xu Yuan casually answered, without lifting his head, resting his chin on one hand, and playing with the phone in the other. Was the exam paper harder this year? I initially thought that I could aim for the 4 Taoist academies and take their entrance exam. Shi Jingjing pouted, seemingly unsatisfied with her performance. On the other hand, Cao Yaling just quietly took a seat. How much did she score? I heard that the highest score in our school was 340 points, and it's a name I've never heard before. Xu pointed to Cao Yaling as he asked Shi Jingjing, 344.55 points. She only missed becoming the top scorer in the school by half a point. And who on earth is Chen Mobai? Song Zheng listened with a strange look, while Mo Simin just sat in her seat, not saying anything. Oh, I thought I was early. At this point, someone they knew came in. It was Yan Bingxuan. You drop out? Shi Jingjing also recognized the beauty Yan Bingxuan. She was very surprised, and her eyes widened when she saw Yan Bingxuan. Even though I was exempted from the Nature Studies Academy entrance exam, I still have to transfer my student records. The principal asked me to process the transfer. While here, I would help fill up the numbers and promote the academy. After all, I was admitted to the Nature Studies Academy through this high school, and if you guys fail the entrance exam, they may have to use my name on the banners. Yan Bingxuan's comments left Shi Jingjing annoyed, but as 3 students walked in, she chose not to argue. Over here. Chen Mobai immediately waved at Yan Bingxuan, signaling her to sit beside him. Bingxuan did not hesitate upon seeing Mo Simin and chose a seat next to her. Song Zheng did not say anything, pretending he did not see her. I'm really sorry about the other day. Chen Mobai apologized sincerely to Yan Bingxuan, who dismissed it with a wave of her hand, indicating she didn't mind. How much did you score, and which academy are you planning to join? Yan Bingxuan was still not aware about Chen Mobai's results. As Chen Mobai was about to respond, a short old man walked in. Oh, you're quite early. Seeing the old man, everyone stood up and paid their respects. Hello, principal. Sit down, I'll speak when everyone is here. This was the principal of the 5th high school, who was also a foundation establishment cultivator, He Jingshan. After about 10 more minutes, all 36 students were present. Chen Mobai was familiar with all of them after Mo Simin's introductions. 3 students at the 8th level of key cultivation, 15 at the 7th level, and 18 at the 6th level. All right, let me say a few words first. When everyone was present, Yingshan walked up to the podium. After some routine opening remarks, he suddenly asked, "Who? Chen Mobai. Hello, principal. I am Chen Mobai." The handsome and young Chen Mobai stood up. Immediately, everyone in the room turned their eyes on him. Xu Yuan and Shi Jingjing from the corner widened their eyes, clearly shocked. that this was the top scorer in the school. What's happened? Only Yan Bingxuan, who had already dropped out, was unaware of this development and frowned at the strange atmosphere in the classroom, asking Mo Simin about the situation. Very good. Every generation produces talented individuals. I hope in this year's entrance exam, you can lead your classmates and show the spirit of the 5th high school. Sit down. Seeing Chen Mobai, principal was very satisfied and praised him. At this time, Yan Bingxuan knew about Chen Mobai's top score. She was slightly shocked and looked carefully at the boy she had not paid much attention to. Although she was surprised by his 7th level key cultivation during the farewell dinner, that was it. After all, there were quite a few students at the 7th level in the school. If she had not stalled to transform her ice spirit root, she might be at the 8th level by now. But scoring the highest in the exam shocked her. After all, she had also completed the exam and had scored precisely 145 points. Has this guy low-key this whole time? Yan Bingxuan remembered when Chen Mobai asked her about the cold ice technique and felt that he might just be a quiet person, indifferent to honor and disgrace, and quietly cultivating his skills. This kind of person has the style of a true cultivator. Let's have dinner together after school. I have mastered the cold ice technique, and I want to thank you and apologize at the same time. At this point, Chen Mobai sent a message to Yan Bingxuan. After sending the message, he remembered that he had already invited King Nu for a grilled fish meal after school. Well, that's fine. He can just invite them both. It makes things simpler. The theme for this year's entrance exam, as you all know, is a magic duel. Once the cutoff scores are out, the rules will also be delivered to all major colleges. Let me go through them in detail now. Please, make sure you remember them. In the magic duel, only spells are allowed. No pills, magic artifacts, or formations will be permitted. Of course, to test your innate combat talent, and to allow for more possibilities during the magic duel, to create opportunities for the weak to overpower the strong, the representatives from the Taoist academies and the colleges have agreed to allow each student participating in the entrance exam to use talismans. Upon hearing this, the 18 Ki Kai cultivation rank 6 students, initially dispirited, instantly became invigorated. They all widened their eyes, paying close attention to what the principal on the stage had to say next. Even Chen Mobai's eyes lit up. Though he was confident in himself, if he had to go against a key cultivation rank 8 or rank 9 opponent, his odds of victory still seemed uncertain if they were to only rely on spells. However, if talismans could be used, he felt that he should be able to defeat everyone. After all, he was now an outstanding talisman trader. During a magic duel, he could have 100 or so talismans in his pocket and a couple of rank 2 Yai Wood Divine Thunder talismans on standby. He should even be able to. Gong Xiangyu. Principal, wouldn't this favor the rich? Yeah, we all come from ordinary families. We might not even afford to buy a rank 2 talisman. How is this different from allowing the use of magical formations? If those wealthy students have 100 talismans in their pockets during the duel, we might as well just surrender. As Chen Mobai listened to the complaints from his classmates echoing throughout the classroom, he felt a bit embarrassed about his previous thoughts. Yes, winning with money would indeed contradict the original intention of the entrance exam. It was highly unfair. Don't worry. The use of talismans is allowed to give ordinary students, like you, a chance to overpower the stronger opponent. Naturally, the use of talismans will not be unrestricted. The Taoist academies and colleges have set limits. During the magic duel, you're allowed to use 1 upper grade rank 1 talisman, 2 intermediate grade rank 1 talismans, or 4 lower grade rank 1 talismans. If you want to achieve good results, the combination of these talismans is crucial. Ideally, they should form a system and should not have any apparent flaws. When He Jingshan finished speaking, the crowd instantly began to discuss what talismans would be most effective for combat, and which ones would suit their cultivation techniques best. Chen Mobai listened for a while and found that half of the rank 7 key cultivation students had already transformed their 5 elements cultivation technique into another technique that suited their spiritual root talent. They now had a clear objective in mind, as the attribute of the cultivation technique already indicative of the kind of talismans they should use to maximize power. Those who were still cultivating with 5 elements technique had more options. They could construct a system based on the 5 elements or build a hybrid system. This would make it hard for them to be targeted during a magic duel. However, the 5 elements cultivation techniques balanced spiritual power might inhibit the cultivator from maximizing the power of a rank 1 upper grade talisman. There are always advantages and disadvantages. Alright, I've said all I need to say. Now fill in your preferences, and I'll offer some suggestions for you. With a wave of He Jingshan's right hand, the stacks of preference forms on the stage flew to each student's desk. By the way, if you have thoughts about talismans, you can also consult me or any of these 4 teachers in our school. From Monday to Friday, one of us will be on duty to address your queries. He Jingshan picked up a piece of chalk and wrote the names of the 4 teachers on the blackboard. Chen Mobai glanced at the names. He only recognized Ding Jinglilu. However, the other 3, who also taught spell courses for seniors, were equally trustworthy in terms of their proficiency in talismans. But if he were to ask anyone, it would undoubtedly be Ding Jinglu or He Jingshan. After all, the former was his teacher, and the latter was a foundation establishment cultivator, evidently more adept. With that thought, Chen Mobai completed his 3 preferences. For his first choice, he wrote Jumang Daoist Academy. Even though the cutoff scores for all 4 main Daoist academies were conventionally 350 points, he figured he had nothing to lose by filling it in. What if a special situation arose, and he got admitted? It was one of the 4 main Daoist academies after all. Chen Mobai glanced at Song Zheng and saw that he had also chosen the Repairing Heaven Institute. Looking around, he noticed Mo Simon had chosen the Dance Tool Dao Academy as her first choice. Only Yan Bingxuan, who was exempted from the college entrance examination and already admitted to the Nature Studies Academy, did not fill in any preferences. It seemed everyone had the same thought. But this was also a small trick in filling out the preferences taught by the class teacher, as that was the intended purpose of the first choice. As for why Chen Mobai chose Jumong Daoist Academy among the 4 main Daoist academies, it simply was because King Nu had been admitted there. In case he was lucky enough to get in, it would be great to have a familiar face to study with. For his second choice, there was no need for any further thoughts. Pure Yang Academy. His third choice was the Primordial Elemental Academy. After completing his preferences, Chen Mobai waited for a while, and then He Jingshan collected everyone's forms. He looked over each one, calling up the respective students as he read their names. Some students were too greedy. Even though their scores were insufficient, they stubbornly chose the colleges they fancied. In these cases, He Jingshan would ask them to modify their preferences. Others were overly cautious. Before long, it was Chen Mobai's turn. With your scores, you are practically guaranteed a spot in the Pure Yang Academy. Make sure to work hard once you get there, and strive to reach core formation to keep up the reputation of our alma mater. For this top-ranked student, He Jingshan spoke amiably, causing a subtle change in the expressions of many down below. Chen Mobai was not Shi Yuanqing and the other well-known students. Many people still viewed this sudden first-place student with skeptical eyes. Naturally, Chen Mobai paid no heed to this. It wasn't that he looked down on these people. It was just that none of them among those present could best him. Even the 3 rank 8 key cultivation students. Given the condition that talismans could be used, Chen Mobai felt his chances of winning were quite high. He calmly sat in his seat, waiting for He Jingshan to review everyone's preferences. "Let's go." When they were dismissed, he stood up and signaled to Yan Bingxuan. Mo Simin, who was standing beside them, opened her mouth wide, seemingly stunned. Hadn't they just said they were merely classmates? Their tones and actions seemed a bit off. "Simin, come join us." Compared to Chen Mobai's bluntness, Yan Bingxuan hesitated for a bit, and eventually called the class president over as a cover. The 3 of them would go out to eat together. This way, there would be less gossip. "Old Song, why don't you come along too?" Chen Mobai, now a bit more solvent, was not bothered by treating a couple more people to a meal. "No." Song Zheng bluntly said 2 words and then immediately left the classroom. "He seems to have a grudge against you?" Chen Mobai warily asked Yan Bingxuan. "During our freshman and sophomore years, he always lost to me in practical spell classes. He has been defeated by me so many times, that's why he's like this." Yan Bingxuan took it lightly. Her spiritual root talent was better than that of Song Zheng. She used to be the first in the class. However, during her senior year, she began cultivating frost condensation technique, which delayed her progression in cultivation stages, allowing Song Zheng to catch up. At the grilled fish front, Mo Simin looked at King Nu, who sat opposite her, then at Yan Bingxuan, who was next to her, then at Chen Mobai. Between the 2 women, she simply can't comprehend how he dares. "Come, this is the black sturgeon that I had specially delivered from my hometown. It tastes even better than the carp we had last time." As Chen Mobai had been on Greenlight Island all this while, he had no time to return to the water mansion. So he had to choose this best-tasting fish from the seafood market on the island. It was said that its taste was comparable to azure blood carp. It just didn't offer the effect of enhancing one's spiritual root after eating it. Chen Mobai had inquired about it. Even in the Tianhe realm, the famous dish of azure blood carp wasn't something that an average cultivator could afford. Back in the day, Liu Yunpei had bought the fry at the value of 1 spirit stone apiece. After intensive care, feeding regime development, and growth into ranked lower grade, they were sold in the market for the price of 10 spirit stones. If you ordered this dish at the Sky Meal Building in South Stream Market, it would already cost 50 spirit stones. The reason for such high price mainly lied in how this dish, after being cooked by Sky Meal Building's master chef, could significantly boost the key cultivation speed of water attribute cultivation practitioners for a week. Many people thought it was due to the exquisite skills of the immortal chef, but in reality, Chen Mobai knew that it was mainly because of the excellent azure blood carp ingredient. Practice is in the Tianhe realm hadn't realized that the azure blood carp could enhance the water spirit root. They simply saw it as a high-grade food ingredient. However, if Chen Mobai thought about it, he would feel heartache. Those azure blood carps he ate at the water mansion worth hundreds of spirit stones each, even at cost price. But then, on second thought, raising air blood carps was an exclusive skill of the cultivator Liu family in Yun country. If he were to sell fish at South Stream Market, he might be ambushed and done away with people from the Liu family the next day. Looking at it this way, eating the fish seemed to be the best option. This black sturgeon was also a local delicacy of Yan Mangzi. Its flesh was fresh and tender. Chen Mobai had tried it in his wooden house. Even when simply boiled, It could lure him to drink all the fish soup. Today, with the restaurant owner's ancestral recipe, the delicacy from the Tianhe realm made even Yan Bingxuan, who was always conscious of her appearance, can't help but devour everything after a bite, leaving her mouth oily. Chen Mobai was a bit slow in picking up his chopsticks, so he saw that his 3 female classmates had only left him some side dishes and fish bones. Luckily, he had considered King Nu's love for fish and brought 2. When the boss served the second one, he didn't hesitate to reach for the tenderest piece with his chopsticks, bit it off under the gaze of the 3 women staring wide-eyed at him. Delicious. After eating the grilled fish, the 3 women started to clean themselves up, acting modestly with the cleaning technique. This restaurant is not bad, we can return next time for another taste. Yan Bingxuan thought it was due to the skill, but King Nu immediately explained that it was due to the good ingredients Chen Mobai brought. Mo Simin glanced at the 2 women, suddenly kicked Chen Mobai, who looked at her puzzled. Immediately, the class monitor hinted with her eyes, urging him to say something, to end this meal gathering. She feared that if they continued to stay, some unpredictable situation might occur. Chen Mobai also planned to return to the Tianhe realm to continue practicing his magic duel techniques. So according to her wishes, he said they would meet again next time. By the way, this is the ranked, high-grade QI replenishing spirit water I have been refining. Before each of them left, King Nu suddenly took out 12 tied-up glass tubes from her bag. Inside, the colorless and transparent spirit water was rippling, making Chen Mobai overjoyed. Thanks for your hard work. Without this, cultivation level has been rising slowly recently. After earning money in Yan Mangzi, Chen Mobai bought 2 main ingredients for refining QI replenishing spirit water from a branch of Siki Pavilion belonging to Lu family on Green Light Island. He also bought some used spirit stones, made a trip to Di Yuan planet to give them to King Nu, and also bought some talismans online. With the same main and auxiliary medicines, at most only 10 tubes could be refined if using them to make ranked, high-grade QI replenishing spirit water. However, the market price is much more expensive, with a flagship store price of 1,000 good deed points per tube. After Chen Mobai reached Key Cultivation's 7th level, taking 1 intermediate grade QI replenishing spirit water would only give him 2 to 3 times the cultivation efficiency, which he wasn't satisfied with. Previously, King Nu was inexperienced in refining, and the success rate was only 10%. However, with his ample supply of raw materials and the addition of spiritual extract, she finally overcame that hurdle recently. Now my refining success rate has reached 70 to 80%. Given that the medicinal materials are sufficient, I should be able to refine 100 tubes for you before I go to Jumang Daoist Academy. That will be enough for your cultivation to reach the 9th level of key cultivation. When King Nu said this, she pushed the 12 tubes of rank, high-grade key replenishing spirit water on the table towards Chen Mobai, her eyes full of smiles. Perfect! I just bought 10 more batches of medicinal materials online. Come with me to pick it up at home. Class monitor, Yan Bingxuan, will go ahead. Under Mo Simon's unbelieving and wide-eyed gaze, Chen Mobai greeted them, then cheerfully went home with King Nu. How can... so daring. After Chen Mobai left, Mo Simon suddenly couldn't help screaming. She had never seen such an insensitive man before. Let's go too, or we'll miss the bus. Yan Bingxuan, however, stood up with a calm expression, without showing any inner emotions. Aren't you angry at all? Honestly, if it wasn't for me not being able to beat him, I would definitely teach him a lesson today. Mo Simon's emotions were greatly stirred. She took deep, hurried breaths while walking with Yan Bingxuan, scolding as they went. What's there to be so worked up about? You wouldn't really think that we are dating, right? We've made it clear that we are just classmates. Upon hearing Mo Simmons' continuous words, Yan Bingxuan couldn't help but sigh and interrupt her. Even if we are just classmates, how could he invite another girl when he invites you for a meal? Even if she is his girlfriend, what's his point to show off? In Yan Bingxuan's view, Mo Simmons' thinking was off. They were just having a meal. It would be even better and more lively to invite a friend over. Besides, Chen Mobai had said that King Nu was just his good friend. What's inviting another girl? A girl too? Mo Simmons was stunned by Yan Bingxuan's line of thought, and after thinking about Chen Mobai, she felt as if she was the most abnormal one among them. It can be said that people with the same thinking are indeed attracted to each other. After realizing this, Mo Simmons shut her mouth. Don't include me in any of your activities in the future. If I continue with your team-building exercises a few more times, I'm afraid my worldview and thinking will be shattered and reshaped. It seems that King Nu is a normal person like me. Was she deliberately showing off just now, in order to attract Chen Mobai's attention? What a pity! A fine heavenly spiritual root. Why would she have her eyes on him? After delivering the medicinal herbs with King Nu to the rented pharmacy lab, Chen Mobai placed another order online. He swept the newly released 200 talismans that were set up by the Wood Spirit Talisman store during this period. The shopkeeper responded familiarly with a smiley face emoji and sent it as same-city express delivery. Unfortunately, he failed to grab the vein protection pill during the flash sale at the Immortal Sect flagship store. Probably because of his home's poor network connection, the half-second delay resulted in the sale's complete sellout. Chen Mobai could only regretfully accept this. After all, he has the authority of rank 3, can participate in the flash sale every month. There will be a chance to succeed sometime in the future. Moreover, he successfully grabbed the Spirit Ascension powder the last time. If he were to succeed again in grabbing the vein protection pill this time, he might potentially expose himself if the process was observed by anyone with ill intentions. That night, he returned to Green Light Island as he usually does. Although his own wooden house has only a rank 1 superior grade spiritual key level and is incomparable to the Water Mansion, Chen Mobai has recently adopted a habit. As long as he is in the Tianhe realm, he can will himself to diligently practice his cultivation. Perhaps it's because every time he refines the spiritual energy of the Tianhe realm, he, a cultivator from this planet, always feels as though it's a freebie. This makes him very motivated to cultivate. After consuming a tube of rank 1 superior grade, key replenishing spirit water, prepared by King Nu, Chen Mobai once again felt the rapid enhancement of efficiency. As the 5 elements cultivation technique circulated, he absorbed strands of spiritual energy. After going through the grand circulation, it merged into his Dantian's QEC and gradually took shape within the spiritual power vortex. Finished meditating, Chen Mobai looked outside. It was still dark. Checking the time on his phone, it was exactly 4 a.m. He began to prepare the talismans he needed to use for his magic duel. Among the rank 1 superior grade talismans, the only one he can use for fighting right now is the Soldier Transforming Talisman. According to its description, this talisman can exert its maximum power in environments such as forests. Its primary purpose is to trap and suppress. Given that the venue for the magic duel is the Cinnabarite Institute, and even though there are green plants there, most of the terrain consists of Dangxia landform mountains. Chen Mobai considered this for a moment, then abandoned this talisman. On the Immortal Sect website, he also searched for various talisman stores, but talismans for fighting were extremely rare. Moreover, there were quite a few restrictions to prevent them from being misused by thoughtless cultivators, causing major incidents. All too gentle. Chen Mobai shook his head, unable to find any combat talismans on the Immortal Sect website that satisfied him. Oddly enough, he remembered the Crimson Flamesword talisman that Qi Hao used back then. Although it needed some preparation to launch, its power was extremely powerful, and its speed was very fast. Even the famously fast Black Plague Bird couldn't evade it. After all, when it comes to magic duels, cultivators from the Tianhe realm are more proficient. The development of everyday spells and cultivation techniques may be average, but in terms of combat, Chen Mobai admitted that the cultivators of this world were quite formidable. He remembered the Divine Wood Sect talisman making insights that Lu Shu gave him in the South Stream market. He immediately took it out from the bottom of his bag. Flipping open the book, he first searched for the table of contents, and as expected, found an introduction to the Crimson Flame Sword talisman. Crimson Flame Sword talisman, a rank 1 superior grade talisman. Talisman makers can solidify and infuse the red flame sword light, produced by their cultivation, into a piece of paper. They can seal up to 3 sword lights, which can be spontaneously released all at once or one by one. Unfortunately, this book only introduces this talisman and did not provide the exact method of refining it. However, Chen Mobai learned from this that the Crimson Flame Sword talisman has 3 levels. Like the one Qi Hao used last time, it was the most common one. It only sealed 1 Crimson Flame Sword light. If it seals 3 sword lights, and the user has enough divine sense, a small sword array can be set up when launched to make the talisman's power reach another level. Which means, although the Crimson Flame Sword talisman is only a rank 1 superior grade, if all conditions are met, it can exert a power comparable to a rank 2 lower grade. It might not be inferior to the Yi Wood Divine Thunder talisman in Chen Mobai's hand. Maybe is the one to pick. After reading the introduction, Chen Mobai felt like if he had the 3 Crimson Flame Screw talisman, even if he didn't win the first place in the magic duel, entering the top 10 should not be a problem. He would go to the Divine Wood Sect's talismansman shop on the island tomorrow, have a look around, and see if they sell this talisman. After putting the 3 Crimson Flame Sword talisman on his list of primary targets, Chen Mobai started to select 2 rank 1 intermediate grade talismans. He was familiar with the Green Arrow talisman and the Wood Armor talisman. It is fair to say these were the talismans he used most frequently, and was most adept at using. He decided to go with these 2 for now. Now only 4 rank 1, lower grade talismans were left. Chen Mobai set up a group composed of the Wooden Shield Talisman, Wood Prison Talisman, Coiling Talisman, and Detoxification Talisman. In the immortal world, duels were generally stopped at some point, and these talismans could be used to deal with key cultivation rank 6 opponents who were only making up the numbers. However, among these, the function of the Wooden Shield Talisman and Wood Armor Talisman are somewhat redundant, and Chen Mobai also mastered the Water Elemental Shield. He felt that there were defensive means. But he also considered that being undefeated is not a bad thing, so he'll stick with this setup for now. After roughly setting up a set of talismans to be used during the magic duel, Chen Mobai decided to head out on his own to practice against the Black Armored Turtle tomorrow. Looking outside, the sky was still dark, so Chen Mobai continued to read the Divine Wood Sect talisman making insights in his hands. He contemplated whether he could use the talismans from Tianhe realm to further enhance his current set. This book of insights was distributed to newly recruited disciples by the Divine Wood Sect. It records the 48 most common types of talismans in the Divine Wood Sect. but only 5 of them come with detailed crafting methods. These are the Consciousness Talisman, Renewal Talisman, Regeneration Talisman, New Life Talisman, and Life Recovery Talisman. From their names, it is clear they are designed as a systematics to be used for healing and saving lives. The Consciousness Talisman is an inferior version of the Resurrection Talisman. It can be used to restore spiritual power. How much is restored depends on the level of the realm. However, it lacks the powerful effect of the Resurrection Talisman, which removes all negative effects. The Renewal Talisman is quite powerful. It can regenerate severed fingers or even amputated limbs. If this talisman is used shortly after the injury, it can even reattach the severed part. The Regeneration Talisman is the best-selling talisman within the lower market of the Divine Wood Sect. It can enhance a man's virility. The New Life Talisman allows cultivators who are beginning to age physically to experience the vigor of youth again. Its sales are also good. The most powerful Life Recovery Talisman is used for saving lives. No matter how severe the injury, as long as you slap on this talisman, you can hold on to your last breath for 3 days. Of course, if your head has been chopped off, 10 Life Recovery Talismans would be useless. It is generally used to carry out last wishes. After reading this book of talisman-making insights, Chen Mobai had a fair idea about the Divine Wood Sect's approach. Turns out, this major sect of the East Wilderness recruits loose practitioners specifically to create talismans. The contribution to the sect gained from making talismans can be accumulated. It is said that when it reaches 10,000, it can be exchanged for a foundation building pill. Although he understood why the Divine Wood Sect recruited loose cultivators, Chen Mobai still yearned for the building pill. Just one of these pills could reportedly give a key practitioner at the level of key cultivation completion a minimum of 30% success rate in foundation establishment, making it quite the divine ascension spiritual medicine. Even if overdosed, Chen Mobai was willing to give the foundation building pill try. After all, he would have enough time to detoxify the pill after foundation establishment. However, even though Divine Wood Sect was the most inclusive amongst the Big Seven of the Eastern Wilderness, the enrollment for loose cultivators only happened once every decade, highly favoring those with talisman creation capabilities. After all, key practitioners with this talent could become a source of revenue for the sect with just a bit of nurturing. Moreover, to earn enough sect contributions for the foundation building pill, these individuals would work to their utmost capability in talisman crafting and task completion. Cultivators who grew in such an environment and subsequently succeeded in foundation establishment were usually of high accomplishment. Chen Mobai considered his options, deciding that he needed to sharpen his talisman-making skills as soon as possible if he wanted a shot at fitting in. Hence, after the entrance exams, he decided to prioritize talisman crafting right after cultivation, utilizing the crafting instructions recorded in Divine Wood Sect Talisman Crafting Guide. Daylight finally arrived. After making preparations and equipping himself, Chen Mobai rented a boat for the first time to hunt demonic beasts. He was fully prepared, stocked with talismans, and had even chosen the black-armored turtle, a beast famous in Yan Mangzi for its strong defense and weak offense. As such, this solo endeavor went off without any unexpected twists, and he easily slaughtered an isolated turtle. However, during the process, he ran into the siblings, who had also rented a boat. Chen Mobai and the siblings exchanged greetings from across the lake, and then each took their spoils and sailed off in separate directions back to Green Island. I feel as though the pair are on guard around me. Muttering to himself on his boat, Chen Mobai realized that interpersonal caution in the Tiani realm was much more intense than he had thought. Despite a few shared fights with the Ba siblings, they kept him at bay during their meeting in Yan Mangzi. As for this, Chen Mobai could only count himself lucky that he hadn't run into Qi Hao and his fellow disciples. That would have been truly awkward. Once he safely returned to Green Light Island, Chen Mobai sold the black armored turtle he had killed to a beast vendor on the pier. Since his talismans were primarily used for binding and trapping, the most valuable part of the beast, the turtle shell, was perfectly preserved. He sold it for 2 spirit stones. After being processed by an artifact refiner, these turtle shells became defensive magic artifacts. Chen Mobai kept a turtle leg for himself. He had even brought some seasonings this time, planning to cook this nutritious ingredient. However, as he was about to carry the cut turtle leg back to his wooden hut, a spark of spiritual light, like an arrow leaving the bow, flew from the distant lake and hit a cart full of beast meat nearby. Instantly, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Chen Mobai acted swiftly, using his water-controlling technique. A hemisphere of water formed in front of him, blocking all the flying pieces of flesh and blood. Which little bastard blew up the goods I painstakingly gathered all morning? An 8th layer key practitioner, ignoring the flesh and blood on him, furiously rushed to the spiritual light. He crushed it with a punch, pulled out the person inside, and prepared to give him a good beating. Quickly informed the island lord, "There's an army of demonic beasts charging towards us." The person inside the spiritual light managed to spit out this sentence, even as he continuously coughed up blood. The powerful talisman he had been clasping turned into ashes. Chen Mobai saw that the person was Bai Tongjiang and was taken aback. At this time, the 2 disciples of the Divine Wood Sect, who had been watching the show on the dock, showed a drastic change in their expressions when they heard Bai Jiang's words. One of them instantly pushed away the meat vendor who was about to interject, while the other, with distressed eyes, quickly applied a life recovery talisman. "Send a message to Uncle Zheng, the most urgent one." After applying the talisman and preserving Bai Jiang's remaining life, the disciple of the Divine Wood Sect gave this command to his brother, who nodded, pulled a talisman for internal communication from his chest, and launched it into the sky after infusing it with spiritual power. Whoom! A pillar of firework-like light shot instantly into the sky. Anyone outside on Green Light Island could see it clearly. What has happened? Not even a minute after the talisman was launched, a white-haired old man with powerful spiritual light flew from the top of Green Light Island. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. He stood in midair, his powerful aura telling Chen Mobai that he was a Foundation establishment cultivator. A loose cultivator reported that an army of demonic beasts is heading towards Green Light Island. The Divine Wood Sect cultivator, stationed at the dock, promptly informed the Uncle Zheng of the situation. Upon hearing the news, the white-haired old man immediately flew higher up, and Chen Mobai clearly saw him shooting 12 talismans in all directions. About 8 or 9 breaths later, 7 of the talismans flew back to his palm. "Everyone withdraw to the island immediately, and start the large formation. Send messages to our disciples and other members outside, telling them not to return to the island and find their own way to survive." This senior named Zheng, who was stationed in Yan Mangzi for many years, was well prepared for a situation like this. After confirming the authenticity of the demonic beast army using a demon-searching talisman, he began to issue orders and arrange for the sect members. Yes, Uncle Zheng, the Wood Sect disciple, who was holding Ba Jiang, immediately laid down the now useless messenger and began to activate the nodal points of the large formation on the shore along with his fellow disciple. As for the other loose cultivators on the shore, needless to say, they scattered in an instant once the Foundation establishment cultivator spoke, abandoning their goods to rush to the Fang market to buy battle talismans, magic artifacts, and medicinal pills. The cultivators who had just left the island were somewhat lucky. The Divine Wood Sect disciples waited for them to come ashore before activating the large formation. But those who were far away could only pray for their good fortune. It seemed even the disciples of Divine Wood Sect who left the island could only rely on their luck, according to the cultivator, who had achieved Foundation establishment. They only hoped they would not encounter the demonic beast army and survive this catastrophe. Chen Mobai, seeing the now empty dock, immediately ran to Ba Jiang, who was on his last breath, having seemed to have used up all his spiritual power to activate a life-saving talisman, and hoisted him onto his back. Bai Jiang was moved to see that Chen Mobai hadn't fled, but had chosen to save him instead in such a situation. "Where's your sister?" Chen Mobai remembered that not long ago he had seen the Ba siblings. "She's dead." These two simple words caused Chen Mobai to stop in his tracks. He was once again fronted with the dangers of the Tianyi realm. After carrying Ba Jiang back to the wooden house he had rented, Chen Mobai prepared to say goodbye and leave. "Brother Chen, words cannot express my gratitude. Once I recover from my injuries, I will prepare a generous gift for you." Bai Jiang weakly lay on the wooden bed, opening his mouth with a wry smile. "After all, we've just met, and I'd feel guilty if I didn't help save you from death." Chen Mobai merely shook his head, then asked about the situation with the demonic beasts, but Bai Jiang really know much. After killing the black armored turtle with his sister, he went around to hunt another kind of beast, only to encounter a large flock of black plague birds. The rank 2 bird king didn't even need to make a move. Close to 1,000 black plague birds spat out windy plague, dense as a shower of arrows coveting all possible escape spaces. Bai Jiang had a rank 2 defensive spiritsman for saving his life. But his sister was not so lucky. She was pierced through with 1,000 holes and lost her life in the water. Do these demonic beasts of Yan Mangzi often attack islands? Chen Mobai was a complete outsider, and his understanding of the situation here was limited to his recent experience. Although Ba Jiang had just arrived, he was nonetheless born into a cultivating family native to eastern wilderness. Having grown up listening to legends about Yan Mangzi, he had an inkling about the situation. Deep within Yan Mangzi, it is said there is a rank 4 demonic beast, but 100 years ago, it was suppressed by the Hun Yuan elder from the 5 Elements sect, along with some of his fellows. 50 years ago, after the Hun Yuan elder's death, this seal became less stable, and often, powerful beasts would break out from the seal. They would lead their clans to stir up trouble. If not for the constant presence of Nujiang, a cultivator belonging to the 5 Elements sect's water clan, guarding the seal from wind and rain keep, Yan Mangzi would probably have become a playground for these beasts. Still, every once in a while, the 7 major sects of eastern wilderness would organize mass hunting events at Yan Mangzi. Otherwise, if the external and internal beasts team up to attack the wind and rain keep, the legendary rank 4 beast might truly escape. In the past 30 years, the army of beasts has become more clever. They would commence their attacks on the various market islands within Yan Mangzi before the commencement of the major joint beast hunting event by the eastern wilderness sects. It's usually the most intense battles during this period. After listening to all this, Chen Mobai could not help but fall silent, and then he asked a question. Can Green Light Island withstand it? Divine Wood Sect is, after all, one of the 7 major sects of the Eastern Wilderness. They have a remarkable foundation, and most likely will be able to withstand the attack, though many people might die. It was a phrase uttered by Bai Jiang that made Chen Mobai sigh. Most likely meant there was a possibility of it not withstanding the attack. During these times, as loose cultivators have no choice but to rely on the Divine Wood Sect, they would also issue a summons asking us to help defend the island. Oh, is this summon compulsory? That depends on how the Divine Wood Sect decides, but even if it's not compulsory, us loose cultivators would need to help defend the island, because if the island breaks, the disciples of the Divine Wood Sect might be able to escape via teleportation arrays, but we loose cultivators will definitely be abandoned as cannon fodder. Bajiang said all this with a bitter face. Upon hearing it, Chen Mobai couldn't help but show an enlightened look on his face. That's right. The teleportation array, the Divine Wood Sect, obviously has the capacity to evacuate its forces and retreat back to the sect's MAM base. However, he quickly grasped another point. Green Light Island Market, as one of the best markets operated by the Divine Wood Sect in Yan Mangzi, bring tens of thousands of spirit stones every month from rent of the cave dwellings, wooden houses on the island, plus various stores and businesses. If they abandoned the island now, leaving it to be destroyed by the beasts, even core formation cultivators would be heartbroken by such a loss. Therefore, even if the Divine Wood Sect intended to retreat via the teleportation array, that would surely only occur in a situation where they were out of resources and could no longer defend the island. Consequently, loose cultivators would definitely hope that the Divine Wood Sect would not retreat and would contribute to the defense of the island. Chen Mobai, on the other hand, found himself mulling over whether to make an immediate departure. He had the turtle treasure, could withdraw at will. However, the demonic beast's invasion of the island represented a rare learning opportunity, given that he had a safe means of escape, and that the Divine Wood Sect was definitely prioritizing the defense of the island. Perhaps he could observe the situation and use it to hone his magic duel skills. Brother Ba, you rest and heal first. I'll try to find Brother Qi Hao and see if he's on the island, Chen Mobai said, before getting up and leaving. Chen had accompanied Hao on several missions to hunt demonic beasts. He knew where this disciple of the Divine Wood Sect resided. At the highest point of the island, where the spirit veins were the best, the cave dwelling even topped those at the Water Mansion, being of rank 2, top tier. Oh, it's you. Luckily for Qi Hao, he avoided calamity that day by staying on the island since his junior brother Shi had other matters to attend to. Chen Mobai was even luckier. He left the island and met the Baba siblings. Fortunately, he chose the right direction and returned safely. Qi Hao sighed after hearing from Ken about the situation of the Baba siblings. He then handed Chen a consciousness talisman to help deliver it to Bajiang. Brother Qi, how should we loose cultivators deal with the demonic beast's island invasion? Chen asked after accepting the talisman. If the Divine Wood Sect was hard on loose cultivators, he was planning to run away. I just came from Uncle Master Zheng and the announcement is about to be issued. Let me tell you in advance. Our Divine Wood Sect is hiring all loose cultivators on the island with spirit stones. Those in the later stages of key cultivation would receive 5 spirit stones per day. Those in the middle stages 2 spirit stones per day. And those in the early stages 1 spirit stone per day. These spirit stones will be given out daily, provided each person is ready to risk their lives for the cause. Furthermore, if one greatly distinguishes oneself in the defense of the island, we at the Divine Wood Sect may make an exception and welcome them into our ranks as disciples after the conflict. After listening to Kiai Ho's words, Chen Mobai couldn't help but admire the audacity of the Zheng foundational establishment cultivator. Even without spirit stones, in order to preserve their own lives, loose cultivators on the island would aid in defending the island with their lives. But with this generous solicitation order, practically all of them would fight to the death. Even Chen Mobai himself was rather tempted. Brother Chen, you've cultivated to the 7th level of key cultivation at such a young age. I truly hope you can join the Divine Wood Sect, so that we can officially become fellow disciples. After encouraging Chen with these words, Qi Hao mentioned that he needed to prepare defenses at the large formation array flag on the east side of the Green Light Island. After waiting for 3 fellow disciples to form a small team, he also hurriedly left. Chen Mobai, holding his consciousness talisman, returned to Ba Jiang's cabin. After giving him the talisman, told him about the Divine Wood Sect's solicitation order. If they're distributing spirit stones on the day itself, even the most skeptical loose cultivator would drop their doubts. Uncle Master Zheng Deming, worthy of being one of the cultivators from Divine Wood Sect, most likely to reach core formation level. He's greatly daring, and having come from a loose cultivator background, understands our perspective well. After hearing Chen Mobai's explanation, Zhang sighed with admiration. As expected, some loose cultivators who had planned to pack up and leave, thinking the demonic beast's main target must be Green Light Island, and that they probably had a decent chance of surviving if they could hide in various parts of Yan Mangzi without encountering the demonic beasts outright, chose to stay after the announcement was issued. Chen Mobai decided to stay. Tianhe Realm is greatest opportunity. There is no doubt that he will spend a long time in this world, and in this world full of battles and danger, he can't always keep hiding. Defending Green Light Island this time can give him a direct view of the large-scale battle level of this world. Moreover, with the Divine Wood Sect taking the lead, such opportunities are not plentiful. Even if the Divine Wood Sect can't hold on in the end and has to retreat through the teleportation array, it will surely cause a great commotion, which cannot be hidden. He only needs 8 seconds to return to the city. When the time comes, he can dig a hole under his wooden house. If the island is truly breached, he can still hide for 8 seconds without any problem. After leaving Bajiang, Chen Mobai first went to the street Fang Market on the island, intending to see if he could purchase some magic artifacts and talismans that could increase his combat power. But he was already too late. Almost all the items had been snapped up. The rest were either inferior products or magic artifacts that had greatly reduced power due to damage. As for elixirs, they were truly all sold out. Even those medicinal herbs, as long as they could recuperate spiritual power or cure injuries upon consumption, had been bought up by the cultivators who were willing to spend money. The stores set up by the Divine Wood Sect were even more needless to say. After ordering the island's closure, they closed their doors. All the supplies were controlled by Zheng Deming and partly distributed to the sect disciples on the island. There were quite a few loose cultivators dreaming of getting rich by the roadside. They brought out items they usually dare not sell and opened up with exorbitant prices that were 2 to 3 times higher than usual. Chen Mobai took a liking to a spirit mirror artifact capable of attacking and defending. But the stall owner's asking price of 80 spirit stones forced him to shake his head and leave. After he made his round, he discovered how poor he really was, and had to return to his own wooden house, only to find someone already waiting at the door. Mr. Wang, Why are you standing at the door? Chen Mobai greeted him. This man was the steward of Divine Wood Sect, who had originally rented him this wooden house. The latter seemed to have just arrived not long ago. He was hesitating whether to wait a little longer. Seeing Chen Mobai's return, he let out a sigh of relief. Friend Chen, this is the recruitment order issued by my Divine Wood Sect. As a cultivator in the late stage of key cultivation, I've come to inform you, hoping that you can help defend the Spirit Island in this critical moment and lend a hand to our sect. Steward Wang handed a recruitment order that was stamped with the Divine Wood Sect's seal to Chen Mobai. The latter, having decided to stay, naturally would not refuse. No problem, but where can I collect the spirit stones? The recruitment order clearly stated the conditions for recruiting loose cultivators to defend the island, exactly as disclosed by Kiai Hao. Once you accept the Divine Wood Sect's conscription, the remuneration spirit stones would be distributed before each day's battle. Such conditions are absolutely full of sincerity. If you're willing, you'd belong to the small team under my command, and I'll distribute the spirit stones. Steward Wang's words made Chen Mobai nod in approval, after which he immediately signed, right on the recruitment order. According to the investigation of Uncle Zheng's spirit talisman, the first batch of demonic beast army will arrive in about 2 hours. I still need to issue recruitment orders to more than 10 other loose cultivators. I hope, friend Chen, you can gather at this place an hour later. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded again. Steward Wang was also very generous, directly paying out the 5 spirit stones. After all, the Divine Wood Sect's large formation to protect the island has been activated. These loose cultivators couldn't escape even if they wanted to. So they weren't afraid of Chen Mobai going back on his word after receiving the spirit stones. What Steward Wang didn't know was that, right after he left, Chen Mobai immediately used Turtle Treasure to return to the Earth Realm. Of course, he didn't flee. Instead, he went to purchase supplies for battle. At home, the packet of more than 200 talismans by the Wood Spirit Talisman store was casually swept by Chen Mobai glance and then stuffed into his bag. Then he called Wu Wan. There was inflation in Green Light Island, but over here in the Earth Realm, the prices of magic artifacts had always been very steady. However, magic artifacts used for battle were unusually high. There was no way. Producing a magic artifact that had a huge killing power required prior application and approval from the relevant departments of the Immortal Gates. Once they were made and bought, the buyer had to register again. It needed to be reported every time it was used. All kinds of reasons made the prices of magic artifacts used for battle soar. However, defense-type magic artifacts only needed to be recorded once they were made, so their value had always been very stable. Chen Mobai felt that, in a battle, it's safest to protect one's life. Although he had practiced the water elemental shield and had the wooden shield charm and the wood armor talisman, he still felt he needed buy another defensive magic weapon to feel assured to participate in the island defense battle. A defensive magic artifact, my budget is around 80,000 good deed points. After making his demand clear in one sentence, Wu Wan, as a rank 1 treasure appraiser, had quite a few resources at hand and had 3 magic artifacts that met his requirements. Due to the urgency, this time Chen Mobai didn't take his time to take public transportation. He went to Wu's gold shop by taxi directly. I only have this one right now. If you need the other 2, they have to be transferred from other Blessed Earth cities. How long would it take? One is in the same city. It can probably arrive tomorrow. The other has to be transferred from Weiyu Blessed Earth. The fastest can be 3 days if you are not stingy with good deed points. In the Immortal Gates, shipping is free within the same city. The freight for shipping from other blessed Earth City is not cheap. But at this time Chen Mobai would certainly not care about these, only the time was too tight. So he started to look at the defensive magic artifact that Wu Wan took out from his safe. It was a helmet, all golden and looked very dazzling. It's a rank 1 intermediate grade magic artifact. When worn, it can defend against spells that attack the Divine Sea directly. When I was refining it, I also built in a prohibition for the spiritual force shield. If it is filled with spiritual power in advance, you can activate it once without using your own spiritual power. As Wu Wan introduced this helmet, he seemed a bit loath to part with it. Oh, I wasn't expecting it to be personally crafted by Master Wu. Although every treasure appraiser has the heart to become an artifact refiner, Wu Wan's words still surprised Chen Mobai a bit. Originally, when I was refining this helmet, it was to enhance divine sense during the Foundation establishment. Because I only got my hands on the vein protection pill, I didn't have the spirit ascension powder. Sadly, I still lacked the fundamental skills, and my Foundation establishment failed. It will take several years to reach the cultivation perfection again next time. If you need it, I'll sell it to you at a discounted price. When Wu Wan spoke these words, although he sounded nonchalant, Chen Mobai could hear his sighs. The difficulty of Foundation establishment for ordinary cultivators in the Immortal Gate is akin to ascending to heaven. What price does Master Wu plan to sell it for? This magic artifact is made from refined essence of gold. The material cost is extraordinary. We can be considered old acquaintances. 100,000 good deed points. Isn't that too expensive? My budget is only 80,000 good deed points. Over this period of buying talismans and auxiliary medicine for the Kai replenishing spirit water, Chen Mobai's original 160,000 good deed points given by Tirio had been halved. This time he was planning to participate in the island defense battle, and didn't plan on saving much. The 80,000 good deed points was all he had left. The price is truly the lowest it can be. You are well aware of the price of gold. Why don't you take a look at these other 2 defensive magic weapons instead? They were made by 2 artifact refino and are a bit cheaper. Wu Wan pulled out 2 detailed, printed verification certificates that illustrated and described 2 magic artifacts. Chen Mobai took a look. One was a long-sleeved law robe, and the other was an umbrella. The defensive effect of the long-sleeved law robe was better than the helmet, but it did not have the function to improve divine sense, and its price was 89,000 good deed points. As for the wooden umbrella, it was the cheapest, requiring only 75,000 good deed points. In fact, its defense was not weak, but it required a high level of skill from the user as its defense could only be activated when completely open. However, once the umbrella was unfolded, it would continuously drain the user's spiritual power. Thus it usually needed to be closed when not in use. Precisely because of this, Chen Mobai felt this was the right fit for him. Apart from its reasonable price, another reason was that he was a cultivator skilled at manipulation, and this magic artifact was in line with the style of the Tianhe realm. Wu Wan's golden helmet stood out too much. Is the umbrella from the city, or is it from Weiyu Cave Sky? The city. Let's go with this one then. Where is it? Let's catch a ride there. I want it immediately. Chen Mobai's eagerness caught Wu Wan off guard. But since Chen Mobai was willing to cover the fare, Wu Wan had no objections. This is a piece created by a student from the Cinnabarite Institute. The handle and frame of the umbrella are made from rank 1 Chinese parasol tree wood, with the cover of the umbrella is made of rank 1 talisman paper. Although it's called a magic artifact, it's closer to a talisman. There are 5 defensive talismans drawn on the umbrella's cover, theoretically defending against 5 elements spells. However, in my tests, can at most withstand an attack of the late-stage key cultivation level. While waiting for the car, the two discussed the pros and cons of the magic artifact. Although Wu Wan didn't sell his magic artifact, he was still in a good mood, knowing he'd earn a commission since the umbrella was listed in his online store. This student is quite imaginative. The concept of this 5 elements umbrella is remarkable, intending to neutralize all 5 elements spells. It's just a pity that it tries to cover too much ground. It can defend against 5 element spells cast by a cultivator below the 7th layer of key cultivation. Once it surpasses that limit, the defensive talismans will immediately lose balance. However, this umbrella has a secondary function. Once the defensive talisman fails, you can find a talisman maker to redraw the talisman you want, changing it into an offensive tool. Of course, I won't write this in the verification certificate. If the authorities come to investigate, I will definitely argue that you, the buyer, illegally modified it. Wu Wan's pointers greatly expanded Chen Mobai's horizons, and he admired the design of the 5 elements umbrella. This magic artifact can be called a half-talisman, and it can change its function by replacing its cover and the talismans drawn on it. If Chen Mobai hadn't received such hints from Wu Wan, he would have never been able to come up with this ingenious concept. After spending 260 good deed points on a taxi to the Cinnabarite Institute, the student who received Wu Wan's notification was already waiting at the gate. The two introduced themselves. My name is Luan Jingsheng, a sophomore student. Chen Mobai, a commoner. Luan Jingsheng was a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He didn't speak much and seemed quite attached to the wooden umbrella when he took it out. The two added each other as friends. Chen Mobai immediately paid the good deed points to Wu Wan's online shop in front of Luan Jingsheng. After obtaining the wooden umbrella, he left without concerning himself with how Wu Wan and Luan Jingsheng would settle their accounts. His priority was to earn points, and for that, he paid an extra 3750 good deed points in taxes. In the future, even if the Immortal Tax Bureau audits him, he, as the payer, would have all his procedures in order and wouldn't face any problems. Even if Wu Wan gets into trouble for tax evasion, he himself would remain innocent. Chen Mobai got another taxi back home and then teleported to Green Light Island, arriving just in time, with 1 hour and 1 cup of tea to spare. Luan Jingsheng had also included a long cloth bag with the umbrella, and also said that if there were any issues in the future, he could contact him anytime for maintenance. From their initial interaction, Chen Mobai felt that Luan Jingsheng was a decent person who he could consider collaborating with in the long term. Chen Mobai placed the umbrella in the cloth bag. The bag had a string that could be tied around his waistband. Chen Mobai also tied his needle box to his left wrist and slipped on his backpack full of more than 200 talismans. Fully armed, he headed to the manager, Wang's office. He was the one who rented him the wooden house, so Chen Mobai was very familiar with the route. When he arrived, he was a bit late, and everyone was waiting for him. Sorry about the delay, I had to visit a few friends to buy some magic artifacts and talismans. Chen Mobai immediately apologized. Seeing him fully armed, the impatience of the loose cultivators eased. After all, the better equipped their companion, the safer they felt. Cultivator Chen, there are 28 cultivators in our group, and we are tasked with guarding 1 node of the Heavenly Wood Divine Light formation. Here is the basic information, said the manager, handing Chen Mobai a small booklet. He then patted a green cloth bag around his waist, and a floating flying boat appeared before everyone's eyes. It's a storage pouch, exclaimed one female cultivator, surprised at the nature of Wang's green cloth bag. Even the smallest storage pouch requires 100 spirit stones. Wang's storage pouch, which was large enough to hold a 20-meter-long flying boat, probably worth a foundation building pill. This is a special storage pouch that the sect uses to handle large amounts of goods. Uncle Master Zheng gave me one. The daily supply of spirit stones for all the cultivators is inside this pouch, said Wang with a smile, patting his waist bag. His words, however, caused a few loose cultivators in the room to stir. Naturally, no one dared to make a move, as aside from Wang, who was at the late stage of key cultivation, there were four other disciples from the Divine Wood Sect at the late stage of key cultivation. They had the situation in hand. However, the sense of longing in their eyes was unavoidable. Chen Mobai did the math. In their group of 28, besides the 5 from the Divine Wood Sect, everyone else was a loose cultivator. There were 4, including himself, in the late stage of key cultivation, 7 in the middle stage, and 12 in the early stage. The daily payment in spirit stones alone, to keep them around, would amount to 46 spirit stones a day. For a common beast attack on the island, they would probably have to stand guard for about a month, meaning there were at least 1,000 spirit stones in that storage pouch. With such wealth on display, it was no wonder the loose cultivators were envious. Under Wang's command, everyone boarded the flying boat. Propelled at an extravagant cost in spirit stones, the flying boat swiftly arrived at the node of the formation flag they were tasked to guard. It was situated atop a cliff by the shore, and at a 10-meter-wide plot of land, enclosed by green stones, had a bare tree planted in the center. After reading the booklet, Chen Mobai knew this to be the formation flag. The Heavenly Wood Divine Light Formation was the most renowned formation of the Divine Wood Sect, which used trees as formation flags. The sect's main headquarters, Giant Tree Ridge, was fortified with countless spirit trees. Therefore, under the creeping onslaught of countless spirit trees, even a nascent soul ancestor would not dare to invade carelessly. On this green light island, the Divine Wood Sect had transplanted 36 spirit trees from the Giant Tree Ridge, and when fully activated, the power could reach rank 3. This was exactly why the disciples of the Divine Wood Sect and the loose cultivators had the confidence to guard the island. They're coming. No need for Manager Wang's reminder. Everyone, as they looked up, could see, on the horizon where the lake met the sky, it was like drops of ink had been spilled. They darkened and spread around in an instant, polluting the canvas of the sky into patches of dark, ominous clouds. It's Black Plague birds. Chen Mobai immediately recognized these demonic beasts. They were the ones who forced Kai Hao and himself to flee in fear, and were also the culprits behind Beijiang's sister's death. Indeed, these beasts are the first to arrive. A disciple of Divine Wood Sect, with a stern complexion, moved to the bare tree and introduced a specially formulated talisman. Everyone, Heavenly Wood Divine Light will sweep around in an instant, but to prevent the beasts from detecting a pattern, as well as to guard against the attacks of rank 2 beasts, as long as we can withstand, Heavenly Wood Divine Light will not activate again. Manager Wang quickly talked about the upcoming tactics. Chen Mobai understood the reasons for this strategy. It was in the booklet given to him earlier. Since the only foundation establishment cultivator on the island for now, there will certainly be more than one rank 2 demonic beasts on the other side. Above Green Light Island, the Heavenly Wood Divine Light Formation, capable of seriously injuring ranked 2 demonic beasts, is their last trump card. 36 Spirit Tree Array banners, stored with 36 Heavenly Wood Divine Light. Once activated, if a demonic beast takes a direct hit, even a rank 2 one, it would cost half its life, and some weaker ones would even be directly blasted into dust. However, Once these 36 heavenly wood divine light run out, those rank 2 demonic beasts would no longer fear. They would charge onto Green Light Island recklessly, causing carnage. But this heavenly wood divine light can be restored. The talisman that a disciple of the Divine Wood Sect just introduced into the Spirit Tree Array banner served this purpose. It could allow a Spirit Tree, which has activated heavenly wood divine light, to quickly absorb spiritual energy from earth veins within 2 hours, and recharge a heavenly wood divine light. Therefore, the battle of protecting Greenland Island hinges on whether they can deter those rank 2 demons with heavenly wood divine light, while also fending off hordes of demonic beasts as they come swarming onto the island. But the Divine Wood Sect is not lacking in competent people either. They all understand the principle of using reality to hide the illusion, and using illusion to conceal the reality. The moment the flock of black plague birds arrived above Green Light Island, 4 heavenly wood divine lights instantly soared into the sky. One of them, unleashed by the Spirit Tree Array banner they were protecting. Boom! Chen Mobai could only feel a surging force, strong enough to crush him, suddenly surge from the depths of the precipice under his feet, and then being completely absorbed by the Spirit Tree surrounded by their small team. It was like a bolt from the blue, a pillar of clear light, like a sword, ripped through the void, incinerating the oncoming flock of black plague birds, turning thousands of them into plumes of dark red blood mist, staining half the sky red. Style. A sharp cry, with anger sounded, and Chen Mobai felt a sudden vertigo. Once the nourishing Thought Forge God technique was activated, he immediately regained clarity. However, the immortal cultivators around him, who had not cultivated their divine sense, leaned and staggered. Some with lower cultivation levels were even bleeding from the corners of their mouths and fell on the edge of the cliff. It is a rank 2 bird king, and there are 3 of them. Manager Wang glanced at the sky, his face a mix of shock and joy. The power of the heavenly wood divine light was indeed extraordinary. It directly inflicted severe injuries on one of the rank 2 black plague bird kings, causing it to tumble onto the island. One of them had half of its wing evaporated. Only the fastest one dodged the wide-range sweep of the heavenly wood divine light. The rank 2 bird king that was severely injured and fell onto the island was the one that had just unleashed its last sonic divine skills under Zhang Deming's attack, causing a significant impact on Chen Mobai and others who were not far away. However, it was severely injured after all. This rank 2 bird king was finally killed in a mournful manner under the flying sword of Zhang Deming, who was in Foundation Establishment late stage. But the death of this bird king triggered a frenzy among flock of black plague birds. After the sweep of the 4 heavenly wood divine lights, hundreds of black plague birds screamed and spit out gusts of wind that turned into knives and arrows. They launched a kamikaze attack towards the west side of Green Light Island, which is where the Bird King fell. Prepared Chen Mobai and others immediately displayed their divine skills, some using magic artifacts, some activating talismans, and others directly using spells to attack. Swish! Chen Mobai opened the 5 transformation umbrella hanging from his waist, and let loose his spiritual power for this talisman artifact to soak up. A green haze covered the surface of the umbrella, shielding them from the wind knives and wind arrows falling from the sky. These black plague birds were numerous but not very high quality. Chen Mobai even had spare energy to protect the 2 key practitioners beside him who hadn't recovered from the Bird King's sonic attack. After resisting the first wave of attack, Black plague birds began to use their sharp beaks and wings to attack them, who were guarding by the spirit tree. Now it could be seen the difference between big sect disciples and loose cultivators. The disciples of the divine wood sect were trying to protect the people with low cultivation level around them as much as possible. While most loose cultivators only cared for themselves, few cared for others like Chen Mobai. Manager Wang, who usually looks cheerful, proven to be ruthless when it comes to combat. He controlled a red flying sword, cut the 5 black plague birds that rushed to his side into a dozen pieces. The other divine wood sect disciples had their own methods as well. They raised their unified black armor shield for defensively, and then threw talismans. Thunder, frost, fire, and flames burst out in an instant, turning another 12 black plague birds into corpses. Chen Mobai, however, reserved his power and didn't go all out. He confronted the 2 black plague birds that rushed in front of him and threw 2 coiling talismans. Instantly, 2 tendrils of vines emerged, blocking the 2 demonic beasts that caught off guard due to their fast speed. Then, with a flip of his left sleeve, 2 golden lights shot out, piercing bloody holes in the foreheads of these 2 black plague birds. At this point, those key practitioners who had been affected by the sonic waves also regained their senses. They either consumed elixirs or used secret techniques, then engaged in combat with the black plague birds that rushed in front of them. Because the 4 heavenly wood divine light previously swept away most of the black plague birds, the ones that remained were largely restrained by the other 2 bird kings. They didn't recklessly and kill the remaining flock of black plague birds, due to their leader being killed, lost their sense, resulting in chaotic command. Chen Mobai and their group quickly dealt with nearly 100 black plague birds that had rushed into their area. The black plague birds, still circling outside the island, spat out another 2 rounds of wind knives and wind arrows. However, the ones that remained ultimately did not dare to charge onto the island again. They landed on a barren reef about a few miles to the west of Green Light Island, blocking one direction. After the battle, Chen Mobai glanced at the bird corpses scattered around the cliffs, and the black feathers, broken wing fragments floating on the pond of the cliffs, as well as 2 QE practitioners bawling with their arms severed, and fell silent. A disciple from the divine wood sect immediately took out a prepared renewal talisman from his storage bag and reconnected the arms of the 2 practitioners. It's our first time in battle, and everyone is still quite inexperienced, but it's great that no one died. Manager Wang indicated for the 2 injured key practitioners to rest. If they wanted to continue in the battle, they could return and the Spirit Stone's reward would still be available. One of them immediately shook his head, indicating that he didn't want to participate in the battle anymore. The other one hesitated, feeling that he was unprepared this time. He was certain that he wouldn't get injured again if the same situation occurred next time. So, he decided to stay. As for the one who left, Manager Wang was gracious. He not only had one of his disciples send him back with the flying boat, but also gave him 2 more renewal talismans. Meanwhile, the practitioner who stayed received 5 renewal talismans, and even an additional spirit stone as consolation. Both of these are at level 3 key cultivation, which is rather low. Manager Wang's spending spree to reward minor contributions slightly eased the downcast mood caused by the injury. After this battle, I noticed some problems with our coordination. Why don't we split into teams? Manager Wang, whose full name is Wang Yuanwu, demonstrated his impressive skills during the battle. Everyone had faith in his capabilities. Hence they all agreed to his proposal of dividing the 27 remaining people into 5 smaller teams. A disciple from the divine Woodwood sect would lead each team, while the rest of the participants could freely form their own teams according to preference. Chen Mobai was invited to join Wang Yuanwu's team, along with 3 independent cultivators, one of whom was Gao Tuo, who decided to stay after being injured. The other 2 members of the team were a pair of fellow cultivators. The male was named Shi Pengyi and was at level 5 key cultivation. The female was named Luo Lin and was at level 3 key cultivation. They were from a small cultivation sect and were the 2 that Chen Mobai had protected earlier. They had volunteered to join this team. Wang Yuanwu agreed, without much further discussion. Brother Chen, I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, my fellow cultivator, and I might have gotten hurt, Luo Lin said. Luo Lin was only in her early 20s. Although her clothes had been stained with blood, her bright eyes and white teeth, along with her attractive features, added a touch of beauty to their team. If only her cultivation level was higher, she would probably have a lot of admirers. Cultivators in the Tiani realm are very realistic. Even when choosing a cultivation partner, they seek someone with a similar talent and cultivation level. This way, they can mutually promote each other and have a positive effect, especially since after reaching the divine sense stage, their desire for physical beauty decreases dramatically. Of course, this doesn't apply to those who particularly enjoy such pleasures of the senses. It was nothing, there's no need for excessive formalities, Chen Mobai said. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, Wang Yuanwu waited for his junior brother, who was sending people back to return, gave the remaining 5 independent cultivators to him, and then walked over to his own team. He first comforted Gao Tuo, who was injured, then asked each person to introduce their skills and magic artifacts to form a preliminary coordination plan for the team's future battles. Shi Pengyi possessed a flying sword inherited from his sect and 5 talismans. He was skilled in swordsmanship. Luo Lin, a fellow petitioner from the same sect, practiced the same cultivation technique, but didn't possess a flying sword. She only had a defensive magic weapon made from the shell of a black armored turtle, which she bought from the Green Light Island market. Gao Tuo, on the other hand, despite being a solo cultivator, had a hook-shaped magic artifact, a hand crossbow and 18 spirit arrows. Each arrow was powerful enough to kill a cultivator below level 3 key cultivation. Surprisingly, Gao Tuo's wealth seemed to surpass Shi Pengyi and Luo Lin, which might explain why he dared to stay even after his unsuccessful cultivation. I have a few talisman, 1 offensive and 1 defensive magic artifact, Chen Mobai said, conservatively commenting on his equipment. He had just used an umbrella to block a barrage of wind blade and wind arrow attacks, and a flying needle to kill 2 black plague birds. Shi Pengyi and brother and sister Luo Lin had previously seen his equipment and knew it was exceptional. Friend Chen, how many talismans do you have on you? Wang Yuanwu asked the most crucial question. After the battle started, talismans would become consumables. Use 1 less 1. He needed to know the precise number to grasp their actual fighting strength on their side. Well, I did not count them specifically, probably dozens of them. Chen Mobai hesitated, and still didn't tell the truth. But even so, it surprised the cultivators of this squad. Wang Yuanwu, as the leader of this team, guarding the spiritual tree array banners, also only had about 80 talismans, including those distributed by the sect. Don't worry, friend Chen. I will keep in mind the talismans you consume in battle, and once the demonic beasts are repelled, I will apply to the sect to compensate you. Wang Yuanwu's words made Chen Mobai very comfortable. After all, he was receiving 5 spirit stones as daily wages. The loss of talismans during battle already included that. But to lift the team's morale, Wang Yuanwu was generous, or perhaps it was the sect that paid the spirit stones, and he was just saying it. During our team's fight, friend Chen and I will take the lead and the other 3 friends will be positioned between us. Will this work? As it was their first time cooperating, and they lacked mutual understanding, this straightforward tactic was perfect. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai and the other 3 immediately nodded their agreement. At that moment, with a swoosh sound, a talisman flew towards Wang Yuanwu. His face changed slightly, and he immediately caught it. Prepare for battle. Many water serpent bulls and black armored turtles have been detected in the east side water pool of the island. These black plague birds may cooperate with them and attack the island. After reading the information contained in the talisman, Wang Yuanwu immediately shouted out loud. All the cultivators that were originally resting began to move without hesitation, each stuffing a pill that could restore spiritual power into their mouths. Afterward, everyone stood in their assigned positions around the spirit tree according to newly formed squads, effectively occupying all areas of this cliff. A rump noise. On the east side of Green Light Island, 5 beams of sacred tree divine light, like divine swords stretching toward the sky, heavily struck the surface of the boundless pool. This caused enormous waves, carrying countless carcasses of demonic beasts to the shore. Not far away, nearly 1,000 remaining black plague birds rose from the wasteland, spreading wide. With angry, piercing screams, they started to roll towards this side. These damn beasts really don't fear death. One of the loose cultivators spat, and then picked up a black armor shield, imbuing it with spiritual power and positioning it at the front of their team. Chen Mobai's eyebrows furrowed, surprised that these casualties at this magnitude did not cause the black plague birds to shrink back in fear. Or perhaps the death of their king made these demonic beasts go utterly mad. Regardless, the most important thing now was to deal with this upcoming battle. In this area, they still had 5 beams of sacred tree divine light left unused. But Wang Yuanwu had stated earlier that unless a rank 2 demonic beast attacked, or their western line came close to collapsing, they absolutely would not use them again. That is to say, they at least needed to hold on for 2 hours while the spiritual tree array banners recharged. Protect yourselves well, and leave the protection of the spirit tree to Manager Wang and me. Chen Mobai reminded the 3 people stationed between him and Wang Yuanwu. After that, he pinched 4 green arrow talismans with his right hand, stimulated by spiritual power, flung them into mid-air. A total of 24 green, spirit Qi-long arrows appeared behind him from thin air. Chen Mobai spread his 5 fingers toward the void. In the humming sound, the green spirit Qi-long arrow emerging from the void behind him burst out in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 black plague birds that had just rushed up the cliff were repelled, followed by the explosion of green arrows, shattering them into puffs of blood mist. Whirr! On the other side, Wang Yuanwu also unleashed his fury. His fire-red flying sword danced like flames, directing its violent spiritual power towards a flock of black plague birds in the sky. In no time, several demonic beasts that could not evade were turned into charcoal. The trio of Gao Tuo each their own attacks. A crossbow arrow flew out accurately killing a black plague bird. However, there was no time to reload after that. Gao Tuo could only drag his freshly reattached, stiff and barely movable right hand, and command his hook-shaped magic artifact to fight against the black plague bird right in front of him. Fortunately, there was Shi Pengyi's brother and sister on his side. Luo Lin held a black armor shield, her lithe form easily helping them block the gale arrow spewed out from the mouth of the black plague bird. Shi Pengyi, displayed the strength of a 5th-level key cultivation. A purple flying sword under his control moved back and forth like a lightning bolt, suppressing and killing the black plague birds that had bypassed Chen Mobai and Wang Yuanwu. Seeing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, then completely released the remaining 18 spirit arrows from behind him. Within the thunderous sounds, the sky above the cliff in their area was completely cleared in an instant. The rank 2 are coming. As everyone was taking a sigh of relief, Wang Yuanwu's face turned serious. To his shock, Chen Mobai looked up into the sky beyond Green Light Island, and sure enough, 2 giant birds, 3 to 4 times larger than the ordinary black plague birds, appeared in the clouds. One of them, a black bird king, only had 1 wing left. Its eyes were bright red, coldly staring at them. Previously, it was the sacred tree divine light, emitted from the spirit tree they were guarding, that evaporated its wing, almost knocking it out of the sky. Everyone be alert, protect yourselves. There are still 5 strands of sacred tree divine light left on the west bank. After the bird king lost 1 wing, the remaining 2, without full confidence, absolutely dare not get close. But next, we may have to face the direct guards of black plague birds equivalent to the late stages of key cultivation around the bird king. But no matter how dangerous, we absolutely cannot let our front lines fall. Seeing our spirit tree eyed by the bird king, Wang Yuanwu couldn't help but sweat from the brow. However, his extensive experiences serve him well. Despite the tremendous pressure, he carefully assessed the situation and gave orders. The roar. As expected, a group of large birds, twice the size of ordinary black plague birds, left the side of the bird king, riding the wind toward them. Boom! Before the big bird arrived, a huge tornado began forming on the shore, stirring up the violent waves, pushing it towards the spirit tree on the cliff. Those 2 bird kings were using their innate divine ability to apply pressure on behalf of their direct guards, while also testing whether Green Light Island still had a trump card. Seeing this giant tornado, which was so large that it could sweep over the entire cliff where they were standing, Chen Mobai couldn't help but change his expression. He gripped his last trump card, the Yai Wood Divine Thunder Talisman. But he first looked at Wang Yuanwu. Sure enough, even he had a rank 2 spirit talisman. And this leader of the Divine Wood Sect definitely had more up his sleeve. Wang Yuanwu grit his teeth and nodded at another disciple of the Divine Wood Sect. The latter immediately took out a charm and injected it into the spirit tree. Whoosh! As if a gentle breeze had passed, right after the charm was injected, a branch of the previously bare spirit tree emitted a clear glow. In the blink of an eye, a green bud sprouted, then rapidly grew into a palm-sized leaf. Wang Yuanwu flicked his flying sword, and the green leaf was cut down. Go! After taking a healing pill that restored his spiritual power, a Divine Wood Sect disciple imbued all his spiritual power into the cut green leaf. Instantly, a clear light shone dramatically, forming a huge light shield that covered the entire cliff. Just then, 2 rank 2 bird kings unleashed a massive tornado, bringing a storm with it. Boom boom. Amidst the earth-shaking tremors, Chen Mobai braced himself with the wooden umbrella in his hand, stabilizing his figure. The functions of this heavenly wood divine light formation are quite diverse. This thought crossed his mind. He wondered if there were any other functions besides the heavenly wood divine light and the green leaf light shield. The big birds are coming, a total of 20. Each team takes on 4. Those in the later stage of key cultivation go first. The remaining black plague birds are handled by the other members of each team. Remember to protect yourselves. Wang Yuanwu quickly delegated the tasks and was the first to act. He swung his fire-red flying sword, enclosing the 3 big birds flying in front. Chen Mobai gritted his teeth, selecting one of the big birds. However, seeing the almost 100 ordinary black plague birds led by these big birds, he feared that the other members of the team might not be able to handle them. Before engaging the big bird in battle, he unleashed 4 green arrow talismans again. Amidst the resounding bangs, the big bird in front of Chen Mobai spewed out a gust of wind, directly shattering the green spirit key long arrows. But the remaining 23 targeted a large flock of black plague birds rushing from its side. Blood splattered, black feathers flying. After clearing out once, Chen Mobai held his wooden umbrella, facing off against this black plague bird that was a full meter in size. Humming, 2 green wind blades extended from the black plague bird's fluttering wings, like 2 crescent moon blades, striking down towards Chen Mobai's head from different directions. Umbrella opened. The mist that wrapped around the umbrella seemed to struggle under the impact of the wind blades, exploding and partially collapsing, but ultimately, it dissolved the attack. Good thing these big birds, while strong in bloodlines, don't understand cultivation. Their spell power hasn't exceeded the limits of the wooden umbrella. Wu Wan's expertise in treasure appraisal is trustworthy. He said that this defensive magic artifact could handle an attack from a late-stage key cultivator. It was able to withstand the black plague bird, clearly at the peak of rank 1. But, to be its limit, Chen Mobai at the 2 streaks of damage on the umbrella after he retracted it, deciding that he would primarily dodge in the next phase of the fight. After all, he wasn't Wang Yuanwu, who was at the peak of key cultivation, had exceptional swordsmanship, extensive battle experience, and had had talismans and magic artifacts provided by the Divine Wood Sect. He could take on 3 big birds alone, without falling behind. Roar! After the 2 wind blades were dissolved, the big bird spat out a series of gale arrows. Chen Mobai didn't want to hard block them with the wooden umbrella again, so he threw out 2 wooden shield charms. However, how could a lower-grade rank 1 talisman possibly block the gale arrows of the big bird? In just 2 breaths, the 2 wooden shields floating in midair crumbled and disappeared into spirit kui. However, Chen Mobai had taken advantage of this time to move to another location. The gale arrows fell void, stirring up a cloud of dust on the cliff. At this point, all 5 teams had begun to fight. However, not everyone was powerful or lucky. Soon Chen Mobai heard a terrifying scream. Someone had died. However, Chen Mobai no longer had the spare attention to focus on others. He concentrated wholeheartedly on the large bird, hovering in mid-air. Zzz. As dust flew, 6 earth-yellow flying needles shot out from Chen Mobai's sleeve, aimed at the fast-approaching bird. Ding-ding. A rank 1 peak demonic beast, the strongest opponent Chen Mobai had faced since he arrived in the Tianhe realm. When the 6 flying needles reached the bird, black feathers stood up on its body, forming a spiritual power shield, deflecting the needles. Its wings can unleash wind blades, its mouth can spit wind arrows. The feathers covering its body have been cultivated into a kind of defensive shield. The most likely weak points are its eyes and claws. Though Chen Mobai had limited combat experience, he seemed to have a unique natural talent, quickly growing amidst fierce battles. He tested the power of the wind blades with his 5 elements umbrella, used the flying needles to trigger the black feather shield, already forming data about the bird's battle capabilities and innate divine ability. Let's test it. Chen Mobai watched the black bird, with red eyes charge toward him ferociously, spiritual power rotating. He activated 2 wooden shield charms. The green wooden shield only held up for a moment before it was shattered by the wind blade. But the 5 elements umbrella opened in time, absorbing 2 weakened wind blades head-on, draining a considerable amount of spiritual power. Although using talisman consumes little spiritual power, he couldn't sustain it if he used too many. Up till now, Chen Mobai had thrown out nearly 20 talismans, and the 5 elements umbrella, a talisman instrument, consumed more spiritual power than he had anticipated. No wonder it was so cheap. Chen Mobai estimated his remaining spiritual power, which was less than 70%. He decided to use the 5 elements umbrella sparingly in the future. At this moment, the Black Plague bird charged at him ferociously once again. Instantly, he threw out a green arrow talisman and a coiling talisman. Then from his sleeve, 4 flying needles shot out. With a piercing sound, they accurately targeted the bird's eyes and claw palms. A loud cry echoed. The bird's black feathers stood upright. A spiritual power shield appeared again, but it closed its eyes, curling up its claws. All spirit key, long arrows, and flying needles were blocked by the black feather spiritual power shield. Only the coiling talisman had an effect, restraining the bird with vines that sprang from the cliff rocks. It barely managed to hold for an instant before the bird chopped it into several pieces with its wing. As expected, I am correct. Chen Mobai was elated at the sight. The Black Plague bird deliberately avoided its eyes and claw palms from getting attacked. The weak points of the black feather shield should be these 4 places. At this point, another scream echoed in his ears. It seemed that another cultivator was seriously injured. Chen Mobai had no choice but to operate the nourishing Forge God technique, pressing all his strange emotions and focusing completely on the battle with the monster at hand. He uncapped a bottle of dark water from his pocket and took a breath, mobilizing his spiritual power to level 12. The cold ice technique was ready to go. At the same time, Chen Mobai threw out 10 coiling talismans and 10 poison talismans all at once. 10 vine branches drilled into the rocks of the cliff on one end and wrapped around the body of the Black Plague bird, which had been predictably charging in a straight line. At the other end, just as the bird was about to flap its wings to cut off these restraints, it suddenly felt its bones soften and movements stiffen. The poison talisman doesn't actually contain poison. Instead, it manipulates the enemy's internal wood key, causing an imbalance in the 5 elements that were originally in equilibrium. This talisman is not lethal. One just needs to sit in meditation for a while to recover. But Chen Mobai sought exactly this moment of stiffness. With a breath, the last 2 flying needles in the needle box fell before him. All the dark water formed 2 spiral ice spears around the flying needles, which then shot out at their fastest speed, impaling the immobilized bird's eyes. Malicious. Even by timely closing its eyes and employing the black feather shield, the Black Plague bird's eyelids were pierced by the ice spears under Chen Mobai's full-force cold ice technique, causing an unprecedented, shrill scream. The raging demonic energy made the bird shatter 10 vines instantaneously. Constantly fluttering, it let loose a flurry of wind blades in all directions. The incoming green arrow talismans were shattered in the process. Whoosh! Faced with this wide-ranging attack, Chen Mobai had no choice but to open the 5 transformation umbrella again. After dissolving a wind blade, he risked depleting his spiritual power and melted the ice spears back to dark water using the water-controlling technique. The 10 flying needles, scattered by the black feather shield, drawn by the magnetism of the needle box, once again converged before him. Whoo! The cold ice technique was launched again. 10 slightly smaller, but more slender, and spears buzzed and pierced the black plague bird, whose entire body had now become bloodied sockets. Having exhausted its spiritual power in the last outbreak, the bird couldn't summon the black feather shield against this wave of attack. It gave a mournful scream, was penetrated by the 10 ice spears, and fell from the mid-air onto the cliff. However, just before dying, the bird exploded with a sonic attack similar to the dead bird king's, causing all the cultivators on the cliff to shudder. Finally, it ended. Chen Mobai resisted the dizziness from the sonic attack, felt the less than half remaining spiritual power in his dantian, smiled bitterly, and immediately motivated a resurrection talisman. In an instant, all the negative impacts from the sonic wave disappeared. Moreover, the spiritual power in the dantian, like water from a spring, began to flow out slowly. Chen Mobai estimated that he could recover about 10% of his spiritual power every minute. He expected to be fully recovered in about 10 minutes' time. This was his first use of the resurrection talisman. The feeling of replenishment after the dantian was drained was quite novel. By now, he finally had the opportunity to observe the rest of the battlefield. Wang Yuanwu was single-handedly fighting against 3, and in addition to his red sword, he had now brought out a rank 1 shield. He had already killed a bird, but it might take him some effort to fully eliminate them. Gao Tuo and the others were engaged in a tough battle. But Chen Mobai only glanced briefly before turning his attention. Near the cliff, the bodies of 3 cultivators lay about. A small team was about to collapse. However, there was one small team that had achieved considerable results, having jointly killed 2 birds. A late-stage key cultivator was available to lend assistance. Chen Mobai and he exchanged glances, nodded, and then moved to help the small team that had lost 3 cultivators. Boom! Boom! At this moment, 8 beams of sacred tree divine light exploded simultaneously on both the southern and northern shores of Greenlight Island. The deep thunderous crashes accompanied the staggering demonic energy. Countless demonic beasts were ready to kill. Chen Moibai's face turned pale. He didn't expect that the battle to protect the island would reach the most intense stage on the first itself. 8 crystal-clear divine lights, like massive swords, split the surface of the lake. Astonishing demonic aura erupted, with 2 powerful demonic beasts, managing to withstand the heavenly wood divine light, and rushing onto Greenlight Island. Zheng Diming, one of the rank 2 demonic beasts. However, no one could stop the muscular demonic beast with 2 horns, a humanoid upper body, and a serpent lower body. A small team of Divine Wood Sect's QE practitioners to push it back into the water. But even with their magic artifacts and talisman scripts all put to use, they only managed to force it 3 steps back. The cost was the complete annihilation of the Divine Wood Sect cultivators in the team. Not good, the demonic beasts have made it to the island. It's not good to use the heavenly wood divine light now. Wang Yuanwu, who had just slain 3 black plague birds, turned around anxiously. After seeing on the southern shore of Greenlight Island the powerful beast that had broken through the Divine Wood Sect's defense line and destroyed a spirit tree array banner. Can't the heavenly wood divine light be launched within the covered area of the formation? Or is it feared that its might is too big and will damage the spirit vein on the island, affecting our people? Listening to Wang Yuanwu's words, Chen Mobai, while teaming up with others to deal with 2 black plague birds, was secretly mulling it over in his heart. During their anxious moments, suddenly, 3 powerful sword lights shot out from the teleportation array within Greenlight Island, simultaneously plunging into various parts of the muscular beast's body. Then, in an instant, The sword lights shone brightly, cutting the nearly invincible beast into more than 10 pieces. Have the elders from our sect arrived? Seeing this, Wang Yuanwu was both surprised and overjoyed. After a moment of astonishment, Chen Mobai's expression cleared. Yes, as one of the 7 major sects in the Eastern Wilderness, Divine Wood Sect has quite a few Foundation establishment masters. Given the onslaught of demonic beasts on Green Light Island, they'd definitely send people to help with the defense. Holding the teleportation array, it's possible that even core formation cultivators could show up at the critical moment. Perhaps these reinforcement elders have already arrived, just waiting for the rank 2 demonic beasts to set foot on the island and fall into the trap. Sure enough, after these 3 sword lights killed the half-human, half-serpent beast, they turned towards the other rank 2 demonic beast that was fiercely battling with Zheng Deming. Seeing its predicament, the beast tried to escape, but the trapping function of the heavenly wood divine light formation activated, slowing down its movements. 3 sword lights crisscrossed forth and back in pursuit, working with Zheng Deming, with all 4 Foundation establishment cultivators attacking simultaneously. Amid the splattered blood, they managed to kill the demonic beast on the island in merely the time taken to brew a cup of tea. Only then did Chen Mobai breathe a sigh of relief. He had thought of running away when the demonic beasts were wreaking havoc on the island. Just as the beasts on the island were being slain, the two black plague bird kings circling above the water on their west wing let out a clear cry. It seemed like a signal to retreat. Then, the large birds, which were still attacking Chen Mobai and his group, spat out a large series of gale arrows. From cliff to sea, they washed over them like a storm, before collectively flying into the sky. They led the surviving flock of black plague birds and left Greenlight Island. Kill as many as possible and reduce the burden for future battles, Wang Yuanwu, with a resolute face, said as he chased the last black plague birds with his flying sword. The remaining cultivators on the cliff also sent a flurry of crossbow arrow talismans, coordinating their attack. Chen Mobai teamed up with the late-stage key practitioner and took the opportunity to kill a large bird. Then he threw 2 arrow talismans, knocking down 3 escaping black plague birds. But they were all sensible people and didn't leave the cliff area to pursue them. When the black plague birds were completely out of their attack range, everyone finally breathed a complete sigh of relief. Yet, the atmosphere was still a bit heavy. On just the first day of defending the island, 5 cultivators had forever closed their eyes. Junior Brother Qi, please cremate these 5 comrades. After the war, we will return their remains according to the roster to their families. If they have no family, we will find a good feng shui spot on the island for their burial, said Wang Yuanwu to a disciple of the Divine Wood Sect, who immediately nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Mobai's emotions were very complex, because one member of his team had also sacrificed their life. It was Gao Tuo who had been injured on his arm before. In such a battle, his level 3 key cultivation was clearly inadequate. Even Luo Lin, who was at the same cultivation level and under the care of Shi Pengyi, had turned pale with one of her arms drooping. She had been using the black armor shield to resist the gale arrows of the black plague birds. Not only was her spiritual power exhausted, but her right hand could not bear the strain and was broken. If these birds attacked again, she would likely die. Renewal talismans were distributed to each cultivator. Chen Mobai received both a consciousness talisman and a life recovery talisman. After he took them, he went to Gao Tuo's body and closed his still open eyes. Watching the blazing fire swallow up the 5 cultivators, who had been laughing and talking before, Chen Mobai felt lost. Is this what war is like? Having lived on Earth from a young age, he had never experienced such a situation where people in their prime would be parted forever. He looked at the other surviving cultivators. While their faces held sorrow, their eyes revealed a sense of familiarity with the situation. The life of cultivators in this world was really hard. Chen Mobai thought this way in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. All he could do was stand by the cremation and watch Gao Tuo's body disappear, turning into ashes. "Chen, my friend, we may need to rearrange our teams," said Wang Yuanwu. "Whatever you arrange, I have no objections." Chen Mobai nodded slightly, not wanting Wang Yuanwu to notice that his emotions were a bit different from theirs. "Well, 4 comrades have decided not to participate in the defense due to severe injuries, leaving us with only 18 people," he continued. "I plan to split us into 4 small teams, each with 4 comrades. Junior brother Liu and I will act as mobile support, ready to assist you at any time during the battles. You, Shipeng and Luo Lin will remain a team, and after I leave, junior brother Qi will join you," Wang Yuanwu suggested, demonstrating his careful thought, to which Chen Mobai agreed. Junior brother Liu was the Divine Wood Sect disciple who could manipulate the spiritual tree array banners with talismans, and he was rumored to be an array master. Having him and Wang Yuanwu in charge would undoubtedly give them a greater sense of security. As for junior brother Qi, he was a sturdily built cultivator with a square face. Chen Mobai had just cooperated with him to kill a black plague bird, and their coordination was quite good. At the edge of a cliff, the newly formed teams gathered together. Luo Lin, with a trace of color returning to her face, tested moving her blood. Her broken bones reconnected by the effects of the renewal talisman. Shi Pengyi, however, was meditating beside her, fervently taking every opportunity to cultivate. "My name, Kuai Rui. I practice the red flame sword technique, and I am also a talisman maker," introduced the new disciple from Divine Wood Sect. "Qi Rui, when I was out hunting demonic beasts with Qi Hao, I saw him use a crimson sword talisman. It was extremely powerful," said Chen Mobai after hearing Qi Rui's introduction, which immediately sparked his interest in the subject. "Qi Hao? He is a candidate for being a true disciple, a Divine Wood Sect. There's a chance he may receive a foundation building pill from the next batch, if there are extras," Qi Rui explained, admiration evident on his face as he mentioned Qi Hao. "Oh, aren't the foundation building pills of the Divine Wood Sect simply exchanged for enough contribution points?" said Chen Mobai, noticing Qi Rui seemed open for conversation and attempting to learn more about Divine Wood Sect. "It's not that simple. To concoct an orthodox foundation building pill, a millennial golden jade ganoderma is needed. Our Divine Wood Sect inherited the largest medicinal garden, Giant Tree Ridge, from the 5-Element Sect. Thanks to the foresight of our forefathers, we have a significant number of ganoderma planted, but we can only harvest about 10 mature millennium golden ganoderma every decade," explained Qi Rui. "In theory, you can produce 10 pills from one concoction of the orthodox foundation building pill. If we get 8 or 9, then we are already very fortunate." During the time when the Divine Wood Sect and Golden Cliff split from the 5-Element Sect, it had been agreed that every time the Golden Jade Ganoderma matures, Golden Cliff would receive 3. He added. After the split, the Divine Wood Sect and Golden Cliff fought with the remaining 3 branches of the 5-Element Sect for 20 years. Eventually, everyone got tired of fighting. We agreed, cease battles. One of the conditions for the 5-Element Sect to recognize the independence of our Divine Wood Sect was that whenever the Golden Jade Ganoderma in Giant Tree Ridge matures, they also get 3. he explained. The foundation building pills of all three sects are concocted by the Back to Sky Valley. After each batch, regardless of the quantity produced, the valley takes one pill. In a decade, our Divine Wood sect would be able to stock about 30 foundation building pills in the warehouse. Qi Rui added, there are at least 100 disciples in the Divine Wood sect of the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. To be as fair as possible, these 30 foundation building pills should be distributed through contribution points. One can exchange their contribution points for one, but the more contribution points you have, the higher the probability you can get one, he informed. These basic sect knowledge were simple to disciples from the Divine Wood sect, but were precious knowledge to Chen Mobai and Shi Pengyi, who listened with great interest. Golden Jade Ganoderma must be Tianhe Realm's term. Over at D Yuan Star, it's called Jade Marrow Golden Mushroom. Quite similar, thought Chen Mobai as Qi Rui started explaining the ranking of the true disciples in the Divine Wood sect, which was actually the order of obtaining the foundation building pills. 5. Though Qi Hao wasn't in the list of top 24 true disciples, he had a rather profound cultivation level, and he was also a disciple of a foundation establishment elder with the surname Shi in the Divine Sect. If there are extras from the next batch of foundation building pills, he could possibly be prioritized. The named C. Chen Mobai remembered a quite delicate youth named C, who was likely the blood descendant of that elder. No wonder Qi Hao was willing to take him into Yan Mangzi for training. They were fellow disciples. Qi Dao friend, I heard that besides using millennial golden jade ganoderma as the main ingredient, there's another method to concoct foundation building pill. Luo LLM suddenly asked a question which Chen Mobai had great interest in. Right. Using the golden jade ganoderma as the main ingredient is the orthodox way to concoct the foundation building pill. There's another way, which is using a demonic beast's inner core. But this method has a low success rate, and the beasts capable of forming the inner core are usually at least rank 2 at their peak, making them extremely difficult to hunt, replied Qi Rui, nodding. Chen Mobai was hearing this for the first time and asked with great interest. It was usual for him as a loose cultivator to be unaware of such details, and the other 3 in their group had no reason to suspect otherwise. Both Shi Pengyi and Luo Lin also heard this from their masters. Their small sect's grandmaster successfully reached the foundation establishment level by taking a foundation building pill made from the inner core of a demonic beast. He then recorded this experience in the sect's secret chronicles, and his story has been passed down to this day. The 2 demonic beasts that were killed on Greenlight Island this time, I feel they were both at the peak of rank 2, and perhaps they have already formed their inner cores. If that is true, then there might be a few extra foundation pills in this batch. As Qi Rui said this, he was somewhat envious. However, his cultivation level was merely at the 8th layer of Qi cultivation. Even if he does accumulate enough contribution points, he might not necessarily qualify when the time comes. Is there a difference between a foundation building pill made from a demonic beast's inner core and a traditional foundation building pill? There is a difference, but the effects are similar. However, one such batch can only produce 2 or 3 pills at the most, and the auxiliary ingredients cannot be short of any. It is a bit uneconomical. As he said this, Qi Rui couldn't help but shake his head. Back to Sky Valley is reluctant to refine this type of foundation building pill, as refining it will delay an alchemist's cultivation level for a year. Given the same amount of time, they would rather refine traditional foundation building pills. However, it is precisely because of this that the other alchemists of the Eastern Wilderness have a value proposition. Back to Sky Valley may be unwilling to refine foundation building pills with the demonic beast's inner core as the main ingredient, but other alchemists are eager for it. The main goal of the East Wilderness Major Sect, and even the Immortal Cultivation clans in training their own alchemists, is ultimately in order to refine such foundation building pills. However, after listening to their conversation, Chen Mobai felt that the decision-makers of Back to Sky Valley were far-sighted. After all, if they really monopolized the refinement of foundation building pills, it's likely that Back to Sky Valley's status wouldn't be so transcendental as it is now. They would definitely be targeted by the other 6 major sects, and might even face destruction. Key Taoist friend, do you know when the next batch of Golden Jade Ganoderma in the Divine Wood sect will mature? Chen Mobai asked a question, drawing the curious gazes of the rest of the team. Ahem, Taoist friend, you may not be able to wait for it. The Golden Jade Ganoderma matured this year, and has already been sent to Back to Sky Valley. The new disciples will join next year, which is when this batch of foundation building pills will enter the sect's storehouse, ready for exchange. Kiwai Rui understood Chen Mobai's implications, somberly spoke. The Divine Wood sect recruits disciples once every 10 years, which coincides with the time it takes to refine foundation building pills. They do this to ensure that each generation's succession is orderly. Even though Chen Mobai is an exceptional talent, he would have to wait for the next 10 years to compete for those foundation building pills. What about the foundation building pills made from the inner core of the demonic beast? Chen Mobai thought about this and continued to ask. The 3 seniors who came to the rescue, judging by the sword light, 2 of them are likely teachers from Golden Cliff. The inner cores of the 2 peak rank 2 demonic beasts that were killed today will probably be evenly distributed, with 1 going to them. The remains of this batch should produce 2 foundation building pills. But among all the disciples in the sect who have enough contribution points, there are at least 20 to 30 senior brothers and sisters waiting after the 24 true disciples. As Qi Rui spoke these words, he too sighed slightly. He was also aiming for the batch of traditional foundation building pills 10 years from now. However, even if he attains cultivation perfection by then, he might not be able to compete with these experienced senior brothers and sisters. Has there been any exceptions? Like someone who upon joining the sect immediately assured a foundation building pill? Chen Mobai asked, with reluctance. It's not unheard of. 10 years ago, when we were recruiting disciples, we, in a genius with a heavenly spiritual root from a small sect, our respected elder came out of seclusion personally and awarded this disciple a foundation building pill. Heavenly spiritual root. At this point, Chen Mobai fell into silent contemplation. He thought of the unused wood spiritual talisman he had stowed away. An idea sparked in his mind, but immediately he mocked himself for his fanciful thinking. Friend Qi, I wonder when this battle for the island will end. Although I have already reached cultivation's 7th layer, my combative methods are still lacking. Do you have any spare crimson flame sword talismans to sell me? After a bit of conversation, Chen Mobai once again returned to their initial topic. The crimson flame sword talisman was powerful. Qi Rui had used one in the battle just now, slaying a black plague bird. Moreover, it had directly shattered the black feather shield. In comparison to Chen Mobai, who had to exhaust all means, including his cultivation techniques and the assistance of the cold ice technique, Qi Rui seemed at ease. You've asked the right person. In our sect, besides completing tasks, I rely on making talismans to earn spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Qi Rui's eyes brightened, and he immediately pulled out 3 crimson flame sword talismans from his storage bag. One talisman costs 8 spirit stones within our sect, but it's sold for 10 spirit stones in the Fang market shops. I'll give you the internal price. How many do you want? I afford one. Chen Mobai rummaged through his bag and reluctantly took out 8 spirit stones. Qi Rui accepted them with a laugh, handed him one crimson flame sword talisman, and carefully explained the essentials and techniques of using it. I heard there are also dual sword and triple sword talismans. What are their prices? After buying one, Chen Mobai asked about what truly concerned him. Upon hearing this, Qi Rui actually began earnestly advising him. A single sword talisman costs 8 spirit stones, but a dual sword talisman costs 20, and a triple sword talisman is as high as 80 spirit stones. It's completely not worth for us key practitioners to invest that much. A dual sword talisman basically seals 2 crimson flame sword lights. The complexity and difficulty of its creation are several times greater than a single sword talisman. Generally, even if we have the ability, we wouldn't create dual sword talismans. They aren't easy to sell, and the possibility of failure is high. It's easy for the investment in a talisman to go down the drain. Moreover, a dual sword talisman's power hasn't fundamentally changed. It just seals an additional sword light. Using 2 single sword talismans is the same as using a dual sword talisman, only it's cheaper. As for the triple sword talisman, since it can form a small sword array, it's worth it if you're able to create it. But a triple sword talisman, even though it is classified as rank 1 premium grade, actually requires a rank 2 talisman maker to truly craft it. I don't have the capability to do that. After hearing Qi Rui's explanation, Chen Mobai finally understood why only single sword talismans were sold in the market. Dual sword talismans are simply not cost-effective, and triple sword talismans require too high of a crafting requirement. Even though they're classified as rank 1 premium grade, they will be displayed on rank 2 counters, usually only being purchased by Foundation establishment cultivators. That's a pity. I actually wanted to buy a triple sword talisman to study. Chen Mobai feigned regret. Oh, are you also a talisman maker, friend Chen? No wonder you always so many talismans. Qi Rui, Shipengyi, and Luo Lin all had realization dawn on them. But Chen Mobai hastily waved his hands humbly, indicating he was still at the beginner stage. Isn't it because I want to join the Divine Wood Sect? I started learning how to make talismans in advance, to avoid getting cut from the entrance tests next year. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, friend Chen. Given your age and realm, as long as you can master one of the 5 life talismans, any of the senior uncles will take you into the sect. Qi Rui was pleased with Chen Mobai's expressed longing for the Divine Wood Sect. He revealed a bit of the sect's customary practices in recruiting disciples, which benefited the other 3 members of the small team greatly. If you truly want a triple sword talisman, elder brother Wang just happens to have one. It's just a matter of whether he's willing to part with it. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was visibly surprised, but thinking of Wang Yuanwu's red sword, which was clearly a result of practicing the red flame sword Ju, he suddenly understood. Isn't the Divine Wood Sect's unique cultivation technique the Longevity Sutra? Why do friend Qi, Manager Wang, and Elder Kuai all practice the fire attribute cultivation technique? About this, Chen Mobai was a bit confused. Shouldn't disciples of the Divine Wood Sect be practicing wood attribute cultivation techniques? Although our Divine Wood Sect originated from the wood vein of the 5-element sect, the 5 veins have shared their ancient techniques with each other for over 1,000 years. The fundamental techniques of the 5 veins have all been excerpted. Precisely because of this, our Divine Wood Sect and Golden Cliff dared to break away from the 5-element sect. Our 2 sects' inheritance all comes from the same book pavilion, and we possess techniques of all 5 elements. However, it is said that the supreme divine skill of the 5-element sect, the primordial Dao fruit, has always been kept within the earth vein. But the primordial Dao fruit can only be perceived by those who have reached gold core perfection and possess a heavenly spiritual root. So, whether our divine wood sect and golden cliff possess this technique doesn't really matter. Moreover, in my opinion, the simplified version of primordial Dao fruit, the dual phase technique, is more suitable for us regular cultivators. It provides us with a glimpse of a chance to core formation. Qi Rui's words left Chen Mobai a bit confused. Many were foreign to him. What? Primordial Dao fruit? What is the dual full phase technique? In contrast, Shi Pengyi and Luo Lin, a pair of senior brother and sister on the side, wore expressions of awe, as if they had long heard of those famous techniques. Chen Mobai couldn't help but play the part of a cultivator from the countryside and humbly sought advice. This primordial Dao fruit is the number 1 divine skill in the eastern wilderness. Our forebear, the old ancestor Hun Yuan, used this divine skill to sweep over the eastern wilderness and even made a big name in the central state, earning the title of number 1 nascent soul of the eastern bound. Unfortunately, since the old ancestor Hun Yuan's demise, no one else has mastered this divine skill. The dual phase technique is a simplified version of primordial Dao fruit, which requires the cultivation of 2 attribute techniques among the 5 elements. For instance, disciples of our divine wood sect generally choose the wood attribute longevity sutra and fire attribute red flame sword jui. The initial stages might be slow, but when you reach foundation establishment perfection, the spiritual power cultivated by the red flame sword ju will utilize the spiritual power from the longevity sutra as nourishment, increasing the chances of core formation by 30%. It is said that the primordial Dao fruit uses the dual phase technique to successively practice the techniques of the 5 elements, finally unifying the 5 elements into one primordial true Qi, thereby overcoming the 5-element techniques. After hearing Qi Rui's introduction, which carried a hint of pride, Chen Mobai had only one thought in his mind. A braggart. His boasting even surpasses that of the 7 elemental soul cultivation techniques of the Celestial Sect on Di Yuan Star. The 6 Sovereign Sutra of Kunpeng Taoist Institute claims that when perfected, one would control the 6 elemental energies yin, yang, wind, rain, darkness, and brightness, with the laws of the universe at their fingertips, and their primordial spirit could roam endlessly through boundless realms. Even so, the 6 Sovereign Sutra wouldn't dare claim to surpass all 5 elements cultivation techniques. That's because the wood attribute lasting spring cultivation technique, passed down by Jumang Taoist Institute, though ordinary in name, promises to stop time and preserve youth once one achieves primordial spirit, maintaining their peak state forever before their life ends. Bearing no power over the lasting spring cultivation technique, the 6 Sovereign Sutra certainly wouldn't dare to assert its dominance over all 5 elements cultivation techniques. Chen Mobai didn't argue, but feigned astonishment after hearing about it, wondering how something as powerful as the primordial Dao fruit could exist. But in his heart, he thought that if the primordial Dao fruit was this mighty, then why did the ancestor of the Wu Xing sect not break through to divinity transformation, but instead died of old age? From this, it became apparent that this so-called best divine skill in the Eastern Wilderness, despite being excellent in magic duels, probably doesn't compare to the jade purity scripture of the Immortal Sects when it came to breaking through realms or even chasing longevity. This was why he agreed particularly with something Qi Rui said. Compared to the inaccessible and grueling cultivation of the primordial Dao fruit, the dual elements cultivation, might be more suitable for him. Just with a 30% increase in core formation chance after foundation establishment, he felt ecstatic. Remember, the liquid gold jade return pill of the Immortal Sect even guaranteed a 20% increase in the core formation chance. Combining these two, if he could make it to foundation establishment, he felt he could already swallow half of the gold core. Perhaps he was thinking too far ahead. Chen Mobai took a deep breath to calm himself down. Is this dual elements cultivation so miraculous? He was skeptical. After all, though there were cultivation techniques within the Immortal Sects that could increase the chance of core formation, none of their effects were as exaggerated as a direct 30% increase like the dual elements cultivation. Indeed, 30 years ago, our sect's elder few advanced to core formation, the dual elements cultivation, and became the second gold core cultivator in our Divine Wood sect. Precisely because of this, the Wu Xing sect, which would not have compromised under any circumstances, was willing to sit down and negotiate with us, acknowledging our Divine Wood sect and Golden Cliff independence. In essence, isn't it all because we have one more gold core cultivator, balancing the power on both sides, that the peace agreement for these 100 years could be signed? Qi Rui's words gradually convinced Chen Mobai. Before the Wu Xing sect split, with one nascent soul cultivator and 5 gold core cultivators indeed dominated the eastern wilderness. Did you also cultivate this dual elements cultivation, Qi Rui? Chen Mobai asked. The other party immediately shook their head and gave a bitter smile. This is an honor exclusive to true disciples. Moreover, cultivating the dual elements cultivation requires more resources than cultivating a single cultivation technique. During Qi cultivation, it doesn't make much of a difference, but after foundation establishment, each bottleneck is extremely challenging. Without the eternal life scripture providing an additional lifespan of 60 years, Elder Fu might not have been able to reach the core formation stage. Hearing this, Chen Mobai didn't mind. He already knew, although the major realms of the Tianhe realm were the same as those of the Immortal Sects, the division of the minor realms was completely different. Tianhe realm's foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul stages all only had 4 minor realms: early, mid, late, and perfection. However, within the Immortal Sects, like Qi cultivation, the stages of foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul are divided into 9 minor realms. This is because breaking through this way, the bottlenecks are significantly smaller. Initially, when the Immortal Sect started teaching the cultivation methods on Diyuan Star, the 3 major stages after Qi cultivation were also divided into 4 minor realms: early, mid, late, and perfection. However, after hundreds of years, due to a lack of resources, these minor realm bottlenecks blocked nearly all cultivators. So later, the divinity transformation ancestor of the Repairing Heaven Institute created the cultivation techniques of foundation establishment, 9 levels, core formation, 9 levels, and nascent, 9 levels. Sharing these methods with his disciples, the first nascent soul cultivator from Diyuan Star was eventually cultivated after 200 years. As proven by practice, after breaking the original 4 minor realm bottlenecks into 9, the difficulty of breaking through reduced considerably. The chances of ultimately cultivating to perfection was nearly 50% higher. Chen Mobai felt that if he could join the Divine Wood sect, he could first choose to cultivate the eternal life scripture, then become a true disciple, get the dual elements cultivation, and swap the fire attribute cultivation technique that comes with it with the pure Yang scroll that he had prepared in advance. And if he could successfully reach the foundation establishment stage, the 9 stages of foundation establishment in the pure Yang scroll would gradually melt the essence of the spiritual energy cultivated by the wood attribute, eternal life, scripture. And what was considered the most difficult minor realm bottleneck for the disciples of Divine Wood Sect might not be too difficult for him. Furthermore, after he cultivates the pure Yang scroll to gold core perfection, his spiritual root attribute could be elevated to heavenly fire spiritual root, which would be perfect to comprehend the requirements of the primordial Tao fruit. Although he felt that this number 1 divine skill of the Eastern wilderness might not compare to the 7 great elemental soul technique passed down by the Immortal Sects, Qi Rui's praise made him think that if he had a chance in the future, he could give it a try. In an instant, Chen Mobai had roughly planned his future cultivation techniques. However, whether it would work still required more thought and consideration. But foremost, he needed to join the Divine Wood Sect. On that night, Chen Mobai and Qi Rui engaged in deep conversation, feeling as if they hadn't met soon enough. Shi Pengyi, after listening for a while, began to cultivate seriously, holding a spirit stone in his hand and meditating with his eyes closed. On the other hand, Luo Lin, whose arm had just been mended, could only rest and listened with great interest as Chen Mobai and Qi Rui discussed topics ranging from the Divine Wood Sect and cultivation techniques to the sharing of experiences in talisman making. On these matters, Chen Mobai naturally couldn't compare with Qi Rui, a rank 1 talisman maker. But as his perceptions were based on entirely different system of learning from the Immortal Sects, his occasional remarks about what he learned in class greatly astonished Qi Rui, who praised that Chen Mobai would definitely become an outstanding talisman maker. To this, Chen Mobai could only modestly dismiss. His theoretical knowledge might be fine, but his practical skills were a mess. After the talisman-making discussion, both of them went on to speak about their experience of dealing with demonic beasts, like the Black Plague bird. In their conversation, they occasionally sought Luo Lin's opinion and discussed how their team could coordinate to survive the island defense battle, while killing more demonic beasts. It wasn't until the break of dawn, when Wang Yuanwu distributed the spirit stones of the day, that Chen Mobai and Qi Rui reluctantly ended their chat. "Shen, my friend, this is today's spirit stone. Share." Wang Yuanwu handed over a small cloth bag. Chen Mobai was a little puzzled as he took it, and felt that it contained more than 5 stones. In the latest order from Uncle Zheng, the reward for killing a 1-peak demonic beast is an additional 4 spirit stones. Hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but reveal his surprise. When he opened the small cloth bag, he found 11 spirit stones inside. In addition to the 5-stone reward for responding to the summoning order today, he had killed a Black Plague bird alone yesterday, and together with Qi Rui, they killed another one, which gave him an extra 6 spirit stones. The feathers of the Black Plague birds are excellent materials for artifact refining as well. After collecting these spirit stones, we at the Divine Wood Sect will handle the bodies of these beasts, Wang Yuanwu explained further. Chen Mobai then realized that these spirit stones were actually payment for the materials from the beasts. However, he wouldn't know how to handle these materials in the first place. So even if they fell into his hands, the most he could do was roast some wings to eat. If he handed them over to the Divine Wood Sect and even got a few spirit stones in return, then it was a win-win deal. Compared to this, Chen Mobai is now even more impressed with Zheng Deming, who managed the distribution of the stones. Well, he saw that the cultivators guarding the spiritual tree array banners today seemed to be a lot happier after receiving more spirit stones, despite the fact had frowned due to their comrades and injuries the day before. Those loose cultivators who were hesitant about whether to pull out and fight for survival before couldn't speak up now. At least at the moment they received the spirit stones. All the loose cultivators were full of energy and united in their resolve. Someone's coming. After Wang Yuanwu handed out the spirit stones and was about to discuss the cooperation tactics with everyone, a bright sword light landed on the cliff. I am Ning Leishan, from Golden Cliff. Who is the leader here? The sword light faded, revealing a middle-aged man with a square face and 3 long straggling beards. Divine Wood Sect's Wang Yuanwu. I pay my respects to Uncle Ning. Chen Mobai recognized this sword light. It was the same as the one that rushed out of the teleportation array and killed a rank 2 demonic beast yesterday. This was Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Brother Zheng assigned me to guard the West Bank's defense line, and I came to meet with you. After saying these words, Ning Leshan nodded his head and flew away on his sword, heading towards the location of the next spiritual tree array. Although this cultivator in the Foundation Establishment stage came and went in a hurry, it nonetheless gave the team immense confidence, indicating that even if the sacred tree divine light was used up and a rank 2 beast rushed onto the island, there would be at least one Foundation Establishment cultivator stationed behind them. This immediately gave them a different sense of security. Golden Cliff is full of sword cultivators, and they are generally the strongest within the same rank. Qi Rui knew that Chen Mobai was a loose cultivator who had come from the small place of Cloud Dream, and was not very familiar with the knowledge about the major sects of the Eastern Wilderness, so he started explaining to him. Among the 5 veins of the 5 Elements sect, the metal vein has always been the strongest. After the Hun Yuan ancestor passed away, if it weren't for the alliance with Golden Cliff, the Gold Core ancestor of the Divine Wood Sect would not have the confidence to form their own sect. What is Uncle Ning in? I have heard before that he broke through to the middle stage of Foundation Establishment just 5 years ago. I don't know if he has practiced the 2-phase technique. If he is a gold-water dual cultivator with this kind of progress, he might have a chance to attempt core formation before his life limit. The Divine Wood Sect would organize an exchange program every once in a while where disciples who practiced sword techniques would be sent to Golden Cliff to learn. Qi Rui, who was practicing Crimson Flame Sword Decree, had the fortunate opportunity to stay at Golden Cliff for a period of time, and he remembered the name Ning Leshan very clearly. If practicing the 2-phase technique increases the chance of core formation, why wouldn't one cultivate it? Chen Mobai found it very strange. Given Ning Leshan's status as a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he certainly would want to reach core formation. This dual-phase technique increased the odds of achieving core formation so significantly. He would have definitely cultivated it if he were in that place. Most of our Divine Wood Sect disciples who meet the requirements will practice the dual-phase technique, but it's different for the sword cultivators of the Golden Cliff. Many of them believe that sword cultivation needs a pure sword heart. Cultivating the dual-phase technique would impure their hearts. They would rather focus on a sword technique that aligns with their own spiritual root and temperament, which allows them to forge ahead bravely and vigorously. In fact, among the 5 veins of the 5 Elements sect, only our Divine Wood Sect places such great importance on the dual-phase technique. That's because the Longevity Sutra can increase lifespan, and after Foundation Establishment, cultivators can get an extra lifespan of 60-year cycle to break through the bottleneck. In the other 4 veins, 9 out of 10 cultivators who practice the dual-phase technique would end up dying of old age. After hearing Qi Rui's explanation, Chen Mobai could not help but admire the unique advantage of the Divine Wood Sect. No wonder they had the audacity to split after the ancestor, Hun Yuan's passing. At this point, Wang Yuanwu gathered everyone again and had them set up defensive lines, as they had been divided into teams the day before. Chen Mobai led brother Shipengyi to the same spot they had fought in yesterday. Qi Rui was standing on the outermost edge, forming the first line of defense with the other Divine Wood Sect disciples. Attack. As expected, in a short while, the two rank 2 bird kings led thousands of black plague birds. It seemed they scattered around the nearby waters and in the sky to avoid being wiped out altogether by the sacred tree divine light. There was no more poking, prodding. They went straight into the most dangerous stage of the battle. The place where Chen Mobai and his group had set up the spirit tree array banners was still the primary target of the flock of black plague birds. It seemed they had tested the limits of this team's power yesterday. Today the two bird kings sent 30 Ren-peak birds to besiege them with a fierce momentum. If it were up to Chen Mobai and his group alone, they could only face these demonic beasts with heavy losses. If they fought to the death, no one might survive. But today, one was full of confidence. Wang Yuanwu nodded to his junior brother Liu beside him. Without any hesitation, Liu released the sacred tree divine light, which had recovered after being energized overnight. Amidst the loud rumbling noise, the 30 rank 1 peak big black plague birds, which rushed in front of them, were mostly vaporized into a mist of blood by this sudden burst of sacred tree divine light, despite their careful dispersion. Attack! Don't any of these beasts escape! Under Wang Yuanwu's command, Qi Rui and other Divine Wood Sect disciples charged off the cliff with him. Attack! At this point, the Bird King who was supervising from the distant clouds above uttered a harsh cry. Seeing that they had used the sacred tree divine light, the uninjured rank 2 Bird King, in his peak state, flapped his wings, revealing his true form, and charged towards them. Evil beast, how dare you! Ning Leshen, who had been hiding on one side, flew over with his sword control technique and directly blocked the Bird King in mid-air. The thunderous roar occurred once again. Meanwhile, Sacred Tree Divine Light broke out on the other shores of Green Light Island too, cleaning up the surface of the lake. After that, bursts of sword lights lit up, and they began to engage with the approaching army of demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mobai had been fighting demonic beasts on Green Light Island for 10 days flat. From what began as a genteel, ancient-style handsome young man, to now wearing short sleeves and letting his hair loose. If it wasn't for the cleaning technique, his appearance may have been likened to that at Savage by now. The number of people in their small team was also decreasing, and at this point, only 12 remained. However, those remaining were basically the elites. Fortunately, those Chen Mobai had met all survived. Luo Lin had already left the team. After all, she was only at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. After fighting non-stop for 5 days, even with the supplement of elixirs and talismans, she fell into a coma due to exhaustion of spiritual and physical strength. However, surviving was what mattered most after all. 3 days after Shi Pengyi left with Luo Lin, he returned to the team. Apart from wishing to earn spirit stones, he had also advanced to the 6th level of Qi cultivation. His spiritual root talent was quite good, but if he wanted to make further progress, or even pursue foundation establishment, the island defense fight this time provided him with the best opportunity. Advancement. Not only could he obtain spirit stones, but he could also further refine his cultivation techniques. If he could break through to the 7th level of Qi cultivation in the next few years, At least, before the age limit of 60, Shi Pengyi could attempt foundation establishment once. Chen Mobai had never participated in the struggles for the opening of the Immortal's Gate, but felt that even the struggles for the opening should be as brutal as this, right? Of the 12 people they still had alive, 7 were in the late stage of cultivation, and 5 were at the 6th level of cultivation. A disciple of the Divine Wood Sect had also died. After Qi Rui cremated him personally, carrying the urn with his ashes, he left the team for a day. But when he returned the next day, he once again devoted himself fully to the fight against the demonic beasts. A loose cultivator, in the late stage of Qi cultivation, also died, and of the remaining loose cultivators, only 3, like Luo Lin, could leave alive. The brutalities of both life and death, and battle, enabled Chen Mobai to grow significantly within this short span of 10 days. "Come, brother Chen." Qi Rui threw the wine jug in his hand to Chen Mobai, who caught it effortlessly and took a sip. Initially, he didn't like to drink alcohol, seeing that the taste of milk tea was much better than that of alcohol. But there was no milk tea in this world, so he had to cope with what was available. However, after having drunk alcohol for such a long time, he was gradually beginning to appreciate its taste. This jug of wine that Qi Rui held, according to him, was brewed from jade bud spirit rice, grown on the giant tree ridge. The taste was full-bodied and smooth, and long-term consumption even had a promotional effect on cultivation. This pot of wine cost 1 spirit stone. After asking Shi Pengyi and his peers about it, he realized that not all cultivators in the Tianyi realm could afford eat spirit rice and drink spiritual wine for every meal. Regarding this, Chen Mobai could only comment that the agriculture of the Tianyi realm was not developed enough. Although the Immortal Gate was short of resources, there was one thing that was never scarce: spirit rice. On the Earth elemental star, regardless of whether it was plains or mountains, as long as it was possible to open and cultivate spirit fields, they were all exploited by the Lingxi husband of the Gate. After all, the body was the most fundamental thing. If one couldn't eat enough spirit rice, how could one possibly expect the children of the next generation to be talented? The technique of cultivating spirit rice on the side of the Immortal Gate had reached an absolute pinnacle. Therefore, because every generation had grown up eating spirit rice for thousands of years, it was very rare for a baby to be born lacking in innate spirit root attributes on the side of the Immortal Gate. In the Tianyi realm, those who had spirit roots and could sense and cultivate spiritual energy were surprisingly in the minority. As a major sect of the Eastern Wilderness, the Divine Wood Sect, which recruited disciples every year, had to let cultivators at the foundation establishment stage lead a group of people to various cities and villages to measure spirits among the mortals. Not only was this inefficient, there was also a large probability of overlooking people with spirit roots. 8 years ago, when Liu Jie Mountain was recruiting disciples in the Eastern Wilderness, their spirit messenger found a genius with a different spiritual root in Rain Country, which the Divine Wood Sect had previously checked. Upon hearing about this, the old ancestor Fu was furious. If not for the spirit messenger of the previous generation of the Divine Wood Sect, who managed to snatch a baby with a heavenly spiritual root, he would probably have been severely punished for this matter. With such an abundant amount of spiritual energy in the Tianyi realm, it would be a waste not to cultivate land. As Chen Mobai drank the small wine, he thought if he got into the Divine Wood Sect in the future, he would definitely not waste such good spiritual land resources. The giant tree ridge, rank 4 spirit vein, known as the second largest medicine field in the eastern wilderness, might be a bit difficult to convert into farmland. But Chen Mobai didn't need such good spiritual land either. Qi Rui said that there were many abandoned Rank 1 and Rank 2 spirit fields around the giant tree ridge. Because the Divine Wood Sect has only been separated for less than 100 years, there were not many disciples. So the sect's influence area was rather sparsely populated. Basically, every key cultivation disciple could be divided into a Rank 2 spirit vein. He could buy some seeds that grew fast but required high amounts of spiritual energy from the Earth elemental star, which would perfectly utilize the abundant spiritual energy of the Tianhe realm. Chen Mobai's mother, Tang Penchui, came from a village situated in a valley between Dangxia City and Yuwu Wood City, where the people from generations past had made a living farming. The water-clear rice they grew had a pure white and translucent color, with a unique green leaf aroma. Most of the cultivators in Dangxia City and Yu Wood City only acknowledge the Rank 2 water-clear rice grown here. When Chen Mobai was young, he had also been taken to work in the fields. Regarding farming, he felt that he had a bit of a knack for it. Manager Wang, I would like to request 2 days of leave to rest. After finishing his wine, Chen Mobai approached Wang Yuanwu. The latter paused for a moment, thinking that Chen Mobai was tired of fighting and wanted to quit and leave. Brother Chen, if you are dissatisfied with the quantity of spirit stones, we can negotiate again. Manager Wang, you misunderstood. It's just that the non-stop fighting over the past 10 days has left me mentally fatigued. If I don't take a break now, I might lose my guard on the battlefield and get killed by those beasts. Chen Mobai explained with a wry smile, adding that the following day, the Dangxia city side would announce the pairing list and detailed rules for the Taoist Academy entrance exam. He had to rush back to check his opponents and see if there was anything he needed to take note of. So that's the case. I apologize for misunderstanding you, Brother Chen. After hearing this, Wang Yuanwu immediately apologized, as the pressure he had been under during this period was also very great. Just the day before, the defensive line they held had broken. If not for Ning Leshan repelling the Bird King and reinforcing him in time, they might not have been able to retake this place. However, despite this, the spiritual tree array banner they were protecting was damaged. Although their junior brother Liu was trying his best to repair it, he wasn't a Lingji husband, and the effect was slow. Oh, Brother Wang, I heard you have Red Flame Sword Charm. You also know of my aspiration to join the Divine Wood Sect, and I have decided to cultivate the Eternal Life Sutra and the Red Flame Sword technique. I wonder if you might be willing to part with it and sell it to me. Wang Yuanwu hesitated for a moment. He thought about how Chen Mobai is a mainstay in his team and has been a lot of help recently. Considering Chen Mobai's age and realm, it wouldn't be impossible to become a true disciple of the Divine Wood Sect. So, befriending him would not be a bad idea. As a result, Chen Mobai returned the spirit stones he had received from Wang Yuanwu over the 10 days back to him, and received Wang Yuanwu's treasured Red Blaze Triple Sword Talisman. Chen. Safely. Qi Rui, who was standing nearby, said with a chuckle. Shi Pengyi also greeted Chen Mobai with a respectful fist and palm salute. Although he didn't say anything, his intention was the same. When Chen Mobai returned to his rented wooden hut, he discovered that his 1-month lease was up. But, because of the island defense war, the Divine Wood Sect had extended the leases for all loose cultivators who responded to their call for another month, free of charge. He opened the cover of the underground tunnel under bed and climbed down. With a flash of silvery light, he returned to his long-missed home. After tidying up his clothes, Chen Mobai pushed open the door of his house and headed to school. As he was walking, his phone, connected to Doyuan Star's signal, showed a continuous flow of incoming texts. There were messages from his mother, Tang Panchui, and King Nu. There was also a message from Song Zheng. He had attended 2 training classes organized by the school, but felt there was little improvement. Because he had not run into Chen Mobai these 2 times, he asked if there were any external training classes that were good for practical magic duel effectiveness. After seeing this, Chen Mobai replied, stating that external training classes were no better than the ones organized by the school principal. In the end, he saw a text from Yan Bingxuan. She asked him where he got the fish they had last time, as she wanted to buy a couple online. Chen Mobai could only say that the fish were from an old spring in a cold pool in the mountains where his mother lived, and that she wouldn't be able to buy them online. He promised to bring her a couple more next time he could. After calling his mother, Tang Panchui, to reassure her, Chen Mobai arrived at the school classroom. 3. By the time Chen Mobai walked in, half of the people had arrived. For here, class monitor Mo Simin seemed to have forgotten about the previous incident as she waved enthusiastically at Chen Mobai. Song Zheng was sitting in the row in front of her. When he saw Chen Mobai coming over, he lifted his eyelids slightly and gave a small nod, a form of greeting. Yan Bingxuan didn't come? After sitting down, Chen Mobai asked casually. She's already been recommended for admission. It doesn't matter whether she participates in the magic duel or not. She said that instead of spending time on this, she should cultivate more and increase her ice spirit root attribute points. Mo Simin mocked Yan Bingxuan's indifferent tone of speech with an uncanny impression. That makes sense. Chen Mobai nodded, agreeing with Yan Bingxuan's logic. If it weren't for the fact that this exam determined his future in the Immortal Sects, Chen Mobai would have preferred to stay in the Tianyi realm and continue his training. His recent fights with the demonic beasts had consolidated the inflated spiritual power he had initially gained from consuming Qi replenishing spirit water. He even felt that he could easily break through the bottleneck of the Qi cultivation rank 8 once he refined his spiritual energy to the right level. Well, long time no see, everyone. At this moment, a spirited and energetic teenager entered the room. It was Chu Yuan. He seemed to have gone somewhere to train during this period and had completely changed his casual demeanor. Now, he was more like a sharp sword out of its sheath, filled with fighting spirit and sharpness. You've broken through to the Qi cult rank 8. A flash of spiritual light passed through Shi Jingjing's eyes, revealing Xu Yuan's true realm. Correct. I was sent along with Yuanqing to train in the army. After enduring tortures you can't imagine, I have thoroughly improved. Xu Yuan stood at the entrance, his entire person exuding a combativeness and sharpness he had never had before. Meanwhile, Shi Yuanqing was still quiet. But the childishness on his face had completely vanished. He stood still like a mountain, giving people an indescribable feeling of solidity. In that case, you guys should be able to make it to the final round this time. Shi Jingjing glanced at Shi Yuanqing again. Seeing him, Shi, who originally didn't have much confidence in the magic duel, slumped face, turned her head, and leaned against Cao Yeling's chest. Her face puckered up, and she looked extremely disappointed. If those 4 who are at the Qi cultivation rank 9 all go to participate in the entrance exams of the 4 great Dao academies, I feel that I can top this competition among the 10 academies. Xu Yuan's words made Chen Mobai, who had been busy communicating with King Nu on his phone, glance at him. After making sure this guy couldn't possibly beat him, Chen Mobai lowered his head again and continues chatting with King Nu. Has the duel list been released yet? This was a message sent by King Nu. She had pretty much been in the alchemy room, or in a rented apartment recently, busy helping him refine one high-grade QI replenishing spirit water. Because she had already been recommended for admission to the Jumang Dao Academy, she didn't pay much attention to the entrance exam for Dao Yuan College. It hasn't reached our hands yet, but it may have been issued to the school already. After all, they said the dual list would be out today when we were filling out the school preferences. Chen replied. The Chen Mobai Institute. 47 people for Dao Academy, and 233 people for Doyuan Academy. The red robe leader glanced over the dual list with people's allocations, and then looked up at the fully assembled representatives of the Dao Academy and Doyuan Academy in the conference room. The numbers are a bit awkward. Should we kick one out or promote one? That way, it'll be a perfect head-to-head match, the representative of the Repairing Heaven Institute said, which was silently rebuked by everyone. Whether we kick someone out or promote someone, there will be dissatisfaction. We must uphold basic fairness and justice, and I think we should stick with the numbers we have. The extra person will be the one with the highest score, who will get a bye and move on to the next round. Bian Yiking of Dance Tool Dao Academy began speaking. His mature and steady comments earned nods of approval from most of the academy representatives. In that case, there's another problem. Shang King of Jumang Dao Academy checked this year's scores in Red Sandstone City and pointed out the two people with the highest scores, Gong Xiangyu and Yan Feng, who were tied. So, who gets the bye? For a moment, the conference room fell silent. Lan Haitian, how about your input? Among the 4 great Dao academies, only Lan Haitian hasn't spoken yet. The representatives from the 10 academies usually followed the lead of the 4 great Dao academies in such situations. When the words of the red robe leader fell, all eyes were on Lan Haitian. Why don't we mix the people from the 4 great Dao academies and the 10 academies together for the magic duel? Unexpectedly, Lan Haitian's suggestion seemed to be unacceptable to some people. Wouldn't that be unfair to the 47 who barely made it into the Daoyuan Academy? They worked very hard to earn this opportunity. The more people there are in the competition, the more rounds there are, the easier it is to see who the true skills are. After hearing what Lan Haitian had to say, the representative from Repairing Heaven Institute frowned, proposing a potential issue. What if the first-place finisher in the end doesn't meet the cutoff scores for admission into our 4 great Taoist academies? What are we to do then? Isn't that even better? It gives us a legitimate reason not to admit any. Lan Haitian's words caused everyone present to startle before their expressions cleared in understanding. Admission requirements for the 4 great Taoist academies were strict, preferring to have fewer but superior students each year. This led to criticisms from cultivators, accusing the academies of hoarding the most cultivation resources from the celestial schools and being overly selfish. In every 10 years, the Xianwu Hall from the 3 great Xian Halls, which was the highest governing body overseeing operation departments of 36 heavenly caves and 72 blessed lands, would conduct public opinion survey. With the public's criticism for the 4 great Taoist academy mounting over hundreds of years, it was about time to issue some responses. Hence, this year, the hall master from Xianwu Hall invited the dean of the Taoist Academy to set the theme of a magic duel for admissions. The requirement was that if the first place in the magic duel scored sufficient points for admission, the 4 great Taoist academies could not refuse the students' enrollment. In the end, to prevent examination migration, a notice was issued by celestial schools mandating the completion of at least 1 semester at a local academy before taking the local admission test. The four great Taoist academies agreed to this in respect to the Xianwu Hall Master. But, when they announced it, they faced strong opposition from within the academy. Why did we, in our time, had to beat out 2 to 3 million people from across the celestial schools to barely gain admission into the four great Taoist academies? How could it be simple this year? Each of the four great Taoist academies would only admit a maximum of 49 students every year. Adding up to less than 200, they were truly the chosen ones amongst myriads. According to the Xianwu Hall Master's requirements, at a minimum one student from each heavenly cave and blessed lands may be admitted, potentially doubling the intake numbers. It was not that Taoist Academy members felt this was unfair. They were mainly concerned that lowering the standards would tarnish their academy's reputation. Could the first-place finisher of some obscure place also qualify for admission into the four great Taoist academies? Did they even have the aptitude for it? If you wanted to join the Taoist Academy, you should earn it by outcompeting millions of candidates just like them. But the higher-ups had already decided, so even if students nursed resentment, the representatives of the four great Taoist academies could only follow their leaders' directives. Lan Haiqian's proposal, however, provided a valid reason to reject students. Among them, Shangqing from Jumang Taoist Academy, in particular, wasn't concerned at all. They had King Nu, with the heavenly spiritual root, so they had already secured a student slot in Red Sandstone City in advance. That's even better. If we follow past practice, these 47 people might not be qualified for the four great Taoist academies and will end up joining the 10 schools. Mixing exams together will allow the representatives of the academies to better judge the students' potential and level. The representative from the Repairing Heaven Institute nodded and made a remark that turned the representatives from the academies pale. Yet, they could not utter a word in protest, because they indeed intended to increase enrollment. Therefore, everyone's gaze turned to the true man in red robe. He was still the one to make the final decision. I find it feasible. Let's go according to this. Taoist Academy and the academies holding joint entrance tests can also save resources for Cinnabarite Institute. As the man in red robe made the decision, there were no objections from the representatives of the Taoist Academy and the academies, who all nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the clerk swiftly reconfigured the duel's formula file on the file, mixing together Taoist Academy entrance and 233 Academy quota. In a flash, a new duel table was generated. Make some final changes, and then send it to all schools. The magic duels will be held 3 days from now. Since there are many participants in the first round, it will be divided into several sessions. After reviewing it, the man in red robe added a few points. Suggestions such as prioritizing students from the same school to avoid each other. Those with higher realms to duel first, with those with lower realms, to prevent those with high realms from encountering each other early, and ensuring the event in the final rounds. After 2 more rounds of modifications, the representatives of the Taoist academies and the academies were all satisfied, and this duel schedule was distributed to all high schools in Red Sandstone City. Classroom and 3. He Jingshan skillfully switched on the projector, first showing the entire enormous dueling table, then inputting the keyword 5th high school, immediately filtering out the rivalry information for every student in this room. Each of you should take note of this. The first round has 140 duels. There are 20 duels a day, which will take 7 days in total. Check to see which day you are scheduled on. Chen Mobai looked up at his own, and was lucky it was on the first day, and his opponent was from 3rd high school. Mo Simon even recognized her, and said he was a 7th layer key cultivation genius, with a dual spiritual root. She made a comparison with Song Zheng. Chen Mobai responded with an O, greatly admiring her comparison, which instantly clarified his opponent's level for him. Everyone's luck is good. No one has encountered a strong opponent. Only Chen Mobai's Qiao Xingwen is in the late stage of key cultivation. There might be a fierce battle. He Jingshan had checked the duel table before coming, and had a good idea of everyone's opponents. Seeing that everyone in the classroom were looking at him, Chen Mobai could not help but stop playing with his phone. Feeling the atmosphere was a bit stiff, Chen Mobai, it was necessary to say something. Everyone must work hard. As the top scorer of our high school this time, I will set an example and strive to defeat my opponent to uphold the honor of 5th High School in Red Sandstone City. After hearing his words, Mo Simin immediately turned her head away, pretending not to know him. Song Zheng was also surprised, not expecting Chen Mobai to actually utter such an embarrassing statement. Cough cough, Chen Mobai, I'm pleased to see your spirit, but I've heard some things about your opponent. It's said that he might soon break through to the 8th layer of key cultivation. Safety should be your priority during the magic duel on the stage. It's not shameful to surrender. He Jingshan felt the need to cool the students' ardor. Although entrance exams are important, they should not risk their lives for it. The journey ahead is long. Even among the many houses, there were cases of nascent soul seniors. Remember, one must not lose their sensibility on the dueling stage because of a moment's zeal. After rambling for a while, the school principal then shared a tip. The talisman used in the magic duel can be changed as long as it doesn't exceed the grade and quantity set in the rules. If feasible, you can all change to a new set after each round of magic duel, which will keep your opponents from detecting your secrets. Upon hearing this rule, Chen Mobai felt it had its pros and cons. Getting acquainted with talismans takes time. Using the magic duel set one is most proficient at will certainly be more effective than sets with which one isn't familiar. But principal made a point too. If an evenly matched opponent were met, revealing all of one's spells and talismans might win them the duel. But the opponent in the next round would definitely prepare talismans in restraint. At this point, changing the talismans would indeed be a very good strategy, which can disrupt the opponent's arrangement. This made the magic duel even more interesting. Should an uncommon set of talismans be assembled as a decoy to attract attention in the early rounds? I'll take 5 Xan talismans. This golden light talisman is not bad. I'll stock up 5 of them as well. Windblade talisman, wind binding talisman, and wind speed talisman can be combined. Nice, I'll take 5 of each. Fireball talisman, big fireball talisman, fire dragon talisman. 1 I'll 11 prepare 2 sets of each. Buying everything he thought of, Chen Mobai opened the Fairy Gate network and purchased a large number of popular battle talismans from several highly ranked talisman stores. In the end, he also bought 10 of the water sword talismans, which he always had in his shopping cart, but never had the heart to place the order when he was short on cash. Considering his need for a water source to the cold ice technique, he also bought 5 water storage talismans. This talisman was invented by a genius in the Fairy Gate. Although it's only a lower grade rank 1, it can store up to 1 cubic meter of water, making it an essential talisman for outdoor exploration and ancient ruin excavation. After completing his orders, Chen Mobai saw that he only had over 3,000 good deed points left in his bank card and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It feels like no matter how many good deed points one has, they're always not enough. The richer one is, the stronger this feeling becomes. All right, take these match schedules and prepare well at home. At this point, He Jingshan distributed a stack of printed and folded match schedules to each student, then left the classroom. Chen Mobai took one handed over by Song Zheng, who was sitting in front of him, and put it in his backpack, preparing to leave. Hey! Unexpectedly, Xu Yuan approached him. "Sup?" Chen Mobai tilted his head, looking at the guy blocking the door. He wondered if this guy was challenging his first place, and pondered on which move would be more suitable to beat him later. "Kiao Xingwen is a guy who joined the army with me. We had 3 fights, and I only won 2. As soon as the theme of the entrance exam for the magic duel was released, many people thought military training was the best way to improve. Just as Xu Yuan and Shi Yuanqing had the chance to go to the army for training, other senior students in Dangxia City also had other ways to get in. Chen Mobai's opponent, Kiao Xingwen, was one of them. Thanks for the heads up." After hearing Xu Yuan's serious words, Chen Mobai was surprised, but thanked him. "Chen Mobai, may I ask you something?" At this time, Shi Jingjing, who was sitting at her seat, suddenly raised her hand and spoke. Please ask. Have you not updated your personal information panel?" Shi Jingjing asked a very unexpected question. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Mobai was a bit confused, but Shi Jingjing took out her phone and opened a website in front of him, Betting Odds Network. This magic duel in Dangxia City has attracted many gamblers to place bets. They have collected the information of all students participating in the Taoist Academy's magic duel. I was bored these days and read through everyone's information. I noticed that your realm is still listed as the 6th layer of key cultivation. I checked the match schedule again. Basically, the matchups in the first few rounds avoid internal consumption between high realm students. This must have been deliberately set by the organizers to ensure the final rounds are exciting enough. Since you're regarded as a 6th layer of key cultivation, you're considered to have the lowest realm in this magic duel. So when the automatic arrangement was made, you were paired with Kiao Xingwen, with the intention of advancing this genius in the 7th layer of key cultivation. After hearing Shi Jingjing's words, including Mo Simin, all students with the 6th layer of key cultivation in the class couldn't help but lower their heads in shame. Chen Mobai opened his personal information panel on his phone. The update states that I've reached the 7th layer of key cultivation. So, you haven't sent this to the class teacher? Shi Jingjing asked again. After pondering for a bit, Chen Mobai realized that was indeed the case. The period between his breakthrough from the 5th layer to the 6th layer of key cultivation, and then from the 6th layer to the 7th layer, was very short. To avoid being questioned by the class teacher, he hadn't sent his updated personal information to Chai Diyuan. The grades of the students in each school were public information, and thus, the odd site must have obtained this information. So, how it is? Upon hearing Shi Jingjing's suggestion, Chen Mobai had an epiphany. This was the reason 2 7th layer key cultivation students had been paired in the first round. Besides these 2, all the other 139 matches had late-stage key cultivation students pitted against mid-stage ones. You know, you could have easily advanced to the 2nd round, but now you might be eliminated in the 1st round. Shi Jingjing shook her finger at Chen Mobai, her face full of pity. Thanks for the reminder. Chen Mobai didn't say much, just thanked her. At this point, many people in the classroom had already gathered around Shi Jingjing, asking for the website address of the odd site. You can only watch, you can't bet, or your eligibility for the entrance exam will be cancelled. Shi Jingjing quickly warned, instantly dampening the spirits of Chen Mobai, who was planning to bet on himself winning. However, he still asked for the website address and casually added Shi Jingjing as a friend. This classmate's way of thinking was quite unique. It might be beneficial to keep in touch in the future. Upon leaving the school, Chen Mobai went to the alchemy room rented by King Nu. Here, a plastic container half full of rank 1 high-grade QI replenishing spirit water was handed by King Nu to Chen Mobai. There were actually 22 vials of it. One used 4 parts of medicinal herbs, and another batch of medicinal solution is still being extracted. There should be about 7 more vials by the day after tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Mobai thanked King Nu. With one batch of the high-grade QI replenishing spirit water, you could mix at most 10 vials. During the 10 days when he was fighting against demonic beasts, King Nu had also stayed up without rest, making her look slightly worried. It's no big deal, thanks to the medicinal herbs you provided, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to break through to the next realm. Oh? You've cultivated divine sense. Chen Mobai hadn't checked King Nu's cultivation level, but to break through to the 7th layer of QE cultivation, one must first cultivate divine sense. Yes, when I woke up this morning, I had mastered the divine sense, but my spiritual power isn't enough yet, so I'm still in the 6th layer of QE cultivation. Congratulations, congratulations. Take the ingredients for the 2 batches of QI replenishing spirit water and make some rank 1 mid-grade ones for yourself. You can think of it as a gift from me. Upon hearing this, King Nu, however, shook her head. Just being able to practice with your medicinal herbs to improve my alchemy skills is enough for me. Besides, I'm going to Jumang Daoist Academy next semester, which is located on a rank 5 spirit vein. So there's no need to waste your medicinal herbs since there won't be a lack of spiritual energy. There. Chen Mobai accepted King Nu's reasoning and didn't say anything more. Nevertheless, to celebrate King Nu's breakthrough, the two of them went out for another meal of grilled fish. Since he didn't bring any fish from Tian realm this time, the taste was average, but they both ate happily. When they were saying their goodbyes, King Nu suddenly clenched her right fist and raised it, saying something to Chen Mobai. Good luck. The entrance exam. Okay. I'll strive to rank first and join you at Jumeng Daoist Academy. After returning home, Chen Mobai had another meal with his mother, Tang Pan Chui, and then, under her prattling, went back to his own room. Silver. He was back in the Tianhe realm again. He carefully stepped out of the burrow he dug, relieved to see the log cabin still stood. After confirming no demonic beasts had reached the island, Chen Mobai got dressed and returned to his team. How does it feel? Isn't it uncomfortable resting at home? Qi Rui came up laughing when he saw him return, giving a friendly pat on his shoulder. Not at all. How is it possible? Last time I brought the ashes of Brother Wang back, I rested for a day. When I lay in bed and closed my eyes, all I could see was myself fighting beasts here. I couldn't rest at all. Hearing these words, Chen Mobai shook his head. He had rested at his own house in the land of Di Yuan, where he had no fear of beasts attacking. How is this situation better ever before? The one speaking was Wang Yuanwu. Chen Mobai was stunned when he saw him. One of his hands was bandaged and hung around his neck. Those bastards attacked last night. We informed Uncle Ning in time, but I still lost a hand. However, I've already reattached it with a renewal talisman. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai quickly looked around, noting that there were 3 less people in their team. He asked and found out that among them, one had died and 2 others were seriously injured and had left the team. Given this, it was clear that the battle last night must have been particularly fierce. If only I had been here. Chen Mobai, slightly guilty. Don't worry, we are about to enter the final stage soon. There won't be any more casualties. At this point, Qi Rui, understanding Chen Mobai's feelings, gave his shoulder a pat. Not far away, on a stone, Shi Pengyi also waved and greeted him. Feeling slightly relieved, Chen Mobai didn't seem to understand Qi Rui's words. Is it ending soon? Did the Divine Wood Sect send more reinforcements? Old Ancestor Fu personally went to Cloud Dream Marsh and relocated to Fengyu Fort, allowing the Foundation establishment masters from our sect to withdraw from there. 2 of them were transferred to Green Island, ensuring a steady hold now. Hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but rejoice. Unconsciously, he had come to consider himself a part of Green Light Island. Now we just wait for when old Ancestor Fu and real man Nujiang can spare time to clear out the outer areas of the Cloud Dream Marsh. Even though the Divine Wood Sect and Golden Cliff had split off from the Five Elements Sect, during the peace treaty, it's agreed that both factions would respond to the call and help suppress the seal left by the old ancestor, Hun Yuan, in case any unusual activity occurred among the Cloud Dream Marsh monsters. This was precisely why, every 10 years, the Divine Wood Sect would station a group of Foundation establishment cultivators at the Fengyu Fort. Of course, all the gains from hunting the monsters belong entirely to them. Markets such as Green Light Island were originally established to deal the harvest obtained by Foundation establishment cultivators from hunting demonic beasts deep in Cloud Dream Marsh. As things progressed, the 2 elders of the sect discovered the profitability of these markets, hence paid it more attention. This time, 6 island markets of the Divine Wood Sect in Cloud Dream Marsh were besieged by demonic beasts, 2 of which failed to hold up and have already fallen. Green Light Island, being on the outermost periphery and relatively close to the mainland, didn't have many demonic beasts coming over. Plus, thanks to Zheng Deming's appropriate handling, it suffered the least losses. I'll watch tonight. Chen Mobai volunteered, and Wang Yuanwu didn't refuse. It was already Qi Rui's team's turn. It seems they've become addicted to ambushing. At night, indeed, a flock of black plague birds took advantage of the darkness to attack from within the black clouds. However, with Chen Mobai's defense in place and the coordinated cooperation, the defense line was firmly held. Plus, Wang Yuanwu allowed his junior, Liu, to draw upon the spiritual energy from the earth veins, and once again, activate the sacred tree divine light. They finally waited until 2 Foundation establishment cultivators arrived. One was Ning Leshen from the Golden Cliff, and the other was Peng Bei of the Divine Wood Sect, who hurried from Wind and Rain Fort. The former was a sword cultivator, while the latter was known for hunting demonic beasts year-round and was extremely ruthless. Not a single bird from this flock of black plague birds was able to flee. All were killed on this cliff. Even the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators felt unsatisfied. So they went out of the island and fiercely battled with 2 rank 2 bird kings. However, it was the bird king's home ground outside. They controlled their flock and arranged a simple battle array. The Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't break through, and were even trapped instead. Only until dawn did the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, who had exhausted too much spiritual power, order the West Bank to launch 4 sacred tree divine lights, dispersing the battle array, controlled by the 2 rank 2 bird kings, and they safely retreated. Why haven't these damned beasts retreated yet? After the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators came back and greeted them, they flew back to the center of the island. But Wang Yuanwu was a bit puzzled watching the flock of black plague birds on the barren reef, which was only a quarter of its initial size. Perhaps they received orders. The order of demonic beasts is very primitive. The lower ranks obey the higher ones. Maybe. We still have to be cautious, so as not to make a mistake at the last moment and let these damned beasts rush onto the island. Wang Yuanwu, dragging his newly reattached arm that started bleeding again to the intense battle, sat under the spirit tree and practiced key cultivation. Since you're cultivated, Wang, aren't you a true disciple of your divine wood sect? Chen Mobai and Qi Rui were chatting while drinking on the side. Qi Rui nodded and shook his head after hearing this. 20 years ago, Brother Wang was indeed a true disciple, but he failed in foundation establishment and therefore stepped down from the true disciple's position. He's still paying off the debt for that foundation building pill. What? At this, Chen Mobai widened his eyes in disbelief. What's so surprising about that? Do you think that every true disciple can gather 10,000 contribution points to exchange for a foundation building pill? If they aren't gifted by elders, they have to borrow from sect brothers. Qi Rui had nothing to hide from Chen Mobai. After a couple of drinks, he spilled about the Divine Wood Sect's exchange for foundation building pills. Actually, the sect supports this. After all, the longer a foundation building pill is stored, the more medicinal power it loses. Even the most talented disciples can hardly gather 10,000 contribution points in just 10 years. So to avoid wasting foundation building pills, the sect allowed elders to gift contribution points or peer disciples to lend to each other. Generally, as long as you behave appropriately, and you're a true disciple, we're willing to lend. If by any chance the brother you lend to succeeds in foundation establishment, you would have a great favor in return. In the future, if you need to borrow contribution points to exchange for a foundation building pill, won't they help you in return? Foundation establishment cultivators can complete sect missions with contribution points at least 10 times higher than us key cultivators. If you're lucky and lend contribution points to 2 or 3 true disciples who succeed in foundation establishment, you can basically borrow enough contribution points to exchange for a foundation building pill. Qi Rui's words further piqued Chen Mobai's interest in joining the Divine Wood Sect. Over the next 2 days, sporadic Black Plague bird attacks occurred. The remaining members of Chen Mobai's team were the cream of the crop, and there were no further casualties. Manager Wang, now that the situation is essentially stable, I won't be visiting anymore. After essentially receiving 10 spirit stones for free, Chen Mobai proposed to leave. Wang Yuanwu gave him a surprised look. For loose cultivators, the opportunity to earn spirit stones effortlessly without engaging in battle was rare. Some, who had initially retreated during the fiercest moments of battle, were now requesting to rejoin. Chen's noble act is commendable, but our Divine Wood Sect is not lacking in spirit stones. There's no need to feel guilty and leave. Before Wang Yuanwu could reply, Qi Rui had spoken up from the side. During this period, his relationship with Chen Mobai improved significantly, and he already regarded Chen as a future fellow disciple in the Divine Wood Sect. Actually, I have sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough during the short battle period here, and I don't want to miss it. Chen Mobai could only force a bitter smile and make an excuse. If he could, he would also like to earn spirit stones here by slaying demonic beasts daily. However, he would need to go to the Cinnabarate Institute for the magic duel tomorrow. This was of great importance to him, and he simply couldn't afford to be late. Indeed, that is more important. Wang Yuanwu and Qi Rui, respectively, did not hold him back when he put forth his cultivation breakthrough as the reason for leaving. The former fetched an enrollment record from his storage bag, crossed out Chen Mobai's name, and then handed him a certificate. Qi Rui pulled Chen Mobai aside and gave him a notebook summarizing his own talisman-making techniques. As you have decided to cultivate the Immortal Longevity Sutra and the Crimson Flame Sword Decree, you can familiarize yourself in advance with the methods to refine the Crimson Flame Sword Talisman. Once you can successfully make this talisman, any one of the masters will accept you as their disciple. Of course, if someone asks you, just say that you bought the talisman-making notebook outside, and don't mention that I gave it to you. The Five-Element Sect had 5-line inheritances and distributed numerous key cultivation techniques and fundamental spells to the secular dynasties in the Eastern Wilderness, aiming to recruit ordinary people with spiritual roots. Therefore, people who stood out were basically admitted into their door due to practicing the Five-Element Sect's techniques. Thus, there were also many cultivation techniques and talismans from the Five-Element Sect for sale in the South Stream market. The Blackwater cultivation technique in Chen Mobai's hand to be of this origin by Old Man He. Thank you, Brother Qi. This address as brother made Qi Rui burst into laughter. Chen. He extended his hand, giving Chen Mobai's shoulder a forceful pat. Chen Mobai returned home with the notebook in hand, its rough binding and coarse paper familiar. It gave him a warm feeling inside. Not everything in the Tianhe realm was about deception and competition. People like Wang Yuanwu and Qi Rui from the Divine Wood Sect, and even Qi Hao from the beginning, all left impressions of resilient cultivators full of humanity. Of course, this could also be a reflection of the harsh environment for loose cultivators. Surrounded by predators eager to rob cultivation resources, the cultivators outside the major sects of the Tianhe realm became incredibly ruthless. If it were possible to cultivate steadily and improve, most cultivators would be willing to stay peacefully in their cave dwelling and avoid trouble. Sitting down at his desk, Chen Mobai thoroughly read through the Crimson Flame Sword Talisman notebook. To craft this sword talisman, it requires a talisman maker to cultivate the Red Flame Sword Ju. Only then can the Red Flame Sword Kyud be sealed into the talisman paper. Of course, it was written in the notes that the senior cultivators of the Divine Wood Sect had also tried to see if the same type of fire attribute sword key could be used as a substitute to achieve effect. It was later proven that it was possible to do so. However, some brush strokes and lines need to be adjusted to accommodate the balance between the sword QI and the talisman paper. The Crimson Sword Talisman could not be created easily. You have to start from the rank 1 intermediate grade Crimson Talisman and Sword Talisman, then combine the talisman scripts to get the rank 1 high-grade Crimson Flame Sword Talisman. After that, there is the Double Sword Talisman and the Triple Sword Talisman. However, Qi Rui himself only crafted single sword talismans. He attempted to craft a double sword talisman for several years and only succeeded twice. After that, he didn't bother to continue. After all, the demand for single sword talismans is greater, and they sell better. Qi Rui did try to craft the triple sword talisman, but after failing 20 or 30 times, he simply could not afford to invest any further. Even though the triple sword talisman is still a rank 1 high grade, it is already in the realm of a rank 2 talisman maker. Many talisman makers, in order to increase their success rate, are directly using ranked 2 talisman paper and talisman ink. Qi Rui, being just a key practitioner at the 8th level, simply could not afford such investment. Chen Mobai immediately opened Xiamen Web and checked the prices of these items. Rank 2 talisman paper costs 50 good deed points for a large piece, and an extra 10 good deed points for cutting. As for the talisman ink, it depends on the type. Since the ink for each talisman script is basically different, most need to be custom made after reaching rank 2. A small bottle of ink for some commonly used rank 2 talisman scripts can be mass produced, so the price isn't high, it's 100 good deeds points. Chen Mobai looked at the dozen or so pages in Qi Rui's notes about ink making. They were full of his complaints, stating that 9/10 of his time, in crafting talismans, was wasted in ink preparation. Then, he looked at the specific steps for preparing the ink. The material was manageable. The giant tree ridge area produced a cinnabar known as chizu. However, this kind of cinnabar is extraordinarily hard and requires a key practitioner to grind it with a special tool for a full 3 days and nights to get it crushed into a usable, fine powder state. After the grinding, a spirit yellow glue extracted from spirit wood needs to be added, along with a certain proportion of spiritual water to facilitate the fusion. Then, it's slowly boiled in a specially made furnace. This small fire requires a kind of soft, burning spirit wood, which is an additional investment. When the ink in the furnace has thickened enough to no longer flow freely, it has to be dried in the shade. Another step that requires another 3 full days and nights. Only once the ink has completely solidified can it be taken out. In this process, the upper layer of the ink slab will still be slightly yellow. The bottom layer will be purple, but only the bright red in the middle layer is the rank 2 ink. After separating the 3 types of chizu, the last step is filtration, in which impurities in the ink will have to be precipitated and filtered out. The duration of filtration depends on the quality of the previous grinding and the grade of the raw materials. The first time Ki Rui made ink due to incorrect technique, he filtered for a whole month without achieving the required standard, eventually leading to the discard of the ink. It's no surprise that in these notes, the process of ink preparation is the only one he complains about. When crafting a triple sword talisman, the best way to have a higher success rate is to use rank 2 bright red ink. Of course, if you're a master, you can be successful even if you use slightly yellow or slightly purple cinnabar. Upon reading these steps, Chen Mobai found them quite troublesome, but he had his own method. Chen Mobai picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Mom, how much is your factory selling a piece rank 2 talisman paper now?" 35 good deed points for a large sheet. Why do you want to earn some pocket money again? You should focus on your entrance exam at the moment. If you're short on money, tell me. Although we're having financial difficulties and still owe the bank a loan for your dad's foundation establishment. Avoiding to hear any more lecturing, Chen Bai hurriedly asked the question he most wanted to know and interrupted his mom's tirade. "The machine your workshop uses to mix talisman ink. Which spiritual instrument manufacturer did you order it from? It seems all you have to do is put the raw materials in, and the talisman ink that comes out is not only clean and tidy, but also evenly colored and in good quality." Shu's 6th factory. That machine wasn't cheap, it was a whopping 200,000 good deed points. However, we got it customized only because the boss bears good relations with them. Listening to Tang Panchui go on and on, Chen Mobai finally managed to hang up the phone. 200,000 good deed points for one. That's too expensive. So, he checked on the Immortal Gate network to see if there were alternatives. He actually found several merchants specializing in custom-made machines and decided to inquire from the background. The prices varied, but even the cheapest demanded to start from 100,000 good deed points to take the order. Disheartened, Chen Mobai checked his account balance and clicked out of the web page. However, he thought of the wood spiritual charm shop that he often bought from. Considering such a significant number of charms were produced in a short period, it was impossible for everything to be handcrafted. Yet, from the few conversations he had with the shopkeeper, he realized the owner wasn't a wealthy man. So, how did he solve this problem? After typing and sending a series of texts, the shopkeeper of the wood spiritual charm shop responded immediately. After all, he was a valued customer. The shopkeeper sent him several links. Chen Mobai clicked the first link and found it was a small crusher. The shopkeeper told him how he bought this kind of crusher to crush cinnabar. The cheapest model costs only 3,000 good deed points per piece, but it can only crush up to a particle fineness of 100 mesh. However, it's sufficient to prepare for creating rank 1 talismans. Not knowing the particle fineness required by the Divine Wood Sect's Cinnabarite Institute, Chen Mobai simply added it to his shopping cart. Moving on to other links, they were respectively mini temperature pots for boiling the talisman ink, spiritual energy jars for fire creation, filters and glass bottles, and at the end, standardized small aluminum tubes that were used to store semi-solid talisman ink in D-Yuan star. Unable to afford one large machine combining all functions, costing 200,000 good deed points, the individual components came down to less than 10,000 good deed points. Chen Mobai sent a thumbs-up emoji to the shopkeeper and then ordered charms in his shop. As his account balance was running low, Chen Mobai could only add items introduced by the shopkeeper to his shopping cart. After all, he was primarily focusing on the entrance exam magic duel. He would leave the charm creation to practice slowly after he entered college. As he walked downstairs, he saw several parcels on the coffee table. They were the quicksand talismans, golden light talismans, wind blade talismans he had purchased. After unwrapping all the packages, he pocketed a few of each. Leaving his house, he headed to the cultivation gym where he had previously spent time with Yan Bingxuan, rented a spells chamber for an hour to practice, used one of each charm to confirm the feel and functions, and then left satisfied. Next, he took the bus to the Cinnabarite Institute to scout out the battlefield. It's quite a spectacle. The Cinnabarite Institute is located in Dangxia Mountain, where fortress-like peaks and clusters of peaks loom. The landscape is filled with oddly shaped rocks, stone bridges, and stone caves, all red color from the layers of sandstone reaching into the clouds. And their magic duel platform was located these towering peaks. Once he rode the special cable car to the top of the peak, Chen Mobai looked at the expansive scenery below and could not help but feel like he was on top of the world. Over here. At this time, Chan Sai, who had been waiting at a snack bar at the peak, waved at Chen Mobai, who had just arrived. "Hello, Teacher Chan." Before coming, Chen Mobai had contacted Chan Sai, who had helped him a lot, even buying his spirit ascension powder. This really gave him his startup capital, and he had been wanting to find an opportunity to express his thanks properly. So he planned to treat her to a meal today. "Is this the student you mentioned?" Sitting beside Chan Sai was a sister with a very generous smile. After being introduced, Chen Mobai understood that she was the one who had bought the spirit ascension powder. Her name was Shen Huangxiu. So, this meal was covered by this well-off sister student. When they heard that he was participating in the entrance examination of the Taoist Academy, both ladies promised to come and cheer him on. "Goodbye, Teacher Chan, Sister Shen." Having enjoyed a meal and toured all the arenas, visited all the essential spots under their guidance, Chen Mobai was ready to leave. But he was stopped by the two ladies. "You will have the magic duel tomorrow. Don't go home. Rest well here tonight so you won't be exhausted from traveling tomorrow. True, there are many hotels near the school gate. I can cover the room cost. With so many students coming tomorrow, traffic might be densely packed in Red Sandstone City. If you're late and deemed a no-show, wouldn't you regret it for the rest of your life?" After listening to the suggestion from Chan Sai and Shen Huangxiu, Chen Mobai found their words to be reasonable. However, he wouldn't dare to let Shen Huangxiu pay for his hotel room. Seeing him firmly refuse, both ladies couldn't help but giggle. After encouraging him to do his best, they left together. That night, even with Chen Mobai's of mind, he felt somewhat anxious and hopeful. In the realm of immortals, qualifying for a good university represented the greatest chance of changing one's fate. At 4 in the morning, he woke up, rearranged the talismans in his backpack, and ultimately selected the combination he was most confident in. After all, Cao Xingwen was said to be quite skilled, according to Chu Yuan and the rest. If his boat capsized in the gutter, there wouldn't be a chance for a rematch. A rank 1 high-grade, Crimson, Flame Sword Talisman. A rank 1, intermediate grade Green Talisman, and Water Sword Talisman. A rank 1 lower grade, Coiling Talisman. Wooden Shield Charm, Wood Prison Talisman, Water Storage Talisman. Before dawn, Chen Mobai ate a bowl of hot and sour noodles at the school gate, then arrived at his own arena. He sat on a long stone bench at the edge of the peak, watching the distant clouds rolling and the rising sun, with the sunlight shining brightly. It wasn't just him. Several students who had arrived even earlier were walking around restlessly. One moment they would take out their prepared talismans to check, and the next they would swap a couple of talismans and re-establish a set. This mentality isn't right. Getting on the stage with this mindset is like delivering victory to the opponent. Seeing these people, Chen Mobai could only shake his head quietly. He felt like he could defeat 10 such players easily. You're so early. The one speaking was his schoolmate, Shi Jingjing. Beside her was Cao Yaling, who was also due for the magic duel on this platform. They too seemed to have stayed nearby last night. Seeing Chen Mobai sitting, unmoving, they walked over hand in hand. Don't be too nervous, just express yourself. It's not a big deal if you lose, after all, your opponent is Cao Xingwen. He's in the top 100 in terms of odds. There are only around 280 people in total. Shi Jing's words made Chen Mobai couldn't help but retort. After you're done, wait for me here, I will come find you. After saying her goodbyes to Chen Mobai, Shi Jingjing turned to Cao Yaling and told her the same thing. The latter nodded quietly, standing still. She doesn't talk very much. If you get eliminated early, can you wait for her to finish? After Shi Jingjing left, she suddenly returned to Chen Mobai's side, pointed at Cao Yaling, and asked him for a favor. All right. Chen Mobai agreed, without hesitation. As the top examinee of Immortal Sect High School No. 5 for this year's examination, he naturally assumed the role of their team leader. Looking after his team members was his duty. Soon, students arrived at the peak in groups of 2 or 3. Chen Mobai saw his opponent. The odds website provided by Shi Jingjing had photos and information of everyone. He just needed to look it up once to remember it. He has a powerful aura. Cao Yaling, who had mysteriously appeared by Chen Mobai's side, also noticed Cao Xingwen. She adjusted her glasses, her eyes sparkling with an unreadable light behind the lenses. She seemed have noticed something and casually pointed it out. Didn't you say, don't like talking? If she is here, I will not speak. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai looked perplexed as he sized up this refined and quiet female classmate with round glasses. 3 of his fingers on his right hand have a larger meridian pathway than the other 2, indicating he might have been practicing a spell similar to Spirit Pill. Cao Yaling continued, ignoring his reaction. She lifted her right hand, extending her 3 slender and fair fingers towards Chen Mobai as a demonstration. Thanks. After a long pause, Chen Mobai finally managed to muster 2 words in reply to this perplexing classmate. Although he felt confident facing Cao Xingwen, even without this information, he knew Cao Yaling had good intentions, and he could only offer his thanks. My spirit eye technique still needs improvement. I could only see so much. That's more than enough. Your spirit eye appears to be same technique practiced by Shi Jingjing, Chen Mobai pointed out. Yes, my master is also her father. Our spirit root attributes are quite similar, so we practice the same cultivation technique. Between the two of you, whose spirit eye is more formidable? Cao Yaling hesitated for a moment, then shook her head without giving a direct answer. Nonetheless, Chen Mobai knew the answer. It would seem that Kaling might be even more formidable, rendering her as the most capable among the female students in Immortal Sect High School No. 5. Now, will the two students whose names I call, please come up to the stage? Just then, a cultivator dressed in Cinnabarite Institute's teacher uniform flew to the center of the newly erected stone platform atop the summit. With a list of today's matches in hand, he only spoke softly, but his voice clearly reached the ears of all the students and spectators present on the summit. I'm going up now. Remember, stay here. Chen Mobai rose from the long bench. The first round of the competition was between him and Cao Xingwen. His initial plan was to finish his fight quickly, because he had promised to show around Chan Si and Shen Huangxiu around the Cinnabarite Institute yesterday, and take them to lunch as a form of gratitude. However, since he promised Shi Jingjing to keep an eye on Cao Yaling, he wouldn't break his word. Moreover, Chen Si and Shen Huangxiu hadn't arrived yet. What a pity! They won't get to see him swiftly deal with his opponent. Chen Mobai from High School No. 5. Cao Xingwen from High School No. 3. Just then, the Cinnabarite Institute teacher on the platform called out the names of the two competitors. Both of them immediately made their way to the stage with the propulsion technique and exchanged glances. There are no issues with the rules, right? Only the use of spells and talismans of the prescribed grade and quantity are allowed. After the referee teacher finished speaking, Chen Mobai and Cao Xingwen nodded. The latter had a square face and a crew cut, with a tall, lean figure and a robust air. From his outward appearance, he appeared to be highly formidable. A key cultivation level 7 against a key cultivation level 6, completely one-sided. I'd rather say it's a gift match. The first round is just to warm things up. Some students were whispering to each other. Today, among all the students on this stage, Cao Xingwen's abilities probably rank in the top 5. I'm just glad I wasn't picked. An automatic win for Cao Xingwen. The chatter around him made Cao Xingwen, who was even disciplined in the military, break out in a smile. Today, the protagonist. He extended his thumb and little finger of his right hand. According to the strategy he had already planned, he would first test the efficiency of his opponent's talismans with his two weakest pills. Once the opponent's strategies were exposed, he intended to finish them off with his 3 strongest spirit pills. This first round's opponent, a mere key cultivation level 6, possibly wouldn't even make him use his talismans. A confident Cao Xingwen made his move. 1 minute later, everyone below the stage had their mouths wide open, disbelief evident on their faces. Like that? Has he actually been in the army? Chen Mobai looked at his unconscious opponent, shook his head, and then turned to the referee teacher who had just descended from the platform and was about to take a drink of water. For the first round, Chen Mobai wins. The teacher flew back up onto the stage and confirmed that Cao Xingwen had indeed lost his capacity to fight and was unconscious, quickly announcing the result. After paying respect to the teacher, Chen Mobai descended from the stage, ignored the shocked gazes of dozens of onlookers, and calmly returned to his previous spot on the long stone bench. Cao Yaling, being a good girl, had followed his instructions to not move from her spot. Of course, it was mainly because Chen Mobai was too quick. You! Her mouth slightly ajar. Cao Yaling wanted to say something, didn't know how to start. If I'm not mistaken, you're in the 3rd match. It's going to start soon. Did you observe your opponent? If your spirit eye picked up on anything, I can probably help design a strategy since I have some proficiency with magic duels. Chen Mobai, considering himself as the team leader, felt it was essential to not only look after his classmates in between matches, but also offer his knowledge and experience from the Tiani realm. No need. My opponent is an average person with QQ cultivation level 6.1, have a 98% chance of winning. Cao Yeling adjusted her glasses and glanced at a male student with a bowl cut nearby. Her tone was calm, but infused with confidence. All right then, I hope that all of us from our school can progress to the next round in the first round itself. That's the only way we can do justice to the institution that nurtured us. Chen Mobai's words made Cao Yeling roll her eyes involuntarily. This guy is too formal for his age. Where did he learn these bureaucratic words from? Half an hour later, Shi Jingjing rushed over. Why are you so late? I have something to do in the morning. Chen Mobai wasn't too pleased with Shi Jingjing's tardiness. You were eliminated quickly, of course. My opponent had a set of tortoise talismans. He kept me at bay for 10 whole minutes. I was very close to using a rank 1 high-grade talisman, Shi Jingjing retorted. Chen Mobai didn't bother arguing. Chan Si and her wealthier classmate had just sent him a message. They would be here soon. I'm leaving her in your care. I have to go. What did you say? At the peak, Shi Jingjing widened her eyes in disbelief, screaming out loud after hearing about Chen Mobai's combat achievements. He took out Cao Xingwen in just 1 minute. You're not under some illusion spell, are you? Cao Yeling knew Shi Jingjing wouldn't believe her. If Cao Yeling hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it either. Even she, a cultivator of key cultivation rank 8, couldn't take out Cao Xingwen in just 1 minute. Perhaps only someone like Gong Xiangyu, with key cultivation rank 9, along with the use of powerful charms and spells, could do such a thing. The video has been uploaded, you can see for yourself. Cao Yeling opened the betting site, where one magic duel video after another had been uploaded to the bracket. She selected the match between Chen Mobai and Cao Xingwen, clicked on the small triangular button between the portraits of both players, and immediately began to buffer a short video. Really short, just 1 minute. Shi Jingjing immediately leaned to watch. She saw that after the referee stepped down, Cao Xingwen tantazingly launched 2 spirit pills, and Chen Mobai avoided the attack with a conventional propulsion technique. But that was exactly what Cao Xingwen had anticipated. He predicted Chen Mobai's landing point from the propulsion technique, and 3 more powerful spirit pills burst out from his fingertips, calculating every possible direction Chen Mobai could move. Is over then? Just as Shi Jingjing was thinking this, a wooden shield charm lit up in Chen Mobai's hand. A pretty good response. Just as Shi Jingjing thought this, Chen Mobai threw out another charm with an even brighter spiritual light. Watery light shimmered like waves, but in an instant it formed into a sword, striking in front of Cao Xingwen. A rank 1 intermediate grade water sword talisman, so the opponent was taken down just like that? Just as Shi Jingjing was grappling with her confusion, Cao Xingwen confidently used an earth shield talisman, and with just this lower-grade defensive talisman, was able to block the water sword talisman that Chen Mobai seemed to have thrown out in panic. Then, Cao Xingwen's right hand spread open, and 5 spirit pills exploded, covering the advanced Chen Mobai, who had to stop and dodge left and right to avoid the spirit pill attack. Just as one of the spirit pills was about to touch Chen Mobai, Cao Xingwen suddenly froze and slumped unconscious. Shi Jingjing immediately rewound the video, replayed it at half speed, and watched 3 times over, even using her spirit eye to to discern what had actually happened. She saw that the water from the water sword talisman, which had originally been blocked by the earth shield talisman, had turned into a stream that flowed beside Cao Xingwen's foot. And when he used the spirit pills, this stream of water seemed to possess spirituality. Like a spirit snake, it flowed from the edge of the raised shield on the stone platform at his feet to behind him, rising up to the back of Cao Xingwen's head. Then, a transparent water rod slammed down heavily. Without any defense, Cao Xingwen was knocked unconscious. Water controlling technique? Shi Jingjing's face showed a hint of hesitation. Cao Yaling lightly nodded. The water sword talisman was merely a decoy. Cao Xingwen believed he had blocked this rank 1 intermediate grade attacking talisman, directing all his attention towards any possible rank 1 superior grade talisman that Chen Mobai could have potentially used. But he didn't anticipate that while the sword of the water sword talisman was just an illusion, the real attack was the water after the sword dispersed. Because we could use talismans, we all placed our trump cards on them, forgetting that the main purpose of a magic duel was to test our flexible use of spells. Chen Mobai, although he seems average, has grasped the core of all this. A simple water controlling technique, combined with a water sword talisman and an appropriate strategy, was enough to easily defeat a powerful opponent like Cao Xingwen. Cao Yaling personally witnessed Chen Mobai step-by-step designing this strategy, making Cao Xingwen believe he controlled the overall situation, but then using the simplest of water controlling technique to defeat his opponent. Before Shi Jingjing arrived, she had analyzed this intricate and magnificent duel in her head countless times. But the more she analyzed, the more she admired Chen Mobai. Who knew dueling could be so simple? There was no need for powerful talismans or advanced cultivation spells. Just one useful spell at the right time could easily crush an opponent who seemed unbeatable. Go. Shi Jingjing looked up and asked. He reportedly made plans to have lunch with Professor Chan. Let's go, we're going to join them for lunch. Before Cao Yaling's eyes could widen in surprise, Shi Jingjing had already dragged her in the direction Chen Mobai had departed. While simultaneously sending a message to him, the two had previously added each other as friends when Chen Mobai wanted to ask her about the betting site. But Chen Mobai was apparently not using his phone and had ignored her. Just as Shi Jingjing was about to give up, she saw that Professor Chan had made a call. "Do you guys get here?" In the snack street of Cinnabarite Institute, Chen Mobai returned after ordering 5 small dishes to find several familiar classmates sitting at his table. In addition to the familiar Song Zheng and Mo Simin, there were Xu Yuan, Shi Yuanqing, and others. Basically, more than half of the students from their school had arrived. "I'm your teacher. Since you're here at the Cinnabarite Institute to take your admission test, it's only natural for me as your host to welcome you, so I called everyone." Chan Sai, with a smile, sat down at the end of the long table. He gestured to the restaurant owner and ordered food for 2 more tables. "I guess I won't be buying lunch after all." Chen Mobai felt frustrated at how difficult it was for him to treat Chan Sai to a meal. "You'll get your chance. After all, you've entered the next round, haven't you?" "Huh, how did you know?" "According to the odds, wasn't my chance of defeating Cao Xingwen only 1%? Chen Mobai hadn't yet told Chan Sai and Fu Suiji about his duel results when he met them. "At first, I thought you had been eliminated and didn't want to bring up that sad topic, but now your duel video is being widely shared in the forums of Red Sandstone City." Shen Huangxiu looked at Chen Mobai, whose eyes were brimming with excitement. After hearing this, he immediately took out his phone and entered the forum. Amazing upset. The rank 7 cultivator is defeated by a rank 6. The magic duel artwork of the 5th high school top scholar. Just one simple water controlling technique can turn the tide. Is the 3rd high school just too weak? Is the 5th high much too strong? Such devious tactics. After seeing the titles of the first dozen posts with small flame symbols, Chen Mobai, full of excitement, clicked to enter. Reading the complimentary comments about him made him involuntarily reveal a happy smile. Then, Chan Sai and the others watched as Chen Mobai actually posted a message directly on the forum. Thank you all for your discussions. I, Chen Mobai, will continue to honor the 5th high school's reputation in this magic duel. Please continue to support our school. Posted by, if one day I become the Blue Emperor. Unfortunately, this post was quickly drowned out. No one believed him, and the only 2 responses were from 2 students from the 3rd high school. They were disgruntled because of Cao Xingwen's defeat, and upon seeing this post, they vented without confirming the truth. Chen Mobai didn't bother to argue with them, and Shi Jingjing and Cao Yalmig arrived just in time. Basically, all who have advanced have arrived. Those who haven't should have lost, and are too embarrassed to show up. Mo Simin did a head count and found 6 people missing. She sat next to Chen Mobai and quietly asserted her judgment. Since everyone is here, let's start eating. Chen Mobai was a bit hungry. Seeing the table full of food, he couldn't help but pick up the chopsticks. What about Yan Bingxuan? Her match is the last one. Didn't she get a guaranteed spot and is no longer participating? It seems that the representative of the Nature Studies Academy added her name, saying that the opportunity to practice magic duel is rare, and she miss it. Hearing this, Chen Mobai could only marvel. In no time, Yan Bingxuan arrived. She brought 2 unknown people, one with a constant squint, always laughing at everything, apparently very carefree. The other was a gloomy woman dressed in long-sleeved black attire, revealing her slender limbs and curvaceous figure. She was also wearing a large hat with a round top, which hid half of her face in shadow. Just looking at her made her feel ominous and wanting to stay away. Who? These 2. Before Chen Mobai could speak, Mo Simin pulled Yan Bingxuan to her side and asked casually. The laughing one is Kong Feichen, and the constantly frowning one is Yang Jing. After Yan Bingxuan spoke, Chen Mobai had not yet reacted, but Mo Simin gasped. Not only her, but the schoolmates who were preparing to eat all turned their heads to look at the 2 of them. Even Chansey raised her head in surprise to look at the 2 people who had called for noodles at the noodle store at the entrance of the snack street and casually sat down to eat. I feel I've heard these 2 names somewhere. Song Zheng murmured to himself, and Chen Mobai also frowned. They are the 2 different spiritual roots from the 2nd high school: Wind spiritual root Kong Feichen, Dark spirit root Yang Jing. Both are at the key cultivation 9th layer. Along with Gong Xiangyu from the 1st high school and Yan Feng from Yu Hangpride High School, they are the only 4 individuals at the 9th layer of key cultivation in our batch. Because they have different spiritual roots, they were admitted to Nature Studies Academy when they were in their 1st year of high school. However, given the opportunity to enter the 4 Taoist academies, they certainly wouldn't pass it up. Moreover, the different spiritual root reaps twice the result with half the effort when practicing matching spells, and they might be more terrifying than Gong Xiangyu and Yan Feng. As expected of the well-informed Shi Jingjing, she immediately found out the complete information on these 2 people. So they're different spiritual roots? No wonder. Chen Mobai looked enlightened. In the world of immortals, more than half of the different spiritual roots choose to attend Nature Studies Academy. Since Yan Bingxuan is an ice spirit root, if it weren't for the entrance exam of magic duel, Kong Faichen and Yang Jing might have joined Nature Studies Academy with her. They've been listening to my aunt's lectures with me recently, Yan Bingxuan said while eating. The representative from the Nature Studies Academy this time turned out to be her aunt, who is at the 9th layer of foundation establishment level. She seems to want to sever all her worldly ties before core formation. She personally came to accept Yan Bingxuan as her closed-door disciple. Since Kong Faichen and Yang Jing are rare different spiritual roots, the Nature Studies Academy also wanted to incorporate such outstanding talents into the school. So after Yan Mangzi arrived in Red Sandstone City, she simply called them over to teach with Yan Bingxuan. If it weren't for the chance to get into the 4 Taoist academies through this magic duel, Kong Faichen and Yang Jing would have agreed to join Nature Studies Academy after receiving such excellent treatment. Let's invite them over for the meal. Chansey had ordered food to fill 2 large tables, which was too much for them to finish. So she requested Yan Bingxuan call Kong Faichen and Yang Jing to come and eat with them. The former immediately put down his noodles with a cheerful smile and casually sat down to enjoy the feast. However, Yang Jing declined with a shake of her head. Don't mind her. She likes being alone. The more people there are, the more uncomfortable she feels. As they both came from the 2nd high school, Kong Faichen was very familiar with Yang Jing, and when he saw Chansey going over to invite her in person, he immediately stood up to stop her. What kind of different spiritual root is dark spirit root? Although Chen Mobai knew that this category existed among different spiritual roots, this type of spiritual root is said to be seen once in 100 years, and those who have achieved something are rare. The highest realm by one was a core formation real person. It seems to be about cultivating yin spiritual power. In the ancient times, this type of spiritual root was a highly sought-after genius among the demon paths. Shi Jingjing over and answered his question. The demon path has been extinct for 5,000 years, utterly exterminated by the righteous hall of the Celestial Sect. Chen Mobai muttered in his heart, and also gave up on his inquiry about Yang Jing. From the moment he saw the 2 of them come with Yan Bingxuan, he instinctively felt their strength. No wonder they are different spiritual roots, and at the 9th layer of key cultivation. If they were to face him, they should be formidable opponents. He originally thought that the magic duel would be rather dull, especially after he easily defeated Cao Xingwen, who was touted by Xu Yuan and others as impressive, but turned out to be not up to par. This feeling intensified. But after seeing Kong Faichen and Yang Jing, Chen Mobai felt that he might not be able to dominate this magic duel so effortlessly. After all, he is currently only at the 7th layer of key cultivation, facing opponents 2 realms higher. He still needs to design a good strategy. Throughout the meal, Chen Mobai was thinking about how to respond if he met Kong Faichen and Yang Jing. Kong Faichen was fine. Wind spiritual root is the most common different spiritual root, and there are many references. But for the dark spirit root, there were no related posts, even on the auxiliary cultivation software. Brother Chen, I have heard a lot about you. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking about defeating them, Kong Faichen walked over with a smile and greeted him. Do know each other? We didn't before, but I saw your video where you swiftly defeated your opponent in the magic duel. In all honesty, even if I went up there, I would have at most performed the same way. Kong Faichen's words were full of confidence. Chen Mobai looked him up and down, and then nodded slightly. Yes, you might also defeat Cao Xingwen in under a minute. After hearing his words, it was Kong Faichen who was taken aback, and the smile on his face disappeared. Brother Chen, I hope you don't lose before facing me. Finally, Kong Feichen extended his right hand to Chen Mobai and said this sentence sincerely. Under the gaze of more than 20 students from the 5th high school, Chen Mobai also extended his hand, nodded in agreement, and replied, "Yes, I'll wait for you at the finals." Kong Feichen thought people who could show off like him were already rare, but he didn't expect that in tiny red sandstone city, there was someone who could outdo him. He wanted to say something to his pride, but with his limited experience, he couldn't think of anything more bragging than Chen Mobai's phrase, "See you at the finals." Just when he can't help scratching his head, Yang Jing finished his noodles, indicating it's time to leave. See at the final. In the end, that was the only thing Kong Feichen can come up with. Once they left, the remaining students at high school number 5 turned their gaze toward Chen Mobai. Zhu Yuan gave him a thumbs up. He also had a strong self-pride, but he didn't even have the courage to challenge Kong Feichen, a 9th-rank key cultivator with a wind spiritual root. Eat up, the food is getting cold. However, Chen Mobai didn't feel at all braggy about what he had just said. He was only confident in himself. Meanwhile, at the same time, Gong Xiangyu, who was cultivating his QI in a rank 2 spiritual vein cave dwelling at the Immortal Institute, also saw a short video sent by his classmates. He pressed play and saw one of the two guys dueling was Chen Mobai, the one he was told to watch out for. After watching, he silently turned off the phone and continued to meditate and practice QE. Such a rival. Interesting. He was initially worried that Chen Mobai wouldn't be able to compete against him and would be eliminated, but now he felt relieved. After lunch, many classmates decided to rent the spiritual vein cave dwellings provided by the Immortal Institute at the recommendation of Jianxi. Chen Mobai originally planned to go home, but after thinking about it, he realized he wasn't short of money. After all, this was the entrance exam that could change his life. Although he was confident, he still needed to take it seriously. The next round was in 7 days, and the round trip would waste almost a day. If something unexpected occurred, maybe he could master a spell, or possibly break through a realm. By staying here, he could also keep an eye on his opponents. Although there was information and uploaded battle videos on the odds website, some things, however, were more certain when witnessed with his own eyes. The first day of dueling ended in the evening. After watching a few interesting matches, Chen Mobai rented a cave dwelling and found it was very cheap. Just showing the entrance exam certificate, the Immortal Institute had a special reservation of 200 top-tier rank 1 spiritual vein cave dwellings for them, costing only 20 good deed points a day. Chen Mobai paid the fees for a month. Early the next morning, he arrived at the peak arena of Zone B. The winner here, his next opponent. What Chen Mobai didn't expect, however, was that he had already become famous. As soon as he arrived, many people were secretly looking at him and whispering. Even the two competitors on stage looked his way. One of them even showed a provocative expression. In the end, a student named Shen Jian from the number 1 high school won. Those who dared to provoke usually some strength. Although Shen Jian was only a rank 6 key cultivator, he had mastered a set of boxing techniques. After his opponent used up all his talismans, he easily won the duel with close-quarters combat. This method was somewhat similar to the Tianhe realm. Cultivators there, due to the lack of spirit stones and cultivation techniques, would major in martial arts to enhance their battle abilities during key cultivation. However, in the later stages of key cultivation, as spiritual power increases, martial arts would gradually be abandoned by the cultivators, who then start focusing on spells and magic artifacts as standard. means of dueling. After 7 consecutive days, Chen Mobai found that there were quite a few people who practiced martial arts. Among the rank 6 key cultivation duels, those who practiced martial arts had an 80% chance of winning. Even 2 of them managed to defeat rank 7 cultivators, gaining great popularity. However, compared to Chen Mobai, who cleanly defeated Kyle Xingwen with a simple water-controlling technique, these 2 could only be described as barely winning. One of them, although victorious, was seriously injured and had to give up entering the next round. Time quickly arrived for the second round. Chen Mobai was still the first match, but compared to the first round when only Cao Yeling was watching, the remaining students from Middle School 5 who had qualified for the second round, except for a few who also had to compete at the same time, all came to watch. For it, Class President Mo Simin shouted loudly to Chen Mobai. Although the other students didn't shout like her, they all raised their hands. What a pity that so many of your friends have to witness your downfall. Chen Mobai's opponent, Shen Jian, had been waiting on the arena stage for a long time and strangely provoked Chen Mobai again. When he saw him, "Referee, can we start now?" In response, Chen Mobai only turned his head to ask the referee teacher this question. If he dealt with this opponent for just a moment, it would be a waste of his own time. Damn it, I will definitely reveal your true face to King Nu. Just as the referee nodded, blew the whistle and left the arena, Shen Jian shouted angrily, then immediately threw 2 talismans at Chen Mobai. King Nu. Chen Mobai finally remembered this opponent. It seemed he was also present at the farewell dinner last time. Based on his words, was he actually in the same class as King Nu? What nonsense. Chen Mobai casually used a wooden shield charm, but his opponent's was a fireball talisman, which only lasted for a second. Oh, wasn't he using Rock Spike's talisman yesterday? Did he change his talisman combination this round because he knew I used a wooden shield charm, deliberately aiming at the few talismans I exposed? Seeing this, Chen Mobai's fighting consciousness kicked in. After the wooden shield charm shattered, the water sword talisman flew out. Within an instant, a stream of clear water became a crystal water sword, which split 2 fireballs and landed in front of his opponent. However, a golden light shone on his opponent's body, blocking this water sword talisman. Chen Mobai also had this talisman, the rank 1 intermediate grade golden light talisman. I've already figured out your tactics. Wrapped in the golden light shielding all water outside his body, Shen Jian slapped 2 talismans on his legs. His speed suddenly increased 3-fold. Fast. Chen Mobai was startled as Shen Jian's fists came before his forehead. Bang! Just as Mo Simin and the others under the stage could not help but close their eyes, not wanting to see Chen Mobai being defeated, the sound of water hitting a boulder rang out. What a superb water-controlling technique! Song Zheng could not help praising. Mo Simin, Shi Jingjing, and others who originally had their eyes closed looked up and saw a layer of clear water waves, like a barrier, appearing in front of Chen Mobai's face, swirling and completely dissipating Jian's fist strength. Water, elemental, shield, quite imaginative, but you're too weak compared to me. Seeing Shen Jian in front of him, his fists entangled by his dark water and unable to free himself, Chen Mobai these words lightly after he clenched his right hand into a fist and slammed it heavily on its chin. He thought this punch could knock his opponent out, but the sturdy body of a martial artist gave a strong rebound, causing his hand to hurt a little. Tusk, a tough nut to crack indeed. Shen Jian roared angrily, throwing off the shackles of the dark water. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, feeling that this person was not worthy of his cold ice technique. So he slapped a coiling talisman on him to bind him again. The dark water that had been shaken off by his opponent wrapped around his fist like a spirit snake, forming a large, transparent water fist that smashed onto his chin again. 2 blood-stained front teeth were directly knocked out. Just stretching my muscles a bit. After knocking his opponent unconscious, Chen Mobai rotated his right hand in a circle. He hadn't hit anyone this hard in a long time, and found it somewhat unfamiliar. Referee. He sat down and pushed the opponent who had fallen on the ring. After confirming that he was unconscious, Chen Mobai called out to the referee, who had just stepped off the ring less than a minute ago. The winner is Chen Mobai. The referee was also very straightforward, directly declaring the winner. Amidst the surrounding hustle and bustle, Chen Mobai stepped down from the ring. Students from the 5th high school immediately came forward. Seeing Chen Mobai live was completely different from watching the video. He had remarkably managed to defeat his opponent in a minute, leaving many astonished. Shi Jingjing had already uploaded the fight video she recorded. At the same time, she secretly bet on the odds website that Chen Mobai would advance to the 4th round. How hopeful? Song Zheng couldn't help but ask. He knew Chen Mobai might be a bit stronger in terms of spell cultivation, but he had no idea that Chen Mobai could be so powerful. He also knew the water controlling technique and the flowing water cover, similar to the water elemental shield, but he admitted that whether it was the timing of the application or the combination with the talisman, it fell short of Chen Mobai's proficiency. The latter has formed a complete system combining spell, talisman. It is not simply 1 + 1 = 2, but the power has increased exponentially. I suppose it all comes down to practice makes perfect. After thinking for a while, Chen Mobai felt that he had sublimated in the fight with the demonic beasts on Green Light Island. Although there were many opponents in this magic duel whose realm was higher than his, such as the 4 key cultivation knights, let alone Xu Yuan, Shi Jingjing, and others who were key cultivation 8s. Yet, whoever it was, Chen Mobai faced them with a nameless confidence. Such a child's play like magic duel was too simple for him, a real warrior who has been honed on the edge of life and death. It was like an attack from a dimension reduction. So no matter who the opponent was, Chen Mobai always had an unhurried and confident demeanor. It's my turn. At this time, Cao Yaling spoke up. She was also in the 2nd round in this field. As a key cultivation 8th, she was considered one of the seeded players who were exempted from the initial rounds. But the fight was a shock to everyone because she won with great difficulty. Her opponent was also a martial artist. Coupled with Cao Yaling's poor magic duel-based fighting, she was suppressed initially. But in the end, she relied on her spirit eye to see through the opponent's flaws, using more spiritual power to exhaust her opponent until he was defeated. Chen Mobai, you must make it into the 4th round. At lunch, Shi Jingjing suddenly said this in a mysterious tone. You didn't bet on me, did you? Inferring her intentions through her words, Chen Mobai glanced at her while eating. Just a little. Didn't you say you can't bet? I didn't bet on myself, and I bet on you winning. Chen Mobai thought of his good deed points balance, which was a little over 3,000 points, and an idea flashed in his mind. At dusk, he called, King Nu, are you sure you want to place such a bet? Consider it putting some pressure on myself. All right then, after all, such a small amount of good deed points can't even cost of the materials for 1 bottle of QI replenishing spirit water. King Nu looked at the link Chen Mobai had sent her and the 3,000 good deed points he had transferred to her. Unaware that this was all he had, She obediently placed a bet on Chen Mobai's victory. A 1-to-1 odds. Not bad. How much? Wasn't it 150 when I watched at noon? Chen Mobai was taken aback when he saw the screenshot sent to him by King. No. He immediately asked the insider, Shi Jingjing, who told him that odds change constantly with the betting pool. It probably changed because after the footage of Chen Mobai's morning match was uploaded, some gamblers thought highly of him and wanted to place a bet on him winning the championship, which in turn caused odds of winning to drop. In any case, the bookmaker never loses. So that's how it is. I thought the odds were static. Chen Mobai finally understood after reading the long string of text explanations sent by Shi Jingjing. Don't bet on yourself. If you want to bet, you can transfer your good deed points to me, and I'll bet for you. Shi Jingjing's words have changed, but Chen Mobai doesn't trust her. Don't worry, I'm just looking, not betting, on the bet website. The favorites are still the 4 at the 9th level of QE cultivation. Among them, Yan Feng had the lowest odds at just took 8 because of his superior family background. Most gamblers believe that he can pull out a powerful rune paper that can determine the outcome of the match. Kong Feichen came second, followed by Gong Xianyu, and finally, it was the gloomy Yang Jing. The public sentiment was indeed quite aligned with Mobai's thoughts. It's truly said that the public's eyes are sharp. Beyond these 4, the odds were all over 50. Basically, most people have defaulted that the final champion would be decided among these 4. However, with more magic duels, there have indeed been some unexpected situations. For instance, during the first round, 2 6th levels of QE cultivation defeated a 7th level, causing numerous gamblers to lose heavily. But in the second round, such an occurrence did not happen again. Even key cultivators, who were not as proficient in magic duels, such as Cao Yaling, relied on their much stronger spiritual power to seize victory in the most stable manner. All the 6th level cultivators were eliminated in this round. One of them was Mo Simon. However, after feeling upset for half a day, she peacefully accepted the outcome the next morning. She then went to watch Yan Bingxuan's second round match with Chen Mobai. The match was extremely thrilling. Her opponent was a 7th level key cultivar from the 2nd high school. Yan Bingxuan had used up all of her rune papers and only finally defeated her opponent after relying on her strong ice spirit power. But the luck didn't rub off on Shi Jingjing, who was up next. She was matched against an 8th level key cultivator from a private high school named Jade Heng. His name was Hong Gang, and he was surprisingly practicing a skill called Vajrabadi. Even though Shi Jingjing saw through his defense, she still ended up losing despite using up all her rune papers due to the combat capability difference. After coming off the stage, Shi Jingjing's eyes were red. But with the comfort of her friends like Cao Yaling, she gradually calmed down. Thanks to her sacrifice, Song Zheng, Xu Yuan, and Shi Yuanqing did not encounter terrifying opponents like Hong Gang on the 3rd day, and all easily advanced to the next round. Of course, all the other students from the 5th high school were eliminated in the 2nd round. Meanwhile, Chen Mobai's information on the betting website has been updated in real time to a 7th level key cultivator. After 2 rounds of matches, even people with the poorest judgment could see his real cultivation level. The 70 students who entered the 3rd round were all in the later stage of key cultivation. The intensity of the magic duel suddenly became entirely different. Besides, at this point, it was impossible to avoid competing with students from the same school. Xu Yuan and Cao Yaling were matched against each other. Yan Bingxuan, even more unlucky, as she was matched against Yan Feng. Song Zheng was set against an opponent called Xu Luan, who was a student soldier who went through military training with Xu Yuan and others. He was the strongest and was given the title Student Soldier King. Shi Yuanqing was set against a figure named Wu Yuzhu, who was an 8-level key cultivator from the first high school, and second only to Gong Xiangyu in talent. On the other hand, Chen Mobai was very lucky. He was matched against an ordinary 7th-level key cultivator, the third round of the magic duel. It is finally not Chen Mobai's turn to compete first. However, his mood is heavier than when he himself has to fight. That's because on the stage, Xu Yuan and Cao Yaling, who are both his classmates, are fighting. Torn between two sides you care for. Regardless of who gets eliminated, it would be a loss for the 5th high school. Please. After the referee's announcement to start, Cao Yaling gave a polite bow to Xu Yuan with both hands, and he also returned the courtesy. Then, both of them did not use talismans, and began to duel using only spells. Xu Yuan cultivates a cultivation technique of dual attributes, earth and fire. Although he hasn't practiced any powerful spells, he can already convert earth into rock, and rock into earth, and continuously transform between the two states. He can attack and defend at the same time, which is very suitable for a magic duel. Cao Yaling has never disclosed her cultivation technique, but it must be very powerful as well. Chen Mobai can sense her spirit eye, which is a useful auxiliary spell, in a magic duel. In this round of fight, both sides agreed tacitly not to use talismans. With one stump of Xu Yuan's foot, the rock-made stage began to loosen and turned into mud, which coalesced into a black long sword in his palm. However, Cao Yaling waved a finger in the blink of an eye when the sword took shape, and a strong gust of wind shot towards Xu Yuan's earth sword, causing it to warp and disintegrate. But when the dirt dispersed, it quickly coalesced again under the infusion of Xu Yuan's spiritual power. The spiritual light flickered in Cao Yaling's eyes. She had already seen the follow-up changes, and knew that if she didn't break Xu Yuan's rock sword at the beginning, what awaited her would be her feat. Therefore, unlike the last round, she didn't choose to exhaust her opponent with her powerful spiritual power. Instead, she burst out all her spiritual power in an instant, and her slender, fair-skinned hands crossed to form a triangle pointing at Xu Yuan. Light cannon. The splendid golden glow erupted between Cao Yaling's fingers, enveloping Xu Yuan's entire body like a divine light from heaven. Bang! After a loud noise, dust filled the sky. Cao Yaling gasped violently, sweat sweating from her forehead. This move was her trump card that she had practiced for this magic duel. She thought she could at least save it for the next round. Did she win? Shi Jingjing looked at her. So. Chen Mobai frowned. He couldn't see the situation in the dust, but just before Cao Yaling's magic spell was launched, he saw Xu Yuan disperse his earth sword. The rock armor he formed only covered of his body. Cao Yaling had exhausted all her spiritual power. With this move, even for him, he would have to use his talismans, water elemental shield, and even the cold ice technique to be able to block it unharmed in a head-on confrontation. It seemed that Xu Yuan had some reservations, wanting to win impressively but not wanting Cao Yaling to lose too horribly. His hesitation during the casting of the spell made him lose to Cao Yaling, who unexpectedly launched a full-force attack with the golden light cannon as soon as the duel started. Sure enough, when the dust settled, Xu Yuan was coughing violently, covered in dust, kneeling on one knee. A thin stream of blood trickled from his mouth and nose, looking utterly defeated. How can you hesitate in a magic duel? Chen Mobai watched this scene and sighed. Originally, in the 5th high school, apart from himself, only Xu Yuan had the potential to advance to the next round. As he was against Cao Yaling, who was not good at magic duels, everyone thought he was guaranteed to win. However, in the face of an almost certain victory, he made a very youthful mistake. He hesitated, and then he was defeated. Xu Yuan, feeling the numbness in his right leg and the chaos in his body meridians, couldn't help but smile wryly, surrendering by raising his hand. I concede. After a bow, Cao Yaling immediately ran over to help him up. It's not enough cultivation on my part. Yuanqing, you mustn't make the same mistake as I did. In the face of his schoolmates who rushed onto the stage, Xu Yuan said this to his best friend Shi Yuanqing, then passed out reassuredly. Chen Mobai clearly saw Shi Yuanqing's hands clenching tightly, nodding his head resolutely. The next round would be his turn, and his opponent is also a female. It's stage again. How? Yan Bingxuan doing? Taking advantage of the break after Xu Yuan and Cao Yaling's magic duel, Chen Mobai immediately called Mo Simin. Although she had already been eliminated, she stayed at the Cinnabarite Institute, saying she would cheer them on. Due to conflicting schedules, Chen Mobai asked her to stay with Yan Bingxuan while he watched this match, and Mo Simin watched another. It's over. Yan Feng is too strong. Mo Simin's tone was very heavy. Chen Mobai was slightly taken aback. He thought that the duel between Xu Yuan and Cao Yaling that ended so quickly was fast enough. He did not expect the match between Yan Bingxuan and Yan Feng to be so quick as well. Did you record the fight? I didn't expect it to end so quickly. I didn't get a chance to. But Yan Bingxuan only managed to withstand half a move. Right, comfort her for me. Tell her I'll avenge her. Can't you comfort her yourself? Before Mo Simin could finish, she heard the busy tone. Chen Mobai had hung up the phone, which left her angrily slapping the stone bench beneath her. Next to her, Yan Bingxuan leaned on her shoulder, pale and weak. My name is Xu. Pleasure to meet you. The reason why Chen Mobai hung up the phone was because Shi Yuanqing's opponent had entered the stage. The girl named Wu Xu had a graceful figure, beautiful face, and a bewitching, hidden within her smile. Shi Yuanqing. After exchanging names, the referee announced the start of the magic duel. A bang. Shi Yuanqing's hands pressed on the rocky surface of the stage, instantly shattering the rock into large granules. He then seemingly pulled out 2 stone whips, earth, violently whipping them towards Wu Xu. Truly, know how to cherish a woman. Wu Xu's eyebrows nodded, apparently oblivious to the fate of the last person who tried to cherish a woman on this stage. She shook her hands, revealing 2 Godspeed talismans, which she placed on her long legs. Chen Mobai had seen Shen Jian use this talisman before. Its speed surprised even him. It seemed that for those from the first high school who participated in the magic duel, the Godspeed talisman was standard equipment. With that thought, Wu Xu's graceful figure danced as if evading lashings from the stone whips and, amazingly, made a swift twist and rushed towards Shi Yuanqing. Her long fingers turned into claws, fiercely aiming for her opponent's forehead. A golden light emerged, blocking the attack. Golden light talisman. A very practical talisman. Chen Mobai nodded silently, and at that moment, Shi Yuanqing spat out a flame. But Wu Xu was able to sidestep the flames at close range, thanks to the speed of the Godspeed talisman. How long does this Godspeed talisman last? Chen Mobai identified the problem and asked Shi Jingjing standing next to him. Selling of Godspeed talismans that last more than 10 minutes is officially approved by our school. So you mean, there's no upper limit to the duration of the Godspeed talisman? If this was the case, isn't this talisman the most powerful talisman in this duel? Well, not exactly. If it lasts more than 10 minutes, but less than 30 minutes, it's considered a lower grade rank I talisman. If it lasts more than 30 minutes, it's considered an intermediate grade ranked talisman. If it lasts more than an hour, it's considered an upper grade rank 1 talisman. Even so, this talisman is a bit too powerful. Chen Mobai muttered to himself, pondering various tactics to counter this Godspeed talisman in his mind. Just as Chen Mobai was contemplating how to break this Godspeed talisman, Shi Yuanqing on the stage was displaying his true strength. While Wu Axu was moving at high speed, she suddenly found her right foot confined. Looking down, she saw a thread of dust, like a chain, seeping out from the cracks of the rock-composed stage and hooking onto her ankle. "Got you," Shi Yuanqing said coldly, then spread his right hand's 5 fingers. The rocks under his feet lifted, and with a wave of his palm, they flooded Wu Xu like a rain of flowers. However, Wu Xu, being the sole genius second to Gong Xiangyu in the first high school, made it to this round by defeating many opponents, was no pushover. She clasped her hands, activated a talisman, and a pool of clear water wrapped around her, forming a powerful defense. Water. Talisman. Seeing this talisman, Chen Mobai was taken aback. This was one of his favorite talismans, part of the same set as the Water Sword talisman, but it was a rank 1 superior product, and close to rank 2 in power. It's a formidable talisman, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Is it another quick, decisive strike? Shi Jingjing murmured, regretting her hesitation. During the second round, she unconsciously engaged in a protracted battle with Honggang, and ended up losing to his powerful vitality and his Vajra body technique. Cao Yaling learned from her mistake, knowing that if it came to a drawn-out fight, females definitely couldn't outlast males, so she adopted a quick and decisive strategy. Wu Exu, who had witnessed the entire fight from below the stage, adopted Cao Yaling's strategy as her own. Everyone's improving. Is this the point of the magic duel? Chen Mobai noticed that compared to the first round, many students who were initially flustered on stage now had a basic sense of strategy. If Qiao Xingwen was allowed to have a few more matches before encountering him, it would probably take him 5 minutes to defeat him. On the stage, backed by the powerful spiritual powers of the water dragon talisman, Wu Xu soared like a dragon goddess, wrapped in spiraling water streams that formed a half-transparent dragon-shaped water shadow. But, learning from Zhu Yuan's lesson, Shi Yuanqing also activated his own talisman at the same time. He held a beautiful talisman, which was as clear and transparent as jade and had a faint floral pattern, with 2 fingers of his right hand, and attached it to his forehead. Broken pieces of jade porcelain tiles spread from the talisman to cover Shi Yuanqing's body, transforming into a porcelain armor with no blind spots. In no time. Green talisman. Shi Jingjing, Shi Yuanqing's cousin, couldn't help showing envy when she saw this talisman. A dragon roar echoed, accompanied by a wave of water sweeping everything in its path. Exuding all of her spiritual power, Wu Xu pushed the power of her talisman to its apex. Her skin turned red as she rammed into Shi Yuanqing, who was entirely covered in his jade porcelain armor. Booms. The center of the stage began to twist slightly where the 2 talismans collided, and there was even a faint thunderous rumble. Chen Mobai's eyes couldn't bear the intense spiritual light, forcing him to squint. However, Shi Jingjing and Cao Yaling on the side used their spirit eye to keep their gaze fixed on the outcome of the talisman clash. 1. Shi Jingjing cheered as the spiritual light at the center of the stage gradually faded. Chen Mobai saw Wu slump beside Shi Yuanqing's feet. The latter crouched down and swung his right hand, striking heavily on Wu Waxu's pale neck. With wide eyes, Wu Waxu, who thought Shi Yuanqing might show mercy because she was a woman, passed out in disbelief. Referee. Having finished his task, Shi Yuanqing coldly called out to the referee outside the arena. This guy, he seems to have gone a bit extreme. Chen Mobai saw Shi Yuanqing's actions. From a magic duel's point of view, there was nothing wrong, but he still felt something was off. He's been shy since he was little, and only Xu Yuan could make him lower his guard. Shi Jingjing began to babble. Shi Yuanqing was the one with the best spiritual root talent among their generation in their family. But he was timid and looked like a child. Almost developed autism due to the excessive expectations from his family. The Xu family and the Shi family were neighbors. Every time the two families communicate, Xu Yuan would play with Shi Yuanqing. Over the decades, their bond had grown closer than actual brothers. Yuanqing was the first in our school to reach the QE cultivation 8th layer. If he didn't have to worry about Xu Yuan's feelings and suppress his own progress, he might have reached the QE cultivation 9th layer. Shi Jingjing knew best about Shi Yuanqing's talent. His earth and fire dual spiritual root talent were extremely high, and he was no less than Gong Xiangyu. His cultivation of green jade ju perfectly fit him. After hearing this explanation, Chen Mobai, looking at Shi Yuanqing who silently walked down from the arena, had an idea. Xu Yuan has been eliminated. The responsibility he can't carry would be shouldered by you. Shi Jingjing and Cao Yeling on the side were completely bemused, having no clue what Chen Mobai was talking about. However, the usually indifferent Shi Yuanqing showed a flash of determination in his eyes upon hearing these words. He then pounded on his chest and vigorously nodded. Take it. Are these two crazy? Shi Jingjing and Cao Yeling realized that they couldn't keep up with the thought processes of these two. If Mo Simon were here, she would resonate with them. Next up is Song Zheng, but I won't have time to watch. Chen Mobai glanced at the time. His match would start in an hour. Moreover, the arena wasn't here. He needed to go to another peak. It's fine. They're all basically eliminated anyway. We won't watch either. Shi Jingjing's words made Chen Mobai sigh, wondering how Song Zheng had such poor popularity. Old Song still has some skills, and he has mastered quite a few strong spells. Maybe he'll create an upset. Chen Mobai felt that his match was almost guaranteed, resolving within 1 minute. His classmates, coming with him, wouldn't have much to watch. They should go cheer for Song Zheng instead. Perhaps just this little outside help might spark something in him. Xu Luan's strength is comparable to mine. Song Zheng's chance of winning is less than IO%. She spoke. After the college entrance examination, in order to hone their magic duel skills, he and Xu Yuan had been sent to the army by their parents through connections. Among the 50 people of the same batch, the most formidable were him and Xu Luan. Shi Yuanqing had suppressed own strength slightly so as not to overshadow Xu Yuan, but Xu Luan had seen through it. During a practice duel, Xu Luan deliberately injured Xu Yuan, infuriating Shi Yuanqing. That night on the drill ground, Shi Yuanqing found Xu Luan, who had been waiting for him, and the two had a fierce duel. Although Shi Yuanqing was stronger than Xu Yuan, he still lost due to having suppressed himself for a long time. Before Chen Mobai's meteoric rise, Shi Yuanqing was indisputably the top student at the Fairy 5th High School. Song Zheng was a prodigy too, but only at the key cultivation level 7, ranking below both Shi Jingjing and Cao Yeling, and was no match for Shi Yuanqing. Now, his opponent is Xu Luan, who had defeated a fully committed Shi Yuanqing. As they were talking, they had already reached the arena where Chen Mobai would duel. Trading blows with him was Canan, a key cultivation level 7 student from the same academy, and in his observation of Canan was accurate. Just another ordinary opponent. It took him less than minutes to end the fight. As he left the stage amidst the cheering, Chen Mobai checked on Song Zheng's duel, which was still underway. The result, however, came in a dozen minutes later. As Shi Yuanqing had predicted, Song Zheng lost. At this point, there were only 3 students left from the Fairy Gate's 5th high school. In the 4th round, Chen Mobai was still lucky, faced with another ordinary key cultivation level 7 fighter, slightly stronger than Can, but lasting only 3 minutes. However, for the first time in this round of duels, Chen Mobai used a rank 1 high-tier talisman, the soldier talisman. He was quietly laying a small subplot for the tactics of the last 2 rounds. Shi Yuanqing, on the other hand, faced a strong enemy, a key cultivation level 8 master of palm techniques. But by unleashing his latent capacities, he demonstrated awe-inspiring combat abilities and defeated the opponent to advance to the next round. But Cao Yaling didn't possess such strength. She encountered a woman named Ji Jing, and despite changing her tactics to rely on her spirit eye to seek the opponent's points, during this battle of attrition, she lacked both focus, willpower. In the end, she was the first to exhaust all her spiritual power and had to concede defeat. In the 5th round, Chen Mobai finally encountered an interesting opponent named GMO, a key cultivation level 8 student from the 2nd high school. He attended the same school as the different spiritual root bearers Kong Feichen and Yang Jing. However, when GMO entered the field, he seemed intimidated. "I know I'm not your match, but I will do my best." Once the referee was offstage, an earnest GMO spoke to Chen Mobai. "Have you ever sparred with Kong Feichen?" Chen Mobai asked, causing GMO to hesitate. But before he could respond, Chen Mobai asked another question. "How long you last against him? If he goes all out, I guess I would only hold out for 3 moves." After hearing GMO's response, Chen Mobai nodded in understanding. 3 moves imply that, without using any talismans, he could defeat you with 3 spells. These mumblings stirred GMO's curiosity. He felt overlooked by Chen Mobai, who was standing in the ring, but seemed to be in a discussion elsewhere. How? Seated. Fuming with indignation, GMO deployed 2 intermediate-grade rank 1 talismans. Dentally. Chen Mobai also possessed these, the Wind Blade Talisman and the Wind Binding Talisman. When used in conjunction, their power increased by 30%. With the activation of the talismans, bluish wind blades began to gleam in the sky. Then, whirlwinds rose, enhancing the power of the wind blades. As GMO's divine sense moved, a wind blade hurtled towards Chen Mobai. A wooden shield materialized out of thin air, effortlessly blocking the first wind blade. But what followed was a continuous and intricate web of 8 wind blades covering every possible escape direction for Chen Mobai. As the wind blades rapidly emerged, they also stirred a flurry of cyan whirlwinds, abruptly halting the airflow within a 3-meter radius around Chen Mobai. It made his movements involuntary and slow, and his limbs stiff. This was the combined effect of using the Windblade Talisman and the Binding Talisman together. They could promote each other's effects. Just by these 2 charms alone, GMO used them more skillfully than Chen Mobai. Plus his talismans were clearly of better quality, vastly different from the cheap common ones that Chen Mobai would buy online. However, under the triple protection of the Wooden Shield Charm, Golden Light Talisman, and the Water Elemental Shield, GMO's Wind Blade Talisman still couldn't break Chen Mobai's defense. Next was the Wind Binding Talisman. Chen Mobai felt as if his limbs were weighed down by hundreds of pounds, and a charm slipped from his sleeve into his palm, triggered by the injection of spiritual power. At the same time, GMO was already preparing his trump card, a rank 1 superior grade, Shocking Divine Talisman. Although Chen Mobai was confident in his water elemental shield, it was better to avoid a head-on collision if he could help it. Thus, he also activated Windblade Talisman. The whirlpools that were supposed to bind him became fuel at the instant the talisman was triggered, instantly swept away by the wind blade. Before Jia Mo's incredulous gaze, 12 wind blades, more extreme than the ones he had unleashed, tore through the air towards him. He slapped his last 2 defensive talismans, a golden light, and a wind wall appeared in front of him, blocking the 12 wind blades manipulated by Chen Mobai's divine sense. The shocking divine talisman is ready. Just as Jia Mo blocked the Windblade Talisman and prepared to unleash his own trump card, he suddenly felt his hands and feet bound. A simple, coiling talisman, but he couldn't trigger his talisman anymore. Chen Mobai came to his front and knocked him out with a single karate chop. The winner, Chen Mobai. And clean victory. Unlike Shi Yuanqing and others who had to exhaust all their spiritual power, Chen Mobai's fights were always unexpectedly efficient, countering opponents' attacks with the most suitable tactics, precise as a scalpel. After the end of the 5th round of Magic Duels, this month-long competition was finally nearing its conclusion. Only 9 people remained. Besides Gong Xiangyu, Kong Feichen, Yang Jing, and Yan Feng, the 4 key cultivators at the 9th level, there were Xu Luan, Honggang, Shi Yuanqing, Ji Jing, the 4 key cultivators at the 8th level. And finally, there was Chen Mobai, the rather noticeable key cultivator at the 7th level. Next, they had to draw lots again. Also, as the number of participants was 9, some changes were made to the rules of the tournament. The red-robed Taoist and the representative of the Taoist Academy will appear in this final lottery ceremony. Or rather, only the students who can make it this far can earn their personal attention. Jia Mo, who had just lost during the day, opened the door to his cave dwelling while Kong Feichen and Yang Jing came in. What was it like to face head-on? Kong Feichen asked first. After pondering for a while, Jia Mo shook his head. Although I lost quickly and felt I didn't fully display my abilities, after giving it careful thought, I suspect that even if we fought 10 more rounds, I probably wouldn't be his match. Oh, is he really that powerful? Even the wind-binding talisman and wind-blade talisman that I refined, along with her shocking shine talisman, didn't manage to push him to reveal his true strength. Kong Feichen originally thought only Yan Feng and Gong Xiangyu were the strongest opponents in this magic duel. He never expected Chen Mobai to appear out of nowhere. The shocking divine talisman didn't trigger, so he probably still has a weakness regarding his divine sense. You can tailor your strategy according to. Jia Mo returned the unused shocking divine talisman to Yang Jing and gave his assessment. Thanks. After getting the answer he needed, Kong Feichen excused himself with Yang Jing and left. On the day of the draw, Chen Mobai and the other 8 arrived at the final peak arena early. After waiting a while, a red cloud appeared on the horizon, like a second sun had risen, an overwhelmingly powerful presence that Chen Mobai had never felt before swept over the area like a tide. A dozen figures appeared in the sky. Among them was a middle-aged man with red hair in a crimson robe. He laughed uproariously, leading a group of people descending from the sky. Let's begin. After landing and taking a seat, the man in the crimson robe swung his sleeve and motioned for the presiding teacher to begin. This was the first time Chen Mobai had seen a gold-core true person in flesh. His realm was low, so he couldn't tell how powerful the principal of Cinnabarite Institute was. However, the several people beside him, each with their unique demeanor and symbols of Taoist Academy on their clothing, attracted everyone's attention as soon as they appeared. Chen Mobai recognized two of them. Lan Haichen from Kunpeng Daoist Institute, and Bian Yiking from Dance Tool Dao Academy. The ordinary-looking woman should be Shang King from Jumang Dao Academy, whom King Nu had mentioned to him. So the last one, the man in the white suit, must be the representative of the Repairing Heaven Institute. Following these four were the representatives of the top 10 academies. Despite their low profile, they also attracted a lot of attention from the students, as those who were eliminated were now left without hope of entering the four Grayoist institutes. They had to start considering how to attract the attention of these 10 representatives. At this point, the teacher responsible for the draw brought out a square box and walked up to the 9 of them. There are 9 balls in this box. Each one of you has your name on one of them. The principal will draw the 9 balls one by one, and the order will represent the numbers 1 to 9. Among them, the last one, which is number 9, will be the luckiest, as they will get a bye into the next round while the rest will fight in pairs. After the explanation, the teacher placed the box on a table in the middle of the arena. Chen Mobai and the others never expected that they themselves wouldn't be the ones to draw. However, no one complained about the unfairness, since luck is, after all, the greatest fortune on the way of cultivation. I assume you have no objections to me drawing the lots. The man in the crimson robe walked up to the box, laughing as he asked the 9 people assembled before him, who dared to object. All shook their heads. The gold core true person's credibility was such that he commanded the trust of everyone more than all the cultivators in Sandstone City combined. Then, me get started. The man in the crimson robe had a relaxed demeanor. He inserted his right hand into the box and drew out the first black sphere. He crushed the sphere, revealing a card with a name written on it. Jing. She. First. Chen Mobai and the others cast their gaze at the calm and upright woman standing on the stage. She was a genius who had suddenly, in this magic duel, it was said that she had originally been the 7th level of key cultivation, but she had burst out with the peak strength of the 8th level during the duel, defeating many opponents along the way with much impressive strength. Chen Mobai had a deep impression of her, because like him, she cultivated the 5 elements method. Yang Jing. Third, Xu Luan. Gong Xiangyu. Soon, the man in the crimson robe drew out the names of the first 4 people. The refereeing teacher used the object capturing technique to make a huge board float mid-air. Then, with a flick of the brush, he wrote down the names on the left-hand side of the board. Next, we will draw the opponents for these 4. The man in the crimson robe grinned. Without hesitation, he reached into the box and drew the 5th black ball, crushing it at once. A name was revealed for everyone to see. Feishan. The referee immediately wrote this name to the right of Ji Jing on the board, marking the first pair of competitors. Chen Mobai observed Ji Jing's expression. She remained calm, no emotional turbulence visible, even when faced with such a powerful and renowned opponent. Hong Gang. Shi. Yuan Gang. The man in the crimson robe drew another 2 names in a breath. Amid the fleeting gazes of the crowd, 2 more pairs of competitors appeared on the giant board. 2 remained, Chen Mobai and Yan Feng. Among them, the 8th one drawn would face Gong Xiangyu, and the lucky last one would advance directly, with the advantage of observing the duel between the powerful opponents and their exposed hands after the fight. Finally, the hand of the man in the crimson robe paused, looking at Chen Mobai and Yan Feng with a playful gaze. However, in the end, he still laughed and drew the 8th ball. Mobai. Swoosh! It was unknown when, probably when he heard his own name, Chen Mobai felt that his heartbeat had reached an unprecedented high. Even though he believed he should remain calm and confident regardless of the opponent, at that moment, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. In the end, he was still caught in Gold Core True Person's control. However, all of it returned to calm when his name appeared on the dueling board. Jig Kong Feichen, Yang Jing, Songgang, Tu, Shi Yuanking, Gong Xiangyu, vs Chen Mobai. What pity! A voice of regret sounded in his ear. Chen Mobai turned to see Yan Feng, who seemed to be sighing at the fact that he couldn't encounter a strong opponent in this round. All right, all 4 fights must be completed today. We seniors have been waiting for this round, so don't let us down. As he spoke, the man in the crimson robe pulled out the last sphere. Upon crushing it, Yan Feng's name was inside, indicating no trickery. However, given the public trust in the Gold Core True Person, even if he hadn't made such a gesture, everyone would have believed him. Because for a figure like him, if he really wanted to benefit Yan Feng, there were far better ways to do it. Just as Chen Mobai was about to step down and prepare to observe the following exciting duels, the man in the crimson robe stopped him. The order of the fights is exactly the opposite to the lot drawing. You are up first. Gong Xiangyu was also taken aback for a moment, but soon his face lit up with excitement, and with a chilly laugh, he walked to the center of the arena. Before we begin, I have a question for both of you. The man in the crimson robe had not yet stepped down. Chen Mobai also came over, and together with Gong Xiangyu, turned to face this powerful figure and paid their respects. Sir, if you win the magic duel and can choose to go to one of the 4 Taoist institutes, which one would you choose? Chen Mobai hesitated at this question. He didn't have much hope of joining one of the 4 Taoist institutes, considering his grades and scores. Kunpeng Tao Institute. On the other hand, Gong Xiangyu, hearing the question, didn't hesitate at all and called out the name of the most reputable among the 4 Taoist institutes. Oh, can I ask for your reason? Gong Xiangyu nodded. Then with a resolute gaze, he looked at Lan Haitian and declared his grand ambition. Riding the righteousness of heaven and earth, commanding the variations of the 6 QE, wandering in infinity, carefree and at ease. My lifelong dream is to cultivate the 6 QE Sutra and ascend to become an immortal. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Upon hearing Gong Xiangyu's words, the man in the red robe showed a slight change in his expression and seemed to nod approvingly. What a you. He turned his head, asked Chen Mobai. Taoist Academy. Oh, judging from your tone, it seems like a reluctant choice. Don't the 4 major Taoist academies appeal to you? The man in the red robe was a bit puzzled. He was quite interested in Chen Mobai, the only QE cultivation 7th level participant in this round. I have a friend who wants to study at the Jumeng Taoist Academy. I'm a bit worried about her going there alone. After some hesitation, Chen Mobai finally chose a rather plain and simple reason. His statement caused a commotion among the hundreds of students below the stage. Gong Xiangyu, who initially appeared confident declaring his grand ambitions in front of the Gold Core True Person, suddenly felt utterly defeated. Everyone knew that a heavenly spiritual route was sent directly to the Jumeng Taoist Academy in Red Sandstone City this year. Old Chen is so romantic. Lu Hongsheng, who came specially to cheer on Chen Mobai, finally understood why Chen Mobai could win the favor of the heavenly spiritual route. This kind of comprehension and realm he could never obtain in his lifetime. Being able to declare his love for his girlfriend on such a grand stage, amidst questioning by the Gold Core True Person, Chen Mobai was truly unprecedented since the inception of the Immortal Gate. But what they didn't know was that Chen Mobai had no such intention. He simply could not come up with a solid reason. To say it was for his parents' expectations or the hopes of his family members would be too bland, and compared to Gong Xiangyu's vigorous ambition to ascend to become an immortal, that just seemed convincing. Chen Mobai thought of many reasons, yet none of them seemed able to outweigh Gong Xiangyu's grand ambition, ascend to become immortals. Since he was doomed to be outperformed by Gong Xiangyu anyway, he just listened to his heart and chose the reason he had once promised to King Nu. However, he had no idea that this reason nearly shattered Gong Xiangyu's determination. 2. Heart-wrenching. This guy has a dangerously cunning mind. The magic duel hasn't even started yet, and he's already launching a psychological attack on me through his words. Gong Xiangyu reminded himself to stay calm. He slowly rotated the technique of cultivating his senses to recover the emotional upheaval he was undergoing. Young man, do you know that each of 4 major Taoist academies will accept only one person from each blessed land? If you want to go to the Jumang Taoist Academy, your friend might not be able to go there. At this moment, the man in the red robe suddenly said this. Chen Mobai couldn't help but be stunned. He actually didn't know about this rule for admission into the 4 major Taoist academies. On the outer edge of the arena, Shang Qing moved her lips slightly, intending to say that even if there was a conflict between the two, Jumang Taoist Academy would certainly choose King Nu over Chen Mobai. However, with the man in the red robe present, she decided to remain silent after some thought. Then it must be the Repairing Heaven Institute. If he couldn't go to the Jumang Taoist Academy, Chen Mobai thought for a moment, and then chose another one. Why? Why do you have so many? If it weren't for the gold core true person standing before him, Chen Mobai really didn't want to answer. More than half of the hall masters in the 3 great halls of the Immortal Gate come from the Repairing Heaven Institute. I hope to rule the Immortal Gate in the future and have millions of cultivators follow my will. Going to the Repairing Heaven Institute would make this path the simplest. Compared to Gong Xiangyu's ambition of ascend to become immortals, Chen Mobai felt that his aspiration to be the master of the Immortal Gate was somewhat mundane. So it turns out, in his heart, the position of King Nu's is higher than that of the master of the Immortal Gate. Down on the stage, Luong Sheng once again felt lower in his realm. Just look at Chen Mobai, who interpreted the words for any girl. Knowing that her position in a man's heart is even higher than that of the master of the Immortal Gate, she would probably pass out in excitement. Gong Xiangyu felt the determination he had painstakingly restored once again shatter. He felt that he could never win King Nu from Chen Mobai in this lifetime. This man's plot to break his heart was too insidious. Ha ha ha, what an interesting young man. The man in the red robe finally stopped asking. He laughed heartily and flew up, leaving the stage to Chen Mobai and Gong Xiangyu. This person's score is too low. It won't benefit our academy to accept him. The representative of the Repairing Heaven Institute in the white suit, after the man in the red robe returned, softly leaned in and whispered, I know, I won't interfere. The words of the man in the red robe relieved the representative of the Repairing Heaven Institute. He was afraid that this gold core true person would cherish talent and want to keep Chen Mobai in the Repairing Heaven Institute. The gold core true people of the Immortal Gate had a very special privilege, which was to unconditionally admit a student to one of the 4 major Taoist academies. This privilege could only be used once in a lifetime. As the man in the red robe was still young and had no offspring, he had not yet used this privilege. Lan Haichen and Shang Qing also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing his words. If the man in the red robe insisted on protecting Chen Mobai, even the heavenly spiritual root would not be able to secure a place in the Taoist Academy. Among them, Kunpeng Taoist Academy, due to its reputation, has always been the first choice for these gold core true people. Shang Qing was afraid of losing a heavenly spiritual root in her hands due to such dramatic events, and eventually being snatched away by the other 3 major Taoist academies. After the man in the red robe stated his position, the 3 of them all relaxed and began to watch the magic duel with ease. The representatives from the top 10 academies, on the other hand, began whispering among themselves, speculating and considering which conditions to offer to snatch Chen Mobai after he gets eliminated. It begins. Boom! Gong Xiangyu clenched his right fist, the air swirling around him. A faint phantom, bristling with scales, resembling a snake's body and a dragon's tail, moved with him and collided heavily with Chen Mobai. Bang! Chen Mobai launched his wooden shield charm, but the green shield had just emerged when it was shattered into splinters by the terrifying punch. Amidst the dust, threads of snake-like phantoms emerged. With a terrifying forceful of tearing and shredding everything, they made their way into Chen Mobai's neck. Spiritual control technique. Seeing this scene, Lan Haitian exuded a burning gaze. The Kunpeng Taoist Academy, with its reputation as the best Taoist academy, owes this not only to the 6 Royal Sutra, but also to the fact that after their founder's death, he left behind a transformation god-level giant Kun spirit to guard the academy. The Kunpeng Taoist Academy is also the top beast-taming heritage of the Immortal Gate. Gong Xiangyu truly has a firm will to seek the Tao, as he has chosen to practice the most difficult, yet potentially the most rewarding spiritual control technique related to beast taming. This spirit that is compatible with his divine sense should be at the rank 2 level. If he can achieve core formation in the future, he might be able to transform into a dragon. The man in the red robe commented, and Lan Haitian nodded slightly. He had some expectations for Chen Mobai, but after witnessing Gong Xiangyu's spiritual control technique, he knew that this game was probably over. Swoosh! At this moment, strange sounds of water ripples echoed. Amid the dust, the figure of Chen Mobai emerged. A whirlpool, like a soft water shield, had somehow appeared around his neck, constantly rotating and dissipating, completely neutralizing the terrifying punch of Gong Xiangyu, which was many times stronger than a human's power. That was terrifying. I nearly had my bitten off. Chen Mobai stood up, touching his neck area. His initially calm eyes started to sharpen. Having fought through numerous games of magic duel like a child's play, he found it difficult to adjust again when facing a sudden life and death fight. Don't worry, I won't kill you. The snake fangs will release toxins in your neck at the moment they pierce you, numbing you. Although Gong Xiangyu disdained Chen Mobai, he maintained his sanity. A magic duel is just a duel. If he genuinely killed his opponent by accident, his brilliant life would be tainted by an ignominious stain. Oh, in that case, I should thank you. Chen Mobai moved his neck bit. His right hand reached out. A spirit talisman was already in his fingertips. Water talisman. Having watched all of Chen Mobai's previous 5 rounds of magic duels, Gong Xiangyu became intimately familiar with all the talismans Chen Mobai had used. He even devised a way to break each talisman. Upon seeing the talisman Chen Mobai held, he recognized it and adopted the tactic he remembered. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A strange sound, resembling a spirit snake, hissing rang across the dueling stage. The airflow around started to distort convolutedly, gradually forming a semi-transparent giant snake shadow surrounding Chen Mobai with Gong Xiangyu at the center. Just as the semi-transparent giant snake opened its transparent mouth to strike Chen Mobai, a rain of green spirit Qilong arrows appeared in the void. Amidst the continuous thud sounds, 6 arrow-shaped spiritual energies, like spears falling from the sky, accurately struck the semi-transparent giant snake's mouth, head, neck, heart, abdomen, tail that was charging at Chen Mobai. This guy, what a trickster. Gong Xiangyu glanced at the water sword swordsman and held between Chen Mobai's right fingers. He immediately realized that talisman wasn't activated. His focus was drawn by the action, leading him to make a hasty and wrong decision. Now, this talisman. After activating the green arrow talisman in his left hand behind his back, Chen Mobai channeled spiritual power to the water talisman in his right hand. A reel of clear water was condensed to form a sword. With a swing of his fingers, he sent the snake's head, held back by the green spiritual energy long arrows, flying with one strike. The power of the water sword talisman has yet to dissipate. Chen Mobai opened his mouth, activated cold ice technique, froze and strengthened the transparent water sword in his palm, and then flicked his fingers. In the cracking sound, Gong Xiangyu exploded with the powerful spiritual energy of the 9th level of QE cultivation. He forcibly withdrew his spiritual control and broke free from the green arrow talisman's spirit key long arrows. At that moment, the lost cold ice water sword straight at Gong Xiangyu's forehead between his eyes, emanating a bright baiguang like a divine sword from the heavens. This guy, is he trying to kill me? Gong Xiangyu was furious, regretting his earlier decision to hold back. Applying 2 Godspeed talismans on his legs, his entire body, accompanied by afterimages, quickly retreated 3 meters back. With thunk sound. After losing the target, the cold ice water sword went straight through the dueling stage, leaving only the hilt on the stone's surface. Is the water talisman this sharp? Below the stage, many students were taken aback watching this scene. The water sword talisman is known for its ability to control its dissipation and concentrate like a soft whip. While it could leave a mark on stones using this talisman, cutting through like tofu was entirely another level of power, just like what Chen Mobai did. The combination of spells and talismans, this young man may have a weaker cultivation level, but when it comes to dual awareness, he's likely the top of his class. The man in the red robe, sitting in the commentary stand, quietly nodded as he watched this. It looks like this battle won't be one-sided. The representatives from the Taoist Academy, who were originally just idly watching, were now fully engaged. There were even Taoist Academy representatives evaluating Chen Mobai's battle consciousness, his mastery of spells, pondering how they could recruit him if his scores weren't enough. The representatives of the last several academies in the top 10 rankings even stood up, directly coming to the edge of the platform. But at this moment, Chen Mobai found himself in a tough fight. Gong Xiangyu's Godspeed talisman was of exceptional quality, and it seemed he had also used another powerful talisman. His right hand was suddenly covered in a layer of fine scales, and his eyes had transformed into vertical pupils. Boom! A spray of water erupted from Chen Mobai's right abdomen, a reaction produced from his water elemental shield clashing with Gong Xiangyu's incoming right fist. Boom boom. This time, was his left cheek that got hit. Boom. Next, it was the area around his spine. If it wasn't for his well-trained water elemental shield that could move according to his will, and his proficient water-controlling technique, he may not have been able to withstand Gong Xiangyu's punches. About time, let's test his speed limit. After being hit almost 10 times, Chen Mobai had a clear understanding of Gong Xiangyu's rhythm. Between his thoughts, The dark water in the water storage talisman poured out, turning into a water net under his divine sense control, covering every possible direction Gong Xiangyu could attack from. But Gong Xiangyu's battle consciousness was nothing like his previous opponents. Gong Xiangyu's rapidly advancing figure paused momentarily, then quickly darted left and right, pulling with it the circulating dark water, each testing the other's speed. However, compared to Chen Mobai's water-controlling technique that moved at his thoughts, Gong Xiangyu's Godspeed talisman, which required physical movement, had a limit. Chen Mobai's eyes flickered with spiritual light, his divine sense working at its best, using the dark water net controlled by his water-controlling technique to trap Gong Xiangyu on the platform, tightening around him. Is it about to end? This thought flashed through the minds of the students watching below. They hadn't expected that it would be Gong Xiangyu who was first pushed into a corner. Boom! Just when Gong Xiangyu was about to be trapped by the water net, his speed, already thrice that of an ordinary man, increased even further, darting out from the opening as the net closed in. Perfect! My spirit transformation talisman is ready. It's time to show everyone my spiritual control technique. After Gong Xiangyu broke through the dark water net with a burst of speed, one could see dark scales appearing all over his body, starting from his right hand. You've fallen to my trap. As Chen Mobai's voice sounded in Gong Xiangyu's ears, the latter frowned, not understanding what the former was babbling about. Suddenly, it seemed like he had stepped on a talisman. Columns of wood sprouted from the platform where Gong Xiangyu had stepped, instantly turning into a sturdy wooden cage that only a bug could fly out of. Wood prison talisman, a simple talisman. I put it near the spot where the dark water net had a flaw, waiting for you to step on it. Chen Mobai still stood at his original position. He made no move, but waved his right hand. A chunk of dark water formed it into a giant fist, following his divine sense. It then punched the wooden cage that trapped Gong Xiangyu out of the platform's range. One of the rules of the magic duel stipulated that anyone who was knocked out of the ring and touched the ground would be considered defeated. Chen Mobai knew that the wood prison talisman would not be able to hold Gong Xiangyu for long, so he immediately knocked his entrapped opponent out of the ring. Damn it, how can I lose in this round? While shouting in rage, Gong Xiangyu, who had been hit by the water fist in midair, took out another talisman. Suddenly, a burst of black blade light erupted. However, the mere rank 1, lower-grade ordinary wood prison talisman only lasted for 2 seconds before it was sliced open and shattered. The spirit transformation talisman is complete, and I can soon display or that surpasses the key cultivating realm. At that moment, Gong Xiangyu's right hand was completely covered with scales. Along with his roar, the arm suddenly stretched out like a long snake, grabbing onto the edge of the ring. Then, of extraordinary strength erupted, forcibly steadying his out-of-control body in the air. Get in there. Amidst his booming shout, Gong Xiangyu, pulled by his right hand, forcibly dragged his body suspended in midair back towards the ring. This sight made many people's hairs stand on end. Although there were countless spells on the path of cultivation, this scenario of an arm converting into something resembling a snake was the less seasoned key cultivation students found rather settling. However, on the spectator's stand, the representative of the Taoist Academy watched with great interest. After completing the transformation, he can now fully leverage the power of the spiritual control technique. If this continues, despite the excellent fighting awareness and magical construction of the youngster, he might not stand a chance to beat him. We share the same thoughts, but Chen Mobai has given me too many surprises. Maybe he has a trump card that can beat the spiritual control technique. The words of Lan Haichen slightly surprised the three people present. Judging from his tone, it seems he knew him. No, there won't be a second round. Just then, Bian Yiking, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Huh? Although his cultivation level was merely at the foundation establishment, he was a grandmaster in the path of sound. He had the ability to perceive details that others did not notice by the melody of the atmosphere, predicting future omens. Lan Haichen, the other two, as well as the representatives of the Taoist Academy seated behind them, all looked forward to the ring, especially Chen Mobai's actions. Finally, Lan Haichen, the one with the highest cultivation and the most battle experience, noticed something. He saw Chen Mobai's fingers trembling slightly, and the left hand seemed to be holding something while being gently lifted. At the same time, the cold ice water sword, which was originally inserted at the center of the ring, flew straight up and fell towards Gong Xiangyu like a flying sword under the control of the water. Technique. Whoosh! A brilliant Bai Guang streaked across the ring, drawing a perfect arc in everyone's eyes. Bringing with it a faint cold stream, it severed the base of Gong Xiangyu's snake hand, which was gripping the edge of the ring at a lightning speed. With a ding sound, sparks flew everywhere. Gong Xiangyu's scales, which had emerged from his body after transforming, were surprisingly hard. While the cold ice water sword was indeed bolstered by the spell, it was not a true flying sword. Although it did shatter 2 scale armors, it could not sever his snake hand completely. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The eerie hissing noises came from between Gong Xiangyu's teeth. With his cold folds wide open, and half of his body already been a ring, his foot was about to step on the platform. Suddenly, an incredibly hot stream of air abruptly emerged. Then, crimson flame rose around Chen Mobai. Like a giant sword overflowing with flames, it heavily descended onto Gong Xiangyu's head. The latter immediately triggered his last defensive talisman, not hoping to block this top quality, rank 1 talisman that was Chen Mobai's trump card, but to delay it for a moment in order to get himself free. It's over. Chen Mobai spoke softly. His right hand held the crimson flame sword talisman. His left hand moved again, controlling the cold ice water sword. To everyone's astonishment, he used the water sword to cut off a large chunk of the arena that Gong Xiangyu's snake-like arm was holding onto. Simultaneously, the power of the crimson flame sword talisman erupted completely. Gong Xiangyu felt an unexpected lightness in his body. He then lost control, carried by the red fire sword, heavily crashed outside the arena, more than 10 meters away. Boom! Starting from Chen Mobai, the perfectly square stone-built arena was cut with a huge trench by the crimson flame sword talisman, extending 20 to 30 meters outward. The farther out it went, the bigger the trench's diameter, as if spreading outwards and reaching its maximum at the edge of the arena. This was because Chen Mobai had caused the concentrated crimson flame sword talisman to explode at that point, turning it into a tremendous shockwave that sent Gong Xiangyu flying out of the arena. At the end of the trench was Gong Xiangyu, his body trembling after landing, his eyes wide, his face in disbelief. Every part of his body seemed like it had been smoked and charred, looking quite horrifying. Laymen would think he was severely injured, but cultivators such as Lan Haichen at the Foundation establishment level could sense his vitality was unprecedentedly vigorous. This was the sign that the spirit transformation talisman was fully effective, providing him with the ability to control a portion of the rank 2 spirit control power. However, all of this had become pointless, because he'd been thrown off the arena, and he had lost. It was a total defeat. Even though he could justify himself by blaming his carelessness and underestimating his opponent, Gong Xiangyu knew if he really did that, he would lose his last vestige of dignity and become a sore loser in the eyes of the representatives from the Taoist Academy, a weak-hearted clown. Who would have thought I would lose to you? In the magic duel, Gong Xiangyu did not assume he could win with 100% certainty. But he believed the ones who could potentially defeat him were Yan Feng and Kong Feichen. Not even Yang Jing would be a match for him. Referee. But Chen Mobai did not respond to his words. Instead, he raised his hand and called out to the astounded teacher from Cinnabarate Institute, who was sitting below the stage. Oh! At Chen Mobai's beckoning, the referee teacher regained his senses. After lightly coughing, he announced the result. The winner, Chen Mobai. As these words were called out, Lu Hongsheng's suppressed cheer broke out. It was as if he had gone mad, shouting loudly. Not just him. Those who had gambled a lot and placed their bets on Chen Mobai also had bloodshot eyes. Facing his fellow students from the 5th high school rushing onto the arena towards him, Chen Mobai remained calm. To be honest, Gong Xiangyu's spirit control technique and even his spiritual power had somewhat exceeded his expectations. When Gong Xiangyu's spirit transformation talisman took effect and unleashed a vast spiritual power far beyond the key cultivating realm, Chen Mobai even had the feeling that he was going to lose. However, in the end, Chen Mobai found a way to win. Or perhaps, sensing the aura of the demonic beast within Gong Xiangyu, who was undergoing transformation, aroused Chen Mobai's battle experience obtained from fighting to the death against demonic beasts on Greenlight Island. Old Chen, you're awesome. Lu Hongsheng was the first to dash to Chen Mobai's side, trying to lift him by hugging his waist, but the latter didn't budge an inch. Not feeling awkward, the former naturally rested his hand on Chen Mobai's shoulder, hopping in celebration with the classmates from the 5th high school. Congratulations! Compared to the boys, the girls were more composed. Cao Yaling subtly expressed her congratulations. Class President Mo Simin was somewhat excited, with her pretty face blushing, but Shi Jingjing had turned pale, her eyes vacant. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai knew immediately. She probably bet on his loss this round, and had lost everything. Oh, aren't you happy that I've advanced, Miss Shi? Chen Mobai decided to tease her, but she burst into tears immediately upon hearing this. This unexpected reaction left everyone a bit at a loss. In the end, it was Cao Yaling, who had experience in such matters, who took her away from the stage to console her. It seems that she put all the profit from the previous rounds into this one. Shi Yuanqing, who was Shi Jingjing's relative, quietly explained why she had reacted this way. Chen Mobai understood, but what could he say about it? After all, it was Shi Jingjing who didn't trust him. Meanwhile, the referee teacher magically transformed the ruined stage back to its original condition within 5 minutes. After it was damaged by Chen Mobai's crimson flame sword talisman. Following Chen Mobai and Gong Xiangyu, it was now Shi Yuanqing and Xu Luan's turn for a magic duel. The latter had already landed on the stage. With his square face and buzz cut, he looked thin but exuded a tough aura. Good luck in the next round. Chen Mobai patted Shi Yuanqing's shoulder, encouraging him. Yeah, I'm to win this round. Having overcome his self-repression, Shi Yuanqing was very different from before. He stepped onto the stage with high morale. Oh, you seem to be a bit different. Xu Luan, seeing Shi Yuanqing in front of him, raised an eyebrow, but his gaze didn't change. And you seem to be just the same as before. Shi Yuanqing's face was calm. With each breath, his cultivation technique revolved, causing the freshly repaired stage to slowly shake. Tisk, I never realized you could talk like this. Xu Luan tilted his head, narrowing his gaze and slightly bent his knees. At the same time, Shi Yuanqing mirrored the motion. Have both of them in the army? One of the representatives of the academy was confused upon their starting stances. They must have been sent there for training for magic duels. Lan Haitian comes from military family. Although he only glanced at their stances, he made an accurate judgment. While these two had been trained well, especially Xui Luan, they still lacked a bloodthirsty, combative aura seen in veterans. Nevertheless, the standard boxing stances of Shi Yuanqing and Xu Luan made Lan Haitian itch for action, something he hadn't felt in a while. Who will win? Xu Luan, I guess? With you. Among the representatives of the academy, 8 thought Xu Luan would win, 1 believed Shi Yuanqing might deliver an upset. But Yan Mangzi of the Nature Studies Academy showed no interest and made no comment. Just as they turned to the representatives of the 4 Taoist academies to hear their opinions, the referee on the stage had already announced the start of the duel. Bang! Shi Yuanqing and Xu Luan did not waste any time in fanciness and directly engaged in a face-to-face punch. The air emitted ripples that originated from the center of their fists. Then, Xu Luan's entire presence suddenly vanished. Shi Yuanqing raised his left hand, as if he had anticipated this. All at once, a kick seemed to be automatically delivered to his wrist. Thump! Thump! In an instant, the two had swapped places, moving so swiftly that students with poorer visual acuity could hardly discern their true location. All they could hear was the tumultuous upheaval of the air, and the subsequent clear footprints emerging one after another atop the rock that formed the fighting ring. However, in a blink of an eye, the entire rock shattered due to the stray force generated from their battle. Even the rock ring couldn't withstand such an impact. Boom! A distinct sound echoed from before. Shi Yuanqing had shown an opening in his form, and his chest plate had been kicked open, fractures appearing all over. His body seemed to have been hit by a hefty force, as he took several steps back, creating various dents in the process, releasing a significant amount of force just to halt his backward momentum. Whoosh! Just like a shadow, Xu Luan appeared at Shi Yuanqing's left, delivering a sweeping kick to his left knee. Crack! Something seemed to have been torn apart. The swift Xu Luan halted abruptly, and then retreated hastily. Yet at that moment, Shi Yuanqing advanced instead of stepping back. Both of his hands came together, transforming the sky full of mud into 2 whips and striking hard at Xu Luan's tangled arms. Whoa! Shi Yuanqing exhaled. A faint red flame spewed out from his mouth and nose, landing on Xu Luan's uncontrollably shaking face. Though his hands were hit badly and his feet were in severe pain, Xu Luan, against all odds, spat something out of his mouth. A talisman attached to his tongue was activated. Whoosh! The sound of gushing water echoed. A water sword burst forth from Xu Luan's mouth, colliding with the flame from Shi Yuanqing's mouth. Amidst violent explosions, a cloud of water vapor was diffused, thoroughly obscuring the two of them. This move is not bad, I can copy it. After watching Xu Luan hide the talisman in his mouth in advance, and activate it with his tongue, when his hands were incapacitated, Chen Mobai found it enlightening. Thump thump thump. At this moment, half of the fighting ring was shrouded by the water vapor. Still, the rapidly moving shadows of the two could be vaguely seen by the crowd. The continuous sounds of punches colliding, and the unsettling noise of the disturbed airflow incessantly, reminded all the spectators of the fierce battle within. Not good, Yuanqing seems to be suppressed. Unbeknownst to when it happened, Shi Jingjing and Cao Yaling had returned. Their eyes twinkled, the spirit eye they used saw through the fog. You're all right now. Shut up! You made me lose all my pocket money. She would have been fine hadn't he spoken. Shi Jingjing felt the urge to cry again the second he opened his mouth. So, this... Boom! Just as Chen Mobai was about to start preaching, a thunderous roar came from the fighting ring. The mist was then torn apart, revealing the upper body of Xu Luan, a lithe figure with no apparent muscular definition, but an amazingly well-proportioned and perfect physique. Meanwhile, Shi Yuanqing was sent flying out by his punch, along with the surrounding mist. Streaks of lightning flickered on Xu Luan's buzz-cut brows. He stood in the middle of the ring like a thunder god. Thunder method. Chen Mobai couldn't believe what he was seeing, for it was known that the thunder method was the undisputedly most powerful among all spells. All the spells that came with Blackwater cultivation. Only the Renwater thunder method was something he couldn't master at all. He couldn't even manage the basics. Could it be that Xu Luan had mastered the thunder method? 54449690339. It's just electricity, not yet thunder. Cao Yeling adjusted her glasses, discerned the reality behind the scene, and informed Chen Mobai. Although thunder method is difficult to practice, there are countless wonders and unique skills in the world of immortals. Xu Luan from the Five Thunder Sect may have practiced Ascend Thunder Ju, and maybe he has successfully transformed his spiritual root into the Thunder spiritual root. Class President Mo Simin, knowing that Chen Mobai doesn't pay much attention to these things, pointed out the representative of the Five Thunder Sect in the spectators' gallery after Cao Yaling finished speaking. Indeed, the representative was already standing up, looking at Xu Luan with new respect. How Yan Bingxun doing? Speaking of the technique for enhancing spiritual roots, Chen Mobai suddenly remembered his classmate who had helped him before and asked about her. She probably needs a good rest. Although Yan Feng didn't intend to hurt her seriously, her usage of Xuan Ice Change completely drained her spiritual power and somewhat damaged her foundation. Is it serious? Don't worry, she has used this opportunity to completely transform her foundation into Xuan Bingju, which can be considered as achieving her original goal of participating in the magic duel. After hearing Mo Simon's words, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. Bang! Bang! At this moment, Xu Luan, who had used the purple electrical cultivation on the stage, suddenly doubled his speed and completely suppressed Shi Yuanqing. If it weren't for his green jade talisman, which provided a strong defense, and his porcelain armor that covered his entire body without a blind spot, he would have been pierced through long ago. Even so, the layers of jade-like porcelain tiles on Shi Yuanqing's body started to crack under the impact of purple electric fist strength. Traces of electricity penetrating power seeped in, causing his skin to redden and bleed. In no time, half of Shi Yuanqing's body turned bloody red, his clothes tattered, and he was about to be blasted off the stage by Xu Luan. It's over. Xu Luan, full of afterimages on the stage, raised his right fist. A cluster of purple lightning gathered around it. Like a roaring thunder, it carried a tremendous force, and he heavily pounded it into the center of Shi Yuanqing's chest. Crack! The green jade talisman that covered his entire body finally reached its limit. After a harsh sound, it broke completely, scattered into the sky and disappeared. Whoosh! But at the same time, Shi Yuanqing formed his fingers into a sword, gathering dust particles into a thin earthen sword, and stabbed it into Xu Luan's right shoulder at the moment his fist hit his chest. In the ensuing spray of blood, the two opponents each extended their other hand, disregarding their own injuries, and punched each other again. Splat! Shi Yuanqing couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, and fell to the edge of the stage. On the other hand, Xu Luan was also in a bad state. He retreated to the center of the stage, his right hand hanging limply, having lost all sensation due to his shoulder blade being pierced. You really different from before. Despite his disabled hand, Xu Luan stood fiercely, lightning flickering between his brows. His momentum seemed to become stronger after being wounded, as if his battle-hardened nature had been aroused. If you were the same as before, with only these skills, then you would have lost to me in no time. Shi Yuanqing raised his hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and despite the sunken wound on his chest, his blood-soaked skin emitted a jade-like glow. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Xu Luan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, his eyes turned sharp, and the previously flickering electricity suddenly intensified into streaks of purple lightning. You want to kill you. Shi Yuanqing gave a cold smile, reached out his both hands, and grabbed at the stage. The dust fragments crushed in their fight, under his divine sense control, covered his entire body. Useless. My purple electrical cultivation broke your green jade talisman. Your rock soil armor won't be able to withstand 2 of my punches. Even as Xu Luan was speaking, he had already rushed Shi Yuanqing, his left hand powerfully aiming a punch right at the wound on Shi Yuanqing's chest. Whoosh! Shi Yuanqing opened his mouth, and a jet of fire spewed out, covering his entire body. Xu Luan, not wanting another lose-lose tactic, immediately activated his purple electrical cultivation and quickly pulled back. But at this moment, Shi Yuanqing charged towards him. Bang! The two once again sparred mid-air. Xu Luan continued to retreat. Having no other choice, he activated the gold armor talisman that covered his entire body. Then, amid the intertwining of purple lightning and the golden light, he rammed head-on into the fiery Shi Yuanqing. Echoed. Shi Yuanqing was sent flying, but Xu Luan was also in pain. An unknown ceramic sword managed to stab him in the waist, causing another injury. As blood gushed, Xu Luan pulled out the ceramic sword from his waist and crushed it. He lifted his head, with his pupil showing unprecedented frenzy. Interesting, you are the first one in the same realm that could inflict such damage on me. Shi Yuanqing somehow donned a layer of porcelain armor. But it definitely wasn't from an illegal usage of the green jade talisman. Otherwise he would have been knocked down by the crowd watching the. Now, he struggled to stand up on the stage, spitting out the blood from his throat. You're wrong. We're not in the same realm. Saying this, Shi Yuanqing reached into the void. Dust gathered onto his hands, and the broken porcelain armor, subsequently covered by flames. 2 shining snow-white ceramic swords and a brand-new porcelain armor were formed in the scorching flames. Great. He has made a breakthrough. Shi Jingjing, who knew best about Shi Yuanqing's cultivation technique, looked at the stage where his cousin effortlessly formed the snow-white ceramic sword and porcelain armor, her face filled with surprise and delight. At first, Chen Mobai didn't understand which aspect she was referring to when she mentioned a breakthrough. But soon, he detected, although Shi Yuanqing was weakened, his spiritual power fluctuation was even more vigorous than before, promptly understanding. So he made a breakthrough in battle, and reached the 9th level of key cultivation. Could he be the highlight? This magic duel? Perfect. When I knock someone like you off the stage, then my invincibility in battles is significant. However, seeing Shi Yuanqing break through to the 9th level of key cultivation, Xu Luan wasn't scared at all. Instead, he became even more fanatical, and with his only usable arm left, raised his purple electrical cultivation to a peak far beyond his physical limits. Rumble! The sky seemed to crack open with a thunderous boom. The clouds grew dark, and a cluster of menacing thunderclouds gradually gathered, emitting blinding light. If you attract that thunderbolt into your body, you might die. The representative of the Five Thunder Sect suddenly spoke, seriously advising Xu Luan. I would die than lose. Xu laughed loudly and raised his left arm. Whoosh! At the same time, Shi Yuanqing also burst out all his spiritual power, swinging his two snow-white ceramic swords, and executed his most stunningly brilliant sword light. Rumble! A bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, directly hitting Xu Luan on top of his head, incinerating his hair, but also igniting his stalled Kuji mechanism. Without hesitating, he clenched his fist, with the lightning enclosed within, and met Shi Yuanqing's sword light head-on. In an enormous sonic boom, blinding light erupted. Even Cao Yaling and Shi Jingjing couldn't see clearly, amidst the roaring blast. Two bloody figures fell simultaneously. Chen Mobai rushed towards Shi Yuanqing immediately, intending to catch him before he hit the ground. But while his reflexes were quick, someone else was quicker. A plain white figure overtook Chen Mobai, supported Shi Yuanqing, then gently laid him on the ground, and skillfully sealed off several critical acupoints on Shi Yuanqing's body. Friend Ning, the situation here is more urgent. He's barely breathing. Come over quickly to save him. The representative of the Five Thunder Academy, who had just taken care of Shi Yuanqing on the stage, called out in a panic. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, even if he has no breath left, I can bring him back from Hell's Door, the voice assured. As he spoke, Chen Mobai had just arrived. The representative of the Imperial Medical Academy, dressed in a white robe, immediately grabbed his hand and placed it on Shi Yuanqing's heart. Use this pressure and don't stop. I'll head over there to save the other one. The representative of the Imperial Medical Academy, a young man with a face mask, instructed Chen Mobai before rushing towards the stage. Although Xu Luan had ejected Shi Yuanqing out of the platform, his condition was extremely desperate. Not only were all his pores burnt, but that the fingers of his left hand, clenched to form lightning, had melted to only show the stark white bones. Moreover, his breathing was extremely weak, and the frantic power of heavenly thunder was rampaging, rupturing his meridians and even causing them to explode. Had it not been for the representative of the Five Thunder Academy, who understood spiritual power very well, used his power to protect Xu Luan's Danshin Qi Si, and taken out a thunder bead to place on Xu Luan's chest, constantly absorbing the unchecked power of the heavenly thunder inside him, Xu Luan would have been long gone. When the representative of the Imperial Medical Academy arrived, he was even more professional. He pulled out a scalpel from his sleeve, made 18 precise and graceful incisions on Xu Luan's body, and blood was splattered everywhere. Upon the first cut, the dark purple thunder force that was restrained by meridians and flesh rapidly rushed out from Xu Luan's body along the incision, and was completely absorbed by the thunder bead, handled by the representative of the Five Thunder Academy. Go back and recuperate for half a year. Your life is spared, but full recovery might depend on your academy's Shenxiao orthodoxy. He may not even be able to enter our academy. The representative of the Five Thunder Academy glanced at Xu Luan, whose breathing had returned to normal, and no longer showed the earlier sense of urgency. Instead, he put on an act in front of the representative of the Imperial Medical Academy, the school doctor of Cinnabarate Institute. Come take this person away. I'll go handle the other one. The representative of the Imperial Medical Academy, Ning Anning, had been rapidly gaining a reputation in the field of medicine over the past 20 years. After instructing the school doctor, he returned to where Chen Mobai was. Good first aid. Ning Anning first looked at Chen Mobai's actions, complimenting him before asking him to stop. He then pulled out his scalpel again and deftly cut open the layer of porcelain armor on Shi Yuanking's body. The porcelain armor, which could resist the power of heavenly thunder, was as weak as tofu in front of this small scalpel. This kid is really reckless. On the verge of breaking 3 ribs, he still wanted to fight for victory. Ning Anning opened the chest wound that Xu Luan had caused Shi Yuanqing, released the lightning spiritual power trapped within, sprinkled a bottle of healing powder on the wound, then swiped his hand over it. All the displaced and broken bones instantly corrected, and the dented flesh bounced back to its normal state. However, the wound needed time to heal, and bone recovery was the slowest. Take a calcium supplement and rest for 3 months, you'll soon be fine, Ning Anning advised. That doctor. Chen Mobai and Shi Jingjing both thanked Ning Anning at the same time. Ning Anning merely waved his hand and called the school doctor of the Cinnabarate Institute to transport Shi Yuanqing away after using the cleaning ike on himself. I initially thought it would be a boring magic duel, but I have become quite interested in the next 2 rounds. Having treated the injured, Ning Anning casually returned to his observation platform and laughed as he addressed the other representatives of the Taoist Academy. Both of them just now were promising candidates for our Primordial Elemental Academy. A stunning-looking young lady glanced at Xu Luan and Shi Yuanqing, who were being carried away on a stretcher, and opened her mouth to say something that made the representative of 5 Thunder Academy snort indignantly. The one who had an earth and fire dual spirit root breakthrough during the battle aside. If this Xu Luan does not come to our 5 Thunder Academy, the rest of his life will be ruined. If he has a fire spirit root, he could come to our Pure Yang Academy for advanced studies. Who knows? He might have a chance for core formation in the future. A chubby man said something that earned everyone's rolled eyes. Core formation was a possibility for everyone present. But those who finally managed to achieve core formation will most likely be 1 or 2 at most. The names of Lan Haichen and Yan Mangzi were highly regarded. They had been the peak of the Foundation established stage for over a decade, and were still waiting for the right opportunity, daring not to rashly take the leap forward. The 3rd round has begun. After the warm-up of the previous 2 rounds, the representatives of the Taoist Academy, who were not initially interested, immediately turned their attention to Yang Jing and Hong Gang, who had just taken the... There seems to be a problem with this girl. Upon closer inspection, Ning Anning suddenly noticed something. What's the matter? Have you taken a liking to this different spiritual root? Do you want to snatch her from elder sister Yan? The representative of a 5 Thunder Academy asked curiously, when he heard Ning Anning's words. No, I could be mistaken. Ning Anning shook his head and didn't say anything else. The girl in a blue dress, sitting at the far left of their row, raised her eyes and gave Ning Anning a slightly surprised look. Yan Mangzi hadn't expected him to notice. The battle was somewhat disappointing for them. Although Hong Gang had cultivated the Vajra body, he was completely overpowered by Yang Jing's weird yin spiritual power and was quickly targeted for his weak divine sense. After only 10 moves, his eyes went white and he fainted on the stage. It's disappointing. Chen Mobai shook his head. Hong Gang had a grand reputation and was reputedly evenly matched with Xu Luan. Chen Mobai initially thought that even if Hong Gang wasn't Yang Jing's equal, he should at least be able to force some tricks out of her, but he didn't even have the chance to fight back. The last round was between Kong Feichen and Ji Jing. That is even more of a foregone conclusion. Although Ji Jing put in a lot of effort and even reached the peak of the key cultivation 8th stage, with Shi Yuanqing's on-the-spot breakthrough as a precedent, Kong Feichen didn't give her any opportunity to breathe. The moment he stepped on stage, He bombarded her with a rank I Wind Thunder Talisman and Wind Spiritual Power. Ji Jing struggled to hold on for several rounds, but after she used up all her talismans, Kong Feichin broke all her defenses, and she had to surrender. Anticlimactic. After watching the latter two magic duels, the representatives of the Taoist Academy shook their heads, unable to hide the disappointment on their faces. In the first duel between Chen Mobai and Gong Xiangyu, the weaker overcame the stronger, beating an opponent in a higher rank. In this battle, the tactical consciousness and battle experience Chen Mobai showcased, even the complete system of spells and talismans, would rank him top 3 among all key cultivators they have. Sina. Gong Xiangyu, who was Chen Mobai's opponent, had mastered the spiritual control technique in the key cultivating realm, which was quite remarkable. If Gong Xiangyu had won this duel, Lan Haitian would also have been willing to recruit him into the Kunpeng Taoist Institute. The second duel was the most devastating in this round, whether it was the breakthrough on the battlefield or the invocation of lightning into the body. Both were worth to be known as remarkable stories. There are still 5 people left. Do we need to draw lots again? Shang King asked the chi-robed true man in front of him, who shook his head. According to this draw, the first and second halves of the draw will match. Kong Feichin and Yang Jing are in the upper half, while Yan Feng, Xu Luan, and Chen Mobai are in the lower half. If there are 3 people in the lower half, how do we duel? Shang King was somewhat puzzled. He had never seen such a pairing. Xu Luan can't fight anymore. He can only lie in bed to recover for the next half year. At this time, Ning Anning spoke up. Being the doctor who treated Xu Luan's injuries, he was confident about his prognosis. So, it turns out to be a perfect pair. The chi-robed true man clapped his hands, seemingly satisfied, indicating the referee from Cinnabrate Institute to bold the winning player in the match table. 3 days later, the semi-finals. You 4 can't disappoint me. After hearing the chi-robed true man's words, Chen Mobai looked at his opponent, Yan Feng, a youth with a stern face. He was surrounded by people from Jade Everlasting High School in the center, their eyes meeting, sparks flying. Hey! At this moment, the voice of Kong Feichin sounded beside Chen Mobai, who turned to look at him. As we agreed. See you in the final. Yes. See you in the final. Chen nodded vigorously. Yan Feng sneered after hearing this, and amidst the indignant looks of his classmates, he turned and left. That guy, something up his sleeve, you need to be careful. Kong Feichin pointed to Yan Feng's receding figure and suggested ambiguously, yes, I feel like he might be stronger than you, perhaps the most formidable one in this duel. Chen Mobai straightforwardly expressed his feelings, making Kong Feichin click his tongue. The most formidable one is right beside me? Kong Feichin pointed to Yang Jing next to him, making a confusing remark that left Chen Mobai scratching his head. She can't reveal her true strength. In the semi-final, she will lose to me outright. But it's quite a pity. I originally planned for her to go against Yusu, so I wouldn't have to step in personally. Upon this, Chen Mobai was even more puzzled. Do you have confidence that she could beat me? She has cultivated a very strange technique that makes her invincible at the key cultivating realm. However, she suffers greatly from using that technique, and will be closely watched by the Taoist department, so we decided to let her lose to me in this duel. What Kong Feichin said made Chen Mobai frown, as his description reminded him of something. Could she be cultivating a forbidden technique? Huh! You are even aware of forbidden techniques? Kong Feichin was astonished, seemingly surprised by Chen Mobai's accurate guess. I must remind you that Lan Haitian is here in Red Sandstone City this time to arrest someone practicing forbidden techniques. If you don't want her to be arrested as well, it's best not to reveal this matter any further. Although Chen Mobai saw Kong Feichin as an opponent, he quite liked him and felt good about their first meeting, so he kindly offered this reminder. Your kindness is unnecessary. The forbidden technique Yang Jing practiced is approved by the Taoist department. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai slightly squinted his eyes, but chose not to say anything more. If she is invincible in key cultivation, why'd you lose to her? That could protect her to the final match, making it possible for neither me nor Yanfeng to be her opponent. I don't want her to suffer. The 4 major Taoist academies won't accept her plus. Kong Feichin eyed Yang Jing beside him, who remained motionless, half of her face hidden beneath a wide-rimmed hat. So I should thank you for stopping such a powerful opponent at the semi-final? The words of Chen Mobai made Kong Feichin shook his head lightly. Well, the outcome is still going to be your defeat. There's no need for thanks. The two of them sparred with words once more, then turned and left together. On his way back to his rented cave dwelling, Chen Mobai encountered a few students from Jade Everlasting High School who were goading him, but before he could take action, the student council of the Cinnabarite Institute stepped in. They subdued this group of people and expelled them from the area. One of them Chen Mobai recognized. It was Chan Xie. Next to her was the rich senior sister. The principal specifically ordered us to ensure you are in the best condition for the semi-finals 3 days later. The student council president, a foundation establishment cultivator, with a gentle demeanor and a calm expression. After hearing his explanation, Chen Mobai expressed his gratitude and returned to his cave dwelling under his escort. The school has already upgraded the spiritual energy in your cave dwelling to a rank 2 lower grade for free. The student council president saw Chen Mobai off, upgraded the spiritual energy in the cave with his card, and then left with his people. But Chan Sai and Shen Huangxiu stayed behind, spending some time talking to him. Wasn't the Cinnabarite Institute renowned for its talismans? Do either of you have any old spirit pens that have been discarded? Chen Mobai recalled his need to prepare for talisman making after the duel. He could buy talisman paper, and he had sorted out the machine for making talisman ink. But he was still unsure about the spirit pen for drawing talismans. The shopkeeper of the Wood Spiritual Talisman shop said that his spirit pen was passed down from his ancestors and had been used since childhood. In the Taoist world, the best spirit pens naturally come from Wei Yu Cave Heaven. Chen Mobai was just about to get started and didn't need such high-grade goods. When he thought about buying online, local online shops only had single-digit orders, and the reviews were average, making him hesitant to try. I have a rank 1 upper-grade green bamboo pen, you can have it if you want. The one who spoke was Shen Huangxiu. Her family ran a mining business that specializes in a type of spiritual sand produced in Redstone City, which makes them extraordinarily wealthy. That won't do, it's too valuable. Chen Mobai immediately refused. This ranked upper-grade drawing spirit pen would at least cost 100,000 good deed points in the market, but he was a man who wouldn't accept undeserved rewards. All right then. Shen Huangxiu began with a smile. I'll ask you for a favor. If you agree, you can have this green bamboo pen as a thank you gift. What do you say? Chen Mobai was puzzled. He wondered why such a wealthy senior would need his help. Go ahead. Do you know about the Foundation Establishment app? Afraid not. Chen Mobai answered honestly. Shen Huangxiu then took out her cell phone, opened the app, and showed him its logo. This app was jointly created by the 4 Taoist academies and the top 10 colleges. It's one of the best reviewed apps in the entire cultivation world. Shen Huangxiu explained what the Foundation Establishment app was. After listening to her, Chen Mobai was stunned. He hadn't known that such an app existed in the cultivation world, just by importing your personal data into the app, along with whatever spiritual objects you have for assisting in foundation establishment. The app can estimate your chances of successful foundation establishment based on your cultivation technique, realm, and the available external spiritual objects. The actual result of one's foundation establishment and the data analyzed by the foundation establishment app had less than 1% discrepancy in the most recent 1,000-year sample. However, using the foundation establishment app requires borrowing the supercomputing power of the cultivation world, so not anyone could use it freely. To avoid wasting computational power, and to afford the chance to those who really needed it, ordinary users of the foundation establishment app could only import one personal data profile. Since cultivators above the foundation establishment level do not need this app, most users are key cultivating realm students. In this, the students of the 4 Taoist academies get first priority to use the foundation establishment app, followed by those from the top 10 colleges. From the remaining 140 schools, only a minimal few can be put in line by getting a recommendation from a distinguished figure like Crimson Robe. They could then apply to use the supercomputing power. So you mean to say that, if I enroll in the Taoist Academy, I can use my opportunity to import your personal data and see your chances of successful foundation establishment. After listening to Shen Huangxiu's explanation, Chen Mobai finally figured out what she was getting at. Exactly. Students from the 4 Taoist academies can apply to use supercomputing power to estimate their chances of foundation establishment through the foundation establishment app every 2 years before they foundation. But it takes 3 years until students from the top colleges can make a request. However, each new student can directly queue in the front line to use the foundation establishment app. Considering your performance in the Magic Duel, you can select any of the top colleges. This is the favor I'm asking for. Shen Huangxiu finished and then anxiously looked at Chen Mobai. She had failed to establish foundation once. Even though her family was rich, she couldn't afford more than 2 more attempts. Among these, failing twice consecutively would drain too much life force and essence. Thus, even if the last attempt happened before turning 60, the odds of success would drastically decrease. Therefore, this second chance at foundation establishment was valuable, and she couldn't afford to fail it. While she was seeking spiritual medicine to recover her lost essence after failing her first attempt at foundation establishment, she was also slowly accumulating foundation establishment treasures. For the chance of an additional estimation with the foundation establishment app, she had asked many people for help. However, no one was willing to give up such an opportunity. After all, if they succeeded in foundation establishment on their own, it would be like ascending to heaven in one step. Moreover, asking Crimson Robe for a queue slot was out of the question. Despite having a wealthy family, Shen Huangxiu didn't have enough fluence to seek the aid of a gold core cultivator. You're currently at the 7th level of key cultivation. It will take several years at minimum to reach the 9th level. If you give me the opportunity right after you get admitted to the academy, you can make a request again in 3 years, when you're done with key cultivation perfection and ready to try foundation. If you agree, I won't only give you the green bamboo pen but also 3 jin of rank 2 Ling Sha. Shen Huangxiu had no need to beat around the bush and directly stated her offer. Upon hearing the proposal, Chen Mobai gladly accepted, without the slightest hesitation. His quick response left Shen Huangxiu, who had prepared for quite a lengthy persuasion, slightly startled. Aren't you to give it more thought? Shen Huangxiu, ironically, felt a bit embarrassed now. However, Chen Mobai had already considered it thoroughly. Since he had turtle treasure to act as a proxy, this precious opportunity to others was nothing more than switching accounts to him. In addition, this wealthy senior had bought his spirit ascension powder, thereby providing him with seed money. Thanks to this fund, he had been able to buy sufficient medicinal herbs to let King Nu refine the QI replenishing spirit water. This enabled his realm to advance in such a short time and allowed him to stand on the stage of the magic duel to compete for the chance to get into the Taoist Academy. From this perspective, she also had helped Chen Mobai. More importantly, what she had said made sense. Based on his current stage, even if he had enough QI replenishing spirit water, it would take at least 3 to 4 years to achieve key cultivation perfection and prepare for foundation establishment. If that was the case, this opportunity was better used to gather resources for himself. Moreover, Lingsha of rank 2 was a precious commodity that one couldn't come by even with enough good deed points. Besides Beryl Phoenix Tree, Red Sandstone City was mostly famous for its cinnabar, Lingsha. This magic-enhancing substance was an excellent spiritual object used to prepare the ink for talisman making, similar to having spiritual extract in medicine making. Including it in the ink would significantly increase the success rate of concoction and improve its quality. On the market, this cinnabar Lingsha could only be purchased by registered talisman makers within the cultivation world. Rank 1 cinnabar Lingsha was relatively cheap, selling at 5,000 good deed points per jin. Rank 2's price, however, skyrockets to 100,000 good deed points per jin, with a purchase limit applied. About rank 3, it's a priceless treasure, not available on the market. Only every 10 years, Shen Huangxiu's family's Lingsha mine could refine a few ounces of rank 3 Lingsha. These spiritual objects could never be utilized just for the minor benefit of getting an estimation from the Foundation Establishment app. After all, sometimes knowing the outcome could be more discouraging. The largest Lingsha mine in Red Sandstone City belonged to the Cinnabarite Institute. Alongside Beryl Phoenix Tree, Cinnabar Lingsha was renowned as one of the twin treasures of Dangxia, and it was the main source of fame for the region in the cultivation world. Wait here, and I will bring you the green bamboo pen right away. I only have 1 jin of rank 2 Cinnabar Lingsha on me now. I'll go home tonight to fetch the rest. After getting Chen Mobai's approval, Shen Huangxiu was thrilled. She was ready to give him his rewards ahead of the fulfillment of his promise, and reserve this opportunity for herself. You don't have to trouble yourself, Senior Shen. How about converting the remaining 2 jin based on the market price and giving me the equivalent good deed points instead? Chen Mobai showed no modesty and accepted the offer right away. Considering he was short on good deed points recently, furthermore, a jin of rank 2 Cinnabar Lingsha would last him quite a while as a novice talisman maker. Alright, just wait here. Shen Huangxiu, eager to solve the matter, immediately dragged Chan Sai to her cave dwelling to retrieve the pen. Inside the cave dwelling, Chen Mobai played with the drawing spirit pen in his hand. It was made of a bamboo tube. The pen body was engraved with a very sophisticated map of the bamboo sea. The end of pen was decorated with a red tassel. The pen tip was conical, and the pen head was a full and smooth cylinder, full-bodied and evenly bristled. As expected of a rank 1 top grade, the manufacturing process alone was extremely exquisite. After inserting his spiritual power and dabbing it with a little water, he tested the pen tip on the table, but it was a bit difficult to control. But this was understandable. After all, he had just got it and needed more practice. After fiddling with the green bamboo pen for half an hour, Chen Mobai placed the pen in the pen box that came with the gift, then picked up another woven bag. The opening of the bag was casually tied with a red string, and inside the bag was the cinnabarite Lingsha of rank 2. Upon opening the bag, Chen Mobai took out 5 irregularly sized minerals, which were dark red in color, opaque but sparkling, and had a touch of deep, yet stable spiritual charm within. A careful look revealed 2 large pieces and 3 small ones. When held in hand, if Chen Mobai didn't know that this was cinnabarite Lingsha, he would feel they were nothing more than stones that no one would pick up at the side of the road. After playing with 2 items thoroughly, Chen Mobai's excitement faded, so he put them away into his own backpack, then diligently drank a tube of replenishing spirit water and began practicing cultivation. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Although Chen Mobai struggled against Gong Xiangyu, there was not much consumption of his spiritual power. By the day of the semi-finals, he had fully recovered to his peak state, and he felt that, after this period of magic duel, his spiritual power seemed to have improved somewhat. Old Chen, our whole class is here today. Opening the door of his cave dwelling, Chen Mobai saw his desk mate Lu Hongsheng. Next to him stood class leader Mo Simin and 2 beauties from the front desk, Pu Jiangzu and Yu Shu. The others are waiting at the arena. We came to accompany you so that those despicable students from Yuheng High School won't waste your spiritual power on the way. Lu Hongsheng was indignantly referring to the harassment Chen Mobai received from the students of Yuheng High School. Don't worry, the seniors from Cinnabarite Institute will escort me. Chen Mobai appreciated their kindness, but at that moment the escorting student council president also came. Chen Sai and Shen Huangxiu were also among the group. Upon seeing their formation teacher, Lu Hongsheng, and the others started greeting them. Good, let's go together to cheer for Chen Mobai. Though introverted by nature, at this time, Chen Mobai could only allow himself to be surrounded by a big group of people. He was escorted all the way from the cave-dwelling entrance to the top of the peak to the combat arena. Oh, Bingxuan is also here. Upon reaching the top, Chen Mobai saw Yan Bingxuan sitting on a stone bench and was surprised. Not only her, but your girlfriend is also here. Lu Hongsheng secretly pulled Chen Mobai aside, pointed in another direction. King Nu, wearing a hat and a mask, stood nearer to the front of the arena. When they looked over, she squinted and waved, smiling. How did you recognize her? Honestly, if it were not pointed out by Lu Hongsheng, Chen Mobai might not have recognized King Nu among the crowd in this disguise. I came here early in the morning and saw Yan Bingxuan talking to her, so I recognized her immediately. Those 2. Upon hearing that, Chen Mobai felt curious. He had the impression that Yan Bingxuan and King Nu would have absolutely nothing to chat about. Just then, a cheer rose from the crowd, and Yan Feng, with his cold demeanor, surprisingly flew up from below. Facing the rising sun, it was as if the whole person was enveloped in a layer of morning glow, making him blindingly radiant. Handsome. Many of the Look Party audience saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. This in the bag. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Mobai knew that he should have this magic duel under his control. One in the Qi cultivating realm cannot fly by manipulating Kai. The only possibility is by using a flying talisman. However, even if this flying talisman, a rank 1 superior talisman, consumes little spiritual power, it still uses spiritual power nonetheless. Yan Feng had used up a flying talisman to get here, which meant that he didn't start with his spiritual power at its fullest. Perhaps for others, this may seem like a trivial detail. But for Chen Mobai, a master tactician, it was enough to see the scale of victory tilt in his favor. Shortly after, Kong Feichen and Yang Jing also joined in. Unlike Yan Feng's flashy entrance, they honestly took the main route up, accompanied by a few students from the secondary school. Once all 4 of them were present, They looked around, each choosing a corner to stand in. While they're waiting for Crimson Robe and the representatives of Taoist Academy, Chen Mobai noticed King Nu making her way towards Kong Feichin and Yang Jing, a surprising sight that left him puzzled. Wanting to understand the situation, he observed that King Nu seemingly knew Kong Feichin and Yang Jing, greeting them with laughter and merriment. Feeling a bit lost, Chen Mobai decided to join them. "Why did you come over as well?" Upon arriving, Chen Mobai greeted King Nu as if he had just noticed her, with evident joy. "I came to cheer you guys on," King Nu replied with a smile, leaving Chen Mobai, Kong Feichin, and Yang Jing utterly confused. "When did you become acquainted?" At that moment, Crimson Robe and the representatives from the Taoist Academy flew over. Upon landing, he waved his hand broadly. "No need to waste time. Let's start the first half of the matchup." After Crimson Robe announced the order for the semifinals, he sat down leisurely. Kong Feichin and Yang Jing exchanged glances, greeting King Nu in unison. "Sister, we'll go up first." At the referee's beckon, they stepped onto the specially strengthened and widened arena. The rules, same as before. Having said that, the referee leaped off the stage, leaving it to the two contenders. Kong Feichin was still mulling over how King Nu and Chen Mobai got to know each other, and what their relation was. Distracted, he started to activate Big Wind Talisman. According to the plan they came up with earlier, Yang Jing would throw in the towel. They knew they couldn't keep this from Crimson Robe and the representatives of the Taoist Academy, so they decided to be upfront about it. He would release a talisman to blow Yang Jing off the stage. The Big Wind Talisman was activated, causing a whirlwind of blue airstream to blast in front of Yang Jing. This gust blew her black gown and pants, enhancing her tall and long legs' silhouette and curves. She had to hold on to her wide-brimmed hat to prevent it from being blown away. Just as Kong Feichin was ready to see her step down, Yang Jing suddenly raised her head, waving off the approaching Big Wind Talisman with her hand. "What if I compete in the final?" She suddenly said something that caused Kong Feichin's eyes to widen with surprise. "Are you serious?" Kong Feichin found it hard to accept, his brows furrowed. "Yes." Yang Jing nodded slightly, without giving any explanation. "You're not my match. In our usual state you're right, but I'm not so sure if I use the twofold divine technique." "Is that necessary?" Yang Jing didn't respond to Kong Feichin's challenge, which angered Kong Feichin and made him clench his fist. Nevertheless, he managed to cool down in the end. And after saying that, Kong Feichin raised his hand, admitting defeat straight away. There was an uproar among the spectators. The teacher in charge of judging the Cinnabarite Institute match immediately got on the stage to check if there was any hidden reason behind Kong Feichin's resignation, but Kong Feichin simply stated he didn't want to continue the fight. Although he was aware that there must be more to it, it was a difficult situation for the judge to handle, especially when a student voluntarily admitted defeat in such a crucial competition as finals. He then turned to the real man in red robe for guidance. The responsibility lay with the top brass of the academy. "Can I ask why you admitted defeat?" The real man in red robe seated in his position, his expression calm, his tone filled with a seriousness distinct from when he previously questioned Chen Mobai and Gong Xiangyu. "If she had gone all out, my chances of winning would be slim. If we both ended up injuring each other, wouldn't that benefit the other participant during the finals?" Confronting the real man in the gold core, Kong Feichin met his gaze squarely, candidly stating his reason. "Well, in that case as you wish." If it was his disciple or a descendant, the real man in the red robe would undoubtedly chastise them, But since it was an unrelated disciple, he simply nodded after querying, signaling the adjudicating teacher announced the result. Since cultivation has forfeited and admitted defeat, the winner is Yang Jing. As soon as the result was announced, the hundreds of viewers who were crowding around the stage started to chat incessantly. Nearly 99% of them didn't believe in the reason given by cultivation. Could it be due to love? These two come from the same high school, both possessing different spiritual roots. They might have fallen in love a long time ago. This is once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enter the 4 great Taoist academies, which could change one's destiny. To give up for a woman, simply absurd. Though many had regretful expressions among the young students, there were quite a number who admired cultivation's potential reason for forfeiting due to love. Old Chen, if you were in cultivation's position right now, and your opponent was King Nu, what would you do? Suddenly, Lu Hongsheng couldn't help but ask. I will fight with all my might. Without any hesitation, Chen Mobai spoke out his innermost thoughts. Entry into one of the 4 great Taoist academies was like a chance to ascend to the heavens. Moreover, his relationship with Qu Zhangyinu was purely platonic and didn't reach that level of intensity. Besides, there's still an abundance of time to explore romantic love. If one succeeds in foundation establishment, there will be more than 200 years to look for a spouse. If one is lucky enough to reach core formation, even nascent soul, the lifespan would exceed 1,000 years. Chen Mobai's dream was to complete his immortal cultivation and to take charge of the 3 main halls of the cultivation sect. I am beginning to doubt, did Qu Zhangyinu actually chase after you? Hearing Chen Mobai's candid remark, Lu Hongsheng couldn't help but say a few words in admiration, which earned him an eye roll from Chen Mobai. He already said they were just friends. Chen Mobai saw that after descending from the stage, cultivation and Yang Jing joined Qu Zhangyinu. He wanted to ask what was going on. Didn't they agree to meet in the finals? Why did you break promise? Who am I supposed to vent all my pent-up desire for victory on? Please welcome the 2 participants for the next round. At that moment, the judging teacher on stage made the announcement. Chen Mobai had no choice but to suppress his doubts for now. Yan Feng made an impressive entrance as always, stepping lightly as if on air and basking in the cheers of the crowd as he landed in the center of the stage. Chen Mobai walked up, taking his time, each step consuming half a minute. After he had taken his position, Yan Feng frowned slightly. He had been all geared up, ready to defeat his lucky opponent in one go and showcase his undeniable supremacy in this magic duel. Yet, he had to wait for Chen Mobai, who dawdled, walking slowly for half a minute, which dissipated half of his morale. Advise. After Chen Mobai ascended the stage, he greeted with a bow, and out of respect, Yan Feng had no choice but to return the courtesy. Begin. After the adjudicating teacher uttered that remark, he immediately withdrew from the stage. Whiz. Without uttering any words, Yan Feng raised his right hand, and with 2 fingers bunched in a sword-fighting position, he unleashed a formidable finger-sword technique towards Chen Mobai, despite the fact that he had lost half of his built-up momentum. Chen Mobai's water elemental shield responded instantly, forming a spiral wave of light that deflected the powerful finger sword, which was aimed at him. A collision of magic spells. Fang. The crowd felt their eardrums vibrate slightly, as though they had heard the sound of muffled thunder. The vortex of water Chen Mobai had formed failed to fully neutralize all the energy from Yan Feng's finger sword technique. Chen Mobai was then forced to cast the wooden shield charm once more. But the wooden shield, radiant in its aqua hue, could only hold up for a second before it shattered. In the end, Chen Mobai had to reconstitute the water elemental shield. Deploying a 3-layered defense, he finally fended off Yan Feng's first finger sword attack. Not bad, you are the first person in this magic duel who has blocked one of my sword strikes. Retracting his finger sword, Yan Feng's unrevealed surprise managed to break through his icy countenance. If I'm not mistaken, your strength lies in that sword strike. As long as one can block this sword strike, no matter how many more you throw at me, be it 10, 100 or 1,000, their power can't surpass this first strike. As Chen Mobai spoke, a charm was held between his fingers, and 6 spirit key long arrows, like bullets from a gun barrel, aiming at Yan Feng's head, chest, and 4 limbs. Hell! Yan Feng sneered and raised his right-hand finger sword to intercept the 6 spirited key long arrows flying towards him. Bang! 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 With 6 explosions, the green arrow talisman was easily broken by his single-finger sword, exploding into a sky full of spiritual light and dissipating over the stage. There's no need for you to probe. After reaching key cultivation level 7-1, started focusing on the 13 swords of the Sky Sea. This sword technique, starting from key cultivation level 7, each level to condense a sword key. I'm currently at key cultivation level 9 but have condensed 4 sword keys. What you've just blocked was my first sword strike. There are 3 more to come. If you can block all of them, I will admit defeat. With that, Yan Feng raised his right hand, index and middle fingers together again, revealing a sword charm at his fingertips. Chen Mobai was unable to identify the charm, as nobody in the previous 6 rounds had been able to force Yan Feng to make a second move, let alone use a charm, so there was no information at all. Whoosh! The sword charm burned, and a dim radiance lit up at the tip of Yan Feng's fingers, transforming into a half-meter-long, arm-thick sword QI at the blink of an eye. The second sword attack has been unleashed. When Yan Feng's second sword struck down, Chen Mobai felt an oppressive force far more potent than what he had previously experienced in the 6 rounds of the magical duel. It seemed like the air on the arena was cleaved apart by this strike. He could not take this sword strike head-on. His potent divine sense made him come to this judgment immediately. However, before each of Yan Feng's sword strikes, he would first lock onto Chen Mobai with his Kai, forcing him into direct confrontation. I must first find a way to break this Kai chain. In the midst of these thoughts, Chen Mobai threw all of his remaining 2 rank 1 lower grade talismans. At the same time, under his divine sense control, the dark water condensed into 7 thin waves, emulating wings of cicadas. All the defensive power of water elemental shield was concentrated by him onto the attack point of Yan Feng's sword. Boom! 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 The first 3 dark water waves couldn't withstand even for a moment. Upon contact with the Mengmeng sword key, emitted from Yan Feng's finger sword, they burst into a rain of water droplets. Whoosh! At that moment, Chen Mobai's ice breath was already fully brewed, and he breathed it out. With the crack sound, the remaining 4 water waves were frozen into ice shields. But under the powerful impact of Yan Feng's second sword, 2 more ice shields were pierced, turning into fragments. Fortunately, the third ice shield managed to hold for a breath's time, followed by the last ice shield that lasted 2 seconds. Boom! Yan Feng finally broke through Chen Mobai's water elemental shield, and cold ice technique conjured into the strongest 7-fold defense. The Mengmeng sword key, erupted from his fingertip, had halved in size, leaving only about 3 centimeters in width and 20 centimeters in length. But he had already broken through all the obstacles and came in front of Chen Mobai. His right-hand double fingers were ready to strike, about to knock his opponent off the arena. Scatter. At that moment, Chen Mobai yelled out and activated a simple talisman, the Quicksand Talisman. This rank 1 lower-grade talisman that could turn rocks into fine sand was used by Immortal Sects for creating ways through mountains. But when Chen Mobai used it here, he achieved an unexpected effect. Yan Feng's feet suddenly softened as the rocky stage under his feet instantly turned into a pit of sand, causing him to start sinking. But his eyes sharpened. Disregarding everything, he even poured all the remaining power of his finger sword into a thrust aimed at Chen Mobai's chest. This guy is definitely in a different league compared to previous opponents. Chen Mobai sighed inwardly and had no choice but to activate the Wood Armor Talisman. This intermediate grade rank 1 defensive talisman transformed into a green light covering his whole body, barely blocking Yan Feng's finger sword, which already had been weakened 7 times and was holding on. Boom! Even so, Chen Mobai was forced to continually retreat by the powerful impact of this finger sword. His feet dragged out 2 marks on the arena. By the time he steadied himself, he was 1 step away from the edge of the arena. If the second sword forced me to use up all my defensive methods, aren't his third and fourth swords even more terrifying? Chen Mobai let his thoughts run, pondering over the information about the cultivation techniques that Yan Feng had willingly revealed. If things were as Yan Feng had said, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the fourth sword, and might even be knocked down from the arena by the third sword. But there was no fear in Chen Mobai's heart. The Sea Sword Key, one can start training from the 7th level of Key cultivation, and by the 9th level of Key cultivation, one should only be able to cultivate 3 keys. If Yan Feng deliberately mentioned he had cultivated 4 swords, it could be a tactic his opponents by bluffing about being at the foundation establishment level, causing them to hesitate and become timid during the magic duel. Of course, Yan Feng may be a rare genius who managed to cultivate 4 sword keys at the key cultivating realm, but regardless, in the present moment, he could only assume he didn't have it. He could not fall into Yan Feng's rhythm, allowing him to wield his sword at will. He needed to pressure him into using the Sea Sword Key to observe any potential weaknesses from it. Chen Mobai finalized his battle tactics, his eyes narrowing as he breathed out, maximizing the power of his cold ice technique. The hundreds of students watching from around the arena, those with lower cultivation levels, suddenly unconsciously shivered. Strange, how has it suddenly become cold in this hot summer? Lu Hongsheng scratched his head, using his spiritual power to drive away the chill from his body. Yan Bingxuan, who had been pulled by Mo Simin to stand with them after Chen Mobai's arrival at the stage, brightened her beautiful eyes at this moment. Even my Xuan ice change couldn't withstand his Sea Sword Key. Can your cold ice technique achieve that? Before this, Yan Bingxuan had always thought that her strength and that of Chen Mobai should be on par. But, as the magic duel progressed, she came to realize that, although both she and Chen Mobai were at the key cultivation realm's 7th layer, the gap between them was quite significant. What she couldn't do, Chen Mobai might be able to. With this cold ice technique, which she had helped him to comprehend and cultivate. Whoosh! A long and chilling stream of ice breath wildly spurted out from Chen Mobai's mouth. The surrounding air temperature plummeted instantly, causing Lu Hongsheng's hair to stand on end, and he couldn't help but sneeze. But everyone was so focused, their gaze towards the rainbow that had suddenly appeared above the arena was unwavering. The dark water, which was previously shattered into droplets and ice shards by Yan Feng, under the double enhancement of Chen Mobai's water controlling technique and his cold ice technique, turned into a gigantic, transparent ice knife. Under the sunlight, it emanated a 7-colored light. It was exceedingly dazzling and beautiful. Chen Mobai exerted 70% of his physical stamina's spiritual power, and used his strongest spell to form this 3-meter-long rainbow ice knife, slashing heavily towards Yan Feng, who had been caught in quicksand because of the surge of his sword Qi. Seeing this magnificent ice knife, Yan Feng didn't hesitate for a moment, and once again triggered a sword talisman. A clear sword sound echoed on the peak. A swing. The finger sword. A rumbling sword key. Yan Feng, who had fallen into quicksand, his eyes were flickering with intense light. He rose like a sharp sword breaking through the sky, trying to escape the rainbow ice knife's attack, which was obviously slower and a bit clumsy, whilst simultaneously breaking free from the binding of quicksand. At this moment, another talisman, buried together with the quicksand talisman, was activated. Yan Feng, who had just sprung out of the quicksand, his expression suddenly changed. Wooden columns rose rumblingly from the sand beneath him, forming a 2-meter-high wooden prison, tightly trapping him who intended to change direction. Feng. With a swift swipe of the finger sword, Yan Feng easily broke through this wood prison talisman. But at the same time, the colossal ice knife had already overhead. There was no time to dodge. He could only brace himself to withstand. Yan Feng hesitated for a moment. He didn't have any better solutions, so he could only reluctantly launch his third sword Qi, only to see that his right fingertip sparked a nearly 2-meter-long and double fists giant sword Qi, striking horizontally towards the ice knife that was slashing down from above. In the midst of the grating sound, the immense ice knife, under the impact of Yan Feng's third sword Qi, had some small cracks before it shattered with a loud bang. Let's decide the outcome. The silently chanting Chen Mobai didn't hesitate, nor did he want to face the third sword head-on anymore, let alone consider the fourth sword he wasn't sure about. He drew out his final talisman. Yan Feng was the strongest opponent Chen Mobai had encountered in this magic duel so far. All his previous opponents had fallen at the first blow of his sea sword Qi. After learning about Yan Feng's powerful abilities from Yan Bingxuan, Chen Mobai entered this round without any delusions of fluke. He brought strongest talisman. He clasped his hands together, then opened them. A long rectangular talisman, with a yellow base and red lines, floated above his palm. The crimson flame, trisword, sword talisman. 3 sword-shaped red patterns on the talisman appeared like a trident. After Chen Mobai injected his spiritual power into it, the talisman began to burn. 1 sword pattern leaped up from the talisman, transforming into a nearly 2-meter, crimson flame longsword. Go! Chen Mobai grasped at the air with his right hand, linking his divine sense with the flame longsword. Borrowing Yan Feng's sense of locking onto him, he locked onto his opponent in return. Boom! In the roaring sound of the red flame sword Qi, a formidable aura was released that was no inferior to Yan Feng's sea sword Qi. Wherever it passed, the air was cut open, and the invisible burning airflow even cut open the stage, sweeping up dust. With dreadful might capable of incinerating everything, it slashed down in front of Yan Feng. Good, you're not bad. Even the usually cold-faced Yan Feng broke into a wide grin. Facing the formidable red flame sword Kai, he didn't dodge this time. The third sea sword, which had just shattered the ice blade, was festering like a spirit snake on his right fingertips. With his soaring fighting spirit, it lit up a vast, unprecedented mysterious glow. When the red flame sword Kai and the third sea sword met, The two incompatible spiritual powers exploded into a huge shockwave upon contact. The audience under the stage only saw the red flame sword card explode into blinding brilliance upon impact, then gradually dimmed as if being swallowed by the mysterious glow, ultimately dissipating into wisps of smoke, disappearing into thin air. It's over. Indeed, Yan Feng was formidable. His third sea sword combined with the sword talisman had forcefully shattered the red flame sword Kuai in a head-on confrontation. Raising the third sword Kai on his fingertips, which only had 50% of its spiritual power remaining, he thrust it straight towards Chen Mobai, who remained standing unmoving in place. Not good. Old Chen, quickly admit defeat. Seeing this scene, Luong Sheng, who was under the platform, was so anxious that he was breaking out in cold sweats. Song Zheng, Mo Simin, Yan Bingxuan, and other classmates also looked worried. Boom! At this moment, the roaring sound of the red flame sword Kiai resonated once again. With a wave of Chen Mobai's hand, the sword pattern in the center of the talisman in front of him ignited and leapt up. Forming another flame longsword, he slashed fiercely at Yan Feng, who had arrived. Front of him. Caught. Guard. Yan Feng could only raise his right hand's sword finger to intercept the red flame sword Kai that had come down on his face. It's not over yet. Chen Mobai gripped with his other hand, and the last red flame sword Ki also jumped out wrapped in flames. As he swung his wrist, he slashed fiercely at Yan Feng, whose sword finger was only left with a wisp of mysterious glow. I can't block it. Yan Feng made a judgment the moment the third red flame sword Ki appeared. His third sea sword Ki had less than 10% of its spiritual power left. He needs time to use the fourth sword Kai. This was the biggest dilemma he had encountered in the magic duel so far. Luckily, Yan Feng considered the possibility of encountering such a situation beforehand, so he equipped a defensive talisman. The very common golden light talisman lit in his palm. After the third sea sword Kai was entirely worn down by the red flame sword Ki, it perfectly blocked the red flame sword Ki's attack for 2 seconds. Taking advantage of this brief period, he pulled out the last trump card of his talisman, the one that only has a sword wound drawn on it. But in the moment this talisman appeared, the always relaxed representatives of the Taoist Academy, including the nonchalant real person in red robes, all changed their expressions. Heaven Heart Sword Talisman! I didn't expect him to possess a Heaven Heart Sword Talisman. Using this talisman on a Qi practitioner is a waste. Wasting troll resources. White paper, black ink, and the brushstroke was as sharp as a sword. A hint of reluctance flashed across Yan Feng's face. But in the end, he steeled his heart, injected his spiritual power, and activated this ungraded Heaven Heart Sword Talisman. Although he is a prodigy and the 3-sword Kai of 13 sea swords, Key Cultivation Chapter have already reached perfection, to cultivate the 4th sword Ki, he must reach the foundation building realm. However, there are countless miracles and strange methods in the sects. Some talismans and magic artifacts allow practitioners to use the power of the upper layer. This Heaven Heart Sword Talisman is one of them. 1,000 years ago, 2 rank 4 talisman makers from the Heavenly Book Academy and the Mountain and Sea Academy created this talisman together and classified it as ungraded, because any cultivator can use the Heaven Heart Talisman, and it automatically matches the user's cultivation level to unleash an even more powerful force. If Yan Feng, who is at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, uses this Heaven Heart Sword Talisman, he could slash out Sword Kai at the foundation building level for a short period of time. Similarly, If a cultivator at the perfection of foundation establishment uses this talisman, it can also unleash powerful sword Kai at the gold core level. However, there is a limit to this talisman, and it can only unleash the power at the gold core level at most. Because the Heaven Heart Sword Talisman can bring out the power from the key cultivation to the gold core across the 3 realms according to the user's cultivation level, it is an ungraded talisman. It's unbelievable that Yan Feng used this talisman for this magic duel. The representatives of the Taoist Academy felt that it was utterly unnecessary. There was no need at all. The method to refine the Heaven Heart Sword Talisman is passed down in the 2 academies, but after the 2 founders passed away, no new ones have been made. There are probably less than 20 of them circulating in the sects. Precious. While the representatives from the Taoist Academy were regretting, Chen Mobai, who was on the stage, was facing the sword talisman directly and feeling an unprecedented pressure. It seemed there was a fierce sword Kai enough to tear him apart brewing from the sword talisman at Yan Feng's fingertips. He didn't know the origin of this talisman, nor did he think about it. He just urged the talisman he could use to its limit. He bit his finger, following the method Wang Yuanwu had taught him, mixed a drop of essence blood with all his remaining power, and injected it into the talisman floating in front of him. 3 red flame swords, purple sun sword array. Chen Mobai's divine sense erupted completely, and the red flame sword talisman, having unleashed its 3 sword Kai, absorbed his essence blood and spiritual power. It started to produce a strong suction force, drawing back all 3 red flame sword Kai defeated by Yan Feng. In the blink of an eye, this talisman started to burn with roaring flames. The flames first turned a deep red, then deepened further, eventually transforming into a faint purple flame. This faint purple flame seemed to be of extremely high temperature. The moment it appeared, it completely consumed the talisman. A streak of purple flame emerged, seeming like a slender strip held between his hands. Veins throbbed on Chen Mobai's forehead, his hands trembling. He had never imagined that after unleashing the full power of this talisman, it would be so hard to control. If not for his diligent practice of the nourishing, thought-forge God technique recently, which had enhanced his divine sense, he would have lost control over this purple blaze sword aura long ago. Despite this, he could still feel a sense of agitation and violent energy emanating from the purple flame, which was leaping and burning between his fingertips like a conscious being itself, constantly surging, trying to break free divine sense control. It's over. Once I wield this sword, you are doomed to lose. At this moment, Yan Feng also completed his 4th sword. The Heaven Heart Sword Talisman, in his fingertip, turned into a sky-shattering gloomy aura about 5 or 6 meters long. Carrying a terrifying pressure of stagnating airflow, it slashed towards Chen Mobai. Perfect purple flame tri-sword talisman is also ready. Chen Mobai shouted inwardly. It was perfect timing. A dazzling flame of purple color sprung up from his fingertips in an instant. He let go of his control over the purple blaze sword aura with both hands and struggled to guide the flame with his divine sense to face the sword key slashing towards him from Yan Feng. One purple light, one gloomy aura. Under everyone's gaze, the 2 sword auras collided. After a moment of silence, they exploded, sending out a shockwave after shockwave in expanding circles, spreading in all directions from the arena. Everywhere the shockwaves went, the rocks in the arena cracked open, the air burned, and the gravel was crushed into dust. In the midst of the startled cries, just when the nearest hundreds of spectators were about to be affected, several figures suddenly descended, waving their hands and forming a giant cubic light. shield closed off the area. It was the student council members from the Cinnabarate Institute who had been on standby. Under the leadership of the familiar student council president, they restricted all the aftermath of the sword key collision to the arena. But it made things tough for Chen Mobai and Yan Feng. At this point, both felt they were losing control over their own sword auras, and could only passively supply their inner spiritual and vital energies as the power source for the rapidly ascending sword Kui. Because of his lower realm level, Chen Mobai been merely waiting for the outcome after releasing the control on the purple blaze sword aura. The moment this purple blaze sword aura was cast, he could only leave it to fate, because he had run out of all spiritual power inside his body, as it had all been injected into the sword Kui. On the other hand, Yan Feng still had half of his spiritual power left. He felt that once his Heaven Heart Sword talisman was out, the fourth sea sword could completely crush Chen Mobai and secure victory. But the development of the situation was completely unexpected. The fourth sword he forcibly launched with the Heaven Heart Sword talisman was actually suppressed by the purple blaze sword Kui in the first instance. Yan Feng could not accept it, his face turning red as he burst out with all the remaining spiritual power in his body, increasing the power of his fourth sword. The power of the Heaven Heart Sword talisman depends on the user and can be ascended up to rank 3 at most. Yan Feng, being at the 9th level of key cultivation, had already shown great rarity by using this valuable talisman to launch a foundation establishment level sea sword Kui across a large realm boundary, even if draining his entire Danchin could only increase it a little bit. However, charging it with the remaining half of his spiritual power balanced the power of the two sword auras. Damn it, just a little bit more. If I had a little more spiritual power, I could overpower this purple fire's aura. At this point, Yan Feng began to regret using the flying talisman earlier, which had wasted his spiritual power. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the two sword auras clashed and exploded, the shockwaves pushing him backward. Hanging in there. Yan Feng planted his feet firmly, hoping to stay on the stage. Across him, Chen Mobai looked equally pale, retreating step by step under the impact of the sword aura's aftermath. It was a matter of who would leave the stage first. I'm at the center of the arena, I have more room to fall back, I can win. Yan Feng's divine sense circulated, calculating the distance between him and Chen Mobai, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Just as he saw a glimmer of hope, Chen Mobai grinned at him and immediately dropped to the ground. In this position, his fallback speed slowed down. Yan Feng was taken aback, but he sneered and did the same, dropping to the ground. I can give up the face of victory. Whispering to himself, Yan Feng gripped onto the stage with both his hands and feet. Step by step, he was pushed off the stage by the sword aura's aftermath. But his eyes were filled with excitement, for he knew Chen Mobai would definitely leave the stage before him. Almost 5 minutes later, the power of the two sword auras finally died down. Yan Feng managed to get himself up, wanting to embrace his victory, but he realized that Chen Mobai was not beneath the stage. Moreover, the spectators looked at him with pity. Is he? Yan Feng looked around, his hoarse voice questioning the adjudicating teacher who stepped onto the stage. He found no sign of Chen Mobai on or below the stage. Over here, the adjudicating teacher walked to a pit on the stage, extending a hand to pull out Chen Mobai, who was trapped in quicksand. The latter had completely run out of strength, and after being pulled out, he lay on the stage, gasping for breath. The winner, Chen Mobai. Upon hearing these 6 words, Yan Feng stood stupefied under the arena. Looking at his opponent lying on the stage, He felt a sense of regret for the first time. He should. The winner. He had even used the Heaven Heart Sword talisman, passed down from his ancestors. Chen Mobai did not understand his opponent's emotions, for joy and satisfaction had already filled his chest. He had won. Indeed, he, a cultivator honed in life and death battles, participating in this child's play-like magic duel, managed to win the end, even though his realm was lower. It was with this belief that Chen Mobai, even when facing Yan Feng's Heaven Heart Sword talisman, didn't lose his sanity, but calmly sought everything he could use to find the light of victory. He had accurately seized control of the pit he had created earlier, the quicksand talisman. If someone interviews me later, I'll say this was a tactical plan I had laid earlier. Yan Feng's all actions were within my calculations. While thinking this, Chen Mobai suddenly felt his body being lifted up. He struggled to turn his head, and found he was being lifted by Lu Hongsheng and his classmates, all celebrating wildly. Really now, this is just the semifinals. The championship has not yet been won. Chen Mobai rolled his eyes at his classmates' premature celebration after the semifinals. But he was completely drained, and he'd only let them lift him. At dusk, Chen Mobai woke up from a deep sleep. He was lying on his bed in his cave dwelling, enjoying the rest he hadn't had in a long time, and mustered the energy to sit up. Today's two duels, because of Kong Feichen's direct withdrawal in the first round, led to Chen Mobai and Yan Feng going on stage ahead of time. However, both of them were quick fighters. Their duel lasted less than 15 minutes, and the winner was decided within 4 slashes of their swords. After the magical duel, even though Chen Mobai was more exhausted and Yan Feng could still stand, the latter left the platform. The ultimate victory belonged to the former. While he was being lifted up by the students of his academy in a wild celebration, Ning Yanning smiled and came over to help him adjust his Kai and meridians, also asking if he was interested in studying at the Imperial Medical Academy. Chen Mobai did not know how to respond and passed out due to the fatigue of his body. When he woke up, it was now. He wasn't sure who had brought him back to his cave dwelling. Chen Mobai turned his head and picked up his mobile phone on the edge of his bed, discovering there were dozens of missed calls and hundreds of unread messages. He glanced at them, first called his parents back, then sent a group text message to the relatives who saw his match on TV. He said he would work hard for the upcoming finals, so he wouldn't be able to return their calls. Finally, Chen Mobai read the text from King Nu and naturally dialed her number. "Hello. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine." The familiar clear voice sounded, and Chen Mobai responded gently. Right now?" King Nu suddenly asked. Chen Mobai was a bit confused, but still nodded. "I am in my own cave dwelling. Are you still at the Cinnabarite Institute?" "Yes, which dormitory building are you in? I'll come to find you." Chen Mobai put down his phone and sent his location to King Nu. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Upon opening the door, King Nu, disguised with a mask and cap, smiled and waved at him. "Congratulations on making it to the finals." "Thank you." Chen Mobai paused, then asked another question. "Are you coming for a while, or shall we go out for a walk?" "I think I'll come in and sit down. After all, you're still quite weak." Chen Mobai did not completely agree with this statement, but sensing the unprecedented emptiness in his QEC, he reluctantly opened the door to let King Nu in. "Here, you haven't eaten yet, have you? This is the dinner I brought for you." As King Nu entered, she put 2 boxes of small buns she carried in her hand on the table, inside the cave dwelling. Chen Mobai was indeed a little hungry and didn't hesitate to dig in. "Speak. What are you here for?" "I was with Little Dust and Little Scenery earlier, trying to persuade Little Scenery to withdraw from the finals. Chen Mobai, who was enjoying his meal, choked on this sentence and sprayed out. What's going on? I'm looking forward to winning the championship under the watchful eyes of the public, aren't I? Even though he had exhausted the biggest card, the burning flame sword talisman, Cultivation and Yang Jing were both students from a Taoist public high school. They were unlike Yan Feng, who was from an old and wealthy family, and could not have such an overwhelming item like the Heaven Heart Sword Talisman. In a normal battle, Chen Mobai felt that he had a 51% chance of defeating Cultivation. Against Yang Jing, not taking into account the unknown forbidden technique, he should have a 65% chance of winning. Your battle with Yan Feng was too fierce. Even if you could recover your spiritual power in 3 days, you wouldn't be able to compensate for the loss of your Kai blood and essence. King Nu was an alchemist. Medicine and alchemy go hand in hand. She was well aware of Chen Mobai's physical condition. Even so, I should be able to beat Yang Jing. Chen Mobai said calmly, put down his chopsticks, and looked at King Nu with a puzzled look. What was her relationship with Cultivation and Yang Jing? The latter, too, seemed to call her sister? Even if she was their sister, why could she make them give up the chance to enter the Taoist Academy? Moreover, the relationship between Cultivation and Yang Jing seemed abnormal. Under these circumstances, how could they simply concede defeat because of the latter's caprice, giving up the opportunity to ascend to heaven? There were too many doubts in his heart. Chen Mobai did not ask. He trusted King Nu. So he waited for King Nu to reveal it herself. We grew up in the same orphanage. I am older than both of them, so they call me sister. They were adopted by 2 cultivator families in Red Sandstone City that could not have children. We always kept in touch. 3 are not actual siblings, but we are closer than actual ones. So, when Yang Jing decided to go to the finals, Cultivation agreed because it's the first time that Yang Jing had a say in something in many years. Hearing this, Chen Mobai widened his eyes in disbelief. What kind of orphanage could take in 2 different spiritual root children, and you, a heavenly spiritual root child? King Nu did not hide anything. It was an orphanage established by the official Taoist sect in Red Sandstone City, located in the eastern part of the city. Chen Mobai looked it up on the map, and it was indeed there. Perhaps it was a coincidence. All 3 of us have good spiritual root talents. As for King Nu's explanation, Chen Mobai could only take it as it was for now. Later, the family that adopted Yang Jing, after learning about her dark spiritual root, found forbidden technique for her to cultivate. At the age of 14, this matter was discovered by law enforcement. Her adoptive parents were incarcerated. As Yang Jing was also a victim, and because she had already mastered the forbidden technique and could no longer abandon it, the Taoist sect allowed her to reach society after conferring her as a magical cultivator to go to school and grow up. But forbidden techniques are still forbidden techniques. To prevent her from being possessed in the future, the law enforcement department of the Taoist sect put an electronic bracelet on her wrist. Apart from monitoring her mental status, it also tracks her location at all times. Hearing this, Chen Mobai frowned. He felt that things probably weren't so simple. So why did you try to persuade her to forfeit the finals? Upon hearing this, King Nu lifted her slender and smooth fingers, breaking them one by one to list the reasons. Firstly, your strength is too strong. If Little Scenery wants to beat you, she will definitely have to use the forbidden technique. But every time she uses her twofold divine technique, it brings her a step closer to death. I don't want her to use it. Secondly, after she started cultivating the forbidden technique, the best place for her to go is the Imperial Medical Academy. I and Little Dust hope that she can study medicine, hopefully to find a way to stop cultivating the forbidden technique. The reason why I chose the Jumeng Taoist Academy is because as I want to find a cure for her from medicine. With Little Scenery's current results, as long as she is willing, it's absolutely not a problem to go to the Imperial Medical Academy. There's really no need for her to have a fierce battle with you. Thirdly, which is also the last reason. At this point, King Nu raised her head and looked straight into Chen Mobai's eyes. I hope that you can go to the academy. I would also like to go, but I am short of points. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but shake his head. Although he could possibly win first place in the magic duel, if the 4 major Taoist academies didn't want to accept him, they could completely reject him by setting a points threshold. At this moment, all he could do was to perform to the best of his ability in the magic duel. Don't worry, with your outstanding performance, the 4 Taoist academies would definitely be willing to lower their points threshold to accept you, said King Nu. Her words gave Chen Mobai a slight confidence boost. I have done all I can. The rest is up to fate. Even if I can't enter the 4 Taoist academies, it's not impossible for me to ascend to become an immortal if I go to Pure Yang Academy or Primordial Elemental Academy. The ultimate goal of all cultivators on the planet Earth Element Star is to ascend to immortality. In front of King Nu, Chen Mobai allowed himself to express his desires for reaching the pinnacle of cultivation realm. If your goal is to ascend to immortality, then you should start cultivating the original soul technique. After hearing this, King Nu began giving serious advice to Chen Mobai. Oh, why is that? Isn't it said that of the 84,000 Taoist scriptures in the immortal cultivation path, in the end, all lead to the 7 original soul cultivation techniques? Chen Mobai found it strange. In his impression, the cultivation technique pyramid of the immortal path should allow anyone from the base of the pyramid to reach the pinnacle in the end. This from my teacher. The cultivation techniques in the National Library are based on the 7 original soul techniques, but they have essentially become the paths the talented individuals have carved out for themselves. If you want to return to the original path of ascendancy, after nascent soul formation, you need to spend some time transitioning to an original soul cultivation technique. If they share the same origin, at most, it would be a waste of a few decades. But if their origins are too different, then you can only carve out your own path to immortality or ponder upon the Jade Purity scripture, which is very difficult. But if you are confident in yourself and resolutely practice the elemental soul technique from the beginning, at the very least, you can save several decades to ponder on the elemental soul technique after soul formation. After listening to King Nu's words, Chen Mobai carefully thought about it, and indeed, it was as she said. If he aimed to ascend from the beginning and solidly laid his foundations with this goal throughout his QI refining, foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul periods, then indeed he could be more confident during the final step of condensing his elemental soul. If that was the case, then the reason Pure Yang Scroll and Jade Purity Scripture had been recommended out of the 30 cultivation techniques for Chen Mobai by the artificial spiritual being in the National Library was probably because they were aimed at helping him ascend. My spiritual root talents are average, so these 2 are the most suitable elemental soul techniques for me. Chen Mobai suddenly realized, of the 7 elemental soul techniques in the immortal path, the other 5 had extremely strict prerequisites. Not even heavenly spiritual roots could necessarily meet. In theory, the Pure Yang Scroll should also be like this, only those with Pure Yang Taoist bodies could cultivate it. However, our elder Yuan Yang risked his life to test the technique and succeed in forming the elemental soul. He created a postnatal cultivation method for the pure, Taoist body, allowing all living beings to adopt the pure Yang Taoist body, an achievement of immeasurable merit. If you are going to Jumangdao Academy, you will certainly cultivate the lasting spring cultivation. It's said that after cultivating it, you will remain forever young. It's truly a great fit for you girls, Chen Mobai commented, thinking about ascendancy as they were within his cave dwelling. She removed her mask and hat, exposing her stunningly beautiful face, which time should never erode. This may not be feasible. Lasting spring cultivation is an ascendancy technique that only those with earth, water, and wood heavenly spiritual roots can cultivate. I only have a heavenly water spiritual root. I fear I can only attempt it after nascent sun soul formation. King Nu shook her head, revealing a truth that greatly surprised Chen Mobai. Earth, water, and wood heavenly spiritual roots all needed for cultivation. Where can we find such a person among immortal cultivators? None are born with it, but we can cultivate it after birth. The techniques in our sect to promote and purify the spiritual root were originally created by those with great power, who wanted to cultivate immensely demanding techniques such as lasting spring cultivation. Having heard what King Nu said, and having thought about his own spiritual root attributes, Chen Mobai was left speechless. He had thought that since King Nu started heavenly spiritual root, she had already reached the peak at the start. He hadn't expected that even she couldn't cultivate the lasting spring cultivation. If he wanted to ascend with his slightly above average spiritual root, he might really be left with the choice to cultivate only pure Yang scroll or jade purity scripture. Of course, Chen Mobai could also choose to first cultivate a more common technique, such as the 5 elements cultivation. This fundamental immortal cultivation technique can be cultivated until the first layer of nascent soul formation. At that point, he could then switch to jade purity scripture and ponder the method of ascendancy. But during the 6,800 years of immortal cult legend, only one person has managed to form an elemental soul through jade purity scripture cultivation, and that person was regarded as the most dazzling figure in the history Earth element star. Although Chen Mobai was confident in himself, he decided not to challenge this difficulty after all. He would take the pure Yang scroll route honestly, since this path has already been paved by Elder Yuan Yang. All the difficulties were a matter of spirit stones and resources. For other immortal cultivators, simply cultivating the pure Yang body postnatally would consume half of their lifespan, and those who could reach the threshold of ascendancy could be counted on one hand. However, for Chen Mobai, he only needs to have the support of Tianhe realm. He only needs to strive harder, and earning the spirit stones required for cultivating pure Yang body wouldn't be a problem. With the resources of the Tianhe realm, he could cultivate the techniques of the immortal path. Maybe then, he really might have a chance to catch a glimpse of the realm of ascendancy. Thinking this way, Chen Mobai felt it didn't matter whether he goes towards knowledge academies or not. I've my decision. King Nu, who was getting ready to say her goodbyes and leave, suddenly heard Chen Mobai speaking solemnly. She was a bit confused at first, but she soon reacted and guessed what he meant. Her pretty face red instantly, and she asked hesitantly, "What have you decided?" "I'm going to Pure Yang Academy." "Ah." King Nu looked disappointed. Chen Mobai was puzzled at her reaction. Was it because he had given up the 4 major Taoist academies that she was disappointed? "I want to ascend to become immortal, and among the 7 major ascendancy techniques in the immortal path, the pure Yang scroll is the most suitable for me. As I'm planning to cultivate this technique, whether I go to 4 Taoist academies doesn't really matter. After all, none knows the Pure Yang Scroll better than Pure Yang Academy. And it still has this atmosphere, since it was established by Elder Yuan Yang himself. Hearing Chen Mobai's explanation, King Nu's disappointment faded away. However, she said something that made him feel slightly uncomfortable. Do you know that Pure Yang Scroll and the Ascendancy Technique of Dance Tool Dao Academy share the same origin? Chen Mobai honestly didn't know this. The Cinnabarite Institutes, the Union of Differences, and Pure Yang Scroll were passed down by Yun Ya, one of the 5 founders of the Immortal Sects. King Nu began. As the story goes, Yun Ya was actually a supreme elder of the Dan Ding sect, one of the original patriarchs, before coming to Earth. These 2 cultivation techniques were fundamental to his sect, and he practiced the union of differences himself, and used it to ascend to become immortal. She continued. The Pure Yang Scroll, due to the difficulty of finding those with the Pure Yang body required for its inheritance, was kept with him for a long time. It wasn't until thousands of years, after he started to cultivate at the Immortal Gate, Yuan Yang was able to successfully practice it. She finished. King Nu recounted these facts, as if listing cherished family heirlooms, causing Chen Mobai to nod along in continued agreement. Where did you hear all this? How come I've never heard it before? He asked. I came across these facts posted by anonymous users on an online forum while I was killing time. I have a deep impression of them, because they involve ancient immortals, she explained. After hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but marvel at the depth of knowledge among internet users. Well, it looks like my first target should be the Dance Tool Taoist Academy, he said. Indeed, the Dance Tool Taoist Academy has a low profile, ranked among the bottom 4 of the Immortal Gates, but in fact, its foundation is extraordinary. Chixia, one of our local real people, in Red Sandstone City, is a graduate of the academy. Our local Cinnabarite and Dangxia institutes can be considered its branches. Confirmed King Nu, nodding in agreement with Chen Mobai's choice. The 2 chatted some more before Chen Mobai noticed it was getting dark, and went to see King Nu off. You go ahead, I can, for my ride alone, she said. They honored the parting at the school gate. Since the final would take place 3 days later, King Nu decided not to stay at a local hotel for 3 days, as it would be a waste of money and time. I have plenty of time, Chen Mobai reassured, shaking his head. He watched King Nu board her vehicle and waved her off before heading back himself. When he returned to his dwelling, he decided to visit the National Library first. He typed the Union of Differences into the search bar. Immediately, he found hundreds of precise results. The Union of Differences, divisional chapters of the Union of Differences, explanation of the Union of Differences, different interpretations of the Union of Differences, solution to the Union of Differences, chapter notes of the Union of Differences, chapter and verse of the Union of Differences, miscellaneous notes on the Union of Differences. Chen Mobai clicked on the one with the most views, the Union of Differences. Unsurprisingly, it was the authentic script of the Way of God transformation technique, the Union of Differences. Using heaven and earth as the alchemical vessel, yin and yang as barriers, water and fire as the transformative mechanism, the 5 elements as aids and metaphysical essence as the base of elixir. Man and heaven mix and blend, attracting the true yang of heaven to transform the yin qi in the human body, ultimately refining qi to become a god. This compliant with nature's creation, the opening general outline sounded very profound. After comparing it with the Pure Yang Scroll, Chen Mobai realized that both were hyped up quite a bit. As for what King Nu had said about two techniques originating from the same source, he couldn't see it with his current level of understanding. But the download points for the Union of Differences were as high as 300 million, which left Chen Mobai quite surprised. He wanted to try downloading the initial part that dealt with QE cultivation to see what special nuances it contained. However, he found out that the Union of Differences was only available in its entirety and not like the Pure Yang scroll, which had individual chapters. That doesn't make sense. Does that mean I can only learn the fundamentals of the Union of Differences if I go to the Dance Tool Taoist Academy? He pondered aloud, understanding more and more. Chen Mobai logged out his muttering, opened the other techniques with the Union of Differences in their titles, and glimpsed over the first couple of pages that could be previewed. It was all so confusing. He couldn't make sense of any of it. At this moment, Chen Mobai began to question whether he was lacking in comprehension. However, one of his best attributes was his self-awareness. If he couldn't understand it, then he wouldn't strain himself by trying to read it. After all, once he entered the Dance Tool Taoist Academy, the teachers there would surely teach him. Putting down his phone, Chen Mobai sat cross-legged on the bed to recover the spiritual power he had exhausted while using his red flame 3-sword talisman. If he were to recover by meditating, it would take an entire day. Being a critical juncture, he couldn't afford to waste time. He took out a resurrection talisman and slapped it onto his body. A rank 1 superior talisman was indeed extraordinary. Chen Mobai soon felt his empty dantian filling up, and his previously weak body gradually regained its strength. On the surface, he looked like he had completely recovered. However, on examining himself more closely using his divine sense, he noticed that his body was still slightly slower in responsiveness than when he was at his pinnacle state. This was because he used a drop of his essence when activating the red flame 3-sword talisman, which resulted in a temporary drain in his QI and essence. But this wasn't a major concern. During the treatment on the stage, Ning Anning had already provided a prescription stating that 2 blood-boosting talisman and QI-boosting talisman would make a quick recovery. Cinnabarate Institute was known for its talisman cultivation and was the largest talisman supplier in Red Sandstone City. Nearly all students cultivated talismans, unless they were extremely specialized ones. The next day, Chen Mobai asked Chan Si for help. Once he heard the request, Chan Si, in no time, used his connections and found seniors who specialized in blood boosting and ki boosting talismans to buy the needed 2 talismans, and, along with Shen, Wang Xiu, personally handed them to Chen Mobai. After expressing gratitude, Chen Mobai retreated to his cave dwelling to focus on restoring his QI and blood. Through a nearly month-long magic duel, his spiritual power had markedly improved. However, compared to his QI cultivating realm, his growth in divine sense was truly astonishing. Perhaps it was because of the happiness and satisfaction he had gained during this period. Or maybe it was because his profound foundation made him particularly suited for the nourishing thought, Forge God technique. But on the eve of the finals, during his quiet meditation, he was actually able to form another green sprout through his contemplation. Because this progress had no levels to measure against, Chen Mobai couldn't clearly comprehend his divine sense's current realm, but he could feel that grasping spiritual power and refining QI replenishing spirit water was much easier for him now. By like a river. Soon was the day of the finals. Chen Mobai and Yang Jing stood on the stage, greeting each other with a nod. After the referee teacher left the stage, neither of them made the first move immediately. My sister won't let me use the twofold divine technique. I'm sure I won't be able to withstand your purple flame talisman if I do, Yang Jing suddenly said. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment after hearing this. He had also done some research on the twofold divine technique, but to his dismay, his main account, Blueberer, didn't have enough access rights, and he couldn't find any related information. Don't worry, you are King Nu's sister, and we don't need to fight to the death. How about we just use spells to fight, no talismans, and you don't use forbidden techniques? He suggested. Even though Chen Mobai only had one red flame 3-sword talisman left, he managed defeat each opponent and advance to the finals, thanks to the perfect combination of spell and various talismans. Without talismans, his strengths were greatly reduced. If it were anyone else, a pure spell duel between a 7th stage key cultivator and a mismatched spiritual root 9th stage key cultivator like Yang Jing would undoubtedly be a losing battle. But when Chen Mobai proposed this, everyone felt he was fair. This person is natural talent in magic duels, swiftly defeating each opponent in under a minute. Overcoming stronger opponents has become his normal state, hence deserving the title Duel Law Victory. Chixia, veiled in his red robe, suddenly commented from the audience stand. Hearing this, the representatives of the 4 major Taoist academies felt a slight chill in their hearts. The representatives of the 4 great Tao academies fell silent. No one to respond. Yiking, I've heard that the enrollment situation at Dance Tool Tao Academy hasn't been ideal in the recent 10 years. With no one fueling the conversation, the red-robed Taoist continued. Being an alumnus and currently a listed teacher at Dance Tool Tao Academy, as his junior, Bian Yiking could only respond with a bitter smile. Indeed, not only in the recent 10 years, but if we go back to the past 30 years, the number of new students admitted to our Dance Tool Tao Academy has always been the lowest among the 4. Ac. 1. As a teacher of the academy, I am very concerned about this, and have been pondering on how to improve the situation. Oh, what would be your wise suggestion? Playing along quite well, the red-robed Taoist, satisfied, glanced at Bian Yiking, and then pointed towards Chen Mobai and Yang Jing on the stage. In these 2, if Yang Jing wins, her score would be sufficient to enter any of the 4 great Tao academies. Do you think she would choose Dance Tool Tao Academy? She probably wouldn't. Bian Yiking frowned and shook his head. The dark spirit root is extremely rare, and there are not many cultivation techniques suitable for it. But it just happens to be suited to cultivating one part of the 6 Disciplines Sutra, as well as a secret technique derived from the union of differences. But if Yang Jing wins the championship, and can freely choose which of the 4 great Tao academies to enter, 90% would choose the Kunpeng Institute. What if Chen Mobai wins? Didn't the Taoist already ask him before? He said his first choice is Jumang Taoist Academy, and the second is the Repairing Heaven Institute. But he can't enter either of these 2 academies. Jumang already has a heavenly spiritual root, and the Repairing Heaven values academic performance the most. What advice does the Taoist have? I'm all ears. The representatives of the Taoist Academy basically guessed the meaning of the robed Taoist's words, but dared to expose it. As a junior, Bian Yiking could only respond with a bitter smile. Strength lies in numbers. Although the 4 great Tao academies have profound foundations, the lowest number of new students over the past 30 years would not affect the overall situation of Dance Tool Tao Academy. However, if we could slightly lower the admission criteria and recruit promising students like Chen Mobai, we might even net a real path seed capable of influencing the future state of the immortal. Door. The meaning of the red-robed Taoist was clear. If Chen Mobai wins, the Dance Tool Tao Academy should lower the admission score slightly to accept this. Duel winner. Is the Taoist going to use his quota to admit him? Bian Yiking asked cautiously. If the red-robed Taoist were to use this privilege, not only him, but even the dean of Dance Tool Dao Academy would have to agree. Not exactly, even though I believe that this kid will undoubtedly become an extraordinary figure in the future, I'm still somewhat reluctant to waste this quota on him. The red-robed Taoist shook his head. Bian Yiking understood his meaning. He wanted to get Chen Mobai into Dance Tool Dao Academy, while keeping his hands clean. I think the Taoist's words make sense, but I'm afraid that if I set a precedent, it might affect the other cave heavens and blessed lands. Bian Yiking cautiously started. The 4 great Dao academies have an unspoken agreement. Although the immortal door requires them to be open to all, they still strictly implement high-standard entrance examinations to ensure that all of the students that enter the 4 academies are exceptionally to Dao seedlings. If Bian Yiking lowers the admission score for Dance Tool Dao Academy in Red Sandstone City, the students from the other cave heavens and blessed lands naturally could also demand their representatives to lower threshold. Such a consequence was what Bian Yiking could not bear. Isn't the Immortal Gate requesting you 4 to lower the threshold this year, so that at least 1 student from each cave heaven and blessed land is admitted? You could completely push the blame onto the 3 major halls of the Immortal Gate. Bian Yiking did not dare to accept the words of the red-robed Taoist. Not everyone dared to make the Immortal Gate take the blame. Ask for instructions. In the end, Bian Yiking was persuaded by the red-robed Taoist. Originally, he had decided not to admit Chen Mobai even if he won the championship. Now for this matter, he immediately compiled the admission test situation of Red Sandstone City into a document on the spot and sent it to the current admissions director of Dance Tool Dao Academy. I also think that the Taoist's words make sense. If Brother Bian feels troubled, why not leave this child to us at Kunpeng Taoist Institute? Just then, Lan Haichen, who had been listening all along, suddenly spoke. His words shocked everyone. You? What do you mean? The representative of Repairing Heaven Institute was a little slow to react. Wasn't you who said it was a good excuse not to recruit a student? This kid and I have some destiny. Plus, his talent in magic duel is indeed outstanding. With some cultivation, he might become another me. Lan Haichen's words were of high praise. He was hailed as the #1 foundation establishment person in Immortal Gate, although his probability of achieving core formation might not be as high as Yan Mangzi. In terms of magic duel alone, he was undoubtedly the strongest. If Chen Mobai could really display his invincible prowess in battle, it would indeed be an exception. After all, although the Immortal Gate is peaceful, there were wars to open up territories every once in a while. The talented magic duelist was absolutely indispensable to protect the students of the academy. The representative of Repairing Heaven Institute hesitated. Shang Quzheng from Jumang Taoist Academy remained calm. She already had a heavenly spiritual root and had no interest in magic duel talents. Oh, it's finally starting. At this time, the representative of Pure Yang Academy broke the silence. On the stage, after Chen Mobai and Yang Jing agreed to duel, using only spells, the final magic duel began. An ice breath spewed out. Chen Mobai waved his long sleeve. A splash of clear water droplets flew out, then froze into ice needles that covered Yang Jing's entire body like a shower of flowers, and like a horde of bullets. Thud, thud. A clear sound of rain hitting banana leaves echoed. All the ice needles missed Yang Jing's body by a hair's breadth, outlining her figure on the stage behind her. Huh? Chen Mobai was surprised. He was certain that his divine sense had aimed accurately. This kind of human body outline situation should not have occurred. At this moment, Yang Jing made her move too. Her right hand raised, a wisp of pitch-black smos from her palm, turning into several small black knives, which shot towards Chen Mobai. Splash! The water elemental shield reacted and blocked the 4 black knives. But at this moment, Chen Mobai's divine sense suddenly fluctuated, a vein emerged on his forehead, and his face changed slightly as he moved to the right. Swish! A black knife grazed his cheek, leaving a small wound from which blood seeped out. This was the first time Chen Mobai had been injured since he participated in the magic duel. Is it an illusion, or did you manipulate the light? Touching the wound on his cheek, Chen Mobai recalled the situation just now. If it were not for his breakthrough in divine sense, he might have already lost. However, Yang Jing didn't reply at all. She smirked, her right hand clenched, and a puff of black smoke was produced from her palm. It condensed to a pitch-black long sword, nearly 2 meters long and 2 fingers wide. In an instant, she seemed to stretch through half the stage and appeared right in front of Chen Mobai. So fast. When Chen Mobai noticed, the pitch-black long sword was already at his throat, just as Yang Jing's pitch-black longsword neared Chen Mobai's neck. A ripple of water spread out and instantly transformed into a massive water wall separating the two. Bang! The longsword plunged into the water wall, causing an explosive splash. All your methods, I've seen through them in this 7-round magic duel. Other than your purple blaze sword or a talisman, I have ways to break everything else. The pitch-black longsword spiraled and shattered the water wall, hurtling straight towards Chen Mobai's chest. Crack! But at that moment, the shattered water wall froze into ice spikes under the influence of ice breath, blocking all space from all directions. Boom! 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 The sound of ice spikes being shattered by the pitch-black longsword resounded throughout the arena. Yang Jing, appearing like a bolt of black lightning, breached all obstructions and attacked Chen Mobai's right shoulder. Chen Mobai's divine sense exploded in its entirety, tracking his opponent's movements, his right hand covered in dark water, which rapidly froze into an ice claw, catching the pitch-black longsword that was aimed at his shoulder in the nick of time. However, at this moment, black smoke rose from Yang Jing's other hand and transformed into a short stick, striking straight at Chen Mobai's forehead. The water elemental shield was activated again, blocking the black short stick from Chen Mobai's line of sight. But at this moment, Chen Mobai's divine sense rippled again, veins bulging in his forehead, as he quickly expanded the range of the water elemental shield to cover his entire upper body. A massive force hit him in the waist and sent him flying into the air. What I saw really was different from reality. Chen Mobai replayed their brief 1-minute encounter in his mind, seeking traces of Yang Jing's cultivation technique. Firstly, his vision would deviate at critical moments. Secondly, the smoke should be a medium similar to Xuan ice change, freely shifting in form, possibly a specifically refined gas. Finally, Chen Mobai sensed a greater source of spiritual power. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Yang Jing held her sword again as the short stick in her hand morphed under her control into 4 black small daggers aimed at Chen Mobai's chest. Her illusions cannot bewilder the divine sense. Chen Mobai found some loopholes in Yang Jing's cultivation techniques, but he hadn't reached foundation establishment and hence could not leave his body through divine sense. Fortunately, my divine sense can accompany spiritual power into controllable spiritual bodies. Let's try this. With a thought, Chen Mobai activated the propulsion technique, moving erratically. All the black daggers aimed at him missed. As expected, despite Yang Jing's ability to confuse his vision, she could only resort to close combat when faced with Chen Mobai's unpredictable movements. At that moment, Chen Mobai swung his hands, and all the dark water under his divine sense control converted into slender spikes of ice that shot out in a large radius. It's useless. What you are seeing is not the real me. Yang Jing's voice sounded 3 meters to the left from where Chen Mobai saw her. However, in the blink of an eye, she was already in front of him, wielding her pitch-black longsword. But just as she was about to strike, her eye widened in surprise. Her body reacted as if harmed, retreating explosively in the opposite direction. Just a reminder. The same trick doesn't work on me. Chen Mobai stood in the same spot, watching Yang Jing clutching her stomach wound with a light laugh. You can't possibly see my real body. Yang Jing, her brow furrowed, pulled out the ice spike that had nearly gone through her abdomen. Do you know the scariest on the battlefield are rookie gunmen? Because even they don't know where their bullets will end up. Just now, even I didn't know where some of those ice spikes were going to end up. Lucky strike, I managed to hit you once. As Chen Mobai spoke, he covered the area on his waist, where Yang Jing had struck him with a short stick. Although the ice armor had provided some protection, the force still made its way into his body, causing some pain. You won't have such luck next time. Yang Jing raised her head and, all of a sudden, vanished from the dueling platform. Chen Mobai frowned slightly. The wide-range ice spike attack he had just used was extremely draining on his spiritual power. He could only use it 2 more times at most. However, luckily, after this probing attack, he had thought of a solution to break the illusions. Over here, a water elemental shield materialized in front of Chen Mobai's left side, blocking a pitch-black long sword that suddenly pierced out from the void. Yang Jing widened her eyes in disbelief. Yet shortly after, she once again disappeared into the void. Swish! Chen Mobai turned his head to the right rear. The water elemental shield moved to this side, blocking the pitch-black long sword yet again. Boom, 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 boom. Yang Jing's silhouette appeared everywhere as if omnipresent. But every time she attacked, Chen Mobai predicted and blocked her attacks beforehand with the water elemental shield. Trip. A droplet of sweat slid off Yang Jing's chin, landing on the dueling platform, making a faint noise. To her ears, however, it sounded like thunder. So that's it is. Looking up at Chen Mobai's surroundings, she finally noticed droplets of transparent water floating around him within a 2-meter range, leaving no dead angle. Every time she attempted to attack, she had to approach Chen Mobai. But as soon as she came closer, she would touch the water droplets suspended in the air. Chen Mobai, who controlled these droplets, could then detect her moves. No wonder her clothes felt much wetter. Danger. But by the time Yang Jing realized, it was already too late. An intense chill burst from her body surface, soon followed by a layer of white frost, covering her entire body. Chen Mobai raised his right hand, several dozen water droplets forming an icicle, guided by his divine sense, shot towards the now frozen Yang Jing's chest. One last strike. As the acute pain from her chest hit, in her completely frozen state, Yang Jing's eyes suddenly emitted an eerie glow, meeting Chen Mobai's gaze. Divine sense attack! Chen felt a severe headache. He didn't expect Yang Jing to perform a divine sense attack without reaching the foundation establishment stage. However, his diligent practice of the nourishing, thought-forged God technique was now coming into play. As soon as a strand of Yang Jing's divine sense rushed into his sea of consciousness, it was blocked by the 2 budding leaves of his contemplation. Chen Mobai staggered slightly, but quickly regained his balance. Why is his divine sense so steady? Could it be that he didn't practice with the mind incense? It was the last thought that crossed Yang Jing's mind before she passed out due to the backlash of her divine sense attack. Slowly opening his eyes, Chen Mobai looked at the unconscious Yang Jing on the dueling platform with furrowed brows. Oh, opponent! At that moment, the referee, a teacher, stepped to the stage. He first checked on the fallen Yang Jing and then walked up to Chen Mobai, announcing the final result. Congratulations, you are the champion of the magic duel. Even though Chen Mobai had predicted that he might come out victorious, truly accomplishing it still gave him an indescribable feeling. Satisfaction, excitement, happiness. All of those emotions welled up in him, and ultimately took the form of a sense of accomplishment. Chen, you're awesome. Below the stage, his classmates from the 5th high school gathered around, led by Lu Hongsheng. But this time, Chen Mobai was prepared and didn't let them lift him up. As his group of friends celebrated, Chen Mobai noticed his school's principal and another middle-aged cultivator, who didn't seem too pleased, approaching the man in the red robe. The other man was likely the principal of Yang Jing's school. After a while, Principal He Jingshan approached with a wide grin. Chen Mobai, you've brought honor to our school this time. What I had to do. Ha ha! I will hang a banner commemorating your victory in the magic duel at the school entrance. Amidst He Jingshan's laughter, Chen Mobai felt somewhat embarrassed. It's too showy. At that moment, he noticed Kong Feichen and King Nu approaching the stage. The latter made eye contact with him, then picked up the unconscious Jing? B? Strange. Yan Mangzi, who had gone offstage at the end of the magic duel, had just finished diagnosis and was frowning as he withdrew his 2 fingers from Yan Jing's wrist. Are you her family members? He hesitated a bit, glancing at Kong Feichen and King Nu, unsure of how to proceed. Mr. Ning, if she is admitted to the Imperial Medical Academy, can her condition be cured? King Nu, knowing Yang Jing's condition, nodded and asked the most crucial question. It's up to her. After Ning Anning gave his diagnosis and instructed King Nu on dietary restrictions and recovery methods, he turned and walked toward Chen Mobai. Are you feeling all right? freewebnovel.com. No significant problems. Even though Chen Mobai assured him, Ning Anning still took his pulse and checked his wounds, just to be safe. These are just superficial wounds. Rest for a week and you'll be fine. Once Ning Anning had confirmed his diagnosis, Chen Mobai followed He Jingshan to meet the man in the red robe. Congratulations, Master. As the top student in Red Sandstone City, it would reflect poorly on me if you don't get into one of the 4 major Taoist academies. But unfortunately, there's no way for you to get into Jumang or Buqian. Would you be willing to change your aspirations for the sake of Kunpeng or Dance Tool? For my sake? The man in the red robe was very straightforward. After congratulating Chen Mobai on his victory, he gave him a huge surprise. Absolutely willing. The prospect of getting into any of the 4 major Taoist academies had his family's ancestors turning in their graves with excitement. There was no room for Chen Mobai to be picky. However, he had not anticipated that 2 of the academies would actually willing to admit him. Very well then. Would you prefer Kunpeng Taoist Institute or Dance Tool Dao Academy? Why not hear what the representatives from each academy have to say first? The man in the red robe pointed to Lan Haichen and Bian Ying, standing beside him, and handed over the stage to them. You've demonstrated talent in magic duels, and the spells you used were primarily water attributed. If you were to enter Kunpeng Taoist Institute, you could train in the art of Kun Essence, a supreme technique second only to the 6 imperial scriptures. Once you've achieved key cultivation, perfection, we still have some Kun Essence blood in our institute. Consuming it in conjunction with the Kun essence technique could increase your chances of attaining foundation establishment 10%. Lan Haichen set out his terms with a smile, which surprised Chen Mobai. To his mind, being able to enter a Taoist academy was dignified enough. Did his performance truly stand out, garnering the attention of delegates from all 4 major Taoist academies? Or did Lan Haichen have other motives? In our Dance Tool Dao Academy, we also possess some spiritual objects that aid in foundation establishment. But, like the Kun essence blood, they need to be exchanged using academic points. As soon as Bian Yiking started speaking, he pointed out Lan Haichen failed to mention in his proposition. Apparently, the Kun essence blood wasn't free, but needed to be exchanged using academic points. As for the cultivation techniques, due to my humble realm, I won't give you any guidance. If you join our academy, you can ask the core formation professors after school begins. After saying this, Bian Yiking glanced at the man in the red robe, indicating to Chen Mobai that he too was a teacher of Dance Tool Dao Academy. However, Chen Mobai completely missed the meaning behind his glance. Right now, he was completely immersed in his joy, initially thinking that his score was insufficient and he couldn't get into his desired academy. But after his victory in the magic duel, his performance had impressed the representatives of 2 academies. Should he go to Kunpeng Taoist Institute or Dance Tool Dao Academy? If it had been earlier, he would have definitely chosen Kunpeng Taoist Institute, given its claim as the best among immortals and its highly qualified teaching staff. But after his late-night conversation with King Nu, he understood his own pursuit. I want to Dance Tool Dao Academy. Chen Mobai announced his choice without hesitation. His choice took Bian Yiking by surprise. Given a choice between Kunpeng Taoist Institute and Dance Tool Dao Academy, most students would opt for Kunpeng. He didn't expect Chen Mobai to choose his academy, and that too with such firm conviction and without any hesitation. Oh, you won't reconsider? There's no hurry. After all, this decision will influence the rest of your life. We can give you a few days to think it over. Chen Mobai shook his head at the man in red robe's suggestion. He had thought this through. This was his path. His first choice was Dance Tool Dao Academy, followed by Pure Yang Academy. Very well, let's settle it then. Seeing Chen Mobai's determined gaze, the man in the red robe clapped his hands in joy. He then motioned for He Jingshan to retrieve Chen Mobai's previous application form and make necessary amendments. After the application was completed, he handed it over to Bian Yiking. What a pity. Lan Haichen, regretfully. May I ask why you didn't choose Kunpeng Taoist Institute? Was it because of the misunderstanding between us earlier? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai shook his head. Actually, he didn't have any issues with Lan Haichen, but he obviously couldn't mention his plan to cultivate the Pure Yang scroll in public. In the end, he chose a suitable yet hasty reason. The reason I was able to cultivate my divine sense is because I listened to a piece by the Bian family, known as the Spring Festival Banquet. I can be considered as a half-disciple of the Bian family, and naturally, I would choose Dance Tool Dao Academy under similar circumstances. Hearing Chen Mobai's explanation, Bian Yiking was at a loss for a moment. Then, he looked at Chen Mobai more closely. Because he had performed all over the 36 heavenly caves and 72 blessed places with the Jade Phoenix Theater troupe, he had seen a vast number of audiences, and initially he didn't recall Chen Mobai. But after hearing what Chen Mobai said, his memory of the event was clear as day, thanks to his core formation divine sense. After all, in these years, he had only performed once in Red Sandstone City. Good boy, respecting the masters and their teachings. The man in the red robe nodded satisfactorily after hearing this. After returning home, Chen Mobai was tightly embraced by the emotionally overwhelmed and tearful Panchui. Chen Xinglan was also back home, standing there with her eyes slightly red, watching the mother and son hugging each other. They initially wanted to go to the scene to cheer him on, but Chen Mobai, citing his potential distraction, asked them, and even his aunt and uncle's family, not to come. "Brother, you're truly awesome," his cousin Wang Xinying shrieked and dashed over, plunging into Chen's arms. Her family had been there early, watching the whole magic duel on the living room TV. freewebnovel.com. After Chen Mobai won, they seemed to have celebrated thoroughly. The living room was strewn with all sorts of party decorations. "Come here, my nephew, let me have a good look at you. I really didn't expect it." Uncle Wang Jianyuan came over, patted Chen Mobai's head, a look of awe on his face. "Don't forget whose son he is." Pride was written all over Chen Xinglan's face, and for once, the typically argumentative Wang Jianyuan didn't rebut. "Your uncle will come over tomorrow evening. Let's have a good celebration." Today, the celebration went on for a full 3 days. After the family meal, Chen Xinglan and Tang Panchui invited their neighbors and friends over. After all, getting admitted into one of the 4 great Dao academies was a rare event in Red Sandstone City. The last one who got admitted was Yu Tianguang in his red robe, who had now reached core formation. Whether Chen Mobai could reach core formation after entering the Dance Tulo Academy remains to be seen, but foundation establishment should not pose any problems. After all, the foundation establishment success rate of students from the 4-8 Dao academies is as high as 807. After celebrating at home, Chen Mobai was summoned back to school. Representing the 5th high school, he faced more than a dozen reporters. Beneath the banner hanging at the school gate that read, "Warmly celebrate our student Chen Mobai being accepted into the Dance Tool Dao Academy." He also posed for photos with He Jingshan and answered numerous questions. Initially, He Jingshan was worried that Chen Bai, being young, would be overwhelmed facing such a large crowd. But Chen Mobai surprised him with his mature demeanor, answering reporters' questions skillfully, neither humble nor arrogant, displaying humility with intense self-confidence. Representing the school, there were other journalists from dozens of media outlets wanting to interview him. However, Chen Mobai rejected them all. He did not lose himself in the limelight, knowing perfectly well that in the world of cultivation, only realm is the reality. However, his home address was quickly discovered by the infamously keen paparazzi. Although they'd not dare to barge in, their daily loitering still frustrated Chen Mobai. He didn't even dare to go to the TNA realm. Perhaps there were reporters with the ability to detect his disappearance in the room. At first, Tang Panchui enjoyed flaunting the fact that her son had been admitted to one of the 4 great Dao academies. But after a while, she too started to grow annoyed. Chen Xinglan had already returned to Red Dawn Institution to continue her preparation for foundation establishment. These guys really don't give people a moment's peace. After returning home in the evening, Chen Mobai and Tang Panchui found a camera pointed at them across the street while they were having dinner. The latter was understandably annoyed, but there was nothing they could do about these people. "Mom, how about we go back to the village to stay with Grandma and Grandpa for some peace and quiet?" Chen Mobai also didn't want to stay in Red Sandstone City, unable to meet his friends outside anymore. He could only stay home, cultivate, shop, prepare ink, and draw talismans every day. Though he had the QI replenishing spirit water, so his cultivation progress hadn't slackened too much He hadn't gone back to the Tianhe realm in a month. He was unsure of the situation regarding the island surrounded by demonic beasts there. Even though everything was basically settled before he left, this was the place where Chen Mobai planned to make his fortune and collect spirit stones. He was just afraid of the unforeseen. But then he thought, if something unforeseen were to happen, his current cultivation level wouldn't be of much help. But he couldn't give up now. Not after he had finally received an offer from the Divine Wood Sect. It so happened that every year during the holidays, he would back to the countryside with Tang Panshui to visit their grandparents. This was a good opportunity for him to lay low in the mountains. All right, I'll ask the boss for time off now. Tang Panshui had also had enough over the past few days. Both of them were action takers. Once they decided, they immediately began packing their bags. That evening, they left Red Sandstone City. Before leaving, Chen Mobai asked his uncle, Wang Jianyuan, to help them out. Wang Jianyuan drove them to the bus station, and before the reporters could react, they bought tickets and left. After the mother and son duo arrived at a suburban stop, a slightly tanned old man who had been waiting for them with a pipe in his mouth was already driving a pickup truck. As soon as the old man saw Chen Mobai getting off the bus, his eyes lit up and he rushed over to hug him. "My precious grandson, you've finally arrived. Dad, let's go quickly. I guess there are quite a few people following us." Tang Panshui urged them to leave while stowing their luggage in the back of the pickup truck. "Once we get to the mountains, let's see who dares to bother you." The old man huffed dismissively, speaking with a dictatorial manner. His name was Tang Lu. He was the village head of Green Mountain Village. He was also Tang Panshui's father, and Chen Mobai learned officialdom from him. After alighting at this stop, they drove in a pickup truck for another 3 hours before arriving at a beautiful mountain village filled with terraced fields. "Panshui, I heard your son into the Dance Tool Dao Academy." Tang Panshui had already bragged to Tang Lu, and the latter was not good at keeping secrets. It seemed that the entire Green Mountain Village knew that Chen Mobai had been accepted into one of the 4 Taoist academies. Showboating in public, especially in the place where she grew up, immediately energized Tang Panshui. "Auntie, long time no see. This matter, well, the bulk of the credit goes to me. If I didn't take him to the temple on the mountain to pray during the holidays, how could this rascal possibly have such good luck?" After getting off the bus, Tang Panshui started chatting with an old lady in the village. Soon enough, a group of women got the news and came to see the genius prodigy rumored to be Bom to Tang Panshui, a fusion of the divine celestial scholars and warriors. Chen Mobai could only force a smile. Thankfully, Tang Lu called him to carry the luggage, and he quickly slipped away from the circle of women. The women didn't pursue, choosing instead to surround Tang Panshui, who was loudly bragging about her unique experiences in child rearing. They looked on with envy. "Grandma." When he arrived at a house in the deepest part of Green Mountain Village, Chen Mobai saw an old woman with silver hair waiting at the door and called out to her. "Ah, my good grandson, you've really made your grandma proud." The woman hugged Chen Mobai tightly, a proud smile on her face. That night, the whole family gathered. In addition to his grandparents, there were also 2 uncles and aunts. After 2 or 3 days of celebration, Tang Panshui was thoroughly bathed in glory. "Oh, right, tomorrow we're going to the temple on the mountain to fulfill our vows, so don't run around." That day, as Chen Mobai was in the courtyard mixing ink for drawing talismans with his pieced-together ink-making tool purchased online, Tang Panshui, who had just returned from an outing, suddenly spoke. "I know." After replying, Chen Mobai glanced at the turtle shell resting on the stone table, which he had been using to press down on the talisman paper. Green Mountain Village is located to the east of the Tashu mountain range and has been dependent on fanning since its first inhabitants. The village lies at the foot of the mountains, with wave-like terraced fields cascading down the slopes. The terraces give way to a forest of lush trees further uphill. Passing through that forest and navigating over 5 more mountains, one comes across a squarely constructed temple. This temple is known as Takshu Temple, situated by the mountain and near the water. Whenever something comes up, many villagers from all over the Taishu mountain range flock here to offer incense. Chen Mobai had obtained his turtle shell in this temple, and he had always wanted to return to investigate whether there were more hidden secrets behind this fortunate opportunity. Early in the morning, he and his mother climbed mountains and crossed ridges, bringing tributes to the Taishu temple. But they found that white lanterns were hung under the eaves of this temple. Who has passed away? Tang Panshui wiped the sweat from her forehead and said quietly to herself. Her cultivation level was average, and crossing 5 mountains had already left her a bit exhausted. I'll go ask. Chen Mobai picked up his bag, calm and composed, and started to knock on the door while his mother took a rest. Soon, a junior cultivator opened the door. Greetings, 2 donors. Our firework elder passed away and became immortal last night. These days we are performing a ceremony and are not open for business. We apologize. The junior monk showed his regret after listening to them. The dead should be respected. Chen Mobai nodded, expressing understanding, and was about to leave with Tang Panshui and come back another day. Since we've come all this way, crossing over 5 mountains, let's offer some incense. Tang Panshui made a casual suggestion. The junior cultivator hesitated for a moment, and after consulting the abbot, actually let him in. This Taishu temple is neither big nor small. It is square, encircling an open courtyard in the middle. In the middle of the courtyard, a 3-meter-long bronze urn filled with ashes as of burned incense. Directly opposite the entrance is the main hall of the Taishu temple, inside which is a Taishu true god statue of unknown origin. It is carried by a giant stone turtle. With a jade ruler in its left hand, the Tai Chi 8 diagrams on its chest and brilliant galaxies on its sleeves, its face is dignified. Chen Mobai looked the open right hand of the statue. Originally there was a turtle shell there, but now it was empty. Donors, please stop here. After guiding them in, the junior monk pointed towards the white lanterns in the rear hall, indicating that it was the place of mourning, and they shouldn't go there. Thank you. Chen Mobai thanked him, and then donated 1888 good deed points by scanning the QR code at the door with his phone. He's quite... Now, he had 20,000 good deed points, converted from Shen Huangxiu's Ling Shui in his card. Also, he had 30,000 good deed points from the bets on king women. But since her card could only transfer 2,000 per day, Chen Mobai told her not to transfer it to him yet. Recently, he had enough QI replenishing spirit water for the next 3 months. Chen Mobai asked king women to use these good deed points to buy medicinal ingredients and auxiliary materials to refine a different type of pill. Because all spiritual water pills have an expiration date, and the ones just made have better effects when consumed. As for what pill to refine, Chen Mobai didn't know, so he let king women choose the medicinal materials and practice on her own. King women considered it and chose the rank I high-quality fire-clearing pill after weighing the 2 factors. When there's enough QI replenishing spirit water, prioritizing the enhancement of divine sense is the best option. After all, to succeed in foundation establishment, you need to excel in psych, kai, and spirit. Shortcomings in any of these aspects would spell failure. Among these elements, enhancing one's divine sense is the most difficult. Yet, In Red Sandstone City, there is the advantage of making local use of resources to refine the fire-clearing pill, whose main ingredient is the Polonia flower and fruit of the jade wood tree. Chen Mobai applauded her choice. However, among rank 1 elixirs, this elixir is exceedingly precious. Refining one furnace of this elixir would cost 20,000 good deed points. While Chen Mobai, who had just accrued a small amount of good deed points, was pained by the cost, he reasoned that the good deed points in King Nu's account were all gained from bets. If they could be converted into his power, or used to enhance King Nu's level of alchemy, it would be well worth it. Moreover, if they could successfully refine the fire-clearing pill, the Immortal Gate's official price for it was 5,000 good deed points per pill. A furnace could yield up to 10 pills. With the spiritual extract provided by Chen Mobai, King Nu could quickly earn back their investment if she successfully refined the pills. Multitasking. Chen Mobai was thinking about King Nu while his hands were busy finishing lighting the incense. He also placed the offerings he brought from his bag one by one on the table before the idol. On the other side, the abbot of the temple came out from the back and began to chat with Tang Panchui. Is that so? I couldn't have imagined that among our Taishu mountain people, a true dragon from the 4 great Taoist academies could arise. Upon hearing from Tang Panchui that Chen Mobai had been admitted to the Dance Tool Dao Academy, the abbot couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression, also accompanied by a sense of pride. We are indeed indebted to the incense here. We came here today to fulfill a vow, but since the temple is busy, we won't bother you anymore. Seeing that Chen Mobai had put all the offerings like melons, fruits, and jujubes on the table, and that the incense had been lit, Tang Panchui smiled and said goodbye to the abbot. Would it be possible for you to leave a group photo? The abbot was an old man with gray hair. He remembered Tang Panchui and Chen Mobai because, over the years, there had only been issues with the mother and son during the incense offerings. He shamelessly asked Chen Mobai to take a photo with him, planning to use it later to promote the temple. Chen Mobai didn't refuse. After the photo, Chen Mobai hesitated and finally decided not to ask about the turtle shell. Both of you, it's already noon. Please stay and have some vegetarian meals before leaving. The abbot looked at the photo on his phone with satisfaction and had a junior cultivator guide the mother and son to have a vegetarian meal. He needed to go to the memorial hall to recite scriptures. Thank you, abbot. Under the guidance of the junior cultivator, they headed to the eastern side room, which was the cafeteria. The 3 of them chatted while eating. Do you know when this Taishu temple was built? It is said to have a long history. Anyway, when our ancestors settled in the Taishu mountain range, this temple was already here. I sense that the spiritual energy in this temple is not bad. Yes, there is a ranked 2 spirit vein in the Taishu mountain range, although it has been subdued and collected by the Immortal Gate. If we apply to use it, the spiritual energy transferred through the pipe from source to us will have less loss because of the proximity. So even though we only purchased intermediate grade rank spiritual energy, it is actually very close to high grade rank 1. Chen Mobai listened to the junior cultivator's explanation and measured the spiritual energy with his phone. After he finished, Chen quietly nodded in agreement. Junior brother, the trash-collecting Earthmaster will be here soon. Quickly pack up Elder Liu Yunpei's relics. These things cannot be cremated in the temple, let them take it away. At this moment, an older cultivator called to the junior from the doorway. The latter immediately put down his chopsticks. Please continue eating. I will go pack up Elder Liu's relics. Wait a minute, is the elder who passed away in your temple today named Liu Yunpei? Chen Ai's eyes widened, and he abruptly stopped the junior cultivator, who was about to leave. Yes? Do you know Elder Liu? It seems that when I was young and came to the temple to burn incense, I saw him. He even gave me a candy to eat. Chen Mobai gave an excuse, causing the junior cultivator to look confused. Elder Liu was a loner and never received worshippers. But I've only been in the temple for 3 years, perhaps Elder Liu used to receive guests before. The junior cultivator quickly found an excuse for Chen Mobai's words, easing the latter's worries. Why don't I help you clean it up? Thank you, benefactor. Having help is always welcome. Chen Mobai watched Tang Penchui eat, and alongside the junior cultivator, they decided to clean up the remains together. This Elder Liu, has he always been in your Taishu temple? Yes, Elder Liu was one of the most senior people in our Taishu temple. He was regarded as an elder brother by our abbot, but he was a solitary man. Over the years, he has been taking care of the temple's miscellaneous items, and loves to go to the mountains to collect herbs. Often, he wouldn't come back for more than 10 days. As the two of them were talking, they arrived at Liu Yanpei's room. A simple bed, a table, a wardrobe, a storage cabinet, and rows of bookshelves lined up around the room, filled with all kinds of books. There were books on the history of the Immortal Sect, laws, administrative policies, introductions to the Taoist Academy, and many books on cultivation techniques and spell collections, even the method alchemy. Elder Liu was also our temple's doctor. He used to help us with the preparation of herbal medicines for common ailments like headaches and fevers. His treatments were truly effective. While the junior cultivator spoke, he unfolded the blankets on the bed and placed them on the floor, then bundled up all the clothes, medicine jars, pots and pans and other items in the room, prepared to pack them all up and dispose of them at the garbage dump for the Earth Masters to collect. Do you want to keep these? Chen Mobai pointed to the nearly 2 books on the shelf, thinking that within there might be some clues as to why this cultivator from the 5 Elements sect of the Tianhe realm had come to Di Yuan. No need, the abbot said, to dispose of everything. The junior cultivator glanced up while tidying the clothes, and seeing that they were books, shook his head immediately. In that case, I'll help to collect these. Chen Mobai picked up the mat on the bed, much like the junior cultivator did, and placed it on the floor, then removed each book one by one from the bookshelf. Using his divine sense to scan each book, he made sure there were no hidden pages or content before placing them on the mat. After about half an hour of tidying, he had finally finished sorting all the books, finding 3 to 4 empty notebooks. These notebooks were strange. Although blank, many pages were folded, as if they were constantly flipped through and written on. Using his divine sense, he discovered a clue. These notebooks were written with a special ink that likely only became visible after being washed with a specific solution. Alternatively, using divine sense to observe the handwriting made it appear even clearer. What was Elder Liu Yanpei's cultivation level when he was alive? Late-stage key cultivation. I'm not sure which layer specifically, but the abbot once said that among the people in Taishu Temple, Elder Liu, the highest cultivation level. Chen Mobai nodded in understanding. The high priest had only reached the 6th layer of key cultivation. Liu Yanpei had used this method to hide his notes, so even if someone accidentally came into the temple, they wouldn't see what he'd written. Just as well, I've been making talismans recently and need some notebooks for drafting. Why don't you give these to me? I'm willing to donate some more good deed points to the temple. Oh no, you just take them as you need. Upon hearing this, the junior cultivator hurriedly shook his head. They were just a few blank notebooks after all, not worth much. Where is your temple's garbage dump? I'll use a spell to help you take everything over. While speaking, Chen Mobai activated the propulsion technique, picked up the bundled up blankets and mat, and under the guidance of the junior cultivator, dumped all of it on an open area to the south. Outside the temple. Thank you, benefactor. The junior cultivator was only at the third layer of key cultivation. Without Chen Mobai's help, he would have needed to make 2 trips to dispose of everything. Now that everything was easily taken care of, he wore a satisfied smile. On the way back, Tang Penchui looked disgustedly at the notebooks in Chen Mobai's hands. The belongings of the dead are thought to bring bad luck. Chen Mobai heard, rolled his eyes, and pretended not to hear. Upon returning to Green Mountain Village, Chen Mobai sat on a recliner in the yard and began to decipher the invisible ink-written diary using his divine sense. Received news from a junior disciple. Han Yuan's ancestor has passed away, and the Wood Vein and Metal Vein clans intend to rebel and split the sect. As a disciple of the 5 Elements sect, I will not allow this to happen. On the way, I encountered a senior from the Metal Vein clan. After the fight, although I managed to kill my opponent, I was severely injured. I had to look for a mountaintop, with a hint of spiritual energy to recover. The mountain was nameless, but at the spirit vein center of the mountaintop, there was a Tashu temple. I stepped into it to heal under the statue, but when I woke up, I found myself in an alien continent. According to the sect's legend, the Tianyi realm was initially a vast ocean. After the Mother of Water refines the void, she created continents and 4 seas. I never expected it to be true. I can't tell whether it is a blessing or a curse for me. Hopefully, the cultivators on this alien continent are not from Devil Sect. At this point, Chen Mobai noticed that Liu Yunpei seemed to take a long time before continuing to write in his diary, and the next content, hastily written, hinted at the tremendous shock Liu Yunpei must have felt when he wrote these lines. This place is not the Tianyi realm, but an alien world called Dai Yuan Star. The hundreds of millions of people here all possess a spiritual root and are all practicing immortal cultivation. Altogether, there are probably not as many cultivators as those in the Tianyi realm. A sect called Immortal Gate rules over this world. They even have 2 true monarchs, who have achieved divinity transformation and more than 10 nascent souls. Could this be a celestial world? After the above entry, he stopped for quite a while before adding new content. I heard that the Immortal Gate sends troops every so often to wage expansion wars. We must not let them know the existence of the Tianyi realm. Otherwise, Eastern Wilderness, as their entry point, will surely be destroyed by the strongest 5 Elements sect. I don't have an identity certificate, so I can only wander in rural outskirts. I dare not enter the reputed 36 celestial caves and 72 blessed lands. I heard that in these celestial cities, there are Jindan elders. Chen Mobai reached this point, which marked the end of a notebook. It described Liu Yunpei's astonishment at the Immortal Gate, and his cautious inquiries about the various situations of the Immortal Gate on the outskirts of the city. Because he was undocumented, he wasn't even able to buy a phone or go online. After understanding the systems of the Immortal Gate and learning that there were 2 Jindan true people guarding the nearby Dangxia city, he dared not seize it forcibly and had no choice but to retreat. Mountain Range. Chen Mobai picked up the second notebook and finally discovered what happened after Liu Yunpei entered the Taishu Temple. I heard that there is another Taishu Temple located in the mountains. It has become clear to me that my arrival in this world may be related to this temple, and one must find a way to infiltrate it. Resources in this world are extremely scarce. Even spirit stones are non-existent. When I traveled through time, I had a few dozen spirit stones on me. Unfortunately, they were all exhausted in the wilderness as I tried to restore my cultivation level. However, even if I had kept them, I wouldn't dare to use them to exchange for good deed points. Upon reading this, Chen Mobai could sense Liu Yunpei's helplessness between the lines. Being a stranger in a strange land, especially in a highly modernized society like the Yan Sect, where one couldn't even move a step without an ID card nor buy the spiritual energy needed for cultivation. I pretended to be an amnesiac mountain man. I faked my age, fainted at the temple's doorway, was kindly taken in by the master, and started to do odd jobs in the temple. Although the spiritual energy in this temple is meager, at least I can continue my cultivation. I meditated covertly under the statue every night. But even after a year, when I opened my eyes, I was still within the Yan Sect's territory. I searched all over the statue and the entire temple, found nothing mysterious. How can I return home? With my rank of Qi cultivation 9th level, I am the strongest one in the temple. Simultaneously, I learned even more about the Yan Sect, this superpower, through this magical artifact, the internet. The Yan Sect has many teachings here, and one can even exchange for divinity transformation art. Sadly, I don't have an ID card, so I cannot register for a national library account. However, even if all the divinity transformation techniques were presented before me, none would be as important as a single foundation building pill. It's lamentable that I was close to accumulating enough sect contribution points to exchange for a foundation building pill. I wonder how things are going in the Tianhe realm. How is the suppression of the rebellion there? Did my junior brothers and sisters survive the rebellion? Chen Mobai finished reading the second diary, full of snippets about Liu Yunpei's exploration of the Yan Sect, his life in the temple, and longing for his sect and hometown, recorded in a patchwork. As the diary progressed, the handwriting became more and more rushed, with the final page dominated by a single conviction, reading, "I must establish the foundation." Liu Yunpei had been lurking around in Taishu Temple for 10 years, and had a thorough understanding of the Yan Sect. He clearly understood that there were no foundation building pills here, and the 3 herbs that substituted for the foundation building pill were luxuries he, a rogue cultivator, could not afford or purchase. Seeing himself grow older by the day, and soon surpassing the age of 60, the peak of his prime, he could hold back no longer. He decided to risk everything in a desperate fight, and break through the cultivation realm without the foundation building pill. I confided this to the master, and he was very supportive, allowing me to go into seclusion in the great hall of the temple, where the spiritual energy was most concentrated. I looked at a dozen accounts of successful foundation establishment in the Yan Sect, got to the step of spiritual power liquefaction, but failed the final step due to my inadequate divine sense. My spiritual power raged out of control, my meridians ruptured, and my attempt at foundation establishment failed. But, a sense, I also succeeded. My cultivation level fell to the 8th level of Qi cultivation, but when I woke up, I suddenly found myself back in the Tianhe realm. Chen Mobai flipped open the third diary. The first line made his eyes widen in anticipation, and he plunged into the text. This rich spiritual energy, this rundown little temple, undoubtedly, it's the place I was in before I traveled to the elemental star. I couldn't wait to return to the sect, but discovered that I had been expelled from the 5-element sect. The charge was fear of warfare and desertion, failing to respond to the sect's call to arms 10 years ago. Even my junior brothers and sisters thought I did not want to share the sect's difficulties and considered me a disgrace. They even tried to kill me to purge me from the sect. Originally, I had fallen from the failure of Foundation establishment and was still injured. Luckily, I had a rank 2 spirit talisman to save my life. Besides, the sect was having a face-off with Divine Wood Sect's Golden Cliff, and had no energy to care about an insignificant character like me. I narrowly escaped. I returned to Azure Waves Lake and felt my entire life was in darkness. I wanted to end it all but couldn't muster up the courage. Under the rank 2 spirit vein of Azure Waves Lake, I spent a year recuperating from my injuries, and once again broke through to the 9th level of key cultivation. However, after my breakthrough, I found myself back in the Taishu Temple on the elemental star. What on earth is going on? The third diary described Liu Yunpei's sorrow after his failure in Foundation establishment, his surprise at returning to the Tianhe realm, his despair upon being expelled from the sect and shunned by friends and family, and his disappointment at once again returning to the elemental star. I think I understand. Perhaps every time I break through a cultivation level, I'll travel between the two realms. But what is the cause of this behavior? Never mind, why think about this? After all, I won't be able to make any more breakthroughs. It's ideal that everybody turned their back on me in the Tianhe realm. I might as well spend the rest of my life in this small temple. At least, the master and the fellow disciples here never considered me a disgrace. What followed was an account of Liu Yunpei's simple, fulfilling life in the Taishu Temple on the elemental star. He wrote about the aging of the master, the arrival of the younger disciple, the departure of his brothers and sisters, the expansion and renovation of the temple, and the admission of the next generation. Just like that, another decade passed. The master has passed away. My brothers and sisters have all returned. After the funeral, the four of us started discussing who would take his place. The eldest brother despised the messiness here and didn't want to stay. The second sister always followed the eldest brother. In the end, only the younger disciple and I remained in the temple. The younger disciple wanted to leave, and I didn't want to be the master. After much persuasion from me, the younger disciple reluctantly accepted the role of master of this decrepit temple. Once approved by an official, he received certificate of appointment. Time flew in the diary, and before he knew it, 30 years had passed. Liu Yunpei eventually wrote about something familiar to Chen Mobai. Today, a mother and son from Green Mountain Village came. They arrived early in the morning, wishing to offer incense and pray for success in the college entrance exams. When the kid was offering incense, I happened to be sweeping the main hall. I don't know what happened. Maybe because I am old, I accidentally bumped in him. He stumbled. The incense in his hand was flung away. His hands flailed aimlessly in his loss of control. He touched the turtle shell held by the right hand of the Taishu statue, slicing open his palm and bleeding profusely. When the junior master learned the truth from me, he sent me up the mountain to pick herbs for a while as he dealt with the angry woman. When I returned, I learned that the junior master had compensated the mother and son with turtle shell. It's odd, even though I'm old, I still have good control over my body. How did I accidentally into the kid? Since then, I suddenly felt my condition deteriorating day by day. After calculation, I realized that I'd been living on the elemental star for 50 years. As a key practitioner, I should be able to 20 under normal circumstances. But considering my countless battles, multiple near-death experiences, and failure in Foundation establishment in the Tianhe realm, I'm afraid I won't live past 100. On my deathbed, I suddenly became unwilling to accept my fate. I decided to try Foundation establishment again during my life's final moments. Even if the success rate is less than 1%, I want to die trying. The diary. ends there. However, Chen Mobai already understood the tumultuous yet vacant life of Liu Yunpei. Chen Mobai put down the notebook in his hand. His sentiments were far from calm. After some time, he solemnly stood up, and with closed fists, saluted in the direction of the Takshu temple, as a gesture done in the Tianhe realm. Although Liu Yunpei was a stranger to him, if Chen Mobai would achieve anything in the future, he would not forget this man's kindness. Did this turtle shell come from Tianhe realm? Or was it originally on Di Yuan star? Chen Mobai picked up the turtle shell he had placed above his talisman paper. To anyone's eyes, it appeared to be an ordinary object, devoid of any spiritual energy. Because of this, Liu Yunpei, who had spent 50 years beside this treasure, didn't realize that it was this very turtle shell responsible for his inter-realm travels. Chen Mobai couldn't understand it, but one thing he was certain of was that the Taishu temple was definitely not simple. Or perhaps, could the Taishu true god's statue be the incarnation of a mighty being? However, learning from the experience of Liu Yunpei, Chen Mobai knew that if a treasure didn't want to reveal itself before you, even if you held onto it for decades, you wouldn't gain the opportunity. One's own strength is what ultimately matters in the end. With this thought, Chen Mobai picked up the last notebook of Liu Yunpei. What was recorded in it was not his journal entries, but his insights about the cultivation of the Blackwater cultivation technique. Even though Liu Yunpei had purchased many cultivation techniques and laws from the Xiander markets, he hadn't switched cultivation methods due to his solid foundation, instead always practicing this method of key cultivation from the 5 Elements sect. After reading it all in one go, Chen Mobai harvested quite a bit from it. Even though he didn't switch to practicing Blackwater cultivation, he had almost mastered its corresponding spells. He believed that he had accomplished quite a bit, but compared to Liu Yunpei, who had been immersed in it his whole life, he had barely scratched the surface. From Liu Yunpei's insights about the Blackwater system, Chen Mobai harvested greatly. If he were to fight Yang Jing again, he felt it would be much easier to win. However, these were not the greatest gains. In this notebook, it also recorded how to set up, break the Ren Water Thunder method, prohibition technique. With this, when returning to the Water Mansion, Chen Mobai would not need to use the rank 2 UI Wood Divine Thunder Talisman, and could easily open the remaining 2 side halls. He just didn't know what object Liu Yunpei left within. However, Liu Yunpei would never have thought that, decades later, Chen Mobai would inherit his turtle shell and water mansion. Maybe it was the will of the heavens. He had included the method of breaking the Ren Water Thunder method, prohibition, in his notes. Chen Mobai had a look, and saw that it required the use of dark water. Fortunately, he had some. It was just that the method of breaking the prohibition required practice, which might take a while. Good thing he didn't have other matters to attend to, so he decided to start practicing. It's time to go back to Tianhe realm to have a look. If the siege of the demonic beasts has ended, I'll leave Greenlane Island and make a trip back to the Water Mansion. Chen Mobai decided to visit Tianhe realm that night. After contemplating, having dinner, he returned to his room, placed the turtle shell carefully under his pillow, and then took out his phone. After a long time, he clicked on the teleportation function. The flashing silver light signaled his long-awaited return to the Tianhe realm after a month. However, as soon as he returned, Chen Mobai sensed that something was amiss. The entrance to the tunnel he dug was blocked. His eyes changed. Chen Mobai readjusted his stance to battle mode. With the array flag needle box in hand, he carefully moved the blocks of wood and clods of earth blocking the entrance bit by bit. About half an hour later, he finally saw daylight again. After waiting for some time and making sure it was safe, Chen Mobai poked his head out. Looking at his surroundings, a drastic change overtook his face. His wooden hut had collapsed, showing signs of being caught in the aftermath of some battle. That was probably why the entrance to the tunnel was blocked. Chen Mobai was even more careful now. After clearing the debris from the entrance, he scurried out to take a look outside. What awaited was an even more shocking sight. The wooden houses lining the island were largely collapsed and in ruins. The entire green light island seemed to have been ravaged by a giant monster. The highest peak of the island was missing a huge chunk, as though bitten off. The once bustling streets were shattered and broken. The remnants and scars of the battle were still evident. He could see many incomplete bodies of demonic beasts, but there were no human bodies. Reaching a high place, he saw that several of the array flag spirit trees that should be in sight had been broken, and more, completely uprooted and turned into ash by the heavenly wood divine light. Formation. Chen Mobai took out his phone and checked the remaining concentration of spiritual energy on the island, and discovered that it was only at 1 point. Just how dreadful was this battle? When Chen Mobai was teaming up with Qi Rui, he had heard the latter say that as long as the spirit vein of Greenland Island remained intact, the heavenly wood divine light formation could continuously extract the spiritual energy from earth veins to protect the entire island. But now, it was abundantly clear that the spirit vein of the entire Green Light Island had been depleted in the intense battle. This act of depleting resources was something that even cultivators of the Tianhe realm wouldn't resort to unless they were backed into a corner. After all, the spirit vein on Greenlight Island had been cultivated by the Divine Wood Sect for several decades, consuming tens of thousands of spirit stones in the process. Unless it was a matter of life and death, they would not resort to these extreme measures. Chen Mobai used a guidance talisman. This talisman could guide him to the place with the most prosperous spiritual energy. He quietly followed it, arriving at the highest peak of Greenlight Island. Looking around, he saw that the place had turned into charred earth. He arrived at what should have been the place of the last battle, where the teleportation array was located. Chen Mobai saw more horrific traces of the battle. The ground was strewn with ashes of used talismans, shattered magic artifacts, and empty potion bottles. The ground had turned red, but wasn't a single body. Approaching the collapsed teleportation array temple, blood had seeped out, staining half of the mountain red. Grinding his teeth, Chen Mobai turned around and headed towards the west bank where his team had been posted. The array flag spirit tree had been broken, lost all its spiritual energy, and was lying dried up on the cliff. The signs of battle were also visible here, and it was here that Chen Mobai found the reason why there were no bodies. In the distant waters, dozens of black plague birds with red eyes were floating on the water, feasting on the bodies of the cultivators. It seemed that after Greenlight Island was breached, the demonic beasts swarmed in and treated the bodies of the cultivators as food. Who knows how many people managed to escape through the teleportation array? Were there any cultivators who had survived elsewhere on the island? Were the members of his team still alive? As these thoughts ran through his mind, Chen Mobai squatted down on the cliff, careful not to draw the attention of the group of black plague birds. He didn't dare stay here too long. Using the cleaning technique, he removed all scents from his body, returned to his hand-dug hut via the original path, and after covering it up, he returned to Da Yuan Star with a heavy heart. Chen Mobai was anxious about the safety of Qi Rui and the others in his heart, but unfortunately, communication in the Tianhe realm was inconvenient, nothing like the Da Yuan Star where he could just make a phone call, ask about them. However, his worry was useless. and all he could do was continue to strengthen himself. After consuming a dose of Qi replenishing spirit water, he continued to refine his spiritual energy through the 5 elements cultivation technique. A night passed, and with the growth of his spiritual power, Chen Mobai started contemplating about switching his cultivation to the pure Yang scroll. The cultivation of the pure Yang Taoist body should ideally start as early as possible. Luckily, he had 10 spirit stones, which he could use to try cultivating the body of one Yang. But Chen Mobai didn't dare frivolously proceed with changing his cultivation technique on his own. It would be better to have guidance from an experienced teacher. Pulling out his phone, he looked at his contact list. The 2 with the highest cultivation level were Lan Haichen from the Kunpeng Taoist Institute and Bian Yiking from the Dance Tool Dao Academy. However, he didn't dare to call the former and could only contact Bian Yiking, whom he had just added as a friend after their magic duel. Teacher Bian planned to switch my cultivation to. After composing a long text about his situation and sending it, Chen Mobai waited for a response. A few minutes later, a message came back from Bian Yiking. I practice the dream-shattering song, which can't provide any reference for you, but I can help you ask around. Chen Mobai replied with a thankful expression, then continued making talisman, while waiting for a reply. He took out a stack of prepared, long strips of talisman paper, picked up the green bamboo pen given by Shen Huangxiu, dipped it in the simplest talisman ink he made, and started drawing talisman. Naturally, what he was drawing was the basic talisman that the Divine Wood sect used to recruit loose cultivators. The consciousness talisman. When he set down the first stroke, he felt good. However, when he proceeded with the second stroke, he felt something wasn't right. But he could only grit his teeth and continue. After finishing, the talisman paper didn't show any spiritual energy. With a hopeful heart, Chen Mobai picked it up and tried to activate it by injecting spiritual power. There was poof sound. A puff of green smoke rose, and the talisman paper burned by itself without wind, turning into ashes. He had failed. Failure, on the first try, was normal. Chen Mobai saw, his mood unaffected. He picked up the pen and ink again and began drawing on the second talisman paper. After failing repeatedly 12 times and used up all the talisman paper, Chen Mobai's hand started trembling slightly. His confidence, which he had slowly built up from being number 1 in the magic duel, was slightly shaken. Before drawing the talisman, he had gone over the process several times and clearly understood the order of strokes and writing. He thought that for such a basic rank 1 lower grade talisman, he should succeed at least once after trying a dozen times, but unexpectedly, he kept failing. Just as he was about to pick up another stack of talisman paper and aim to overcome this challenge through perseverance, his phone rang. Bian Yiking had actually called him. You should go to the Cinnabarite Institute and look for a true person in red robes. Is the true person going to personally give me guidance? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai excitedly asked, In my Dance Instruments Dao Academy, there is only one junior Yang, and he is in core formation, who cultivates the pure Yang scroll. But he has been in seclusion for 10 years now. Fortunately, the one in red robes is his junior. I mentioned your situation to him. He has a good impression of you, and he take out some time to guide you. Thank you, Teacher Bian. Chen Mobai was well aware that if it was himself who asked for guidance from the one in red robes, it would be impossible to even meet him. Definitely, Bian Yiking reported Chen Mobai's situation to the Taoist Academy. And then the Taoist Academy relayed the information to the one in red robes, giving him this opportunity. Don't mention it, just focus on cultivating your skills. After the polite conversation, Bian Yiking hung up the phone. He had left Red Sandstone City soon after the magic duel ended. Bian Yiking had delayed a lot of time for the school entrance exam. His 2 apprentices from the Jade Phoenix Theater Troupe had already toured 2 fairy cities and blessed lands after Red Sandstone City. However, now when Chen Mobai met Meng Huang and Jiang Yuan again, he had to call them his senior brother and sister. Although he was a bit reluctant to leave this peaceful countryside life, Chen Mobai eventually had to leave for his own path of cultivation. The next day, Chen Mobai bid farewell to his grandparents. Although the 2 old people were reluctant to let him go, they knew that the child's future wasn't here. Tang Panchui, however, seemed a bit unresolved. During this time, she was the most popular woman in the village, and many people sought her advice on cultivating their children to success. For the first time, she tasted what it was like to return home in glory. Although it was a halo from her son, she still enjoyed it a lot. On the day of departure, the 2 old people packed a large bag of mountain treasures and fruits for Chen Mobai. On the long journey to Red Sandstone City, Chen Mobai got off the bus outside the city. He needed to transfer to another bus to go to the Cinnabarite Institute. He also told Tang Panchui about it, who was surprised to hear that her son was going to be taught by an extraordinary gold cultivator, and urged him to hurry up and not keep the extraordinary waiting. When he arrived at the entrance of the Cinnabarite Institute, a familiar person was already waiting for him. "Hello, Teacher Chan." "Get on." Chan Sai was riding a bicycle and patted the back seat. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, but eventually got on the back seat of the bicycle in front of many surprised gazes at the school gate. He was then brought into the campus by Chan Si. Here we are. In the grand office of the Cinnabarite Institute, a real man in red robes was sitting on the sofa, sipping tea, and greeted Chen Mobai as he walked in. "Greetings, true man. I heard you want to switch to cultivating the Pure Yang Scroll?" "Yes, I believe everyone should have a dream, and my dream is to ascend to become immortals." "That's not right. That was your opponent's dream last time. Why does your dream change every day?" "Didn't my dream of going to the Jumang Taoist Institute with my friends already fail? Besides, becoming the head of the Immortal Doors and ascending to become immortals are not contradictory. Rather, they complement each other. If I become an immortal, being the head of the Immortal Doors is as easy as I like." "You have a point." After hearing Chen Mobai's words, the man in red robes nodded. Then he asked Chen Mobai about his understanding of the Pure Yang Scroll. After all, there were thousands upon thousands of cultivators in the Immortal Doors, and after joining the Taoist Academy, many students were blinded by the name of the Way of God transformation, and, despite their mismatched spiritual raptitude, they insisted on cultivating it. However, they didn't even manage to achieve the basic steps, and thus wasted the best years of their lives. Conversely, thanks to Yuan Yang's trailblazing, at least everyone could start with the Pure Yang Scroll. Chen Mobai answered every question, and saw no need to hide anything in the presence of an extraordinary cultivator. He fully disclosed his spiritual root and the reasons why he wanted to switch to cultivating the Pure Yang Scroll. Although your chance of ascending to become immortals is less than 1 in 10,000, since you have decided, I won't bother to discourage you. Moreover, given your spiritual root aptitude, if you want to attain foundation establishment or formation, cultivating the pure Taoist body might be the best path. The man in red robe's words left Chen Mobai speechless. His spiritual root was indeed lacking. Switching to Pure Yang Scroll requires half a year. Speak to your family about it. You will likely stay here till you report to Dance Tool Dao Academy. Yes, Master. Chen Mobai was a bit excited. After all, this was a golden core cultivator's personal guidance, and it would last for half a year. In all of Sandstone City, who would get such treatment? It was probably because he impressed Master Red Robe during the magic duel and his choice dance Tuldo Academy. Otherwise, Master Red Robe probably wouldn't even bother. Not even for King Nu. However, soon realized that he was overthinking it. Master Red Robe only guided him for 3 days initially. Chen Mobai completed his first thread of 5 elements spirit power transformation. The master disappeared. The headmaster is very busy. But he did say if you encounter any difficulties, you can directly message him. He will respond if he thinks it's necessary. In the school canteen, Chen Mobai was treating Chansey to a meal, who spoke while eating. It's such a pity. I thought I would receive guidance from Master Red Robe for half a year. Chen looked regretful. You should be thankful. We've been students for 6 years, and only took 4 lessons from the headmaster in total, probably less than a day. Returning with some desserts, Shen Huangxiu heard Chen Mobai's words and responded with a certain sour envy. By the way, my admission letter has arrived. I can register as an official member of Building Foundation Treasure. Chen Mobai quickly changed the subject, reaching for his phone. Really? Quick. Port my personal panel. Shen Huangxiu was indeed distracted by Chen Mobai's words. Chen Mobai downloaded the Building Foundation Treasure app long ago, but he was always a regular member. To apply super brain computing power and predict the success rate of foundation building, one has to be an official member. Aside from developers or core formation level cultivators invitation codes, official membership could also be activated with a student ID from the 4 big Taoist institutes or 10 major academies. Chen Mobai's admission letter was electronic and sent directly to his phone by the official account of Dance Tool Dao Academy. Opening it caused a classic green background to pop up with black characters and a cute unfolding bamboo slip animation. Then appeared his photo and the content of his admission to the academy, followed by his student ID number at the end. Chen Mobai copied it and entered it into the Building Foundation Treasure activation sequence. After a quick refresh, his profile picture was now framed with red. This red frame symbolizes the Dance Tool Dao Academy. A gold frame means it activated by a golden core cultivator's invitation. Shen Huangxiu had thoroughly researched the Building Foundation Treasure app and excitedly guided Chen Mobai to import his personal panel. Her practice was the golden ring skill, and although her cultivation had dropped to key cultivation level 8 due to a failed foundation establishment, she hadn't yet recovered. Nevertheless, she filled in key cultivation level 9 perfection on Chen Mobai's personal panel information. Then they clicked Next, which prompted a new interface. Please select supplementary spiritual items for foundation establishment. Choose all 3 foundation establishment treasures. Although I don't have them yet, I will surely have them before I build my foundation. Shen Huangxiu spoke with confidence when she said this. Chen Mobai nodded and selected Vein Protection Pill, Spirit Ascension Powder, and Solidifying Key Liquid. Also, add Kun Essence Blood and Profound Fire Spirit Liquid. Chen Mobai was astounded to hear this. He hadn't anticipated Shen Huangxiu would have a connection to acquire these things. The Profound Fire Spirit Liquid was an item used by the Dance Tool Dao Academy to assist in foundation establishment. Consuming it expands and nurtures the meridians, increasing the odds of successful foundation establishment. I actually don't have them, but the Building Foundation Treasure app gives us this one chance. I want to fill in every item that can raise my foundation building success rate to see how high my success rate can be. When Shen Huangxiu said those words, she seemed slightly less confident, probably because she had failed in foundation establishment once. By using building foundation treasure, she intended to boost her confidence. Chen Mobai nodded and manually filled in these two spiritual objects. Then, to the next step. Which attempt at foundation establishment is this? There's such an option. Chen Mobai and the two women looked at each other. After Shen Huangxiu nodded, they chose second time. Step. Which step did the first foundation establishment reach? 1. Change tendons and wash marrow. 2. Condensing qi into liquid. 3. Divine consciousness leaving body. Shen Huangxiu hesitatingly chose the first. She couldn't lie about this, lest it affect the accuracy of the supercomputer's extrapolation. Continue. The next step. What rank is the spirit vein for foundation establishment? Rank 3, intermediate grade. Shen Huangxiu is wealthy, so this is the highest grade spirit vein that Cinnabarate Institute can provide for its students. Please confirm whether all the information above is correct. Finally, at the last step, Chen Mobai placed his mobile phone on the dining table and let Shen Huangxiu check everything again one last time. After confirming that there were no issues, he took a deep breath and clicked confirm. Then suddenly, a red pop-up window appeared. The user, if I were the Blue Emperor in the future backend data, not match the character on the data panel. Do you want to continue with the extrapolation? After this time, you need to wait for 2 years before you can queue up to use this software again. Shen Huangxiu immediately looked nervously at Chen Mobai, who was taken aback, not expecting this software to also have backend validation. However, he had already accepted the payment, and the green bamboo pen was also used several times, so there was absolutely no reason to go back on his word. Yes. He extended his finger and clicked the button. Shen Huangxiu breathed a sigh of relief, then looked even more nervously at the rotating animation on the foundation treasure screen. About 2 minutes later, a huge percentage number appeared before their eyes. Foundation establishment success rate 39%. Seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but frown. Despite applying so many conditions, the success rate was still less than 50%. He felt a little awkward, but noticed that Shen Huangxiu looked ecstatic, as if she was extremely happy with this number. Professor Chen, does this success rate of 39% looks pretty good to you? Chen Mobai asked, somewhat confused. Without using any foundation building spiritual objects, the success rate of foundation establishment at the 9th level of key cultivation is 1 in 100, which is 1%. You can imagine how high a success rate of 39% is. Shen Huangxiu guided Chen Mobai to click on the detailed calculation of the foundation treasure. A complete set of the 3 great foundation treasures increases the success rate of foundation establishment by 10 nano. A bottle of Kun essence blood, its efficacy overlaps with the 3 foundation treasures. The success rate of foundation establishment increases by 6%. A portion of profound fire spiritual liquid, its efficacy overlaps with the vein protection pill, and conflicts with the user's gold ring cultivation, increases the success rate of foundation establishment by 3%. At the perfect stage of the 9th level of QE cultivation, the change tendons and wash marrow step has already been completed in the first attempt. Increases the success rate of foundation establishment by 12%. Rank 3, intermediate grade spirit vein, increases the success rate of foundation establishment by 8%. After reading this, Shen Huangxiu breathed a sigh of relief, but her face showed some struggle. Among these, she couldn't get Kun essence blood and profound fire spirit liquid. In other words, her actual success rate for foundation establishment was only 30%. But even so, she was already very satisfied. Meanwhile, Chen Mobai was thinking about the foundation building pill from the Tianyi realm. It seems that a single foundation building pill can offer a success rate of 30% for foundation establishment. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Inference. Shen Jiangxiu repeatedly expressed her gratitude. After getting the result of the foundation establishment treasure, she could finally calm her worries. Not at all, I also got what I wanted. Chen Mobai shook his head. Perhaps to others, the opportunity to infer a foundation establishment treasure was invaluable. But to him, it was just a matter of delegation. After chatting for a while, they parted ways. Lately, Chen Mobai was busy transforming his 5 elements cultivation spiritual power. Usually, he stayed in isolation within the cave dwelling he had rented during his previous magic duel. He had released it for another 6 months. The Pure Yang Scroll, indeed one of the 7 divinity transformation cultivation techniques of the immortal world, produced a much purer spiritual power than the 5 elements cultivation, and its operation routes were also more complicated. It was during this time that Chen Mobai realized that changing cultivation techniques was even more challenging than rebuilding them from scratch. If you were to start anew, you could calmly transition to a new method after dissipating your spiritual powers. However, transforming the spiritual power cultivated by one technique into another involved harnessing much more effort and a firmer understanding of the respective techniques, compared to re-cultivating them. If it weren't for the Crimson Real person supervising him and teaching him how to accomplish the transformation of the first wisp of spiritual power, Chen Mobai would probably have burnt up months with his talent and comprehension. Moreover, he could possibly face irreversible problems due to a distorted understanding of the techniques. After completing the first transformation of the Pure Yang Scroll spiritual power, Chen Mobai overcame the most challenging beginning. The rest was only a test of patience. Thanks to the Immortal School allowing all students to cultivate the 5 elements cultivation, which had balanced and new spiritual power, it could be transitioned into any other technique without obstructions. Otherwise, Chen Mobai could only restart his cultivation, continue with 5 elements cultivation as his only path if he wished to cultivate the Pure Yang Scroll. But if that were the case, Chen Mobai would definitely walk this path to the end and exclusively cultivate 5 elements cultivation. Worst comes to worst, he would follow in the footsteps of King Ping and come out victorious through superior realms. One night, after completing the spiritual power transformation, Chen Mobai, equipped with a newly purchased batch of talismans, once again transported himself to the Tianhe realm using the turtle treasure. Only after using the spirit-seeking talisman to ensure there were no demonic beasts did Chen Mobai cautiously lift the lid of the cave opening. Upon stepping out, he sighed at the sight of the still and silent green light island under the starry sky. Unsure if the Black Plague birds would come to forage at night, Chen Mobai carefully produced 3 talismans and placed them on himself. They concealed his aura, hid his body, and allowed him to float. Last time, he only visited 2 places, the Greenlight Island Center and the spot where his old team had guarded a spirit tree. Despite the large scale of Greenlight Island and the havoc wreaked by demonic beasts, there must be some fortunate survivors, he thought. Chen Mobai wanted to know what exactly had transpired. Hovering, he set off from an abandoned wooden hut like a floating cloud, heading first for the Greenlight Island Center, which housed the Divine Wood Sect's teleportation array. All along the way, countless broken and shattered magic artifacts lay scattered. Without a storage bag, It was a pity that all these items couldn't be transported back to Earth. Even if he sold them to the Earth Masters, who recycled scrap, it would still amount to a considerable number of good deed points. If he had the right connections with artifact refiners, these broken artifacts could indeed be melted down and reprocessed. Over the past century, prices for all raw materials in the immortal world, whether precious metals or gemstones, had skyrocketed. However, the origin of these broken artifacts seemed suspicious, and to avoid exposure, Chen Mobai abandoned the idea of collecting scraps. Reluctantly, he traveled all the way from the ruined marketplace at the bottom of the island to the teleportation hall at top, picking and choosing, gathering and discarding. But all the artifacts were utterly ruined, devoid of spiritual light. Just as he was about to give up and head towards the hall, a piece of red string caked with mud in a crevice between King Shi stones caught his attention. He reached his hand out, pinching the end of the string, and tugged lightly. Ling-ling. The crisp and pleasant sound of the bell calmed Chen Mobai's anxious heart. A faint, creamy white jade-like caught his eye. It was a pair of exquisite bells made of white jade, strung together on a red thread, wreathed into multiple strands. Chen Mobai immediately played a quiet talisman, fearing the bell's sound might draw the attention of the Black Plague bird, while also hiding in a secluded spot. Although this was the center of the island, far away from the reefs where the demonic beasts resided, the bell's sound absolutely couldn't reach there. However, it was better to be safe rather than sorry. These Black Plague birds inherently controlled swift winds. What if the vibrations from the bell's sound was captured by some creature out of the ordinary? Thinking of this, the always cautious Chen Mobai didn't hesitate anymore. He returned the way he came, back in his burrow, and hit the return to city button. There was a flicker of silver light. Holding the white jade bell in his hand, Chen Mobai had returned to his cave dwelling within the Cinnabarite Institute. He used the cleaning technique, and instantly the bell stained with mud regained its luster, shiny and transparent. The red thread stringing was especially vibrant under the contrast of the white jade color, as red as if it was on fire. As a boy, Chen Mobai couldn't help but fondle this exquisite magic artifact. He lightly shook it, and the two bells instantly emitted clear, pleasing, and suppressively annoying sounds, making him extremely uncomfortable. It seems that the two bells serve different purposes. One should soothe the mind, and the other might cause irritation. Chen Mobai didn't dare to infuse spiritual power into them for a test. What if the power of this magic artifact surpassed his imagination and left his senses damaged? He had to find professional. He took out his phone, took a dozen photos from all angles of the jade bells, and sent them to Wu Wan. Next day, Wu Wan showed up at the Cinnabarite Institute in person. "Master Wu, why did you come here personally?" Chen Mobai was very surprised when he opened the door to see him. "Now that Brother Chen is a disciple of the Dance Tool Dao Academy, your status is unlike the past. It's my honor that you'd think of me. I couldn't possibly keep you waiting." The way Wu Wan carried himself now was completely different, which made Chen Mobai feel a bit uncomfortable. "Please, let's keep things as they were before. You make me uncomfortable like this." Chen Mobai immediately welcomed Wu Wan in, took the white jade bells from beside his pillow, and casually passed them across the table to him. Body like white grease, radiance within blue. Wu Wan first visually inspected it, gave his evaluation of the jade's color and luster, then geared gloves to finally dare take it and observe closely. After a while, he exclaimed and gave another forward comment. "White, current, fine, moist." Seeing Wu Wan's unprecedented expression, Chen Mobai knew this magic artifact might be extraordinary. He must have hit the jackpot. Master Wu, how do you grade the quality of these bells? To what level can you appraise? Now that he was rich, Chen Mobai naturally hoped Wu Wan could thoroughly appraise these bells, preferably reverse engineer the refining and usage methods, so he can truly master them. If I'm not wrong, this magic artifact's raw material should be rank 2 flowing water jade, but the refiner's skills were subpar, only reaching high quality rank 1. What a waste!